Li Weining, why have you pushed me to the brink of death? Su Yin lay on the ground, her once white dress now marred with dirt and unidentifiable stains of blood. A steel rod cruelly embedded in her chest, spreading crimson around her. The beautiful woman crouched down, gripping Su Yin's chin, her hand striking her face as she sneered. Su Yin, if you must place blame, then let it be on your beguiling face, a mere fount of charm, yet you possess no abilities. With such a disposition, how dare you vie for Li Zhao against me? Do you even consider your worth? I have never. Su Yin gazed at her, the excruciating pain in her chest rendering her words incoherent. You do. As long as you exist, Li Zhao will never see me. Aren't you good at pretending? Pretending to be innocent, to be pitiful, deceiving men into caring for you. Li Weining's visage twisted with hatred and jealousy. That fox-like face, still feigning innocence. If only she could obliterate it and make Su Yin vanish entirely. Go to hell. Li Weining's expression twisted with madness and cruelty, her powers coalescing in her palm as she struck Su Yin with a devastating blow. Su Yin barely had time to utter a sound before a surge of warmth filled her throat, and she coughed up blood, collapsing entirely. Li Weining stood, disdainfully brushing off her hands, knowing that eliminating her outside would raise no suspicions. This was the reason she lured Su Yin out. By the time Li Zhao and the others came searching, they would find only remnants devoured by zombies. Hearing the distant crack of zombies, Li Weining squinted, swiftly dabbing dirt mixed with blood onto herself before fleeing. As her consciousness began to fade, Su Yin's vision dimmed, and a voice echoed in her mind. Do you harbor hatred? Hatred? How could she not? All because of her unawakened abilities, all due to this unwarranted blame. If only someone would avenge her. She would willingly sacrifice everything. Crack, crack. The sounds of monsters drew closer, their keen senses detecting the scent of fresh flesh, prompting them to rush forward in excitement. UGH.IT felt as if something were choking her neck, leaving her breathless. In that suffocating sensation, Su Yin gradually regained her senses, and upon opening her eyes, she was confronted by an abominable and grotesque creature. Tattered clothing, limbs stiff, it was a thing that was neither human nor ghost, its body riddled with decaying flesh, skin a sickly hue, eyes bulging. The monster was currently strangling her throat, a viscous green substance oozing from its mouth, threatening to drip onto her face. Just as the creature prepared to bite down, a slender arm slowly rose, and in the next moment, its neck was seized, twisted violently, resulting in a bone-crushing snap. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yin freed herself from its grip, yanking the iron rod from her chest. The searing pain elicited a muffled groan, but she quickly raised her hand to channel healing energy, briefly staunching the bleeding and alleviating the pain. Gradually, she rose to her feet, her complexion pale, her gaze icy, as she looked down upon the repugnant creature before her. Indeed, this grotesque creature was so repugnant that she felt even using it as firewood would be distasteful. However, what perplexed her the most was not the abomination itself, but rather the enigma of her own survival. The agony of her soul being forcibly extracted lingered in her memory, akin to the excruciating sensations of being flayed alive and having her heart brutally excavated. She vividly recalled herself sprawled helplessly on the ground, enduring the torment of her spirit being torn apart. Ultimately, as the extraction concluded, the fiend known as Chiming obliterated her essence, and with a surge of power, cast her into the depths of the underworld. From this moment forth, the demon palace shall be ruled solely by me, Chiming. Ha ha ha! This was the final proclamation echoing in Su Yin's ears, uttered by her once most trusted subordinate, who had conspired with outsiders to besiege the demon palace, ultimately leading to her brutal demise. As Su Yin pondered this, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged through her mind. Apocalyptic scenarios, zombies, mutations, and supernatural abilities. Before she could fully process it, the creature that had intended to devour her wobbled to its feet, its head tilted at an odd angle, reaching out once more as if to strike. Without hesitation, Su Yin summoned her mystical flames, although they only formed to half their former potency. Su Yin thought to herself, regardless, incinerating this monstrosity should suffice. As the ethereal fire erupted, it enveloped the zombie before her. Crack, crack. The creature emitted distorted sounds, ultimately succumbing to the flames, reduced to ashes. Gazing at the blackened remnants on the ground, Su-Yin scoffed. No one has ever survived beneath my mystical flames. Thus, the mere thought of this creature, which was less than human, surviving was implausible. With the scent of fresh humanity lingering, more zombies soon converged upon her. Watching the throng of grotesque beings that resembled the one she had just incinerated, she once again summoned her mystical flames, coldly observing their approach. Meanwhile, in another locale, Li Zhao and his companions witnessed Li Wan-Ying return in a state of panic, her body and legs soiled, clearly a sign of having fallen. Noticing she was alone, Li Zhao reached out to steady her as she collapsed before him, his brow furrowing with concern. "Did you encounter zombies?" he inquired. Li Wan-Ying nodded, tears brimming in her eyes. "And Su-Yin? Did she not accompany you?" Li Zhao pressed further. Chapter 2. Oh my. She actually awakened her powers. Li Wan-Ying lowered her head slightly, her eyes flickering with malice and jealousy. She then raised her head, tears glistening as she lamented, "I ran with her, but Su-Yin was captured by a zombie. She told me not to worry about her." "Captain," one of the team members spoke with a grave tone. It was at that moment that Li Zhao and the others heard the increasingly near sound of cracking, indicating that a horde of zombies was approaching. "Run." Li Zhao pushed Li Wan-Ying towards a nearby teammate and dashed towards the zombies. Seeing Li Zhao's worried expression as he sought out someone, the other two teammates instinctively followed, while Li Wan-Ying lowered her head to wipe away her tears, a smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. She thought to herself, "Hee hee, by the time you reach her, you might not even find a body, just clothes." After Li Zhao and the others rushed past, one keen-eyed teammate exclaimed, "It's a zombie tide. Captain, this is too dangerous. Su-Yin is already dead. We can't just throw our lives away." Another teammate added. The three of them were simply no match for the horde. It would be like striking a stone with an egg. Besides, Su-Yin was dead, and aside from her beauty, she possessed no powers, rendering her utterly worthless in this apocalyptic world. Li Zhao halted, his gaze fixed on a nearby cluster of zombies that seemed to be attacking something. Indeed, going there would be tantamount to seeking death. Suddenly, the encircled zombies erupted in flames, and one teammate gasped, "It's a fire element Esper. Should we go help?" Another teammate hesitated. Li Zhao refrained from acting, for even 4 Espers would be insufficient to contend with that horde of zombies. The opposing Esper was overwhelmingly powerful. The fire attack had carved a path through the undead, and then a figure clad in white emerged into their view. "Oh my, it's a woman," one teammate exclaimed. "Wait, why does her outfit look so familiar?" Another teammate detected a clue. Li Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it not be familiar? That silhouette. It was unmistakably Su-Yin. Amidst the encircled zombies, the girl in white soared into the air, dispatching 3 zombies with a single punch and kick. As she spun, the remaining 2 teammates clearly glimpsed her face. It was indeed Su-Yin, the very one Li Wan-Ying claimed had been captured by zombies. "Su-Yin. Oh my, Captain, look, it really is Su-Yin," the 2 teammates exclaimed, a mix of shock and excitement flooding their voices. Didn't Li Wan-Ying say that she had been captured? How could she still be alive? But wasn't Su-Yin powerless? Where did she acquire fire abilities? Indeed, everyone at the base knew that Su-Yin was merely a pretty face, possessing no awakened powers. Without protection, she had no chance of surviving in this harsh world. Yet now, Su-Yin not only survived, but had also awakened fire powers, and with such ferocity, she was battling within the zombie horde. "Let us go assist her," Li Zhao commanded. The 3 immediately sprang into action, their fear and doubts vanishing, for this was a formidable fire Esper. What immense value she could bring to the base. Su-Yin felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of these grotesque creatures, realizing that without the use of her mystical fire, it would be impossible to vanquish them. Although they possessed no life, they seemed to possess an inexhaustible capacity for assault, continuing to advance unless their heads were obliterated or their lower halves were severed. Even then, they would crawl along the ground. Cursing inwardly, she wondered, what kind of place is this? So many inhuman monstrosities. Having just undergone a possession, Su-Yin's mystical fire was unstable, and her last explosive surge had depleted her spiritual energy, leaving her to confront the threats with her bare hands. Before she could find an opportunity to escape, a series of attacks erupted from behind her. Turning her head, she saw 3 familiar figures approaching to assist her. "Su-Yin, hold on. We're here," one team member shouted. Yes, the captain and I have come to rescue you. You have not been abandoned. Another affirmed. Suyin furrowed her brow, recognizing that these three were acquainted with her. Suyin, are you all right? Are you injured? Li Zhao inquired anxiously while fending off the attackers. I'm fine, Suyin replied tersely. With allies at her side, she no longer needed to fight unarmed. Instead, she swiftly retreated to join Li Zhao and the others. However, as she approached, Li Zhao's gaze fell upon the large, crimson wound on her chest, which shocked him. Stay behind us, he commanded. With someone acting as a shield, Suyin refrained from being reckless, as she was truly fatigued and severely injured. Glancing down at her wound, fragments of memories flooded her mind. She recognized them as the original owner's recollections. Yet, the urgency of their situation left no room for contemplation, as the zombies they had felled began to rise once more, compelling them to prioritize their escape. Prepare to retreat, Li Zhao ordered. The trio began to withdraw from 3 directions, and after collaborating to fell a line of zombies. Li Zhao swiftly hoisted Su Yin onto his back and sprinted away. As Su Yin looked back, she noticed the zombies slowly rising again, with one in the distance charging towards them. Narrowing her eyes, her keen vision allowed her to discern the unique appearance of this particular zombie. An instinct told her that this creature was extraordinary. Chapter 3. She is still alive? Su Yin glanced at the storage bracelet on her wrist, the sole treasure she had brought with her during the possession, which, due to the contract she had signed, was unattainable by the fiery entity. Discreetly, she retrieved a concealed weapon from the storage bracelet, infused it with her mystical fire, and with a swift motion, launched it forward. The pursuing zombie instinctively dodged upon seeing the projectile, but it struck true, resulting in a thunderous explosion that engulfed the area in flames, incinerating the entire horde. The formidable zombie fixated on the woman in the white dress, casting a glance at its minions before ultimately deciding not to pursue further. Wow, Su Yin, was that you just now? Exclaimed her teammates, having turned at the sound of the explosion, as they had just witnessed her gesture. Who else, besides Su Yin, possessed the ability to manipulate fire in such a manner? You're incredible. They praised her, their admiration evident in their voices. Li Zhao glanced back and saw the horde of zombies engulfed in flames, prompting him to momentarily halt his steps. When the 4 of them came into view of Li Wan-ying and the others, her tears flowed anew as she spoke. Captain, you are all unharmed. The final word remained unspoken, for she beheld the figure behind Li Zhao, the woman she had witnessed take her last breath, Su Yin, who had been unequivocally dead. Li Wan-ying's gaze was fixed on her, a mixture of terror and loathing contorting her features into a grotesque expression. As Su Yin lifted her gaze, she met the fiery-eyed woman staring at her. Memories flooded back, and she turned her attention to Li Wan-ying. The latter, in a fit of panic, realized that she was the one responsible for Su Yin's demise. How infuriating that the woman had not perished completely. The zombies seemed to come so sluggishly. Had she known, she would have dealt the final blows herself. Captain, you managed to rescue Su Yin? One of the waiting teammates inquired incredulously, as it seemed nothing short of a miracle that Su Yin had survived long enough to be saved despite being captured by the undead. We only saved half of her. A teammate responded while assisting Su Yin to the ground. What do you mean? The teammate pressed. It means that Su Yin fought the zombies on her own before we arrived. Another teammate explained. But she doesn't possess any abilities. Who says she doesn't? Su Yin has awakened her fire-based powers, remarkably potent ones, to boot. She single-handedly incinerated a throng of zombies. Our base is currently in dire need of fire manipulators. Listening to their back and forth, Li Wan-ying was utterly stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. How can this be? That wretched girl has awakened powers. Fire-based powers. Why? Oh why? Does fate favor her so? Su Yin observed Li Wan-ying's increasingly deranged expression, a visage she had previously seen on Qi Ming. Unable to exact revenge on Qi Ming, could she not find satisfaction in confronting this woman? Since she had taken possession of Su Yin's body, it was only fitting that she exact vengeance on her behalf. Li Wan-ying, are you surprised to see me? Su Yin remarked, supported by Li Zhao. How can this be? I am merely overjoyed. Li Wan-ying's face was a picture of confusion, which quickly morphed into a mask of feigned sorrow. Su Yin, oh, I thought you were dead. It's wonderful that you're alive. I didn't mean to leave you behind. Su Yin watched her perform so convincingly that, had it not been for the memories of the original owner, she might have almost believed her. Yet, how laughable. Did I not die because of you? It was you who first took my life and discarded my corpse. Spare me your innocent Fade. However, there was no need to expose her so soon. That would be too merciful. Instead, she would methodically torment this cruel-hearted woman, piece by piece. Enough, Li Waning, cease your weeping. Su Yin bears no grudge against you. A teammate consoled. Indeed, under such circumstances, your abilities are insufficient for anything beyond self-preservation. Another teammate concurred. Now that Su Yin has been rescued, everyone is filled with joy. The other teammates softly chimed in. Li Waning gazed at them, her eyes glistening with tears, appearing pitiful. Everyone thought, indeed, her powers are not formidable. So it is not her fault that she abandoned Su Yin. Su Yin cast a sidelong glance at those who spoke, raising an eyebrow, and then looked at the quietly sobbing Li Waning, a subtle smile curling at her lips. Ah, splendid, Li Waning. I hope you can endure as I take my time to exact my revenge upon you. Li Waning caught a glimpse of Su Yin, only to be startled by her smile, turning her head away once more, for it was too eerie. Su Yin remained silent, simply observing her with a smile that sent chills down Li Waning's spine, causing goosebumps to rise all over her body. Naturally, she feared that Su Yin might suddenly declare her culpability in the matter. Li Waning feigned sobs, while the other men continued to console her. Secretly, she gritted her teeth, thinking yes, she had nothing to fear from Su Yin. After all, she was the only one present at that moment. As long as she steadfastly denied it and turned the tables, no one would believe Su Yin's account. Chapter 4. Is it merely an act of weakness? She can do that too. Let's head back. This area has been overrun by zombies, and there's no need to allocate this new map, Li Xiao stated. The group then made their way to the vehicle, with Li Xiao supporting Su Yin's arm, asking her, "Can you hold on?" "I can," Su Yin replied, her voice faint, sounding weak. Is it merely an act of weakness? She, too, can master that. Indeed, the other teammates turned to look at Su Yin, and Li Xiao furrowed his brow in concern, saying, "If not, I can carry you to the car." Li Waning, overhearing this, stole a glance at Su Yin from the corner of her eye, clenching her hands tightly and biting her lip, as a surge of jealousy bubbled within her. "It's all right, Captain," Su Yin said, her face pale, offering Li Xiao a friendly smile. Observing her unsteady stance, Li Xiao promptly lifted her and placed her in the front seat of the vehicle. "Li Waning, hurry up. We must return to the base swiftly, or we risk being overrun by zombies again," a teammate urged from the back of the small truck. The front seat could only accommodate 3 people, and aside from the driver, everyone willingly offered their seats, as Su Yin was gravely injured and the captain was tasked with caring for her. Li Waning, who had previously occupied the front seat, now found herself squeezed in the truck's cargo area, especially as Li Xiao sat beside Su Yin. During the return journey, she remained vigilant, anxious that Su Yin might secretly report her to Li Xiao. However, the bumpy ride rendered any conversation inaudible. Upon arriving at the base, Li Waning was assisted out of the vehicle, only to witness Li Xiao lifting Su Yin once more, stating, "I will take her to the base's doctor." "Understood, Captain," the teammates replied. Su Yin rested her head on Li Xiao's shoulder, initially reluctant to allow this man to embrace her. However, the memories in her mind reminded her that Li Waning sought to eliminate her solely out of affection for him. Turning her head slightly, she cast a glance at Li Waning, who was struggling to suppress her fury and jealousy. With a faint smile that betrayed her weakness, she reassured, "Li Waning, do not worry about me. The captain will escort me back to my room." Li Xiao nodded in agreement and carried Su Yin away. The other team members dispersed to attend to their own affairs, while Li Waning stood rooted in place, glaring fiercely at Su Yin, thinking to herself, "I worry you're dying too slowly. Hurry up and perish, Su Yin, you vixen." "Waning, you are back?" At that moment, 2 girls approached from behind, and Xiaoyu inquired. Bai Qinggu observed the departing Li Xiao, and as he turned, she caught sight of the person in his arms, prompting her to exclaim in disgust, "Waning, why hasn't he that Su Yin died yet? Didn't you say you would deal with her during this outing?" "Shut up. Lower your voice," Li Waning admonished in a hushed tone. The 2 women glanced around before leaving with her. Once they returned to their room and confirmed that no one was outside, Li Waning finally divulged the details regarding Su Yin. "What? She's still isn't dead? And now she's awakened her powers?" Xiaoyu slammed the table in frustration. "Indeed, Su Yin is exceedingly fortunate. Fire abilities, no less," Bai Qinggu added with resentment. It is well known that supernatural abilities symbolize power and status in a post-apocalyptic world. Both of them lacked such powers, while that White Lotus wench, Su Yin, managed to awaken hers. This was intolerable. Who would have thought she would survive? I pierced her chest with a steel pipe and struck her twice. And there were zombies all around. Li Wanning seethed, her expression contorting with rage. She had anticipated that Su Yin would be devoured by the zombies, ensuring that even if Li Zhao and the others searched for her, they would find no body and thus never uncover the truth of her deliberate murder. What should we do now? With Su Yin having awakened her fire abilities, it will be even more challenging to deal with her. Xiaoya furrowed her brow. What terrifies me most is that Su Yin might reveal my attack on her to Li Zhao, Li Wanning remarked, observing her companions. It was indeed peculiar. After being rescued, Su Yin had yet to utter a word. Xiaoya and Bai Qinggu exchanged glances, both perplexed by Su Yin's intentions. Logically speaking, having awakened her powers temporarily should not instill fear in her. She is gravely injured and has just awakened her abilities. She is certainly no match for you. And even if she speaks the truth, others may not believe her, Bai Qinggu asserted. Then we must act while she is still recovering. Otherwise, it will become increasingly difficult to resolve matters once she regains her strength, Xiaoya urged, addressing the two of them. The three conspired on a strategy, while elsewhere, at the base's medical facility, the doctor conducted a simple examination of Su Yin's body under conditions of limited resources and remarked, "It is truly miraculous. You were pierced by a sharp object in the chest, and the wound appears severe, yet you have not succumbed to blood loss." Lying on the makeshift hospital bed, Su Yin's expression remained indifferent, internally reflecting, "Of course, I would be dead. Otherwise, I would not have entered her body. Surviving a great calamity surely heralds future blessings." Li Zhao gazed at Su Yin, acknowledging that her survival amidst the undead and her awakening of supernatural abilities was indeed a tremendous fortune. The doctor attended to Su Yin's wounds, providing her with iodine and gauze. When Li Zhao feigned an attempt to lift her, she gently pushed his hands away. "Thank you, Captain. I have regained a bit of my strength and can walk on my own," Su Yin stated, recalling that her earlier need for assistance was merely to provoke Li Wanning. There was no longer a necessity for him to carry her. "Dear girl, given your severe injuries, do not be so stubborn. Allow Captain Li Zhao to carry you back," the doctor advised. "Men and women should maintain a respectful distance." Su Yin replied firmly. With that, she took a step forward, moving slowly to avoid aggravating her wounds. Upon hearing her words, Li Zhao's expression grew somewhat complicated, feeling an increased urge to protect her as he observed her indomitable spirit. He walked beside her, matching her slow pace. Once outside, the doctor shook his head, sighing in disbelief. "It is truly astonishing. Not only did she survive, but she can also walk. If only we had an X-ray machine, we could ascertain the depth of her injuries." As they traversed the base, Su Yin examined the surroundings, noting the stark contrast to her previous world. She understood the necessity of quickly adapting to this new life, for she would not squander this hard-won second chance. "Su Yin, are you all right? Do you truly not need my assistance?" Li Zhao inquired after they had walked a short distance. "I do not," Su Yin replied coolly. Li Zhao glanced at her, sensing a subtle shift in her demeanor since their return to the base. "Because you have awakened your abilities, I must take you for registration," Li Zhao explained. "But given your current state, we can wait until you feel better." "Let us go now," Su Yin insisted, eager to familiarize herself with the layout of the base. Reluctantly, Li Zhao acquiesced and led her to the registration area. Upon seeing Li Zhao, the staff inquired, "Captain Li Zhao, what brings you here?" "I am here to register a newcomer," he replied. Zhao Pei scanned the area, spotting only a dirty, injured girl in a dress. "Where is she?" "It cannot be the female ability user," he questioned, clearly skeptical. "This is her, Su Yin." Li Zhao indicated the girl beside him. Zhao Pei was taken aback. "Seriously? You cannot be serious." His eyes were filled with disbelief. "What abilities does she possess?" "Fire," Li Zhao stated succinctly. Zhao Pei's eyes widened in astonishment. "She is a fire ability user? Incredible. It is utterly unnoticeable. Among the 5 elemental abilities, with the exception of water, all others were primarily offensive. Fire was particularly effective against zombies and mutated flora and fauna, as it could incinerate the virus completely. In their base, fire users were in short supply, scarcely numbering more than a handful. "Could you demonstrate your abilities?" Zhao Pei asked Su Yin. "I need to conduct a level registration." Su Yin extended her right hand, and a small flame flickered to life in the air above her palm. This was Li Zhao's first direct observation of Su Yin displaying her abilities. during the attack earlier. He hadn't even seen how she struck. Truly remarkable. Zhao Pei's eyes brimmed with admiration and approval before he proceeded to ask a series of questions. When did your abilities awaken? Under what circumstances? Could you demonstrate your maximum offensive power? Have you engaged in actual combat? How many zombies can you eliminate in a single strike? Su Yin replied, it awakened at the very moment I was nearly killed by a zombie. Then, she intensified the flames of her mystic fire slightly and said, this is the strongest I can show. Of course, she couldn't reveal her full capabilities, though Li Zhao and the others had likely already glimpsed them. What about actual combat? Zhao Pei finished jotting down notes and looked up at her. Given Su Yin's injuries, she must have faced zombies in battle. In combat, 3 at once, Su Yin answered carefully. Li Zhao turned his head to glance at her. He distinctly remembered her incinerating an entire horde of zombies with a single attack, so she was deliberately concealing her true strength? Wow. To eliminate so many right after awakening your abilities. Zhao Pei gazed at her with reverence. Is this the might of fire-based abilities? Most people start at an extremely low level, only capable of killing one zombie at a time. Your ability is ranked at level 2, with the maximum being level 5. Zhao Pei concluded after completing the registration. According to the base's preferential treatment for ability users, Su Yin, you're entitled to some supplies. Given your severe injuries, rest well. The future of this base depends on your contributions. He stood up and handed her a token. Su Yin accepted it, and Li Zhao escorted her out. I'll have the supplies delivered to you later, Li Zhao said. Thank you, Su Yin replied. Once they had walked some distance, 3 figures emerged from a nearby corner, none other than Li Wenying, Xiaoya, and the others. The captain was standing so close to Su Yin. Xiaoya grumbled irritably. Humph. Su Yin has always been a manipulative little saint, using her looks to seduce the captain. Now she's even more brazen, Bai Qingge sneered. Li Wenying shot several venomous glances at Su Yin. That woman could clearly walk on her own, yet she had let Li Zhao carry her the entire way. What a scheming wretch. Which of you will go find out her ability level? Li Wenying asked. I'll do it. I'm on decent terms with Zhao Pei, Bai Qingge volunteered. As Bai Qingge stepped out from the corner, she happened to glance up, just as Su Yin, who had reached the bend in the path, abruptly turned her head. Their eyes met briefly before Su Yin disappeared from sight. Chapter 60, Delivering Yourself to My Doorstep So Soon? After seeing Su Yin to her door, Li Zhao, who had been hesitating the entire way, finally couldn't resist asking, why are you hiding your true strength? Are you worried someone in the base might pose a threat to you? Su Yin replied, my abilities are unstable, and they drain too quickly since I've just awakened. When I attacked those zombies, it was purely out of survival instinct. Li Zhao nodded. Once you train and improve over time, you'll grow accustomed to controlling them. As Su Yin entered the room, Li Zhao went to fetch supplies for her. Meanwhile, Bai Qingge, filled with intense jealousy, inquired about the results and remarked to Li Wenying and the others, she actually awakened as a level 2. Right from the start, she's a level 2. Li Wenying and Xiaoya were momentarily taken aback, astonished by Su Yin's formidable abilities. Wenying, you're still at level 1. Xiaoya exclaimed indignantly. That wretched girl has truly struck it lucky. Li Wenying bit her lip, a glimmer of malice and murderous intent flickering in her eyes. If Su Yin truly sought vengeance against her, she was no match for her. A level 2 fire ability signified they needed to act promptly. While retrieving supplies, Li Zhao learned that news of Su Yin awakening her fire ability had spread throughout the base. Coupled with the accounts from his fellow team members, the excitement among everyone was palpable. Wang Feng, is what you said true or false? How could Su Yin possibly be that powerful? Someone questioned. Indeed. Just awakened her powers and already taken down a horde. Do you think we're gullible? Another scoffed. Don't exaggerate. I just heard from Zhao Pei that even if Su Yin is a level 2, she couldn't possibly defeat a swarm of zombies. My heavens. She awakened as a level 2 right away. That is astonishing. As Li Zhao approached, several ability users gathered around him, eager to inquire, Captain, is it true? Is Su Yin really that formidable? She was just a delicate beauty who relied on your protection. Indeed, Li Zhao had been somewhat protective of Su Yin, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. However, ever since Su Yin awakened her abilities, she seemed to have begun distancing herself from him. She suffered significant injuries. If you're curious about her abilities, you can join her on a mission later, Li Zhao replied. Afterward, he collected the supplies and departed. The ability users buzzed with excitement. For someone like Su Yin, who possessed both beauty and strength, was undoubtedly a prized catch. It appeared their captain harbored some interest in her as well. Halfway through his journey with the supplies, Li Waning approached with her own items in hand, greeting him. "Captain, where are you headed?" "I'm delivering supplies to Su Yin," Li Zhao answered. Li Wanying's smile faltered for a brief moment before she cheerfully replied. "Then let me take them. I'm heading back to the girls' dormitory as well. It's on the way. What I have here is also for Su Yin. I feel quite guilty for abandoning her today. Although she doesn't blame me, I still wish to apologize." Her eyes were filled with sorrow and remorse. Li Zhao observed her and handed over the supplies, offering comfort. "You need not be too hard on yourself. This isn't entirely your fault. When the zombie tide struck, even you, let alone I and the other ability users, had momentarily given up on Su Yin. Yes, I'll make sure to deliver it. Captain, don't worry. You should return and rest." Li Waning smiled. Li Zhao nodded and departed. As he turned his back, the smile on Li Waning's face gradually faded. She glanced at the heavy supplies in her hands, feeling a deep sense of injustice. When she first awakened her powers, she had far fewer items. Why did Su Yin receive double the amount of resources from others? As she walked, Li Waning rummaged through the bag, discovering an abundance of fresh fruit, clearly marked with a 3-star label. Suddenly, she understood. Only a small portion of the supplies rightfully belonged to Su Yin, while the majority were gifts from others. Among the few third-level ability users in the base, Li Zhao was one. Fuming, Li Waning nearly tossed the items to the ground, her lips curling into a vicious smile as she anticipated testing Su Yin. Based on Li Zhao's earlier demeanor, she sensed no abnormalities, which further convinced her that Su Yin feared their alliance. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, Li Waning's expression darkened as she approached Su Yin's door and knocked. Upon hearing the knock, Su Yin answered, only to be met with Li Waning's half-smiling, half-scheming visage. "Oh, you've come so quickly." Su Yin observed her with a nonchalant expression. Li Waning's smile widened as she declared, "Su Yin, I've come to bring you supplies." Leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, Su Yin had changed into clean clothes, though her complexion remained pale, as if she might collapse at any moment. She doubted Li Waning's intentions, suspecting this was merely a ruse to provoke her. Although her strength was still recovering, she believed it would not require much effort to deal with Li Waning. Chapter 7. Shall I help you remove it then? Li Waning extended her hand, suspended in midair, as Su Yin hesitated to take it. With a forced smile, Li Waning asked, "Why aren't you taking it?" As Su Yin partially reached out, the item suddenly fell to the ground. Li Waning furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "Oh no, why didn't you catch it? If they break, you can't blame me." She was cautious not to disturb the supplies, concerned that Li Zhao might question Su Yin later. Nevertheless, she had her ways. With that remark, she could distance herself from any blame. Just then, Su Yin seized Li Waning's wrist, smiling faintly as she said, "Why are you so inept? Can't even hand over something properly?" Li Waning's expression shifted instantly, and she retorted, "Who are you calling inept? Am I mistaken? Your hands can't even hold on to anything. What use are they? Shall I help you remove it then?" Su Yin replied lightly. Li Waning's eyes widened in disbelief at Su Yin's audacity to suggest removing her hand. "You dare?" Just as Li Waning's fierce demeanor faltered, a sharp pain shot through her wrist. She attempted to slap Su Yin with her other hand, only to have it caught and twisted by Su Yin in one swift motion. "Ah!" Li Waning cried out, while Su Yin, with her pale and fragile visage, innocently inquired, "Does it hurt? I merely grasped your hand, and you had the audacity to release it. How despicable!" Li Waning cursed. Yet what met her was a far more excruciating pain. One hand was twisted painfully, while the wrist of her other hand was firmly gripped, pinching the protruding bone. Su Yin maintained a serene smile throughout, her grip unrelenting. "You dare to insult me. Soon enough, they shall all hear you." She feigned casualness. Li Waning glared at her fiercely, attempting to withdraw her hand, tears streaming down her cheeks from the pain. As she lifted her leg in preparation to strike Su Yin, the latter countered by pressing down with her leg, subtly applying pressure to Li Waning's foot. Such a sorrowful display of weeping is truly captivating, Su Yin remarked with a smile, picking up the scattered items. "Otherwise, you shall appear even more pitiful soon." Li Waning bit her lip, enduring the agony in silence. Su Yin presented an appearance of frailty and delicateness, yet her strength was formidable. Moreover, her reactions were swift, entirely unfitting of someone purportedly injured. After all, it was she who had thrust that steel pipe into Su Yin's chest. Even if Su Yin had survived, she should not be in this state now. I shall inform the captain. You monster. You vile woman, Li Weining declared. Ah, do go ahead. Be sure to mention how that wound on my chest came to be. Su Yin retorted, observing her intently. Li Weining's expression shifted to one of panic, and Su Yin continued. Pick it up, will you? You have dropped my belongings. Although Li Weining felt a sense of indignation and humiliation, fear and trepidation now dominated her thoughts. Su Yin possessed the means to confront her, yet chose not to reveal the truth. What was her intention? Was she plotting a clandestine revenge? Su Yin released one of Li Weining's hands and lifted her foot. Under the steady gaze of Su Yin, Li Weining gradually crouched down, her lips turning pale from the pressure, unwilling to accept such humiliation. As she prepared for a sneak attack, a voice from above warned, "Behave, or you may lose your hand." Ah! Li Weining stifled a small scream, the pain in her wrist intensifying. Once she retrieved the bag, Su Yin took it from her, gently patting her face twice, saying, "Remember to keep your distance when you see me next. And do rest early tonight." Su Yin smiled slightly. "If you retire early, you may receive the grand gift I have for you." At her strange smile, which accompanied her seemingly caring words, an inexplicable chill crept over Li Weining, and goosebumps formed on her arms. She gazed at Su Yin, who wore a perpetual smile, yet her smile concealed daggers, and her eyes glistened with frost. The pain in her hands and feet constantly reminded her that this version of Su Yin was utterly transformed. Li Weining glared fiercely at her, tears still glistening in the corners of her eyes. Though Su Yin appeared weak, her strength was unwavering, and with her powers at level 2, she was no match for her. The only option was to preserve her life and retreat. As Su Yin watched Li Weining's departing silhouette, a smirk of disdain and mockery graced her lips. Did she truly believe she was still the same person? Could a mere dog dare to bully her? Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Li Weining emerged from the shadows in the corner of the staircase. She fixed her gaze intently on Su Yin's door. Glancing at her own wrist, where the marks were conspicuous, the skin around her bones flushed red, as if the slightest touch would send a jolt of pain through her. Her other arm hung limply, feeling as though it were rendered entirely useless. Su Yin. A flash of malice flickered in Li Weining's eyes as she bit her lip. Vowing silently, "I will ensure your demise. If I cannot deal with you myself, surely I can find someone who can. Just you wait." Li Weining had not anticipated that Su Yin, despite her injuries, would still possess the strength to resist, especially without utilizing her abilities. She had originally intended to confront and thoroughly reprimand her, yet the tables had turned unexpectedly. Given that Su Yin was not severely injured, why had she refrained from delivering a fatal blow? It had been an opportune moment. After much contemplation, Li Weining descended the stairs with a cruel smile curving her lips. Chapter 8. No need for formalities indeed. She was certain that Su Yin had merely been putting on a facade, who recovers so swiftly. It was merely a ruse to intimidate her. The pallor of Su Yin's face and her lack of ability use made it clear. Furthermore, she had personally driven that steel pipe into her chest. How could Su Yin possibly let her off the hook? After careful consideration, Li Weining could only curse herself for having been genuinely frightened at that moment. Had she unleashed her powers, Su Yin would undoubtedly have met her end. However, eliminating her directly within the base was not feasible. She needed to create another opportunity, and swiftly, while enlisting assistance. Meanwhile, in her room, Su Yin sat on the edge of the bed, clutching her chest, her brow furrowed. The internal injuries of this body were grave. The pain in her chest throbbed insistently after her encounter with Li Weining. She raised her right hand, conjuring a faint green glow in her palm, directing it slowly towards her chest to initiate her healing process. As she healed, she closed her eyes, sifting through the memories in her mind. The original host had possessed no abilities, which explained her helplessness against Li Weining's assault. Fortunately, upon being transmigrated into this body, the martial arts she had previously practiced and the elemental attacks she had known had awakened alongside her, albeit with diminished strength. Had she truly been devoid of abilities, it was likely that she would have perished at the jaws of a monster the moment she arrived. Yet, one aspect puzzled her. She sensed no elemental fluctuations in this world, and the concept of cultivation seemed alien to humanity. How, then, had these abilities manifested? If one could not absorb stray elements, her mysterious fire would never return to its peak. Feeling her injuries slightly alleviated, Su Yin's gaze darkened. She would never let Li Weining escape unpunished. She surveyed the supplies on the table. selecting from the bizarre assortment of food in this world before hastily preparing a modest meal for sustenance. In the past, she would meditate and practice without sleep. Yet in this realm devoid of elemental energy, lying down to rest had become the most effective means of regaining her strength. Suyin slept soundly until twilight, only to be roused by a knock at the door. "Who is it?" she inquired, turning on the light. "It's me," Li Zhao remarked, "noticing that you hadn't come to the cafeteria for a meal, so I took the liberty of bringing one to you." Upon hearing it was neither Li Weining nor Suyin, she rose to open the door. Li Zhao observed her slightly disheveled appearance, her clothing loose and revealing a considerable expanse of collarbone, prompting him to avert his gaze momentarily. "Thank you," Suyin said, accepting the dinner in a low, husky voice. "Are you feeling any better? Have you changed the dressing on your wound?" Li Zhao inquired with concern. "I'll do it in a bit," Suyin replied. Li Zhao acknowledged, then paused for a moment before asking, "Do you need my assistance?" "No, thank you," Suyin declined outright. Li Zhao pressed his lips together, conceding, "Then please take care of yourself. Your injury is quite severe. I'll bring your meals over these next couple of days." "No need. I'll go to the cafeteria myself tomorrow," Suyin asserted. The afternoon had left her both exhausted and in need of recuperation, and she almost forgot that the cafeteria was indeed a dining place, as she was accustomed to having meals prepared and delivered punctually by a chef in her previous life. "Are you sure you can manage?" Li Zhao asked, his brow furrowing slightly as he continued, "You needn't force yourself. You've just barely escaped a near-fatal situation and have only recently awakened your abilities. Your body is still quite frail. If you feel it's an inconvenience, there's truly no need to feel burdened by that thought. As captain, I have the duty to care for every ability user within the base." Suyin responded, "I genuinely can go eat by myself, thank you." After all, one must adapt to local customs. There was no longer a demon lord, and she had no subordinates. However, perhaps in the future, she might consider taking on an apprentice for tasks like serving tea and water. Suyin contemplated this matter seriously, of course. She would never entertain the idea of binding a living being again. Having been betrayed once, she had no desire to endure a second time. Noticing her distraction and apparent reluctance to converse with him, Li Zhao finally stated awkwardly, "Then I shall take my leave. Remember to eat, and refrain from bathing for the time being." Suyin nodded, and as Li Zhao turned to depart, she expressed her gratitude once more, "Thank you." She did not wish to owe anyone a favor, and verbal thanks would suffice for now. "There's no need to be so formal with me. From now on, we are colleagues," Li Zhao replied. Suyin remained silent as he gazed at her for a couple of seconds before heading downstairs. On the way, Li Zhao reflected on how Suyin had continually rebuffed his offers, pondering whether his concerns stemmed from his role as captain or was merely a genuine expression of care. Would she accept it if it were simply an act of kindness? Regardless, he intended to bring her meals again tomorrow, no matter how resilient she appeared. She was still a woman. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Li Weining approached a group with a tray in hand, taking a seat before them. Their initial surprise quickly morphed into teasing, accompanied by whistles and mischievous glances. "Zhou Yi, I need to speak with you," Li Weining stated. "Oh, the usually aloof Li Weining has business with our Zhouge?" Sun Yueqi scoffed. "Isn't it so? Aren't you too good to associate with us?" Always orbiting around the captain, Wu Hong remarked with a mocking tone. Zhou Yi stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of roguish arrogance as he waited for Li Weining to continue. He found her rather appealing and had entertained thoughts of pursuing her. After all, attractive women with abilities were scarce in the base, and having one by his side would not only be thrilling, but also a mark of prestige. Yet he was no desperate fool. A woman like Li Weining, cunning and power-hungry, fixated on becoming Li Zhao's woman. If he couldn't have her, he wouldn't grovel. Ordinary women without abilities still flocked to him with just a beckon. Li Weining met his gaze. "It's not convenient here. Are you free later? Why the secrecy? What can't we brothers hear?" Sun Yueqi interjected. "Two people handle business better? TSK, didn't he take you for that kind of woman?" Wu Hong sneered, his beady eyes glinting with lewd amusement. "You," Li Weining bristled, fists clenching as she glared at them. She needed their cooperation and had to swallow her fury. Had there been better options, she would never have approached Zhou Yi. He had pursued her before, only to be rejected. His abilities were decent, but he was merely a low-ranking team member, crude and promiscuous, having dallied with nearly every woman in the base. She had abilities and belonged to Li Zhao's team, so Zhou Yi dared not force himself on her. This was a negotiation. She was certain that with the right bait, he would bite. "What if I'm not free?" Zhou Yi smirked. Li Weining bit her lip. Don't you want to know why I'm looking for you? Not particularly interested, he scoffed, then paused, his tone laced with implication. Unless you're considering becoming my woman, then I might lend an ear. OTSK Sun Yueqi and Wu Heng jeered. Gritting her teeth, Li Weining countered. What if I introduce you to someone? Uft. You think some random woman would impress our brother Zhou? Wu Heng scoffed. Exactly. Who do you take him for? His standards are high. Sun Yueqi chimed in. Someone like me. Meet at the East Warehouse at 9. I guarantee you'll be interested. With that, she picked up her tray, cast Zhou Yi a glance, and left. What is her game now? Sun Yueqi muttered. Probably stringing you along again. Women like her are just status-obsessed, Wu Heng sneered. Thinks she has hot stuff just because she is pretty and has abilities. If not for Li Zhao's protection, with her weak combat skills, she'd never dare act, so high and mighty. So are you going? Sun Yueqi asked Zhou Yi. Of course. Why pass up free prey? Zhou Yi grinned darkly. Who knows who she is talking about? If it's just some ordinary girl, you could get those anytime, Wu Heng said. You think I'm going for that woman? Zhou Yi retorted, shooting him a disdainful look. The two exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's intentions. Brother Zhou clearly aimed to achieve two objectives with one action. At that moment, in the room, Suyin had already finished her porridge, buns, and fried dough sticks. Although the food was rather rudimentary, it sufficed to quell her hunger. She made her way to the restroom to freshen up, gazing into the mirror at her petite face, a quintessential beauty. With delicate brows and starry eyes, her long, curled eyelashes framed her cherry-red lips. Even with a pallid complexion, she exuded an air of fragile elegance that could incite envy. Not only in the likes of Li Weining, but even in herself, as she acknowledged her own beauty. Her visage alone was enough to stir desire in men and jealousy in women, especially when combined with her slender, tall figure and fair, tender skin. A slight smile graced Suyin's lips as she admired her reflection, embodying grace and charm. However, she held no aspirations for such superficial beauty, for in this apocalyptic world, possessing special abilities was paramount. Otherwise, one would either perish or become a mere plaything of men. Afterward, Suyin returned to her bed to tend to her wounds, simultaneously employing her healing technique. Her healing abilities were modest, prompting her to rummage through her storage bracelet, where she ultimately unearthed several bottles of excellent medicine that had gathered dust in a forgotten corner. In her previous life, she had never needed such items, carelessly tossing them into storage like trivial debris. Had she known she would one day find herself in a world facing extinction, devoid of elemental fluctuations in the air, she would have surely hoarded more useful supplies. Nonetheless, the majority of the weapons in her storage were still functional. She contemplated cultivating a small paradise, planting fruits and vegetables, and raising chickens, ducks, and cattle, as resources were scarce, and the meals in the cafeteria merely filled the stomach. She sought to enhance her diet. However, Suyin soon deemed this notion impractical, for this place lacked even the most basic purity, let alone any elemental energy. While her storage space could nurture all things, she wondered if any unmutated flora or fauna remained here. Chapter 10. Why not let me have a taste first? Furrowing her brows, Suyin felt this world was indeed a desolate wasteland. She resolved to take one step at a time. After applying her medicine, she returned the jade vial to her storage, then fashioned a small paper figure from newspaper, casting a nightmare curse upon it. With a gentle breath, she sent the figure floating out the window. A smile graced Suyin's lips as she anticipated Li Weining's nightmares that evening. Before taking a life, one must first dismantle the enemy's psychological defenses. Around 9 o'clock, Li Weining and Xiaoya were already waiting behind the warehouse, an area sparsely populated and rather desolate. Why hasn't Zhou Yi arrived yet? It's already 10 minutes past the meeting time. He really lacks any sense of decorum. Xiaoya huffed, arms crossed. Indeed, he is nothing but a rogue. What can we expect from him? Baichinga rolled her eyes. Enough of that. If he hears us, it won't be good. Li Weining cautioned. Unfortunately, I've already heard you. A voice suddenly emerged from around the corner of the warehouse, startling all three women. Xiaoya and Baichingu exchanged a glance with Zhou Yi, then averted their eyes, a hint of discomfort evident on their faces. Zhou Yi cast a disdainful look at them and scoffed. Is this the kind of company you intend to introduce me to? With such women, even if they begged, I wouldn't be interested. His contempt was palpable. You. Xiaoya was about to retort, but was restrained by Li Weining, who urged, you too. Step aside and wait for me. Bai Qingge pulled Xiaoyu away while casting a glare at Zhou Yi, leaning against the exterior wall of the warehouse. Zhou Yi scrutinized Li Waning with an unabashed gaze and remarked, "You certainly have audacity, daring to rendezvous with a man here at such a late hour. Aren't you afraid of what I might do to you? If you dare lay a finger on me, my captain won't let you off easily," Li Waning replied, her confidence stemming from the elevated status of Li Zhao within the base. Zhou Yi smirked ominously. "What if I were to force myself upon you? Or perhaps, if I were to take my pleasure and then eliminate you, do you believe you would have the opportunity to speak?" Li Wanying's fingers clenched tightly, instinctively retreating 2 steps, steeling herself as she declared, "Unless you have a death wish, Xiao Ye and the others will certainly inform my captain." "How do you know there aren't others accompanying me?" Zhou Yi taunted. "Those 2 women possess no abilities whatsoever." As he approached her step by step, Li Waning backed away, the dry twigs beneath her feet snapping, her expression fraught with anxiety as she strove to maintain her composure. "Zhou Yi, that woman is Su Yin. Surely, you have heard of her awakening abilities, particularly her second-level fire powers. Her appearance must certainly be to your liking. And so what?" Zhou Yi retorted. "Li Zhao would protect her far more fiercely than he would you. Su Yin is not the captain's woman. Humph, she is merely a scheming white lotus." Li Waning spat, her indignation evident. "Oh, but aren't you the same?" Zhou Yi shot back, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Yet she is more beautiful than I am." Li Waning seethed, her teeth clenched. "That is indeed a stark truth," Zhou Yi conceded. Li Waning glared at him before continuing, "Don't you desire Su Yin? I can assist you." With no further retreat possible, Li Waning leaned against a towering pine tree, her left hand concealed behind her back, prepared to strike should Zhou Yi attempt anything untoward. However, he paused, seeming intrigued, and said, "You wish to help me because you want to monopolize Li Zhao, don't you?" Li Waning remained silent, prompting Zhou Yi to continue. "So, enlighten me on how you plan to assist." Seeing an opportunity to negotiate, Li Waning laid bare her plan. Upon hearing it, Zhou Yi leaned closer, propping his hand against the tree beside her in a manner reminiscent of a wall slam. "An inch closer, you intend to use me to eliminate your rivals? But you would also gain Su Yin, and we would both benefit." Li Waning tried to press herself against the tree, wishing to distance herself from Zhou Yi, as the proximity made her acutely aware of his foul breath, nearly making her nauseous. Clearly, you stand to gain the most. If I wished to possess Su Yin, I could easily employ my own methods." "You mentioned that Li Zhao does not fancy her," Zhou Yi remarked. "However, Li Zhao will protect her, and her extraordinary abilities are formidable upon awakening. She has reached level 2. No matter how you approach, you will surely be detected," Li Waning asserted. "Indeed, your reasoning holds merit," Zhou Yi responded thoughtfully. Li Waning's expression brightened. "So do you agree?" "I never said that. If you wish to collaborate with me, you must at least offer something in return," Zhou Yi replied, his gaze lingering on her face with a sly glint. Li Waning found his scrutiny quite distasteful, but suppressed her irritation. "What do you desire?" Zhou Yi regarded her with a knowing look. "The only thing that piques my interest is your body. Why not let me sample it first?" "You." As Li Waning was about to unleash a tirade upon him, Zhou Yi continued, "I want to pressure you. Consider it at your leisure. Otherwise, you may seek another partner, and I shall inform the captain of your plans." Zhou Yi's smirk was one of lewd triumph, and Li Waning pondered how to eliminate Su Yin with his assistance. Though it would depend on her willingness to comply. Rather than forcibly asserting herself, it would be wiser for her to plead for his aid, as a well-trained dog typically approaches with a wagging tail, seeking favor. Chapter 11. A bloody dream. Li Waning glared at him, realizing that this was not a mere suggestion, but an outright threat. She felt that her gravest misstep was seeking out Zhou Yi. She should have known he was utterly despicable. Zhou Yi blew a breath towards her face, saying, "If you are with me, I want to disclose it. When you return to being Li Zhao's woman, he will remain oblivious. It is merely a matter of letting me indulge beforehand." Li Waning remained silent, seemingly in turmoil, prompting Zhou Yi to stand upright and continue. "Once you've made your decision, inform me. I am at your disposal. But be wary of delays, lest the captain becomes deeply enamored with Su Yin. I witnessed him serving her dinner this evening." Zhou Yi grinned wickedly. Ultimately, Zhou Yi departed, a mocking and self-satisfied smile gracing his lips, eagerly awaiting Li Waning to come to him willingly. TSK, Captain, don't blame me. She is doing this of her own volition." On the other side of the warehouse, Xiao Ye and Bai Qingge observed Zhou Yi's exit, exchanging glances before proceeding towards Li Wenying. Initially, they were concerned that Zhou Yi might engage in some underhanded behavior. Had Li Wenying called for help, they would have rushed to her aid. To their surprise, he appeared quite the gentleman. Upon seeing them approach, Li Wenying quickly adjusted her expression and stepped away from the tree trunk. At that moment, a small paper figure drifted from behind the tree, unnoticed, and attached itself to the hem of Li Wenying's skirt. "Wenying, how did your discussion go?" Xiaoya inquired. "I'm relieved you are unharmed." "Xiaoya and I were anxious waiting outside," Bai Qingge added. "He wouldn't dare to harm me," Li Wenying replied, and together, the three departed from the warehouse. "Indeed. After all, you possess extraordinary abilities and are under the captain's protection," Xiaoya remarked. Li Wenying refrained from divulging the outcome of their conversation, merely stating that Zhou Yi was contemplating the matter. Bai Qingge scoffed dismissively. What is there to contemplate? He has always been a womanizer. The likes of Su Yin, a paragon of beauty in this prosperous era, ought to be paired with a man of Zhou Yi's caliber. Upon their return, Li Wenying entered her chamber, her delicate slip of paper quietly drifting to the corner by the door. As she bathed in the restroom, her mind wandered to Zhou Yi's earlier words. Initially, she had presumed that since Zhou Yi once pursued her, he would readily acquiesce to her demands. Little did she anticipate his audacious counter, laden with outrageous stipulations. Now, she found herself compelled to comply, for he had seized the upper hand. Li Wenying bit her lip, her eyes brimming with loathing and malice. This time, she was determined to ensure Su Yin's utter ruin. Even if she could not take her life, she would ensure that Zhou Yi utterly destroyed her. How could she continue to entice Li Zhao after that? Meanwhile, Su Yin, unable to sleep, was taken aback by the dramatic turn of events that had unfolded. Directly concerning her, a cold huff escaped her lips as she mused. It seemed Li Wenying was truly oblivious to the gravity of her situation. Did she believe that enlisting help would enable her to ensnare Su Yin once more? Indeed, her demise was not far off. How long could this frantic creature continue to flail about? A chilling smile graced Su Yin's lips. Once Li Wenying departed the base, it would herald her end. On the other hand, Li Wenying, having finished her bath, retired to bed, completely disregarding Su Yin's earlier words. Convinced that the woman was merely spouting nonsensical threats meant to intimidate her, she would not be cowed by such trivial antics. The room darkened, enveloped in silence. Akin to a moonlit night, Li Wenying slipped into a deep slumber, and from the corner of the room, a shadowy figure of a paper cutout began to rise, emanating an eerie red glow, soon filling the space with nightmares. In the dead of night, Li Wenying plunged into a bottomless vortex in her dreams, reliving the moment she had brutally attacked Su Yin. Frantic, she drove the steel pipe into Su Yin's chest repeatedly. Yet Su Yin merely gazed at her with an enigmatic smile. Panic and fear seized Li Wenying as Su Yin raised a hand and firmly grasped her throat. Desperate, Li Wenying struggled with all her might, but Su Yin's grip was as unyielding as a vice, constricting her throat and rendering her breathless. "Come at me with your life, Li Wenying. Do you truly think you can kill me? I demand retribution in blood. May your life be worse than death." Li Wenying felt her strength waning, especially as she beheld the transformation of Su Yin's visage. Her pupils turned crimson, blood tears trickled down her cheeks, and fangs sprouted from her lips, creating a visage both sinister and terrifying. With a sharp crack, Li Wenying gazed at her left hand, where her wrist was entirely devoid of substance, while the other portion was being slowly savored in Su Yin's mouth. "Ah!" Li Wenying screamed in her dream, her soul nearly escaping her body in terror. She longed to flee, yet Su Yin would not relent, gripping her by the scalp, tearing her garments asunder, and seizing her feet to prevent her escape. In despair, Li Wenying wept uncontrollably, desperately crawling forward. When she turned her head once more, she discovered her feet had vanished, followed by her legs and waist. The distinct sound of crunching echoed in her ears. She could hear Su Yin gnawing on her bones, as if indulging in some exquisite delicacy of the mortal realm. Chapter 12. Are you insane? What madness is this? The most horrifying aspect was that her consciousness remained acutely aware, so clear that even as Su Yin was methodically dismantling her, she could only stare wide-eyed in sheer terror, witnessing her gradual consumption. A sinister and uncanny smile adorned Su Yin's lips, her teeth stained crimson with blood, droplets falling to the floor, far more terrifying than any zombie. Just as Su Yin extended her hand, transforming it into a claw, preparing to lunge for her eyes, to extract her very orbs. Ah. In the room, dawn was breaking outside. Li Weiniang jolted upright in bed, trembling all over, her hair disheveled. She frantically checked her body, reassured to find her hands and legs intact. Overcome with fear, she could no longer contain her sobs. Whoa. She clasped her head with both hands, burying her face in her knees. It was too horrifying, that dream. Both vivid and bizarre, left her with no avenue of escape. Still dazed from the nightmare, she felt utterly shattered and, as tears streamed down her face, the last words Su Yin had uttered the previous day inexplicably resurfaced in her mind. Make sure to rest early tonight. Li Weiniang screamed, clutching her head, when suddenly a knock echoed on her door. Fearfully, she stared at the entrance, imagining the monstrous creature from her dream standing outside. Li Weiniang, have you lost your mind? What are you howling about so early in the morning? Are you insane? Quiet down. We still need to sleep. Outside, two female voices filled with exasperation and fury rang out. Gradually, Li Weiniang ceased her outcries, wrapping her arms around her knees. To her surprise, she felt a sense of relief, for the voices outside were not those of Su Yin. After the commotion subsided, the two individuals outside departed, still grumbling. With tear-streaked cheeks and a runny nose, she couldn't stop the gasps and chokes escaping her. Her extremities felt icy, and cold sweat broke out on her palms, as she continued to weep softly, clutching herself tightly. Beneath her bed lay a small pile of ashes, remnants of a fire long extinguished, quietly resting there, destined to be whisked away by the wind. Meanwhile, Su Yin, having awoken at 6, felt invigorated. She washed her face in the bathroom and brushed her teeth, gazing at her long, straight black hair cascading down. Initially intending to secure it with a hairpin, she reconsidered, feeling it would be out of place, and ultimately opted for a simple high ponytail secured with a hair tie. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, feeling a semblance of her former elegance returning. However, she lamented her frail physique, realizing that it was far too slender and unable to withstand physical confrontations. She needed to train more vigorously. After changing her medication, she followed her memories to the base's cafeteria, where the crowd was still sparse, most indulging in a leisurely slumber. As she approached the food counter with her tray, the serving lady recognized her and inquired, Su Yin, I heard you sustained serious injuries yesterday and even awakened your abilities. How come you're up and about so soon? The injuries are not severe, Su Yin replied. That's wonderful. Let me give you an extra egg to help you recover. The lady smiled warmly. Thank you, Su Yin responded. Don't mention it. The supplies here are all thanks to you ability wielders. Without you, we would surely starve, the lady remarked. Su Yin took her tray to a corner, sipping her porridge while contemplating the composition of personnel within the base. According to her memories, this base was a makeshift sanctuary for humanity, and she had only recently arrived. The authority figures here were implicitly recognized as the ability team, led by Captain Li Zhao, with no other leadership structure in place, resembling a disorganized collective. No wonder that Li Weiniang was so eager to attach herself to Li Zhao. Within the base, his powers were the strongest, rendering him the de facto leader. Setting her porridge down, she felt indifferent, thinking to herself that after last night, Li Weiniang would likely refrain from confronting her anytime soon. As her nightmare curse remained unbroken, the vividness of her dreams lingered long after awakening, a torment she could endure. As more diners trickled into the cafeteria, when Li Zhao approached the counter to request 2 servings, the serving lady asked, Captain, who are you bringing food for? Su Yin, Li Zhao replied. Su Yin is here to eat by herself, the lady stated, glancing towards the corner, and added, Look, she's right over there. Li Zhao followed her gaze and indeed spotted the petite figure seated in the corner, her hair tied up. Who else could it be but Su Yin? All right, I understand, Li Zhao said, deciding to get a serving for himself instead. He was surprised to see Su Yin at the cafeteria so early in the morning. After collecting his meal, he sat down across from her. Su Yin, how is your injury? Li Zhao inquired. Su Yin looked up and replied, Much better. Thank you for your concern. Li Zhao frowned slightly, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her chest, where he had witnessed a significant wound just yesterday. Yet today, she appeared much improved and moved with ease. Chapter 13. A kick to the core. It seemed his gaze was too direct and impolite. Su Yin met his eyes, prompting Li Zhao to quickly avert his gaze and explain, I was simply worried about your injury. Suyin chose not to respond to him, but instead posed several questions that had troubled her throughout the night. Having arrived in this world, she needed to swiftly replenish her elemental abilities. Li Zhao spoke between bites of his meal. The awakening of human supernatural abilities is abrupt. With the outbreak of the zombie virus, infected humans, animals, and plants all mutate. However, within these mutated beings lies a crystalline core. Acquiring these cores can enhance one's abilities. He added, but if the core isn't of the same affinity, consuming it is futile, the body won't absorb it. Suyin nodded in understanding. So, in this world, elemental replenishment was obtained this way. That meant she would have to venture out and fight to secure the corresponding elemental cores. Cores can be bought and sold. Li Zhao continued. Some ability users gather them while scavenging for supplies. If they don't need certain cores, they sell them at high prices or trade with others. Are you looking to enhance your abilities? Li Zhao asked her. Suyin nodded. Replenishment, she clarified. I can help gather some for you. I happen to have a few spare cores, Li Zhao offered. No need. I'll find them myself, Suyin declined. She disliked receiving unearned favors, especially since Li Zhao wasn't her subordinate. Once again rejected, Li Zhao pressed his lips together. You've just awakened your abilities. As your captain, it's my duty to assist you. He added softly, it's also my concern for you. Don't feel burdened. Suyin tilted her head, studying him. She didn't believe someone would care for her so selflessly. Even if she was a teammate, it seemed excessive. Then she recalled how the original Suyin had died. Because of whom? Resting her chin on her hand, she observed Li Zhao with a thoughtful gaze. Under her scrutiny, Li Zhao grew flustered and lowered his head to eat. Suyin arched a brow, a faint smirk playing on her lips. So this was some cliché love triangle? She assessed Li Zhao's appearance, a clean-cut military haircut, an air of upright integrity. He certainly seemed dependable, but in her eyes, he was nothing extraordinary. Perhaps only someone like Li Weinian could adore him so deeply. When do missions usually take place? Suyin asked. Typically every 2 or 3 days, conducted in teams. Li Zhao replied. You'll need a partner, someone to watch your back during operations. And the next mission? Suyin pressed. She urgently needed fire tribute cores, though she wasn't sure if they could replenish her profound flame. The day after tomorrow, Li Zhao said. Then please include me, Captain, Suyin stated. You're going? Li Zhao looked surprised. You've only just rested for a day. There's no need to rush. I can delay your rotation for a few weeks. After all, missions were assigned in shifts. Even ability users hesitated to venture out for supplies, knowing that encountering a horde of zombies could mean certain death. For Suyin to volunteer while still recovering was practically model behavior. No need. My injuries aren't severe. I'll be ready by then, Suyin insisted. Li Zhao ultimately remained silent, then conveyed to her the regulations of the base's abilities team. In the base, any individual who awakens their powers is implicitly considered a member of the abilities team, as the contributions of these individuals are essential for maintaining the daily operations of the base. Suyin absorbed the gist of this information and, holding her tray, stood up and said, I must take my leave now, Captain. As Li Zhao watched her depart, he could not shake the feeling that since Suyin had awakened her powers, her demeanor had transformed. Previously, she had exuded a gentle and demure aura, kind and considerate. But now she radiated independence and calmness, no longer relying on others. Moreover, she had always worn her hair down. Yet today it was tied up in a high ponytail, still equally beautiful. Upon exiting, Suyin encountered a group of individuals who, upon seeing her, obstructed her path with mocking expressions. Oh, I wondered who it was. It's just Suyin. Where's the captain? Surprising to see you without him by your side. TSK. Without the captain, who will protect you? Suyin regarded them coldly, matching their faces to memories, realizing they were merely a pack of pests. Oh, I almost forgot. You've awakened your powers now, at level 2. Did you kick the captain to the curb? With a sneer, Suyin retorted. Do you believe I couldn't kick you as well? The trio exchanged glances filled with ill intent and mockery. One, with a taunting smirk, said, Where will you kick me? Aim for the heart. Let me feel a rush of excitement. Clenching her fist, Suyin narrowed her eyes and advanced, delivering a merciless kick to the man's lower region. He instantly howled in agony, doubling over to clutch his injury. Damn it, Suyin, you vile girl. He spat venomously. Wasn't it you who challenged me? Suyin retorted coolly. Seeing this, the other 2 men attempted to strike, their fists flying towards Suyin. She deftly dodged as more individuals arrived for breakfast, pausing to watch the unfolding drama. Chapter 14. I do not engage with dogs. 3 men were bullying a lone woman. And while some bystanders wished to intervene, they lacked abilities. They recognized the trio, known for their arrogance and disdain for others. As Suyin sidestepped, her chest wound throbbed painfully, causing her to wince. She then intercepted another man's punch, twisting his arm with a deft maneuver, prompting him to cry out in agony. Among the onlookers, someone exclaimed, "Well done," and applause followed suit. The man, humiliated by a woman's strength, was about to unleash his powers when suddenly a voice called from behind, "Stop! What are you doing?" Upon seeing Li Zhao emerge, the 2 men's expressions shifted dramatically, and they retracted their fists. Zhang Fan, Sun Yueqi, Wu Hong, how dare you 3 men lay hands on a defenseless woman? Su Yin is injured. Li Zhao reproached them as he approached, having heard the commotion from the cafeteria, and rushed out to find Su Yin surrounded and assaulted. She is certainly not weak, Captain. Look how she kicked Sun Yueqi, Wu Hong retorted with irritation. At that moment, Sun Yueqi, clutching his groin, struggled to lift his head and glared at Li Zhao, then shot a resentful glance at Su Yin, exclaiming fiercely, "Captain, I did nothing. She kicked me first." Li Zhao was well aware of the character of the 3. Su Yin usually steered clear of them. How could she have approached to kick Sun Yueqi? Su Yin clasped her chest and coldly remarked, "A good dog does not block the way, and a dog's mouth does not spit out ivory. Yet you embody both." A couple of onlookers chimed in. "I saw it. They were deliberately obstructing the path. They even dared to tease her. She was merely defending herself." The spectators deemed Sun Yueqi deserving of his fate. After all, he had provoked her with words and obstructed her path. Sun Yueqi and his companions glared at the one who had spoken up. Li Zhao, with a stern expression, addressed them. "Do you 3 have anything to say now? With so many eyes upon you, do you still wish to deny your actions? We did nothing else." "It was Su Yin who struck first," Zhang Fan protested. "Indeed, Captain. You wouldn't let other men speak to her just because you like Su Yin, would you?" Wu Hong added in agreement. Li Zhao shot a glare at Wu Hong. Listening to his instigation, while Su Yin interjected, "I do not engage with dogs. Next time, if you see me, kindly keep your distance. Do not blame me for being impolite." With Li Zhao present, Sun Yueqi and his companions could only seethe in anger, their teeth grinding, too intimidated to retaliate verbally. Li Zhao continued, "You 3 harassed her first. You will be punished with 2 days of cleaning the base's public restroom. If this happens again, you will be expelled from the base. Regardless of whether one is an ability user or not, the base protects women, especially since Su Yin has been injured. Sun Yueqi, if you 3 do not restrain yourselves, do not blame me for enforcing the law impartially." Sun Yueqi, Wu Hong, and Zhang Fan fell silent, realizing the futility of their situation. Though they were ability users, their level was only 2. Being expelled from the base would mean certain death. Su Yin, disinterested, walked away, while the surrounding crowd dispersed to seek their meals, faces alight with schadenfreude. "Su Yin, are you all right?" Li Zhao inquired as he caught up with her. "I'm fine," Su Yin replied. "Those 3 are a cancer in the base. Next time you see them, keep your distance or seek me out," Li Zhao advised. If it weren't for the shortage of ability users in the base, characters like Sun Yueqi would not be tolerated. Su Yin remained silent. Avoid them? Impossible. She had never been one to endure humiliation or bullying. If she encountered those 3 scoundrels again, she would ensure they were beaten to a point of unrecognition. Nearby, Bai Qingge, upon spotting Su Yin, remarked to Li Waning, "Waning, look at that wretched Su Yin. She is trying to seduce the captain again." At the mention of Su Yin's name, Li Waning trembled involuntarily, turning her gaze in that direction, her body betraying her with a slight shiver. Just then, Su Yin accidentally caught sight of them, and as her eyes met Li Waning's, a cold smile crept onto her lips. Li Waning's pupils dilated, and she felt a chill spread through her limbs. Xiaoya glared angrily, exclaiming, "Huh, she actually dares to provoke us. Why wouldn't she? After all, she has the captain backing her," Bai Qingge retorted with a sardonic tone. At that moment, they both noticed Li Waning's silence and turned to her, only to see her trembling and gazing at Su Yin with fear etched across her face. Xiaoya quickly asked, Waning, what's wrong?" "Ah, your hands are so cold. And you're sweating," Bai Qingge said, taking her hand. Li Waning positioned herself between the 2, desperately trying to shield herself from Su Yin's view. Xiaoya furrowed her brow, asking, "What on earth is wrong with you, Waning?" "Exactly, it's just Su Yin. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" Bai Qingge added, puzzled. Not just any ghost. Su Yin is a monster. A creature that devours people. It's terrifying, simply terrifying. Chapter 15. The mountain chicken and the wild boar. The nightmare from last night lingered vividly in her mind, and despite her efforts to forget, the horrific scene of being devoured, dismembered, and chewed upon replayed incessantly in her thoughts. Xiao Ye and Bai Qingge pulled her along, and when Su Yin had finally disappeared, Xiao Ye remarked, "That wretched girl has gone far." At last, Li Weiniang slowed her pace, loosening her grip on their sleeves. "I dreamed that Su Yin had turned into a zombie," Li Weiniang exclaimed, startled. "No need for dreams. She will inevitably be consumed by zombies," Bai Qingge scoffed. "No, it's me who will be devoured." Li Weiniang dared not speak further, her face ashen. She felt that without Xiao Ye and the others by her side, she would never have ventured out alone these past few days. All day long, she felt somewhat dazed, and by evening, she asked Bai Qingge to find Zhou Yi. After scheduling a time, the two agreed to meet at the same place as the night before. "Well, have you made up your mind?" Zhou Yi leaned against the wall, his arms crossed, smirking at her. "Once," Li Weiniang replied. "Once. Do you think I'm some beggar to be dismissed so easily?" Zhou Yi huffed, feeling slighted. He believed he deserved several encounters. Otherwise, it would be a waste for Li Zhao. Moreover, Li Zhao had grown increasingly arrogant, flaunting his position as captain. The events of the morning had already been reported back by Sun Yueqi, and he and Su Yin truly made a pair of shameless lovers. He sought vengeance against Sun Yueqi, and coupled with what Li Weiniang had mentioned, it was the perfect opportunity to retaliate against Su Yin. He wanted Li Zhao to witness the woman he admired being defiled, and for her to have been with him beforehand, making him only worthy of wearing his cast-off shoes. Such a blow would surely be significant. Ha ha ha. Li Weiniang bit her lip, fixing her gaze on him. "Twice. 5 times, Zhou Yi asserted, "not a single encounter less, and it must meet my standards. You must understand that Su Yin is not easily conquered. The captain protects her fiercely, and she possesses her own abilities. If I am to take such risks, I deserve ample compensation." Zhou Yi continued. Then a sinister smile curled at the corner of his lips as he proclaimed, "I assure you, I will bring utter disgrace and ruin to that wretched woman, Su Yin." Li Weiniang gazed at him, her mind embroiled in turmoil, contemplating whether to sacrifice her own dignity in exchange for Su Yin's degradation at the hands of Zhou Yi, thus ensuring that Li Zhao would no longer cast his eyes upon that vile creature. She wagered. "Very well," Li Weiniang spat resentfully. Zhou Yi, brimming with arrogance and satisfaction, leaned in and whispered, "Meet me later at the western ruins. Let us not miss each other." "So soon?" Li Weiniang replied, momentarily taken aback. "Why not? The sooner you finish, the sooner you can be free," Zhou Yi remarked, feigning understanding. Surprisingly, Li Weiniang found a semblance of logic in his words. After Zhou Yi departed, she set out to rendezvous with Bai Qingge and the others. Once they pretended to return to their quarters, she discreetly changed her attire, donning a hat and mask to conceal her identity, and slipped away. That night, Su Yin refrained from casting her nightmare spell upon Li Weiniang, for she intended to heal her own wounds swiftly before embarking on her mission. The following day, after Su Yin left for the cafeteria at noon, she settled into a corner with her meal. Before long, someone took a seat across from her and said, "Hi, Su Yin. I heard you were injured, so I came to check on you." Su Yin lifted her gaze to find a slick, untrustworthy face staring back at her. His shifty eyes betrayed his intentions. She rummaged through her memory and identified him, replying, "Zhou Yi? Your expression and tone suggest this is our first encounter." Zhou Yi smiled. Internally, Su Yin mused that indeed, she had only heard his voice the previous night. She scrutinized the man before her, noting the unmistakable lewdness in his gaze. She scoffed inwardly, thinking, so this is the person Li Weiniang found? Truly, a mountain chicken paired with a wild boar. Nearby, she sensed several pairs of eyes fixated on her and cast a glance in their direction, discovering it was the 3 ruffians who had caused trouble the day before. Zhou Yi followed her gaze and exchanged a knowing look with Sun Yueqi and the others, then turned back to her with a smile, saying, "Wu Hong and his friends are not bad people. Yesterday's events were merely a misunderstanding. They sent me to apologize on their behalf." Su Yin turned her head to confront him. "So you are all in cahoots?" "We are all friends," Zhou Yi replied with a grin. "I am not your friend. I advise you not to provoke me, or you shall face the consequences," Su Yin retorted coldly, rising with her tray to leave. Zhou Yi watched her depart with an air of superiority, his previously smug smile fading into disdain. Once Su Yin exited the cafeteria, Sun Yuqi approached Zhou Yi, saying, "Bro Zhou, I told you, a woman like her, who holds herself in such high regard, only has eyes for Li Zhao. You are merely pressing your warm face against her cold backside. This Su Yin has become quite formidable, hasn't she? She publicly humiliated the three of us yesterday, all while hiding behind the captain's support." Zheng Fan added with contempt, "Just look at her. She is shameless. What is she pretending to be, a virtuous maiden?" Wu Heng chimed in. Zhou Yi squinted his small eyes, filled with calculation, and then scoffed sarcastically, "No matter how lofty one may be, are they not still dependent on a man? One can only speculate on the extent of flattery behind Li Zhao's back." Indeed, Sun Yueqi concurred, mentioning that he had been kicked yesterday, and even now, there remains a lingering pain. At this moment, his animosity towards Su Yin is palpable, filled with a desire to bind her and deliver a series of resounding slaps, seeking to unleash his pent-up frustration. To contend with women, one need not resort to physical force. Instead, one must employ the methods befitting a man. Zhou Yi smirked wickedly, his lips curling in a sinister smile. Sun Yueqi and the others immediately grasped his meaning, their faces contorting into malevolent grins, their eyes gleaming with lascivious intent. Zhou Yi snorted disdainfully, thinking to himself, "Su Yin, you have brought this upon yourself. If you choose to reject my kindness, do not blame me for lacking compassion." He had originally intended to approach her with a gentler demeanor. Li Zhao, despite being rebuffed regarding the fire-type crystal core for Su Yin, still delivered a small pouch of exchanged fire crystals to her. Su Yin regarded him thoughtfully before replying, "Consider it a debt. I shall repay you in due time." Li Zhao then shifted the topic, inquiring, "We embark on our mission tomorrow. Is your health adequate?" Su Yin nodded. Her chest had been recovering quite well over the past few days. Reflecting on who had inflicted the injury upon her, she inquired, "Will there be any other female abilities users present besides myself tomorrow? It feels more convenient to team up with a girl," Su Yin remarked. "No, it's just you," Li Zhao replied. "There are already few ability users at the base, and currently, you're only the second female one. Before you, there was Li Weiying, a first-tier wood type." "All right," Su Yin said, though inwardly she thought, "TSK, what a shame. She gets to live a couple more days." Li Zhao studied her before finally voicing the question on his mind. "Can I team up with you tomorrow?" Su Yin tilted her head, recalling that Li Zhao might harbor some unspoken intentions toward her. She replied, "We'll see how the assignments go tomorrow." Li Zhao fell silent. Watching him depart, Su Yin leaned against the doorframe with her arms crossed. At present, she had no desire to entangle herself in matters of romance. After all, the original host had met her demise precisely because of Li Zhao, inciting the jealousy of Li Weiying. More importantly, she simply felt no particular attachment to him. Having obtained the fire attribute crystal cores, Su Yin returned to her room to study how to absorb their energy. She examined the 7 or 8 pale red rhombic crystals, testing them with her hand to no avail. Then, summoning a wisp of mystic flame in her palm, she ignited the cores. The fire swelled, and threads of fire essence seeped into her body. Closing her eyes, Su Yin circulated the energy within her. But it was far too meager. She needed a substantial quantity of fire cores. Moreover, these were of mediocre purity, their elemental concentration disappointingly low. Clearly, she would have to procure more herself tomorrow. As dusk settled, a knock sounded at her door. "Who is it?" she called out. "It is I, Su Yin." A girl outside the door said. Su Yin opened the door, and the girl outside remarked, "Su Yin, the captain is looking for you. She wants you to come to the West Square to discuss some matters." Su Yin gazed at her, her mind failing to connect the dots, and inquired, "What matters are we to discuss? I am uncertain about this. I am merely conveying a message, not possessing any supernatural abilities," the other party remarked. Su Yin gazed at her, and as she prepared to write a letter, she lowered her head to see the girl's hands clasped together in front of her. Su Yin raised her eyes, arching an eyebrow, and inquired, "Why are you still here?" "Ah, well, I have delivered your message. You must go. The captain is still waiting for you," the girl replied. "All right," Su Yin responded. Subsequently, she departed, and a smile played on her lips as she entered the room. She crafted a paper figure and blew gently upon it, allowing it to venture forth in her stead. Li Zhao might seek her, yet this messenger seemed more dubious. As expected, 10 minutes later, Su Yin overheard her conversing with others. "Did you tell her what you needed to?" "I did." "And what of Su Yin?" "She said she would come." The voices of these two women were not those of Li Weiying, yet they certainly did not seem benevolent. Thus, Su Yin recited an incantation, replacing the figure with another. It was already 7 in the evening. Darkness enveloped the sky, and at the western ruins, Sun Yueqi and his companions crouched on the ground amidst a pile of cigarette butts. Zhou Gu, why hasn't T Su Yin arrived yet? Didn't T Xiaoya say she would call for her at 5:40? Damn, my legs are numb from squatting. Is she really standing us up? Zhou Yi listened to their grumbling, his expression as dark as a stormy sky. Li Wanning, is this how you handle matters? You can't even summon a single person. Eventually, they could no longer endure the wait and rose to leave. When Zhou Yi sought out Li Wanning, he found her hurriedly passing by. She slipped into a secluded corner and lowered her voice. Have you lost your mind? You actually came looking for me. Humph. Do you think I wanted to? Tell me, where is Su Yin? Zhou Yi retorted, boiling with frustration. Didn't T Xiaoya and the others go to find her? Li Wanning replied. Find her? We've been waiting for an hour or two, and not a single shadow has appeared. Zhou Yi exploded. Li Wanning, if I help you, you must cooperate. Am I just a plaything to you? Chapter 17. We have been played. Li Wanning gritted her teeth, declaring. I'll go ask Xiaoya. Zhou Yi seized her arm, pulling her back. Li Wanning, today you have breached our agreement. We'll meet at the usual place later. You. Li Wanning glared at him, feeling that Zhou Yi was utterly shameless. What? Do you think you have a right to complain? You have squandered our precious time, and your compensation will be settled later, not included with those previous instances. Zhou Yi sneered, then forcefully released her arm, striding away with an air of arrogance. Li Wanning winced as her arm throbbed painfully, fighting back tears of resentment as she glared at Zhou Yi's retreating figure. Turning around, she caught sight of Xiaoya and Bai Qinggu standing at the corner of the stairs, and her anger surged as she marched toward them. Wanning, Zhou Yi is looking for you, Bai Qinggu began, but Li Wanning cut her off, shouting, What on earth have you done about the task I assigned you? You couldn't even summon a single person, utterly useless. Both Xiaoya and Bai Qinggu were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by her sudden outburst. What do you mean by not coming? Xiaoya frowned and asked. Did something happen? What did you say? It's Su Yin. Li Wanning glared at her, suppressing her voice. These two foolish girls can't even handle this minor issue. It caused that brute, Zhou Yi, to vent his anger on her. Su Yin didn't go? Bai Qinggu whispered, glancing at Xiaoya. How could that be possible? The person I contacted assured me she would attend. Xiaoya retorted, feeling exasperated as her two sisters questioned her. Anger and frustration bubbled within her, prompting her to seek out the messenger for clarification. When the trio finally located the woman, Xiaoya forcefully pushed her to the ground and demanded, Did you not say that Su Yin would be here? Did she truly come? I don't know. I merely relayed the message. She said she would go. The woman whimpered, her palms scraped and bleeding from the fall. Bai Qinggu crouched down, tugging at the woman's ear as she interrogated, Did you truly deliver the message, or were you merely deceiving us? The woman, wincing in pain, squeaked in response. I really did. I swear. Seeing this, Xiaoya's anger flared, and she slapped the woman across the face. Speak the truth. Did you truly tell her? Tears streamed down the woman's face as she nodded repeatedly. Did Su Yin herself say she would attend? Li Wanning demanded, towering over her. Why yes, the woman stammered, her sobs interrupting her speech. Xiaoya stood up alongside Bai Qinggu, her voice laced with resentment. If the message was delivered, could it be that Su Yin did this on purpose? Are you suggesting she stood us up intentionally? Bai Qinggu frowned in disbelief. Li Wanning scrutinized both of them, then glanced back at the sobbing woman on the ground, realizing she wouldn't dare oppose them. Damn it, that despicable Su Yin. She played me for a fool. Li Wanning erupted in anger, reflecting on Su Yin's behavior since her awakening of powers. Li Wanning noted how unsettling and malicious her laughter had become. Surely, she was secretly plotting her revenge. Curse it. She must have known this was a trap. Bai Qinggu exclaimed in frustration. Xiaoya turned sharply to glare at the woman on the floor, who shook her head frantically, crying, I said nothing. I just conveyed your exact words. We've been manipulated by her. Xiaoya seethed, her teeth grinding in fury. Li Wanning, her jaw clenched in fury, stormed off, mentally cursing, You vile woman, Su Yin. Just wait. I will make you pay 100-fold. I will ensure Zhou Yi and his gang torment you endlessly. As Li Wanning departed, Xiaoya and Bai Qinggu followed suit. After a few steps, Xiaoya turned back to threaten the woman. If you dare speak of this, you know what awaits you. The woman could only cry, her tears obscuring her vision as she watched their retreating figures. Filled with fear and resentment, she was powerless, lacking any abilities, while Xiao Ye and Bai Qinggu, as leaders endowed with powers, held a high status in the base. Opposing them would be akin to courting death. However, whether it was a figment of her imagination or not, she seemed to perceive a corner of a white skirt jutting out from one of the individuals. Regrettably, her vision was too blurred to discern clearly. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence to her. She yearned for vengeance, and until that moment arrived, she could only endure in silence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yin overheard yet another scheming plot within the confines of her room. She scoffed inwardly, thinking, TSK, Li Wenying, if you possess such capabilities, why not emerge from the base tomorrow? Do you truly believe you can contend with me using such trivial tactics? Pathetic. Yet, these three nuisances, perpetually prancing about, were indeed bothersome. A sly smile crept across Su Yin's lips. She decided to provide one for free, and perhaps 3 additional nightmares as gifts for them. Oh, and what was that fellow's name? Zhou Yi. Let us make it 4, then. Thus, the crimson runes unfurled in her hands, dissipating into the wind. Bai Qinggu and Xiao Ye were the first to succumb to their dreams, while Li Wenying and Zhou Yi were treated to a rather provocative spectacle. TSK. It was quite the vivid imagery, and she rather fancied letting Li Zhao in on it as well, considering the great sacrifices Li Wenying had made for him. Chapter 18. Waiting for the rabbit to fall into the trap this night was destined to be fraught with nightmares. The following day, as the women busied themselves with cleaning, they chattered incessantly. Did you hear last night? Someone was wailing like a banshee. Huh. I was in the easternmost room and didn't hear a thing. The sounds seemed to emanate from those rooms to the west. It was terrifying. The west? Isn't that where Bai Qinggu and her friends are staying? I haven't seen them since this morning. Could it be haunted? At that moment, in the girls' dormitory, Xiao Ye and Bai Qinggu clung to one another, their sobs echoing through the room. The dream had been utterly horrifying. Woo, I dreamt I was being chased by zombies, dying repeatedly only to live again, and then die once more. I dreamt I was being turned into corpse oil. In a dark, murky jar, ugh. Their cries rose and fell in a cacophony. While not far from them, Li Wenying fared no better. She relived her nightmare, which Su Yin had expertly crafted to torment her. The sound of gnashing teeth lingered in her ears, and clutching her head, Li Wenying wept silently, trembling in fear. This could not continue. Su Yin must not be allowed to remain. By 9 o'clock, the awakened ability users queued at the base entrance, their eyes fixed upon Su Yin as she approached. The reason was simple. She was the second female ability user within the base, having awakened to a second-level fire ability. Everyone was eager to team up with her, both to gauge her true strength and to forge closer ties. After all, she had yet to solidify her position with the captain. Among the group, 2 individuals watched her with keen interest. One was overt in his intentions, while the other wore a pallid expression, gazing at Su Yin as if he had just ingested something foul. His predicament stemmed from the nightmare of the previous night. He could hardly fathom why he had dreamt of Su Yin. He had intended to indulge himself in the dream, but in that fleeting moment, she transformed into a flesh-eating zombie, terrifying him to the point of near paralysis. Awaking that morning, he was left with lingering repercussions, unable to stomach even breakfast. Su Yin cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Yi and the team, a subtle smile gracing her lips. As she was the only woman in the group today, Li Zhao suggested, Su Yin, pair up with someone. Who would you like to team with? Is anyone left unpaired? Su Yin inquired. I am. So am I. None of us are. The others chimed in. Li Zhao frowned at their responses, particularly when he noticed Sun Yueqi joining in. Wasn't he supposed to be teamed up with Zhou Yi? Who would like to partner with me? Su Yin asked, surveying the group. I would. Me too. They exclaimed. Su Yin, I possess a level 2 ability. A gentle smile appeared on Su Yin's face, her bright eyes sparkling, a smile that could easily enchant all the men present, leaving them utterly captivated. Zhou Yi, having emerged from the nightmare of the previous night, realized that Su Yin was far more beautiful than Li Wenying, leading him to question how she could possibly be the one to bite off his. Well, you know. Su Yin, consider teaming up with me, Zhou Yi proposed. Though he knew the likelihood was slim, especially since she, like Li Wenying, was fond of Li Zhao. He and Sun Yueqi had already conspired to wait for an opportunity during a zombie outbreak to separate the two of them and then make their move on Su Yin. Looking at Zhou Yi, Su Yin replied, sure. Zhou Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Su Yin who had dismissed him so disdainfully the day before would now agree to pair with him, forsaking Li Zhao. The others, though eager to voice their opinions, ultimately remained silent upon witnessing Su Yin's choice. After all, Zhou Yi and his group were notorious for their escapades with women, and it was well known that he would pounce on any beautiful woman in sight. Su Yin's selection of Zhou Yi seemed akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den. However, since the captain had yet to voice any objections, and given that he usually turned a blind eye to their affairs within the base, it was understood that he would not interfere, especially considering the scarcity of ability users. Li Zhao furrowed his brow and asked Su Yin, "Are you certain?" She nodded affirmatively. Li Zhao pressed his lips together and addressed Zhou Yi. "You must ensure Su Yin's safety. Rest assured, Captain, I will take care of it," Zhou Yi replied to Su Yin, his smile carrying an inscrutable meaning. To the other team members, his tone and expression resembled that of a hungry wolf ready to pounce. Nevertheless, it was expected that he would not overstep boundaries during their mission. Li Zhao maintained a neutral expression as the remaining members freely paired off, and they all boarded the large truck to set off. Due to her being the only woman, Su Yin took a seat in the back row, avoiding the cramped conditions of the rear compartment. The ability user at the wheel, unable to restrain himself, remarked, "Su Yin, you can still change your partner. I think the captain would be a good choice. Zhou Yi is not a good person." He added, "It's fine. It's just a mission," Su Yin replied. Moreover, if she didn't choose Zhou Yi, wouldn't Li Wanting's plan fall through? It was just as well. She was curious to see how he intended to deal with her. Su Yin's lips curled into a smile reminiscent of a hunter waiting for its prey, and unsurprisingly, this marked the countdown of their lives. Chapter 19. This is truly your own snare inside the rear compartment. The other team members cast envious and jealous glances at Zhou Yi, though the predominant sentiment was one of regret, hoping he would not truly act against Su Yin. Zhou Yi noticed their disdainful stares. He sat with arms crossed, a smug smile plastered across his face, which made Li Zhao furrow his brows in discontent. Yet, with Su Yin having chosen him, there was little he could do to intervene. As Zhou Yi gazed at the ruins receding behind them, he mused, "Su Yin, this is entirely your own doing. When heaven offers a path, you choose not to tread it, yet you barge into hell uninvited. This saves me the trouble of seeking opportunities." Upon arriving at their destination, the group disembarked. Li Zhao issued a few brief instructions before dispersing the team. Zhou Yi exchanged a glance with Sun Yueqi and then set off alongside Su Yin from a different direction. Li Zhao, observing Su Yin's silhouette, ultimately opted for a route that closely followed hers. This area had once thrived as a bustling urban district, replete with grand shopping centers. However, it now lay desolate, with crumbling walls and abandoned structures. Zhou Yi regarded the composed young lamb beside him, seemingly oblivious to the peril she was about to encounter. He feigned curiosity, asking, "Su Yin, just yesterday you asked me to keep my distance. What brings you to team up with me today?" "To avoid misunderstandings. I wish not to give Li Wanqing the wrong impression," Su Yin replied. "Is that so?" Zhou Yi smirked. Su Yin turned to look at him, her gaze haughty as she stated, "Were it not for the requirement of pairing up, I would not choose to accompany you. As for you, it was merely a random selection." Seeing her adopt such an aloof demeanor, Zhou Yi chuckled coldly in his heart, thinking, "Soon, she shall plead for mercy." As Su Yin prepared to enter a dilapidated supermarket, Zhou Yi glanced at Li Zhao, who was occasionally casting glances in their direction, and suggested, "Let us head to the other side. This supermarket clearly lacks supplies." Su Yin nodded and followed him. After they turned the corner, they vanished from sight, causing Li Zhao to frown once more. "Captain, shall we not investigate this supermarket?" inquired one of his teammates. Reluctantly, Li Zhao withdrew his gaze and set off in search of supplies. Zhou Yi led the way, veering further off course, winding through the ruins, while Su Yin trailed behind, her lips curving upward, arms crossed. After some time, feigning confusion, Su Yin asked, "Zhou Yi, where are we headed?" "To gather supplies," Zhou Yi replied, then turned to her, assuring, "Do not worry, I am quite familiar with this area." Su Yin nodded, believing him wholeheartedly. Observing her naivety made Zhou Yi scoff internally, thinking, with such limited intellect. Li Wanqing claimed she outmaneuvered them last night. It seems the message simply failed to reach her. Otherwise, Su Yin would have already complied, and today's events would not have transpired. Last night, he was with Sun Yueqi and the others. If Su Yin had approached, she would have had to stand and walk towards them, only to crawl back in defeat. They would have had her at their mercy long ago. As they navigated through the winding paths to a seemingly safe location, Zhou Yi came to a halt. Su Yin raised an eyebrow and, after he turned to face her, frowned and inquired, "Why have you stopped?" Zhou Yi regarded her with an innocent expression, but soon his face morphed into a lewd grin as he began to inch closer to Su Yin. She retreated step by step, deepening her frown, and questioned, "What do you intend to do, Zhou Yi? What do you think I want to do?" Zhou Yi replied with a mischievous smile. Su Yin furrowed her brows. "I don't know what," but her words trailed off as she noticed his hand had found its way to her left arm. "This is quite a nice spot." Free from interruptions, Zhou Yi leered, his gaze becoming increasingly lascivious. As a sense of dread washed over her, Su Yin felt helpless, anticipating a fate of despair while waiting for Sun Yueqi to arrive. Oh, so, if someone were to perish here, no one would be the wiser? Su Yin pondered her precarious situation. It truly is an excellent hiding place. But it's not just that. Zhou Yi chuckled, eyeing the oblivious woman before him. He found Su Yin to be an easy target, far simpler to handle than Li Weiniang, and thought she might provide entertainment for the long term. Su Yin's right hand had already begun to gather mysterious flames behind her back, preparing to retaliate. However, as she readied herself, her peripheral vision caught sight of a stiff figure approaching. "Someone else coming." "Zhou Yi," she exclaimed urgently. "What do you mean someone? Are you trying to trick me?" Zhou Yi dismissed her. "There really is someone," Su Yin insisted, panic evident in her expression. Zhou Yi, noting her sincerity, turned around, only to be confronted by a zombie shambling toward him. "Damn, what kind of person is that?" "It's a zombie," Zhou Yi cursed. "You can't even tell the difference between a person and a zombie?" Su Yin, both frightened and flustered, exclaimed, "What should we do, Zhou Yi? It's coming. Fight." "What about your abilities?" Zhou Yi replied while erecting earthen spikes to obstruct the approaching zombie. "My abilities," Su Yin began, conjuring her mysterious flames. However, as she aimed her fireball at the zombie, it extinguished mid-flight before making contact. "What the hell? Is this the extent of your fire-based power?" Zhou Yi asked incredulously. "Yes, I'm still recovering from my injuries. This is the best I can manage right now," Su Yin replied in distress. Zhou Yi laughed in frustration. Realizing why Li Weiniang had remarked that Su Yin harbored animosity yet refrained from taking action, her fire abilities were utterly inadequate against Li Weiniang. Furthermore, her apparent superiority in the base stemmed from her association with Li Zhao. Out here, she was nothing. Zhou Yi's earthen spikes failed to deter the zombie, forcing him to retreat while simultaneously launching attacks. Meanwhile, Su Yin smirked, relishing the unfolding drama. Initially, she contemplated incinerating Zhou Yi entirely. However, given the circumstances, she decided to capitalize on the situation. Zhou Yi, originally managing to fend off the zombie, found himself overwhelmed as two additional zombies emerged. As the undead caught the scent of fresh human flesh, they approached with bulging eyes and black, viscous drool. Although this grotesque sight was only the second encounter for Su Yin, it still repulsed her. If she hadn't been waiting for them to devour Zhou Yi, she would have intervened much sooner. It was quite intolerable. Zhou Yi was simultaneously battling three zombies, spreading his abilities too thin, which only accelerated the zombies' advance. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "Damn it, why are there so many?" Furthermore, he had the added burden of protecting Su Yin. Realizing his attacks were ineffective, he resolved to flee. After all, preserving his life was far more important than being unable to consume anything. As he prepared to escape, Su Yin suddenly grabbed his shirt, exclaiming, "Zhou Yi, where are you going?" "To escape, of course," he cursed, tugging at his clothes in vain, unable to break free from her grip, and was thus unceremoniously dragged along. Unable to run swiftly, just as Zhou Yi intended to push her away, two zombies approached from the opposite direction, effectively trapping him in the alley. He felt utterly cursed today. Had it not been for the intention to lure Su Yin here, he would never have ventured into such a narrow passage. Yet now, with 5 zombies confronting him and Su Yin proving to be utterly useless, his frustrations reached a boiling point. In a moment of desperation, he seized Su Yin's arm and attempted to use her as a human shield, urging her to clear a path. However, Su Yin skillfully used the momentum to leap onto a nearby stone, executing a flawless backflip and landing gracefully behind the 2 zombies. Zhou Yi stared in disbelief. What the hell? When did Su Yin become so agile? Having escaped the encirclement, Su Yin turned to Zhou Yi with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Zhou Yi. Damn it. I didn't need your thanks. I intended for you to distract the zombies." Zhou Yi retorted as the zombies advanced from both directions, leaving him no means of escape. "Su Yin, hurry and save me," he shouted in desperation. I'll go find help, Suyin replied calmly. By the time you return, I'll be bitten. You need to divert those 2 zombies in front of you, Zhou Yi exclaimed in panic while defending himself. Suyin, gazing at the 2 zombies before her, shrugged helplessly and said, but they're not attacking me. Zhou Yi was infuriated, nearly losing his mind at her foolishness. Divert them. Don't you know how to distract them? Just as Suyin prepared to watch the unfolding chaos, a piercing gaze from behind prompted her to turn sharply. She locked eyes with a figure not far away, squinting slightly, and they stood there, staring at one another. Why does he seem somewhat familiar? She pondered. He bore a striking difference from the other zombies. His eyes were not as bulging, and there was no repulsive slime at the corners of his mouth. However, the peculiar purple veins adorning his face and the prominent dark blue blood vessels on his neck signified that he was indeed a monster. If one were to insist, he was perhaps slightly more aesthetically pleasing than the multitude of other grotesque beings. As Suyin assessed him, Shun Yi was equally scrutinizing her. The image of this woman, having merely caught a glimpse of her, was etched firmly in his memory, and her extraordinary abilities made him wary of any rash actions. Just days prior, he vividly recalled her setting ablaze several of his zombie subordinates with fire. Suyin, why don't you go fetch someone to save me? Zhou Yi exclaimed, expecting her to seek help, yet she remained rooted in place. But there are zombies ahead, Suyin retorted. At that moment, the previously motionless zombie suddenly lunged towards her with alarming speed. Suyin furrowed her brow at his swiftness, recalling that this was reminiscent of the day she had been attacked by a horde of zombies upon her rebirth, one of which had relentlessly pursued them, unnoticed by others. Her instincts screamed that this zombie was on an entirely different level than the ordinary ones. He was an advanced zombie. Shun Yi charged at the woman, his hand transforming into claws, and it was then that Zhou Yi noticed another remarkably swift zombie approaching them, filling him with terror. How could this be? How is it possible? Aren't zombies supposed to be sluggish? The realization struck him. This zombie must have undergone a secondary mutation. Panic surged within Zhou Yi. He was caught between a rock and a hard place, and now the only one who could potentially assist him, Suyin, was facing this mutated zombie. Was this to be his last day? He enveloped himself with his earth abilities, creating a protective barrier of layers to fend off the zombies while awaiting rescue. All the while knowing that Suyin would likely perish first. He watched as the mutated zombie lunged at Suyin, seemingly poised to grasp her throat. While her death would be regrettable, it would also fulfill Li Weiniang's demands. After all, new women would arrive at the base in due time. In truth, he could have used his abilities to shield Suyin from the mutated zombie's assault from a distance. Yet he was already encircled by 5 zombies and wished to avoid provoking the mutated one. Otherwise, his earthen shield would not hold for long. Just as he anticipated Suyin being caught by the creature, she astonishingly evaded its grasp. Zhou Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had initially thought her leap was merely a stroke of luck, yet now, facing the mutated zombie, she had once again managed to escape its clutches. It was worth noting that this zombie's speed was on par with that of a level 2 ability user. As the zombie reached her, Suyin swiftly conjured mystical flames in her hands, realizing that without a protective layer of fire, a mere scratch could lead to her infection. She found herself intrigued by the prowess of this advanced zombie. Unlike the lower-tier zombies, which were evidently devoid of intelligence, relying solely on their sense of smell and exhibiting relatively sluggish speeds, easily dealt with by simply incinerating them, this higher-level creature was markedly different. It possessed a clear awareness, keenly observing its surroundings, and seized the opportunity to launch an attack while she was momentarily distracted by conversation. Moreover, its speed was commendable, though its offensive strength remained uncertain. As Suyin confronted her opponent head-on, her strikes imbued with mystical fire, Shun Yi was compelled to evade before countering. Although the flames appeared modest, their heat was extraordinary. Merely brushing his hand against them left a charred mark. Zombies lack the sensation of pain, so it was only when he caught the whiff of burnt flesh that he glanced down to discover his injury. Observing Shun Yi's constant retreats without any offensive maneuvers, Suyin raised an eyebrow and taunted, "Is this all you've got?" Shun Yi, contemplating the situation, realized that if she were not shielded by her fiery powers, he would certainly retaliate. As Suyin closed in, her strikes becoming increasingly rapid, Shun Yi bent at the waist and, spotting a stick nearby, seized it instantaneously to launch an attack. Suyin recognized that he had indeed resorted to using a weapon, confirming that this was a highly intelligent zombie capable of utilizing tools. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, who had been witnessing the entire exchange, was internally cursing. Damn it, Suyin, are you doing this on purpose? Your powers are clearly more formidable than you claimed, yet you deceived me into believing you wielded only a small fireball. You even suggested it could be extinguished. Even if her abilities were as limited as she professed, her physical prowess was undeniably impressive. She could easily contend with zombies in hand-to-hand combat, capable of engaging mutated zombies for several rounds. Thus, Zhou Yi seethed with mixed feelings of anger and frustration, vowing that if he survived this ordeal, he would ensure Su Yin faced dire consequences. Meanwhile, on Su Yin's side, the advanced zombie's attack power indeed escalated with its newfound weapon. Suspecting its fear of her mystical flames, she raised her right hand, causing the fire to surge. Zhou Yi, unable to contain himself, shouted, "You have powers. Why don't you use them? Are you deliberately trying to get me killed?" Hearing his outburst, Su Yin mused. Why should I waste my mystical fire? As her flames intensified, Shun Yi retreated a couple of steps, but Su Yin was not inclined to grant him an escape route, promptly blocking his retreat with her fire. Shun Yi surveyed the fiery barrier encircling him, contemplating whether to reveal his own abilities, knowing such an action would expose him entirely. If a zombie awakened its powers, it was likely that humanity would unite to capture and dissect him. However, what if all those who had witnessed his abilities were already dead? Narrowing his eyes, he focused intently on the woman before him. If he could eliminate her, and that man using his powers, no one would ever learn of his abilities. Su Yin approached the advanced zombie, her eyes gleaming with the exhilaration of the hunt. She had been accustomed to being served, and just a few days ago, she expressed a desire to find someone to fetch her tea and water. Now, it seemed that an opportunity had presented itself. This creature, unlike ordinary zombies, possessed a semblance of intelligence and could serve as both a servant and a protector. As for its appearance, with a bit of refinement, it could be made to resemble a human. Thus, it was indeed a perfect match, an ideal candidate. With the experience of her previous life, she would not bind a living person to a contract. Rather, a monster would be easier to manipulate. Although it possessed some intellect, it was not overly cunning, and she could easily suppress its strength, ensuring no rebellious thoughts would arise. Chapter 22. Excellent compliance. As Shun Yi watched the woman approach him, he found it perplexing that he could not detect the murderous intent in her eyes. Instead, he perceived a sense of determination, akin to that of a child with a new toy. Particularly, the smile that graced her lips concealed a deadly edge, leaving him bewildered. Did she not kill? Was this her expression prior to slaying zombies? As she closed the distance to merely 100 meters, Shun Yi tightened his grip on the stick in his right hand and, with a speed akin to a flash, launched an attack. This time, Su Yin refrained from employing her mystical fire, for she feared the possibility of singeing her servant's face, which would be quite an eyesore. Although she was not particularly concerned with appearances, she wished for her companion to at least be presentable, ensuring she would not be embarrassed in public. Su Yin bit her finger, murmuring an incantation, as a blood-red rune gradually materialized above her head. Shun Yi, witnessing this phenomenon, instinctively grew wary, for it was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar ability in a person. Just as he observed the crimson rune glowing ever more intensely, the woman swiftly formed a seal with her hands, and the red symbol surged forth, enveloping him entirely. Shun Yi's heart raced, and he attempted to retreat. But it was too late. Almost instantly, he found himself bound by invisible ropes and was involuntarily transported before the woman. His eyes widened in shock, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Her abilities had surpassed all his expectations. He had believed her power to be solely fire-based. And yet, what was this strange technique? Why could he not move at all? The contract rune descended upon him, and a gust of wind arose around them. The more he struggled, the tighter the bindings became. Even though he could see no ropes, Su Yin had established a blood contract, which required absolute obedience to the commands of the other party. Shun Yi glared fiercely at the woman before him, exerting all his strength, only to realize that he was unable to utilize his powers at all. This woman was truly terrifying. In that moment, Shun Yi finally understood that he had become the fish on her chopping board. Lamenting the fact that he was to perish at the hands of a woman in such a manner, he was unwilling to accept this fate, as he had yet to avenge himself. Just as the crimson light of the rune reached its zenith, Shun Yi shut his eyes, expecting death to claim him. However, contrary to his expectations, he did not meet his end. Moments later, he opened his eyes, astonished to find that he was still alive. The mysterious and eerie rune vanished, marking the formal establishment of the contract. Gazed incredulously at the woman before him, soon feeling his body regain its natural ease. Just as he prepared to launch an attack, the woman, unperturbed, curled her lips into a smirk and uttered a single word, "Stop." Before could even comprehend the significance of that word, his body once again froze. His outstretched hand suspended in midair. His eyes widened in disbelief. Had he truly fallen under her mental control? She possessed the extraordinary ability of brain domain manipulation. Suyin, observing her handiwork, reached out and playfully flicked his forehead, her expression one of satisfaction. "Very good, quite obedient," she remarked. Stared at her, his gaze intense. While Suyin felt a slight weakness, having expended some of her own blood in the blood pact, leaving her somewhat drained. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, witnessing the strange aura Suyin had conjured without eliminating the mutated zombie, was baffled. The zombie, which had seemed poised to strike, suddenly halted its advance. Zhou Yi, feeling his abilities depleting and his earthen shield faltering under the scrutiny of 5 ravenous zombies, called out desperately, "Suyin, hurry and save me." Suyin turned her head towards him and instructed her newly contracted servant, "Follow me." Found himself inexplicably compelled to follow her, his body no longer under his command. He was utterly ensnared, experiencing an agonizing sense of helplessness. As he watched Suyin's retreating figure, he realized that if he merely extended his hand, he could easily snap her neck. Yet, her power over his mind rendered his limbs immobile. Zhou Yi felt a surge of relief as Suyin approached. But his joy was short-lived when he noticed the mutated zombie trailing closely behind her. "Zombie, that mutated zombie is following you," he exclaimed. Suyin, unfazed, replied coolly, "Perhaps you should be more concerned about your own predicament." Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of her implication, but soon grasped the situation. The mutated zombie was merely following her without aggression. As Suyin drew nearer, the 2 zombies before Zhou Yi, previously digging in the dirt, caught a whiff of a fresher scent. They turned, their mouths oozing black viscous fluid, fixated on her. Though they yearned to attack, an instinctual hesitation gripped them. Sensing the presence of something more formidable nearby, Suyin extended her right hand, and before the 2 indecisive zombies could react, she unleashed her, enveloping them in flames that crackled and sparked. Chapter 23. How can this woman articulate everything so effortlessly? The zombies emitted agonized cries, but stood by, unperturbed. These lowly creatures were not his kin. To him, they were mere pawns to be manipulated. Regardless of his desire to intervene, he was currently at the mercy of another. Utterly incapacitated, Zhou Yi watched as she effortlessly dispatched 2 zombies, truly deserving of her fire-based abilities. And he had completely come to trust that her power was indeed at the 2nd level. "Suyin, although you just deceived me, given that you saved my life, I can reluctantly overlook it," Zhou Yi declared, lifting his chin. If this were the case, he might as well treat Suyin well and consider her as his legitimate partner. Suyin raised an eyebrow at his words, thinking, "Oh? Should I be thanking you then?" As Zhou Yi prepared to leap over the earthen shield before him, Suyin glanced back at the zombies behind her. Shani, observing her, surprisingly deciphered her intent through her gaze. It was no longer a mere verbal command, but a direct mental wave that compelled him. Shen Yi's body began to move uncontrollably again, and he seized Zhou Yi by the neck, lifting him off the ground, half of the earth shield overturned. Zhou Yi instantly panicked, trying to push away the zombie's arm, but the grip was astonishingly strong, akin to a vice tightening around his throat. He quickly found it difficult to breathe and, with pleading eyes, looked at Suyin, exclaiming, Suyin, help me." With a mere glance from Suyin, Shun Yi yanked Zhou Yi down, pinning his arms and legs, forcing him to kneel before her. Zhou Yi, bewildered, could not comprehend why the zombie chose not to devour him, but instead held him down. He looked up at Suyin, who stood over him with her arms crossed, her gaze frigid and indifferent. Suyin regarded Zhou Yi with disdain, casually remarking, "I recall you saying before bringing me here that this is a fine place, where even if someone dies, no one would know." Zhou Yi struggled with every ounce of strength, yet it felt as though 1,000 pounds were pressing down on his back. It dawned on him that the mutated zombie seemed to obey Su Yin's commands. Otherwise, why would it refrain from attacking her and instead subdue him before her? He stared at Su Yin in disbelief, astonished not only by her formidable powers, but also by her ability to command the zombies. What manner of creature was she? Furthermore, Su Yin had never intended to rescue him. Through gritted teeth, Zhou Yi demanded, "What do you want?" Ah, shouldn't I be asking you? What were your intentions from the very beginning? Su Yin inquired with a light scoff. Zhou Yi remained silent, glaring at her fiercely. He needed to buy time, waiting for others to rescue him, after which he would expose Su Yin as a monster to everyone. He also intended to ensure that everyone knew she sought to kill him. Recalling the terrifying dream from the previous night, Zhou Yi thought perhaps Su Yin could control zombies because she herself was one. Seeing his stubbornness, Su Yin crouched down to meet his gaze, a slight smile gracing her lips. Since you refuse to speak, shall I assist you? She proposed. How do you feel about being with Li Wanning? Su Yin continued, her smile widening. Zhou Ye's eyes widened in shock. This was something he had never disclosed to anyone. It must have been revealed by Li Wanning herself. Her cries are rather pleasing, aren't they? Su Yin added. However, you are merely a 2-minute man, and it seems she cannot be satisfied. Su Yin continued. Hearing this, Shen Yi gazed at her with a hint of melancholy, pondering how this woman could utter such words so freely. Did she perhaps witness it herself? Zhou Yi, feeling humiliated, retorted angrily. That's not true. Damn it. Li Wanning, you told me not to speak recklessly, yet you secretly spread such slander behind my back. Su Yin interjected. Is Li Wanning trying to ruin my reputation by destroying yours? Zhou Yi remained silent, believing that as long as he denied it, Su Yin would have no evidence to support her claims, and when others arrived, they would see how arrogant she truly was. Regrettably, I had hoped that Li Wanning would make an appearance today. Nevertheless, Su Yin slowly rose to her feet, a cold smile gracing her lips. You may take her place for now. As she observed the murderous intent in Su Yin's eyes, Zhou Yi bellowed, Su Yin, do you dare? The Team 1T let you get away with this. Su Yin replied coolly, dislocate his jaw. Zhou Ye's eyes widened in disbelief, and in the next moment, a sickening crack echoed, the sound of bone dislocating. Ah, no. Zhou Yi cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face as he struggled to articulate a coherent plea for help. Su Yin withdrew a sword from her storage bracelet, and once again, Shen Yi was left astonished. He was certain he hadn't lost focus. So where did this woman's weapon originate? Zhou Yi, now too terrified to be surprised, yearned only to escape. Su Yin is a monster. Su Yin is a monster. I haven't used this sword in a while, so it might be a bit dull. Don't worry, I will make it swift, Su Yin remarked, pointing the blade toward a sensitive area between Zhou Ye's legs, a mischievous smile adorning her face. Chapter 24, Bring that thing along. This smile, paired with her enchanting visage, made Shen Yi feel as though he was confronting a demon from hell, her strength unfathomable and her temperament capricious. Moreover, the sword appeared exceedingly peculiar, seemingly out of place in this world, its hilt adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns, the blade gleaming with a silvery sheen. This was certainly no dull sword. Zhou Yi mumbled incoherently, shaking his head incessantly, tears cascading down his cheeks as he felt an overwhelming fear. Su Yin was truly intent on killing him. She was serious, in a desperate bid for survival. Zhou Yi struggled fiercely, but Shen Yi held him firmly in place. Then, with a swift motion, the sword fell, almost imperceptibly, and a crimson stain appeared on Zhou Ye's body. Shen Yi instinctively winced, realizing the extent of this woman's ruthlessness. Ah, no, Zhou Yi wailed, his cries filled with anguish, trembling from the pain below, staring in horror at the part of himself that Su Yin had severed. In that moment, even if he were to wet himself from fear, he could no longer do so. Soon, Li Wanning will accompany you to the underworld. You too will have company. Su Yin remarked nonchalantly, as if the one who had just acted with such violence were someone else entirely. I shall preserve these 2 pieces of meat as a keepsake for Li Wanning, Su Yin remarked with a smile. Shen Yi responded, how terrifying. He believed he should be grateful that this fearsome woman merely controlled his actions. Otherwise, he might have been slowly tormented to death by her. Zhou Yi glared at Su Yin, his mouth emitting whimpering sounds, though his jaw had dislocated, and saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. Throw him to feed the zombies, Su Yin stated with an indifferent expression. Shen Yi effortlessly lifted the kneeling Zhou Yi with one hand and tossed him in an arc behind him. The cacophony of excited zombie shrieks and the crisp sound of bones being chewed ensued. Ah! Zhou Ye's anguished cries pierced the air. Su Yin observed the standing zombies and commanded, kneel. Shen Yi complied, his knees hitting the ground firmly. Was it now his turn after the man had been eliminated? He yearned to resist and survive, yet he found himself entirely restrained, his strength suppressed. Su Yin raised her right hand, lifting the advanced zombie's chin to scrutinize him closely. Lacking sufficient power, she merely performed a simple repair. Shen Yi gazed at her, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Death seemed inevitable. After all, he had become something neither human nor ghost. It was frustrating that he had not avenged himself. He watched as the woman's right hand gathered her abilities, emanating a faint green glow, not fire, but presumably wood type. As the light approached his face, Shen Yi slightly closed his eyes, bewildered, staring blankly at the woman's face. Su Yin's complexion gradually paled as she observed the lines on the zombie's face and the veins on his neck receding, his bloodshot eyes transforming into normal black pupils. Aside from being a bit dirty, he barely resembles a human now. She withdrew her healing power, her body swaying precariously. Just before collapsing, she weakly uttered, "Catch me." Shen Yi extended his arms, catching the woman as she fell into his embrace. He noticed her pale lips, clearly a sign of her power being depleted. At that moment, she was vulnerable, an opportune time for him to strike. Su Yin leaned her head against her servant's shoulder, sensing his rebellious thoughts, and softly warned, "Dare to betray me, and you shall meet the same fate as that man." Though her voice was soft and feeble, it was imbued with a palpable threat. Moreover, Shen Yi could only think such thoughts while his body remained unresponsive to his will. "If someone arrives, say it was you who saved me," Su Yin said, her eyes gently closing. Although her elemental energy was exhausted, she was unconcerned about the advanced zombie attacking her, as this bond was one of blood. Harm to one would harm the other. "Pick up the sword. It shall be your weapon from now on," she added. Shen Yi looked at the sword that had just been used for castration and the bloody mass a short distance away. Shen Yi, can he refuse? Su Yin was particularly slender, so slender that Shen Yi could hold her effortlessly in his arms. He bent down to retrieve the sword and heard the woman in his embrace instruct, "Take that thing with you as well." Shen Yi thought, she actually wants this? Is it meant for someone named Li or something? He found a torn plastic bag on site, suppressing his disgust as he wrapped the object, to prevent herself from falling. Su Yin clasped her hands around her servantess' neck. Shen Yi glanced down at her, waiting for the next command. Behind them, 3 zombies had already devoured Zhou Yi, leaving only his clothes scattered on the ground. Su Yin need not worry about their approach, as Zhou Yi, being fearful of death, had built a sturdy earthen shield. As they were discussing finding Su Yin, a voice called out from a distance, "Su Yin." She looked up to see Li Zhao and 2 other ability users. Upon seeing them, Shen Yi instinctively tightened his grip. In this apocalyptic world, ability users and zombies were sworn enemies. Chapter 25. Relax. It's uncomfortable noticing his tension. Su Yin looked up and said, "Remember to act like a human." Shen Yi, observing his bewildered expression, she did not expect him to respond and continued, "Follow my instructions." Shen Yi fell silent. Though he appeared somewhat more sophisticated than a low-level zombie, he was still far from a normal human. Thus, it was inevitable that the ability users would target him. Li Zhao, witnessing Su Yin being held by a man while 3 zombies lurked behind them, felt a rush of anxiety and immediately unleashed a gold-based ability attack. As the attack surged towards Shen Yi, his expression hardened, yet without a command. He was unable to defend himself, his body remaining rigid. "Relax, it's uncomfortable," Su Yin expressed her dissatisfaction. Shen Yi replied, "You're about to die, and you're worried about being uncomfortable?" Su Yin was not concerned. In fact, she closed her eyes to gather her thoughts. Indeed, she was contemplating. How did that Li Wanning cry? Let me think. It should be like this. Just then, the gold-based ability flew towards Shen Yi but veered past him, directly striking the 3 zombies behind. In an instant, 1 zombie was obliterated, and the other 2 ability users swiftly dealt with the remaining zombies. Shen Yi's tensed body gradually relaxed, realizing they were not attacking him. It made sense. He was cradling a woman, their comrade, and attacking him would mean harming their own. As Li Zhao and the others approached, Su Yin slightly turned her head, her face etched with panic and fear, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. "Captain Hua? Shen Yi?" Shen Yi, the zombie, was taken aback. Expressing confusion, this woman transformed her demeanor in the blink of an eye. Li Zhao, noticing her pale complexion and extreme fragility, was instantly alarmed and asked, "What's wrong? Su Yin, are you hurt?" Su Yin shook her head gently, continuing to feign tears as she said, "I was not injured. I was rescued, but Zhou Yi." "Oh." Li Zhao observed the man holding Su Yin, a stranger who was likely an outsider survivor who had come to her aid. At that moment, Two other ability users approached the Earth shield, exclaiming, "Captain, we found Zhou Ye's clothing." A chill ran through Li Zhao as he hurried to investigate. The zombies had already been vanquished, their severed heads still oozing blood, with crimson stains splattered on the ground and between the fingers of the zombies. It was painfully evident that Zhou Yi had been devoured by the undead. "Oh, I came with Zhou Yi to search for supplies. But we encountered several zombies. My fire abilities were unstable, and I couldn't use them halfway through," Su Yin stammered, her voice choked with emotion. "We were discovered. But he couldn't save both of us," she sobbed intermittently. Li Zhao understood that, in such a perilous situation, it was commendable for this unknown man to have rescued Su Yin, especially considering her powers had been exhausted while Zhou Yi could have protected himself. Yet ultimately, he succumbed to 3 zombies. Though Zhou Ye's reputation was rather lacking, his death meant the loss of yet another ability user for the base. "Su Yin, please do not weep. In this apocalypse, people die every day. You were injured just a few days ago, and your abilities have only recently awakened. It's normal for them to be unstable," the other 2 team members consoled her, casting sighs as they glanced at Zhou Ye's clothing. Shen Yi lowered his gaze slightly. Observing the tear-streaked face of the woman before him, her expression wooden and devoid of emotion. "Was he not the one you killed?" he pondered, though it was clear the zombies had finished him off, and the others could not discern the truth. "By the way, brother, what is your name?" One team member inquired of Shen Yi. "Which base do you belong to?" asked another, recognizing that those wandering outside without abilities were unlikely to survive. So he must either be organized or possess powers for self-defense. Shen Yi regarded the two with a thought. Could they truly not differentiate between zombies and humans? "His name is Su Yi," Su Yin replied, her voice faltering mid-sentence. How should she introduce him? As a servant? A subordinate? A guard? In this world, the term would simply be my little brother, she decided. Shen Yi cast her a fleeting glance, his expression remaining inscrutable. "Well, how peculiar that he has even acquired a new name and has inexplicably become your little brother," Li Zhao remarked, his brow furrowing. "Is this Su Yi truly your brother? And he saved you? Why had I not heard earlier that you had a younger brother?" Su Yin replied, "This little brother is not that little brother. Forget it. I'll just make something up. I thought he was dead, which is why I didn't mention it," she explained. By now, her tears had ceased, leaving traces on her cheeks, and her lips appeared ashen, as if she might faint at any moment. Li Zhao felt a pang of sympathy in his heart as he looked at the man holding Su Yin. "Thank you for rescuing my team member. Since Su Yin is your sister, would you be willing to return to the base with us?" Shen Yi gazed at him, contemplating how he had transitioned from being a younger brother to merely a brother, while this individual appeared to possess questionable judgment, allowing a zombie to accompany them back to the base. Chapter 26. A child with congenital autism. Su Yin's thoughts flickered, and she willed, nod, as Li Zhao observed him. Shen Yi reluctantly nodded. "Are you an ability user, brother?" one of the team members inquired. If he possessed such abilities, their base would merely replace the loss of Zhou Yi with another. Su Yin responded on his behalf, "He is not. Or at least, he shouldn't be. After all, during their earlier skirmish, he did not exhibit any powers." Upon hearing this, the team member's eyes flickered with regret. "However, he is remarkably swift and possesses considerable strength, capable of dispatching zombies with his bare hands," Su Yin added. The team member was instantly astonished, exclaiming, "Barehanded against zombies? That's incredible." Li Zhao, observing Shen Yi's persistent silence, furrowed his brow and asked, "Su Yin, is your brother mute?" Su Yin searched for the right words and replied, "He has congenital autism accompanied by social anxiety." "Is that so?" Li Zhao mused. In truth, Su Yin was uncertain whether he could speak at all. However, considering that lower-tier zombies could only emit guttural sounds, it was likely he would be similarly voiceless. This was not a significant issue, as he could comprehend her speech. Li Zhao exchanged glances with the other 2 team members before they departed. Shen Yi, cradling the individual in his arms, followed behind them. In just a few moments, his persona had transformed into that of an autistic child with social anxiety, merely existing as someone else's brother. While these 3 ability users remained completely oblivious to his true nature as a zombie. As they walked, Li Zhao pondered the situation. Zhou Ye's earthen shield had formed a protective circle, so why had he been devoured by a zombie outside of it? Moreover, Su Yin and her brother were situated on the opposite side of the circle, which raised significant questions and suspicions. Was it possible that the protective circle was merely a fade? Li Zhao frowned. Zhou Yi was not a virtuous individual. Initially, he had worried that Zhou Yi might pose a threat to Su Yin and intended to keep a close watch, but they had subsequently encountered zombies, and by the time he returned, Zhou Yi had already been consumed. They then encountered another team of ability users. Upon seeing Su Yin being embraced by an unfamiliar man and Zhou Yi's absence, Sun Yueqi questioned, "Su Yin, where's Zhou Yi?" He had planned to follow behind, but had become ensnared by an overwhelming number of zombies. Su Yin looked up, her face still marked by remnants of dried tears. The team members who had witnessed the scene fell silent, and Li Zhao declared, "Team member Zhou Yi has perished." Sun Yueqi was taken aback, then incredulous. How is that possible? Zhou Yi was devoured by zombies. He turned to Su Yin, his expression a mixture of accusation and disbelief. "Did you have a hand in this?" They encountered several zombies, and their strength was insufficient, Li Zhao interjected. "Then why was it only Zhou Yi who was consumed?" Su Yin is reputed to have fire-based abilities, and she is even at level 2. Sun Yueqi exclaimed. Su Yin's injuries have yet to heal, and her powers are unstable. Li Zhao explained. That makes it even more perplexing. If Su Yin's abilities faltered, the zombies should have targeted her first. Why, then, did Zhou Yi meet his demise? In Sun Yueqi's eyes, there was a fierce intensity as he glared at Su Yin. Li Zhao interjected, "I understand that you have a close relationship with Zhou Yi. But the situation was dire. If Su Yin had not been rescued, she would have perished at the hands of the zombies." Sun Yueqi directed his ire toward the man who held Su Yin, demanding, if he saved Su Yin, then why did he not save Zhou Yi? Surely, this was intentional. He lacks supernatural abilities. Under such circumstances, managing to save Su Yin was already a remarkable feat, Li Zhao explained. He lacks abilities? Sun Yueqi responded with incredulity. If he possesses no powers, how could he possibly fend off the zombies? It appears to me that his lack of abilities is precisely why he could only save one person. An impatient team member interjected, he is Su Yin's brother, naturally. He would prioritize saving her. While they empathized with Sun Yueqi's pain over Zhou Yi's death, they found his aggressive demeanor and baseless assumptions regarding Su Yin's motives to be excessively unreasonable. Sun Yueqi continued to glare at them, resolute in his disbelief. Li Zhao then said, "Enough, Sun Yueqi. We are all saddened by Zhou Yi's demise. It is not that Su Yin did not attempt to save him. She simply did not have the opportunity." Several individuals pulled Sun Yueqi aside, while Shun Yi maintained an indifferent expression throughout. A few supernatural beings patted his shoulder, offering consolation. "Do not take it to heart. Su Yin and Zhou Yi were quite close, so he may just be struggling to accept the loss." Shun Yi, however, was unconcerned with this matter. Instead, he found it peculiar that those he encountered did not perceive him as a threat, treating him as though he were merely human. Was this collective blindness, or had this woman cast some sort of illusion upon them? He glanced at Su Yin, sensing a formidable aura emanating from her. Her supernatural abilities were astonishingly potent, allowing her to control him and conjure a sword even while injured and weakened. "Su Yin, rest here while we explore other areas," Li Zhao suggested, then turned to Shun Yi. "There should be no zombies in the vicinity for the time being. Su Yin, you are responsible for protecting your sister." "Go ahead, Captain," Su Yin replied. Once they departed, Su Yin looked up at Shun Yi and inquired, "Do you know where we can find food nearby? I need vegetables and meat." The rations from the base cafeteria were ultimately limited, and she wished to prepare something special for herself, as the cafeteria food was rather unpalatable. Shun Yi nodded. "There is nothing around here, but a small supermarket not far from here has supplies. Although zombies do not require food, their instincts compel them to seek fresh human flesh. Take me there," Su Yin instructed. Shun Yi carried her, sword in hand, with Zhou Yi's remnants tucked into his pocket. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Su Yin observed that the entrance was obstructed by collapsed stones and remarked, "Is there anything inside?" Shun Yi nodded once more. Su Yin looked up at him and asked, "You're not truly mute, are you? Can you speak?" Shun Yi replied, "Didn't T.U. just call me mute?" Each of Su Yin's statements carried an imperative tone, compelling Shun Yi to respond. A sound escaped from the zombie, but it was scarcely worth uttering. His throat seemed clogged with sand, his vocal cords ravaged, producing a hoarse and guttural tone akin to the eerie cawing of a crow. Su Yin listened to this grating sound and remarked impassively, "You'd be better off mute." "Shun Yi, I'll see if that old crow's voice of yours can be fixed later," Su Yin added. Shun Yi pressed his lips together. The mutations of a zombie affected every aspect, appearance, movement, even vocal cords. Most humans turned into zombies lost the ability to speak entirely. Su Yin eyed the supermarket entrance blocked by debris and commanded, "Go on, break it open." Shun Yi stepped forward, gripping the sword with his left hand while dragging Su Yin along, then raised his right palm to strike. "Stop." Su Yin stared at him with an unmistakable "Are you an idiot" expression. "Use the sword to break it, not your hand." Shun Yi. Su Yin was beginning to seriously doubt the intelligence of the zombie she had contracted. Not the brightest, she mused. But then again, he is a zombie, can't expect much. Shun Yi raised the sword and brought it down in a decisive slash. The structure was reinforced concrete, under normal circumstances. Such a strike would have rendered the blade useless. Yet, to his astonishment, the sword cleaved through the cement and steel as if they were mere butter, the edge remaining pristine, undulled by the impact. Chapter 27. Reaching out for an embrace, Shun Yi stared at the sword in his hand, stunned. From the moment it had appeared, the weapon had been uncanny. First used for that gruesome act, then dismissed as merely sharp. But now, it had effortlessly sliced through reinforced concrete without a single nick. Just who is this woman? He wondered. And why would she casually hand over such a formidable weapon? With a blade like this, even without supernatural abilities, one could bisect a zombie with a single stroke. It surpassed firearms in lethality. "Put me down first. Then clear this entrance," Su Yin ordered. Obediently, Shun Yi set her down. She perched atop a slab of broken concrete, watching as he resumed his labor. Having a servant really makes a difference, she mused, resting her chin on her palm, thoroughly pleased. No need to lift a finger anymore. Her previous life had ended abruptly. No chance for vengeance, no way back. But now, reborn into this world, free from political intrigue and bureaucratic drudgery, she could simply retire in peace. As Shun Yi hauled away chunks of debris, Li Zhao and his group approached, having scavenged their way to this area. Their eyes widened at the sight of Shun Yi single-handedly lifting a massive slab, one that would normally require 2 men to move. This guy's strength is unreal. Su Yin turned at the sound of footsteps. Seated atop the ruins, her white half-skirt fluttering in the breeze, her face still bore traces of pallor. Yet it couldn't mask the ethereal clarity in her gaze. A girl like her seemed utterly out of place in this brutal, blood-soaked apocalypse. After a moment of gazing at her, the team members averted their eyes. After all, her younger brother was still present, and they feared that lingering too long in their admiration of Su Yin might lead to trouble. Observing Su Yi, who was still diligently occupied, they found themselves puzzled. He wasn't particularly robust, and despite standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, his silhouette remained slender. Yet, he possessed remarkable strength. They surmised that if they sought to confront Su Yin, this younger brother could easily overpower them with a single blow. "What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be watching the cargo truck?" Li Zhao inquired. Su Yi replied, "There are supplies here. So I thought I'd have him come and take a look." Nodding in understanding, Li Zhao instructed someone to assist Su Yi. The team members worked collaboratively to move stones, while Shun Yi, upon seeing someone helping him, seized his sword and cleaved the last horizontally positioned stone pillar into several pieces. The sound of the stone shattering echoed as it fell to the ground, leaving the team members in a state of disbelief. "Wow, Su Yi, you are incredible. You can actually split stone?" They suddenly realized that the stones they were currently moving had also been cleaved by him. Glancing at the edges of the stones in their hands, they noted that one side was indeed smooth. "Su Yi, what kind of weapon is that? It's astonishing. Akin to a laser." Li Zhao's gaze fixed upon the sword in Su Yi's hand. He had noticed it earlier and assumed it was merely an ancient decorative piece from a museum. Little did he know that this weapon could slice through concrete as effortlessly as cutting vegetables. "It's just an ordinary sword. I don't know where it came from. But Su Yi uses it for self-defense," Su Yin explained. "Ordinary? Far from it. It's clearly a cold weapon, yet its power is formidable," one team member exclaimed. "Indeed, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that a sword could sever concrete," another added. "Su Yi, where did you acquire this sword?" "Do share, we like one as well," the other team members expressed with envy. Shun Yi remained silent, quietly moving bricks. Noticing his sullen demeanor, the others recalled his tendency toward introversion and refrained from pressing him further. "Did your brother mention where he got the sword?" Li Zhao asked Su Yin. She shook her head. Li Zhao observed Su Yi's retreating figure and remarked, "His strength seems to be twice that of an ordinary person. Perhaps he has awakened some extraordinary power," Su Yin pondered. She was still unfamiliar with the levels of zombies. Thus far, he was the first advanced zombie she had encountered. leaving her uncertain about the existence of others like him. If there were more, wouldn't that mean an increase in her servants? No longer would she need to capture one at a time. One could massage her legs, another could knead her back, and yet another could prepare her meals. Oh, that would be the epitome of a leisurely retirement. Li Zhao furrowed his brow, contemplating the notion of extraordinary powers. As far as he knew, abilities were categorized by elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each corresponding to the manipulation of respective attributes or the capacity to attack out of thin air. This mighty force appears to belong to none of the factions, and even with the enhancement of supernatural abilities, these individuals have not exhibited strength beyond that of an ordinary person. In summary, this Su Yi raises some doubts. Meanwhile, Sun Yu gazes intently at Shen Yi, convinced that with such excellent weaponry, there is no way Zhou Yi could have been unable to intervene. They must be doing this intentionally. At this moment, the group had already cleared the debris in front of the small supermarket. Li Zhao was about to suggest they enter to search for supplies, instructing Su Yin to wait outside, when he noticed Su Yin extending her hands. This was a gesture of seeking embrace. Chapter 28, Storage Space Clearly. The object of her desire for affection was not him, as Su Yin's gaze was directed towards Su Yi. Shen Yi, with a serious expression, realized for the first time that he could understand her intentions without needing to follow orders. He obediently approached and lifted her up, acting as a human transport. Li Zhao could only follow behind, watching as Su Yin lay in Su Yi's arms, his lips pressed together in silence. Indeed, Su Yi was her brother and had every right to hold her. What was he in comparison? Several members of the ability team had already begun to scour the interior, excitedly exclaiming, "Captain, there are plenty of supplies. They're still good. I spotted some dried meat," Li Zhao remarked, observing Su Yi's retreating figure. "The one who discovered the supply point this time is Su Yi. We owe him our gratitude." At that moment, Su Yin turned her head towards him and asked, "Since we found it, do I not have the right to take a portion?" Li Zhao nodded in agreement, replying, "That's fine. Su Yi was never part of our base to begin with." The team members were busy transporting rice, flour, and large barrels of oil, while Su Yin directed her subordinates to search for any cooking utensils. Thus, Shen Yi led her to the kitchenware section, where pots, bowls, and pans were hanging in abundance. Su Yin requested to be set down and, upon glancing behind her to find no one around, proceeded to collect the kitchenware, placing each item into her storage bracelet. Shen Yi observed as various pots in her hands vanished into thin air in the next moment. He stared at her, finally discerning the method of their disappearance on the fourth occasion. He fixated on the ancient silver bracelet on Su Yin's left wrist, recalling the sword that had materialized in his hand. Could it have also emerged from that bracelet? A complex expression flickered in Shen Yi's eyes as he watched the industrious Su Yin. In such a short time, his understanding had expanded significantly. Everything about this woman was astonishingly incredible. After gathering pots, bowls, and pans, Su Yin also collected spatulas and chopsticks, knowing that such items would go unclaimed. Drawing from her memory of how meals were prepared in this world, she instructed Shen Yi to carry a gas canister. Li Zhao and the others were transporting food, and remarked as Su Yi brought out the gas canister, "Indeed, we should stock up. There is not much gas left at the base." Su Yin continued to sift through items, and when Shen Yi approached, she was crouched on the ground before a row of seed packets. Shen Yi gazed at her, pondering what this woman needed seeds for. Untainted land had become exceedingly scarce, while tainted soil would only yield mutated vegetables, even if one attempted to grow them. Su Yin, recognizing the vegetables merely by the packaging of the seeds, decided to take a basketful with her, intending to cultivate some greens in her little sanctuary, thereby ensuring a source of sustenance. After clearing out one area, Su Yin moved to the snack section, with Shen Yi trailing behind her. "Are these edible?" Su Yin inquired, gesturing towards a shelf laden with snacks. Shen Yi regarded her with a look of utter perplexity, thinking to herself, "You don't even recognize potato chips?" Yet, despite her internal scoffing, she nodded in acquiescence. Su Yin took down a bag, opened it, and was immediately assailed by the nauseating scent of cucumber-flavored chips. However, a fleeting memory assured her that they were indeed consumable, akin to pastries, perhaps meant for leisurely nibbling after a meal. Nevertheless, the sheer abundance overwhelmed her, and she felt the need to verify further. As she crunched on the chips, she marveled at humanity's capacity to relish life. The variety of food was astonishing. "If only I had arrived before the apocalypse," she mused, It would have been simply delightful. Sui, package all of this for me. Suyin commanded, munching away. Shen-Yi quietly filled a shopping bag with snacks and, once full, handed it to Suyin, with a flick of her wrist. Suyin made the bag transform into an empty one. This cycle continued several times, leading Shen-Yi to suspect that Suyin's bracelet was a bottomless pit. The pots and pans from earlier had transformed into a heap of snacks, and yet there was still room to spare. Suyin, is that you here? Just as Shen-Yi was finishing packing the last of the snacks, Li Xiao and the others arrived. Suyin glanced at the half-full bag of goodies. Feeling a pang of regret, alas, she could not claim it as her own now. She resolved to be quicker next time. Captain, it seems this entire snack shelf has been emptied. One of the team members remarked, puzzled. It's strange. They haven't even come to haul anything away. Yet it's already cleared out? As the team members regarded Suyin and Shen-Yi, Suyin calmly stated, there was hardly anything left when I arrived. Surely someone must have taken it before us. Captain, the cookware section is also devoid of items, and it's remarkably clean, another team member called from a distance. Li Xiao glanced over. Although Suyin and Sui had been there recently, they hadn't transported anything significant aside from a few canisters of gas. It was evident that this supermarket had been previously ransacked. Ultimately, the half bag of snacks was distributed among them. As returning with such a meager amount to the base would be futile, bestowing it upon anyone posed a dilemma. Suyin entrusted her share of 4 bags to Shen-Yi, for the presence of others made it imprudent to store them in her spatial pouch. Chapter 29, The Bonds of Siblings. As the group prepared to depart the supermarket, emptying it in anticipation of their ride back to the base, they emerged to find a dozen zombies encircling their truck. Instantly, everyone became alert. The zombies, having caught a whiff of fresh meat, lost interest in the dried provisions, turning their attention toward the entrance of the supermarket. Prepare for battle, Li Xiao declared with a grave expression. Suyin gazed at the grotesque monsters, leaning against the entrance of the supermarket while observing them. Li Xiao intended to protect her, but upon seeing Sui standing in front of Suyin, he said, you take care of your sister. Suyin replied, I do not have such a brother, thank you. Shen-Yi interjected, she is not my sister, thank you. Li Xiao then joined several other ability users in combating the zombies. Suyin watched their combat techniques, noting the array of elemental powers they wielded. However, their foundation was too weak, rendering their abilities somewhat ineffective. Assist me in acquiring crystal cores, Suyin commanded. In this world, only crystal cores could replenish elemental energy. And since the purity of each core was low, she needed as many as possible. Upon receiving the order, Shen-Yi launched an attack on his kind. Wielding his sword, he dispatched one zombie after another, piercing their chests to obtain the crystal cores. Other ability users observed his ferocity in battle, astonished by his strength and the directness of his approach in acquiring the zombie cores. Goodness, is it necessary to be so extraordinary? And you lack abilities, my friend. They now understood why Suyin claimed he could handle zombies barehanded. With that sword, coupled with his speed and strength, he was indeed formidable. If he were to awaken abilities later, would he not ascend to new heights? A veritable apex of human combat prowess? Sun Yueqi, while battling zombies, kept an eye on Sui. The more formidable he appeared, the more doubts he harbored. Li Xiao observed Suyi's fluid movements, decisive in his actions, extracting zombie cores with an unflinching demeanor, resembling a merciless killing machine. Suyin regarded her servant. Although the sword was merely of average quality, it sufficed to deal with those monsters. She sensed that the treasures within her storage bracelet were highly coveted in this world. Even a single item could overpower everything. Was this the advantage of being reborn? A direct unlocking of extraordinary potential. After Shen-Yi swiftly dispatched 7 zombies, the remaining ones were eliminated by the other ability users. He approached with the crystal cores in hand. Noticing the black goo on the cores, Suyin's expression flickered with distaste as she remarked, wash them clean before presenting them to me. Her obsession with cleanliness was evident, particularly as these items had just been extracted from the bodies of those creatures, which was somewhat unsettling. Shen-Yi regarded her, sensing that this woman was indeed difficult to please, constantly expressing her aversion. The team members, witnessing Suyi's successful acquisition of crystal cores for Suyin, couldn't help but feel a sense of deep sibling affection. Shen-Yi, I said I was forced. Do you believe me? Recalling that she owed Li Xiao some crystal cores, Suyin instructed Shen-Yi to keep 3 of the fire-type ones, giving the remaining 4 to Li Xiao. Captain, take these for now. I will return the rest later, Suyin stated. There's no need, Li Zhao replied. Suyin tilted her head. I dislike being indebted to others. Li Zhao, observing Su Yi's expressionless face, coldly extended his hand, passing her the 4 crystal cores. Ultimately accepting them, Suyin meticulously calculated the accounts, yet inexplicably felt a twinge of discomfort within her, as this seemed to delineate a clear boundary. She gazed at the mere 3 remaining fire-type crystal cores with dismay. Such a paltry amount. Were there still zombies around? She longed for a chance to engage them. The other team members prepared to offer their fire-type crystal cores to Suyin, but she declined, as she had nothing to exchange in return. They boarded the cargo truck, with Suyin seated at the front while the others occupied the rear compartment. Shun Yi wore a tense expression, feeling out of place among them. During the journey back, the group developed a favorable impression of Su Yi, the seemingly aloof yet protective younger brother of Suyin. They remarked, Su Yi, we owe you a debt of gratitude today. Otherwise, our supplies wouldn't have doubled. By the way, how did you and Suyin part ways? Which base did you come from? We haven't discovered any other bases in this vicinity. Curiosity piqued, they continued. I'm intrigued by that sword of yours that can slice through concrete. It must be exhilarating to dispatch zombies with it. Come on, tell us how you acquired it. Shun Yi remained silent, his vocal cords damaged, rendering him unable to articulate complete thoughts, and he found this group rather noisy. Li Zhao's impression of him softened somewhat. Although Su Yi was a bit peculiar, he was decent enough, especially since their team had recently lost Zhou Yi. Having him as a replacement would bolster their combat capabilities. Suyin, perched at the front, munched on snacks, thoroughly enchanted by the world's delightful post-meal treats. She resolved to acquire more snacks on her future outings. The return journey was not without its challenges, as they encountered several waves of zombies. The vehicle came to a halt, and Suyin leaned against the window. Addressing Shen Yi, Su Yi, go ahead. The other abilities users felt no need to intervene, believing that Su Yi alone could manage the zombies. Indeed, he was diligently procuring crystal cores for his sister, so they opted to wait until the numbers of zombies swelled before joining the fray. Upon returning to the base, Shun Yi had amassed a considerable collection of crystal cores, which Suyin then exchanged for fire-type ones with the other abilities users. Shun Yi gazed at the entrance of the human base, unable to fathom how no one had noticed he was a zombie, essentially inviting disaster. He knew that if he bit anyone, the entire base would succumb to chaos. As the logistics department began tallying supplies, Li Zhao turned to Suyin, saying, Suyin, didn't you mention allocating some supplies? She approached, requesting several cans of gas, along with meat and vegetables, and took a selection of grains, oils, and seasonings as well. Suyin signaled towards the supplies on the ground, prompting Shun Yi to move forward. Captain, this is Zhao Pei, one of the others inquired. His name is Su Yi, Suyin's brother, Li Zhao explained. We encountered him while scavenging for supplies. He saved Suyin and returned with us. Zhao Pei nodded in understanding and asked, is he an ability user? No, Li Zhao replied, but his combat prowess is commendable. Make sure to note his name. Zhao Pei regarded the newcomer, who appeared somewhat intimidating, and pondered why Li Zhao had deemed his combat abilities noteworthy despite the absence of supernatural powers. Then Li Zhao crossed out Zhou Ye's name. Zhao Pei was taken aback. He glanced around but indeed did not find Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi. Zhao Pei furrowed his brow. He has perished, Li Zhao replied, his expression impassive. Zhao Pei sighed softly. He was aware that nearly every expedition resulted in the loss of an ability user, yet if this continued, the number of ability users within the base would dwindle significantly. Not far away, upon hearing the news, Li Waning, along with Xiaoya and Bai Qinggu, approached, eager to learn what good news Zhou Yi had brought. However, as Suyin stood there unscathed, she did not see Zhou Yi's figure. Li Waning frowned, then forced a sweet smile as she approached. Captain, you are back? Li Zhao nodded. Where is Zhou Yi? Bai Qinggu inquired. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone fell silent. Sensing something amiss, Li Waning observed Suyin turn to her with sorrowful eyes, saying, we encountered a zombie attack. Zhou Yi was devoured by zombies. Li Wanying's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Zhou Yi is dead. Her second thought was one of relief. Indeed, with Zhou Yi gone, no one would know of the clandestine dealings between them. As she looked at the grieving Suyin, she inexplicably discerned a hint of a strange smile on her face. Zhou Yi and Suyin were on the same team, ambushed in an alley by zombies, Li Zhao explained. Then why did Suyin survive? Li Waning retorted. If anyone should have perished, it ought to have been her. I refuse to believe Zhou Yi couldn't find a scapegoat. At her accusatory tone, Li Zhao furrowed his brow slightly. Su Yin nearly died as well. Fortunately, she encountered her brother, Su Yi. Just then, Shun Yi finished packing the supplies on the ground. Rising and turning around, Xiao Ye and Bai Qing Gu exchanged surprised glances. This is Su Yin's brother? They look nothing alike. Li Waning, faced with this unfamiliar visage, found it hard to believe such an unlikely coincidence could save Su Yin. Do not be disheartened. I know you were close to Zhou Yi. In his final moments, he asked me to tell you not to worry about him. Su Yin continued sorrowfully. Not at all. Before she could finish, Li Waning immediately interrupted. I was not familiar with Zhou Yi. We merely shared the connection of being in the ability team, so I inquired out of concern. Su Yin appeared startled by her reaction and moved slightly closer to Shen Yi, innocently stating, I thought Zhou Yi mentioned you were close, so I assumed. Li Waning glared. That trash Zhou Yi, even in death, is still spreading rumors. Does he fear that our affair might be exposed? I am not close to him. Please refrain from speaking carelessly in the future. Indeed, we are not well acquainted with Zhou Yi, Xiao Ye concurred. All right, the deceased has passed. Let us speak no more of it, Li Zhao said at that moment. Shun Yi intended to move the items on the ground, clearly not aligned with the logistics department. Li Waning furrowed her brows and inquired, Captain, what about those supplies? Su Yi played a significant role in locating the materials this time, so he should rightfully receive a portion, Li Zhao remarked. At that moment, Su Yin recalled that she resided in a single room. Where would Su Yi sleep? Leaving him to stand guard outside in this world would arouse suspicion. Captain, is there a 2-bedroom apartment available? Su Yin asked. There is one vacant. Why do you ask? Li Zhao replied. I wish to live with Su Yi, Su Yin stated. He can stay in the male quarters with us. Li Zhao looked at Shun Yi and said. Su Yin thought to herself, living with you all would render me a mere servant. I would still expect him to serve me tea, do laundry, and prepare meals. Su Yi has autism. I fear he would feel uncomfortable living with you, Su Yin continued. Moreover, as siblings who have just reunited, I hope the captain will agree. Chapter 31. Do you believe you deserve this? Shun Yi turned slightly to regard her, sensing that this woman purely sought to control him more conveniently. After all, bringing this zombie to the human base, she could not possibly allow him to roam freely, even without deliberately adopting a pitiful expression. Su Yin's somewhat pale visage could evoke sympathy. Li Zhao furrowed his brow in hesitation. At that moment, Li Waning interjected, Captain, this seems inappropriate. Everyone has their designated living arrangements based on gender, and if Su Yin resides in a 2-bedroom apartment, others might harbor grievances. I concur, Captain, Bai Qing Gu added. We cannot afford any preferential treatment, as it may cause discontent among some, undermining the unity of the base, Xiao Ye chimed in. Su Yin observed these 3 troublemakers and then turned to the assembly, asking, I have just reunited with my brother after a painful separation. He still harbors psychological barriers. Do you all object to our cohabitation? The members of the abilities team who had sought supplies together were familiar with Su Yi's autism, recognizing his tendency to ignore direct conversation. Furthermore, as siblings, there was no issue with them living together, so they replied unanimously, no objections. I believe it is acceptable. Su Yi was formidable in combat, having dispatched most of the zombies encountered on their journey back, so a bit of special treatment would likely not draw any complaints. Yes, with them living together, Su Yin can care for Su Yi. Li Waning observed their consensus and then turned her gaze towards Sun Yuqi, who remained sullen and silent, leaving her to bite her lip in frustration. Su Yin regarded the 3 with a detached expression, as if to convey, what do you care? Do you believe you have the right to object? Very well, I shall take you there shortly, Li Zhao stated. Thank you, Captain, Su Yin replied with a smile. Li Waning glared at her, irritated by her apparent eagerness to please Li Zhao, yet she could only glare in silence. Shun Yi effortlessly hoisted a gas canister on one shoulder and carried another in his hand, moving with remarkable agility, prompting Zhao Pei to gasp in astonishment. Is this person truly endowed with extraordinary strength? So, without any abilities, he relies solely on sheer brute force to combat zombies? It is incorrect. He still possesses that sword. Zhao Pei's attention was drawn to the hand of Shun Yi, which held a gas canister while simultaneously grasping a sword. However, that sword is merely a cold weapon at best, albeit with an aesthetically pleasing design. The other team members, observing the ingredients on the ground, offered assistance to Su Yin and her companions, with Li Zhao joining them as well. Xiaoya and Baiqinga stood to the side, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. It must be said that Su Yin is exceptionally fortunate. She not only survived her outing, but also managed to find her brother. Moreover, her brother appears somewhat handsome. Zhao Pei, remember to register Su Yi's name. I must tell you, he is truly remarkable. After Su Yin and her group departed, a fellow team member returned and informed Zhao Pei. Without any abilities, he wielded that incredible sword, effortlessly dispatching 7 or 8 zombies in one sweep. Another team member added. The others present were astonished. All eyes turned toward the two, urging them to continue. Li Wanning listened intently, growing increasingly incensed. Damn! It was already challenging to deal with Su Yin, and now another Su Yi has emerged. How can she possibly act now? Xiao Ye and Bai Qingge listened in astonishment. But since the two had witnessed the events firsthand, they could not be lying. Zhao Pei, upon hearing this, was utterly shocked and mused. What level must he be? I think you could classify him as a level 3, one team member suggested. But he lacks abilities, no matter how formidable he is. If he's only using his hands and weaponry, he cannot reach level 3, others contended. Indeed, from what you've described, he relies entirely on that sword. Without it, he surely could not have single-handedly slain 7 or 8 zombies. Someone concurred. What is the origin of that sword? Your descriptions make it sound almost mythical, another inquired. The specifics are unclear. I doubt you would believe it if you hadn't seen it yourself. Had I not witnessed it, I wouldn't have believed it either. The ability user replied. Su Yi doesn't speak. He has a severe form of autism, making inquiries impossible. I shall consult the captain later to see how he should be registered, Zhao Pei stated, surprised that such an unassuming cold weapon, seemingly obsolete before the apocalypse, could be so astonishingly powerful. As everyone dispersed, curiosity about that gleaming, enigmatic sword lingered in their minds. Li Wanning glanced at Sun Yueqi, and upon locking eyes, she followed him as he walked away. In a secluded corner, Sun Yueqi stopped, and Li Wanning frowned, quietly asking him, what happened with Zhou Yi? Did he truly fall victim to the zombies? Humph, it was that Su Yi who refused to help. Sun Yueqi replied angrily. What do you mean? Xiaoya inquired. Su Yi clearly had the ability to save Zhou Yi, yet he claimed he was unable to reach him in time. I refuse to accept such an excuse. Sun Yueqi gritted his teeth. Li Wanning pondered. She did not care about Zhou Yi's fate, but she was primarily concerned with the almost mythical prowess attributed to Su Yi. Is Su Yi truly as formidable as Wang He and the others claim? Li Wanning questioned. In truth, he is not impressive at all. He possesses no abilities whatsoever. His prowess stems solely from that weapon in his hand. Sun Yueqi, filled with indignation, remarked that he was perplexed about where that sword had come from. It appeared unremarkable, yet its power was formidable. It must have been acquired from some research institute, Bai Qingge commented. It truly feels like a stroke of bad luck for him. Without that sword, he would struggle to survive, perhaps even facing an early demise. Sun Yueqi scoffed. Since you suspect Su Yi acted deliberately, what do you intend to do? Li Wanning inquired. What else can I do? I cannot defeat him in a one-on-one confrontation. I can only bide my time for another opportunity, Sun Yueqi replied. Upon hearing that he intended to deal with Su Yi, Li Wanning felt reassured, as it meant she could seek assistance to confront Su Yin. Sun Yueqi regarded her with a calculating gaze and said sarcastically, Li Wanning, did you just claim in front of everyone that you have nothing to do with Zhou Yi? Are you afraid of being misunderstood by Li Zhao? Li Wanning shot him a glare, to which Sun Yueqi retorted, I knew a woman like you would be ungrateful. Zhou Yi helped you deal with Su Yin. Yet after his demise, I did not see a hint of sorrow upon your face. I will avenge Zhou Yi, Li Wanning declared. Huh, just you? With your elementary wood-type ability, who can you defeat? Sun Yueqi mocked. I will handle Su Yin, and you can deal with Su Yi. We can join forces. Li Wanning proposed, gazing at him earnestly. Su Yin is indeed a target. Her abilities are unstable, and her previous injuries have yet to heal, Sun Yueqi noted. In a direct confrontation, with your skills, you would undoubtedly overpower her. Li Wanning nodded in agreement, and the two leaned in closer to strategize. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yin and her companions arrived at their accommodation. As she pushed open the door, a musty odor greeted them. We have placed your belongings here. Su Yin, one team member said. Thank you, Su Yin replied. Li Zhao surveyed the room and remarked, I will have someone come to assist you with cleaning. No need. Captain, we can manage ourselves. It would be troublesome to trouble others, Su Yin responded. Li Zhao observed her in silence before checking the plumbing situation in the bathroom. The base utilized recycled water due to the scarcity of uncontaminated resources, while electricity was generated by a generator, and the kitchen primarily relied on gas for cooking. After confirming the water supply was functional, Li Zhao advised, "There is a limited amount of water and electricity provided daily, so please use them sparingly." Sui nodded, feeling the world had become exceedingly barren. Just days prior, while bathing, the water flow had diminished significantly, nearly leaving her unfinished. With the other two team members having departed, Li Zhao intended to stay behind to assist Su Yin with tidying up. However, she declined, stating, "It's unnecessary. Su Yi is here." Shen Yi quipped, "Shouldn't he be a housekeeper?" Author's note. No, later you will realize you are still a caretaker, bodyguard, errand runner, and general help. Li Zhao noted her continuous refusals and her inconsistent demeanor towards him, leaving him perplexed. He glanced at Su Yi and finally cautioned, "If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Su Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Yi observed as he departed, casting another glance at Su Yin, sensing that the captain seemed to offer her a notably special consideration. After the departure of the guest, Su Yin closed the door and revealed her true nature. Instructing Shen Yi, "Su Yi, time to work. In 1 hour, I expect to see a spotless floor, a dust-free room, and all items neatly organized. During this time, ensure the door is guarded. No one else is permitted to enter, as I intend to catch up on some sleep." Su Yin's demeanor resembled that of a tyrant exploiting a laborer. With that, she entered a room and shut the door behind her. Shen Yi was left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the purpose of this woman's psychological manipulation, feeling utterly subjugated. Yet, he found himself unable to defy her commands, as they were firmly established. Thus, he reluctantly began his task. With a blank expression, he retrieved water from the bathroom, but the lack of supplies made it difficult to tidy up. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Frowning, Shen Yi peered through the peephole and, upon recognizing Li Zhao, opened the door. Li Zhao arrived bearing essential items. Upon seeing Shen Yi, he handed over 2 large bags. "Where's Su Yin?" he inquired, scanning the living room for her presence. Shen Yi gestured towards the direction of the room, and after a moment's hesitation, Li Zhao departed. As he walked away, he pondered how Su Yi remained utterly silent, devoid of the expressions one would expect from a normal person. Was she akin to an individual with autism? Li Zhao couldn't quite grasp it. Sensing something was amiss with Su Yi, yet within the base, there was only one surgeon, no psychologist. Shen Yi began sorting through the items Li Zhao had brought, using a clean towel as a rag to commence his duties. He never anticipated that he would find himself at the mercy of a woman, forced to toil submissively. The fact that he was also under her mental control felt surreal. What else could possibly occur? Inside her room, Su Yin retrieved a silk cooling mat from her storage bracelet, laid it on the bed, and succumbed to sleep. In this world devoid of extraneous elements, sleep was her only refuge. Separated by a door, 2 individuals experienced vastly different circumstances, the slave toiling tirelessly while the master slumbered peacefully. After cleaning the living room, Shen Yi proceeded to another vacant room, followed by the kitchen and bathroom, discarding unwanted refuse. Before he knew it, 2 hours had slipped away. Chapter 33. A special gift. As Shen Yi concluded his cleaning of the bathroom, he caught sight of his reflection in the mirror above the sink. To his astonishment, the purple markings on his face had vanished, and his pupils had returned to a normal hue. He stood in shock for several seconds, incredulously touching his face, then recalled that the woman had indeed made contact with him, her hands infused with a faint green energy. Could it be that she had truly healed him? Had she reversed the transformation from zombie to human? Such a notion seemed utterly incredible. In the mirror, he appeared as an ordinary person, albeit a bit disheveled. No wonder no one suspected him of being a zombie. Unable to contain his excitement, Shen Yi quickly regained his composure. He placed his hand on his chest, where he felt no heartbeat. Once humanity transforms into zombies, it becomes an immortal monstrosity, devoid of any vital signs, yet capable of existence and combat. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yi's heart settled into tranquility. He remained a zombie, an unaltered fact, and that woman merely enhanced his appearance, rendering him more human. "Remember to act like a person," Su Yin's words echoed in his mind, and it became clear why she spoke of pretense. This was the true implication. Accepting reality, he resumed his tasks. Previously, he was a monster, but now he was a monster under another's dominion. Ultimately, he was still a monster. However, that woman was indeed formidable. For her extraordinary abilities allowed her to alter his appearance in ways no one else could. Her powers were undeniably extraordinary. When Su-in emerged from her slumber and entered the living room, she beheld the freshly transformed floor and surroundings, resembling an overseer inspecting completed work. While Shun-yi stood expressionless nearby, observing him, Su-in remarked approvingly, "Not bad. Your movements are quite nimble." Shun-yi replied, "I'm hungry." Su-in responded. And he thought to himself, how could she still be hungry after making so many snacks earlier? Su-in proceeded to the kitchen, retrieving pots and pans from her storage bracelet. Shun-yi watched in astonishment as she conjured various kitchen utensils, and despite having witnessed it before, he remained captivated. Su-in stroked her chin, pondering how to utilize these items based on the scant memory she retained. Preparing a meal, whether frying or boiling, was troublesome. She then turned to the servant by the door and commanded, "Come in." Shun-yi entered, and with a gesture of her chin, she added, "It's your responsibility now." A question mark slowly emerged in Shun-yi's mind. "Cooking. What are you waiting for? Do you think I can do it?" Su-in crossed her arms, speaking with an air of certainty. Shun-yi thought to himself that he had truly become a subordinate, tasked not only with cleaning but also with cooking for her. Suddenly, Su-in realized a crucial question and inquired, "Can you cook?" Shun-yi desperately wanted to shake his head, but instead found himself nodding reluctantly. He could cook, but only minimally, enough to ensure it was edible, though not necessarily delectable. Just as Shun-yi prepared to grab a pot, Su-in looked at him with evident disdain and said, "Wait a moment." Shun-yi turned, puzzled. "What?" "First, go wash up in the bathroom and clean yourself before you prepare my meal," Su-in instructed. Shun-yi complied, but halfway there he paused, retrieving a lump of meat from his pocket and presenting it to Su-in. He had almost forgotten this. Su-in was momentarily taken aback, then recalled what it was, and her right hand extended, summoning a wooden box to her grasp. Since this was a gift meant for Li Wenying, it needed proper packaging, didn't it? Shun-yi observed the deep red box adorned with intricate patterns, reminiscent of the sword she had given him, and couldn't help but wonder where she acquired so many ancient items. "Prepare this as sashimi, then arrange it neatly in this box," Su-in smiled, prompting Shun-yi to stare blankly in confusion. By the way, please prepare the meal after you have finished cooking," Su-in added, not wishing to spoil her appetite. "You should wash up first. I will retrieve my belongings from my previous room." After handing the wooden box to Su-yi, she exited. Shun-yi displayed a complex expression, gazing distastefully at the item in his hand, suddenly feeling that using this wooden box for storage was a waste. He proceeded to the bathroom to run hot water for a shower, the rising steam momentarily disorienting him. It had indeed been quite some time since his last bath. It was evident that the woman controlling him had a penchant for cleanliness. Meanwhile, Su-in arrived at the female quarters, entered her room, and closed the door. After sifting through her belongings, she tossed a selection into her storage bracelet. Upon exiting, she recalled that Su-yi lacked clothing and decided to seek out Li Zhao. Surprised by her visit, Li Zhao listened as she inquired, "Captain, are there any clean men's clothes available in the base?" For Su-yi, Li Zhao nodded. "There are," Zhao Pei affirmed, rising to fetch them. After gathering several shirts, hoodies, and pants, he handed them to Su-in, stating, "This should fit him." Gratefully accepting, Su-in thanked him, while Zhao Pei chuckled, "I haven't congratulated you yet, Su-in, for finding your brother." Su-in had grown indifferent to this misunderstanding, replying, "Yes. Thank you. I am quite pleased. At least there is someone to wash, cook, and clean." After she left, Zhao Pei murmured, "TSK, though when they stand together, they hardly resemble siblings, they look more like a brother and sister." Li Zhao felt they resembled neither, due to the stark contrast in their features. In the bathroom, Shun-yi heard the door open, becoming alert as footsteps approached. The bathroom door was knocked upon, and a voice called, "Su-yi, your clothes." Releasing a breath, Shun-yi opened the door slightly to receive the garments. "Make sure to wash thoroughly," Su-in instructed, not wanting a dirty servant. Shun-yi acknowledged, and the bathroom door closed once more. Su-in then went to the cleaned room to tidy the bed. After organizing, she entered the living room and noticed a pile of crystal nuclei on the table. These have been washed already," she mused, selecting a fire element crystal for absorption while contemplating how to dispose of the remaining nuclei. Just then, the bathroom door swung open and the steam dissipated, revealing a cleaned-up zombie. To her surprise, thanks to her healing technique, his face bore no trace of his former zombie visage. His damp hair still clung to him, and his features were distinct and rather handsome. Shun-Yi sensed her gaze upon him, feeling as though he were an object on display, awaiting appraisal. You should tidy up the other room later, Su-Yin remarked. Shun-Yi nodded and entered with the clothing bag. Once he emerged, he proceeded to the kitchen, ready to prepare a meal for her. Washing rice, cooking it, washing and stir-frying vegetables. An hour later, 2 dishes and a soup were served on the living room table. Su-Yin inhaled the fragrant aroma of the meal, picked up her chopsticks to savor a bite, and remarked, "Not bad. Let us continue to excel. Are you eating?" She inquired of Shun-Yi. He shook his head. "Then what will you eat?" She asked again. Suddenly, she recalled that zombies seemed to feast on human flesh. Gazing at him, she pondered whether she ought to procure some human meat for him. Who could she find? Li Weiniang? Alas, if only she had not cast Zhou Yi out. She could have left him for Shun-Yi's sustenance. You'll have to endure some hunger. We cannot kill indiscriminately here. And I am unable to feed you, Su-Yin stated. Shin-Yi looked at her with a deep gaze, feeling that she had misunderstood something. The lower-tier zombies craved human flesh out of instinct, but he, retaining his autonomy, could not bring himself to consume humans. If he had to eat, his sole sustenance would be crystal cores. He observed the small pile of remaining crystal cores on the table. Perhaps his fixation was too intense for Su-Yin, while eating, remarked, "Do you desire this?" After a moment's hesitation, Shun-Yi nodded, though he did not expect this woman to offer him the crystal cores. Su-Yin pushed the pile toward him, and a look of confusion crossed his face. "This is for you. I only require the fire-type ones," she explained, as she had not yet decided how to dispose of the others. Shun-Yi was perplexed. Even if they were not fire-type crystal cores, she could retain them for trade with others, as crystal cores were the only means to enhance abilities in this post-apocalyptic world. Su-Yin straightened her posture and declared, "Kneel." Obeying the command, Shun-Yi knelt on one knee. "I neglected to clarify that I have contracted you. From this moment forth, you are my servant. And I am your sole master," Su-Yin proclaimed. Shun-Yi felt as though he had been thrust back into a slave society. This woman dared to declare herself his master. In another time, he would have rigorously trained him in the ways of servitude, but given the altered circumstances, those rules could be disregarded. He merely needed to comprehend that her commands superseded all else, and he must obey. Yet, if he dared to harbor ill thoughts, Su-Yin paused, gathering ethereal flames in her hand, the fire bright and searing. "Do you know what it means to be ground to dust?" she said, a smirk curling at her lips. Shun-Yi gazed at her. She exuded the aura of a ruler, her expression cold and indifferent. Even with a smile, her words were no jest. Shun-Yi understood that should she choose, his demise could be instant, unless that damned contract were to be dissolved. Ultimately, he nodded, this time not under duress, but out of his own submission. "Rest assured, following me will bring you benefits," Su-Yin asserted, establishing her authority as she resumed her meal. "I have always treated my subordinates well. Yet, such a magnanimous master only invited the lurking ambition of her subordinate." A glint of bloodlust flickered in Su-Yin's eyes. She had no opportunity to exact her revenge. Otherwise, Shun-Yi observed her changing demeanor, silently taking the crystal cores she had given him to a corner. The enemy was too formidable, and he could only bide his time in silence. However, apart from commanding him to perform tasks, she exhibited a certain generosity, as evidenced by the sword and the crystal core in her possession. Could it be said that she was nurturing a potential threat? With the crystal core, his abilities would undoubtedly grow stronger, and coupled with that formidable sword, should the mental control be slightly relaxed, he could readily advise her, reminding her of the blood pact binding them. Any hint of betrayal on his part would be swiftly detected. Su-Yin remarked casually from her seat on the sofa. Shun-Yi, feeling no desire to dwell on the matter, simply acquiesced. Chapter 35. He is a wolf pretending to be a dog. He resembled a wolf that had been forcefully tamed. Compelled to act like a dog beneath the pressure exerted by Su-Yin, tucking his tail and suppressing his fangs. For even the slightest display of aggression would earn him reprimand. In his current state, the wolf awaited the opportune moment, unaware that in the days to come, he would irrevocably transform into a dog, a powerful, affectionate, loyal hound. While Su-Yin dined, Shun-Yi silently gnawed at the crystal core, using his mutated teeth to break it open, allowing the elemental energy to flow down his throat and into his body. The crisp sound of his consumption caught Su-Yin's attention, prompting her to glance over. There, the obedient zombie sat on the ground, treating the crystal cores as mere snacks. The sound of his teeth cracking them eliciting a pang of discomfort in her own jaws. The zombie possessed remarkably strong teeth. No wonder it could easily sever a human arm. In Su Yin's eyes, Shen Yi, gnawing on the crystal core, bore an uncanny resemblance to a dog munching on a bone. Though she could not pinpoint the reason for this sensation, perhaps it was due to that distinct sound, she recognized that he remained a lesser creature, one requiring her careful training. Observing the variety of crystal cores, she furrowed her brow slightly. Once Shen Yi had consumed all the crystal cores, he turned to find Su Yin gazing intently at him. "Are you able to absorb these crystal cores?" Su Yin inquired. Logically speaking, only those possessing the corresponding elemental abilities could absorb the respective elemental crystal cores. Yet this zombie had consumed at least 3 distinct types. Shen Yi hesitated for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Su Yin scrutinized him with narrowed eyes, exuding an air of pressure. "You indeed possess abilities, do you not?" she asserted. Shen Yi remained silent, frozen in place. "Answer me," Su Yin commanded, her tone firm. Reluctantly, Shen Yi nodded once more, feeling exposed. "Then why did you not utilize them when we first clashed?" Su Yin questioned. If this zombie unleashed his powers, she surmised that binding him to her would require considerably more effort. After a prolonged silence, Shen Yi finally responded in a hoarse and indistinct voice, "I couldn't win." This woman not only wielded formidable fire abilities, but she also possessed an array of peculiar powers. Moreover, she had employed direct mental control over him, rendering him incapable of accessing his own abilities. "You possess a commendable self-awareness," Su Yin remarked, observing him keenly. "All right, I merely wish to gauge the situation. I do not desire any concealment from my subordinates," Su Yin declared, determined to fully comprehend his capabilities to ensure she would not suffer any backlash. However, it was indeed quite unusual for a zombie to awaken such powers. Su Yin stroked her chin, muttering to herself once more. Shen Yi observed her. Her expression was filled with curiosity and inquiry, devoid of any suspicion that might suggest she intended to confine him to a laboratory. This left him momentarily taken aback, his heart puzzled by her behavior. "What type of supernatural ability do you possess? Show me," Su Yin requested. Shen Yi then extended his right hand, causing a cluster of vines to materialize. "Wood element," Su Yin thought to herself, realizing why he could not overpower her. "Fire defeats wood. The existence of your supernatural ability is entirely up to you to disclose. Just remember, you are human now, so others will not suspect you," Su Yin remarked. Shen Yi nodded in agreement. Having finished her last bite of food, Su Yin called for Shen Yi to collect the plates and wash the dishes. He complied, carrying them into the kitchen, only to discover there was no dish soap. Emerging at the kitchen door, he addressed the woman sprawled on the sofa in a post-meal daze. "Dish soap." Su Yin turned to look at him, her expression one of confusion, as if she did not understand what he meant. "Dish, soap," Shen Yi enunciated as clearly as possible, but his voice came out hoarse, akin to gravel lodged in his throat, which seemed to discomfort Su Yin greatly. She rose and rummaged through her storage bracelet, relying on her vague memories. "This?" she queried, producing a bag. "That's laundry detergent," Shen Yi replied. "How about this?" she asked again, pulling out another bag. "That's fabric softener." He found himself seriously questioning whether this woman possessed any common sense. Did she truly not recognize dish soap? Was she perhaps a sheltered young lady who had never lifted a finger in her life before the apocalypse? Recalling how she had even asked him if she could eat potato chips in the supermarket, Shen Yi's expression turned stony. Indeed, she seemed to be a delicate, inept lady, blissfully unaware of the world outside her sheltered existence. At long last, Su Yin unearthed a small plastic bottle, and Shen Yi accepted it silently. Finally, she had gotten it right. It had not been an easy task. Su Yin felt exasperated, pondering why there were so many strange varieties of products in this world, all with similar packaging. She then found a relatively spacious spot in the living room, scattering the items she had collected from the supermarket across the floor. Hearing the commotion, Shen Yi approached the kitchen doorway, holding a soapy plate, only to be met with the sight of the living room in disarray. Su Yin turned to him and said, "Make sure to tidy this up later." Shen Yi complied, cleaning the dishes and placing them on the counter to drain before heading to the living room to organize the scattered items. Su Yin sat at the low table, and as Shen Yi gathered her belongings, he noticed her picking up various utensils. There were countless tools for washing dishes, no fewer than 5 different types. Su Yin appeared overwhelmed, So she retrieved a bag of potato chips, sitting cross-legged on the table, munching away while overseeing the cleanup. Chapter 36. Quite the figure. Shen-Yi cast a glance at the table where she sat, noting how, as a young lady in a skirt, she sat cross-legged, oblivious to her posture. Did she not consider her demeanor at all? However, he was a slave, and matters concerning his master were beyond his purview, compelling him to avert his gaze. Shen-Yi meticulously arranged the items that could fit in the kitchen, placing the rest neatly in the cabinet. Now, with an abundance of spices and all necessary cookware, it truly facilitated his preparations for her meals. Having attended to these tasks, Shen-Yi did not forget to prepare a gift for Li Weiniang. At some point, Su-Yin entered, arms crossed, observing with keen interest from the side. Once this dagger is used, discard it, Su-Yin remarked, and the cutting board is unnecessary. Shen-Yi nodded, for the utensils she had gathered were plentiful. Yet, was that not a fruit knife? Why refer to it as a dagger? Shen-Yi found her terminology somewhat peculiar, though he did not pursue the matter further. Once Shen-Yi had sliced the vegetables and arranged them atop the lettuce in the box, Su-Yin placed another leaf over them and closed the container. She beckoned Shen-Yi to the living room, where she conjured ink, paper, and an inkstone, requesting him to grind the ink for her. Shen-Yi gazed at these antiquities, utterly perplexed. You don't know how to grind ink? Su-Yin inquired. Of course, I do, Shen-Yi replied, though he found it peculiar. Was she intending to write? One could use a fountain pen, ballpoint pen, or even a brush. Oh, perhaps she lacks those, he mused, and began grinding the inkstone. The ink slab was of superior quality, and with just a drop of water, the ink produced was vividly rich, releasing a delicate fragrance. Su-Yin tore off a small piece of paper, dipped the pen tip in the ink, and wrote 2 characters. After a moment's thought, she added an expression familiar in this world, then secured the paper within the box. Su-Yin raised her hand, forming a gesture that seemed to summon magic, and Shen-Yi watched her, feeling as though he were witnessing some form of superstition. Yet, in the next moment, the wooden box on the table vanished without a trace. Shen-Yi turned, astonished, glancing at Su-Yin, contemplating whether this was yet another display of extraordinary abilities. What power could allow one to vanish an object into thin air? Or had she perhaps stored it within her bracelet? Do not look at me with such naive astonishment, Su-Yin remarked, casting a fleeting glance his way. Indeed, her abilities rendered her a godlike figure in this world. Shen-Yi had never encountered such a spectacle. Would you like to learn? I can teach you in the future. Su-Yin teased, her lips curving into a smile. Shen-Yi pondered whether this was something he could truly learn. It felt so fantastical. This is called translocation, which allows one to transport objects to a designated location. Su-Yin elucidated, though she was uncertain whether this zombie possessed the inherent talent to learn, especially given the absence of roaming elements in this world. Sit down, Su-Yin instructed him. Shen-Yi transitioned from a half-squatting position to kneeling on both knees. The woman before him reached out to unfasten the buttons of his shirt. Shen-Yi stared at her in stunned silence, unable to move, feeling akin to a good-natured man accosted by a bully. Su-Yin unbuttoned 4 buttons, revealing his chest, where indeed, purple veins marked the signs of his zombification. She extended her right hand, a soft green light emerging, subsequently enveloping his heart from a distance, before she retracted her hand moments later. Shen-Yi lowered his gaze, observing that the skin over his heart had reverted to the shape of an ordinary human's. She had been healing him. Is there any other mutation on your body? Su-Yin inquired, expressing concern over not fully restoring him, fearing that others might suspect his true identity. Shen-Yi then removed his shirt, revealing prominent veins on his arms. Su-Yin assisted in his treatment, kneeling until her legs grew numb, prompting him to stand so she could continue. Once his chest and back returned to normal, Su-Yin glanced at his abdominal muscles and teased, "Your physique is quite impressive." Shen-Yi, feeling a rush of embarrassment, swiftly donned his shirt and fastened the buttons. "What about elsewhere?" Su-Yin asked, shifting her gaze downward to his legs. Shen-Yi quickly shook his head, asserting that any issues there would not be easily detected, and insisted that restoring his upper body was sufficient. Remembering his croaky voice, Su-Yin commanded, "Lift your head." Shen-Yi exposed his long neck, an action that indisputably laid his vulnerable throat bare to potential threats. If this woman before him intended to end his life in one swift motion. "Relax. If I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead long ago," Su-Yin remarked, sensing the tension in his neck as she spoke softly. Chapter 37. This couldn't possibly be one she has used before. Shun-Yi gradually relaxed his muscles, and Su-Yin's palm completely enveloped his throat, the soft green glow returning. After a brief moment, she withdrew her hand. "Give it a try," Su-Yin instructed. Shun-Yi responded, "How am I supposed to do that?" "What should you call me?" Su-Yin asked. Shun-Yi hesitated, turning his head away awkwardly, before muttering, "Master." This title felt excessively humiliating, as he was the one in servitude. "Look me in the eye and speak louder," Su-Yin commanded. Shun-Yi was compelled to meet her gaze, his head slightly bowed, their eyes locking before he finally uttered, "Master." His voice had lost its hoarseness, sounding more like that of an ordinary person, albeit still somewhat deep and muffled. Su-Yin acknowledged, "Your raspy voice is finally gone. You can speak more freely now, lest others think you are mute." Upon returning to her room, Su-Yin busied herself in her little sanctuary, planning to sow the seeds. Meanwhile, Shun-Yi tidied his own space, discarding unnecessary items until only a bed and a cabinet remained. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Shun-Yi turned to find Su-Yin arriving with several varieties of seeds. "What kind of vegetable is this?" Su-Yin asked. Shun-Yi glanced over and replied, "Little green vegetables. And this? Little sprout vegetables. Aren't they quite similar? Their final forms differ. Little green vegetables do not grow tall, while little sprout vegetables can. And this? Arrowhead white. This one? Black vegetable." Su-Yin remarked, "Yet again, it is the master of the grains who cannot distinguish them." Before Su-Yin could ask, Shun-Yi directly said, "Both can be used to pickle vegetables. They don't taste good stir-fried." "All right, I'll go plant them," Su-Yin replied. "Shun-Yi, she is going to grow vegetables? Is there even any unpolluted soil left in this space?" Just as she stepped out the door, Su-Yin glanced back at Shun-Yi's bed, bare and lacking even a mattress. She retrieved 2 quilts from her spatial storage and handed them to him. "Make your own bed." Shun-Yi watched her leave, then numbly looked down at the blankets in his arms. They were soft and light, and for the first time in a while, he felt a faint sensation return to his senses. The bedding was filled with premium cotton, the outer fabric woven from celestial silk, smooth, delicate, and exuding a subtle, elusive fragrance. With his barely functioning sense of smell, Shun-Yi caught a whiff of the scent and thought dully, "Did she use these before? Now, she used them? Disgusting. Later, actually not bad. But then again, he was already a zombie. What right did he have to be picky? Before this, he'd been curling up in random corners, sleeping on the cold floor." Su-Yin claimed she was planting vegetables, but in reality, she simply dumped all the seeds into her pocket dimension without sorting or tilling the soil. She left them to grow as they pleased. After all, the land in her dimension was so fertile even a rock could sprout flowers. Meanwhile, Li Weining and Xiaoya had just finished helping out at the base. As they walked, Xiaoya grumbled, "Why doesn't that Su-Yin have to do any work? Didn't you hear Zhao Pei? Su-Yin's still recovering from injuries, and Su-Yi just arrived and isn't familiar with things yet." "Humph," Li Weining replied irritably. Her mind was already plotting how to lure Su-Yin out. If she couldn't act within the base, she'd find a secluded spot, somewhere no one would witness it, and craft an airtight alibi to ensure Su-Yin met a gruesome, inexplicable end. "I'll have to wait until Su-Yi isn't around." As they walked and talked, they soon reached the residential area. Li Weining entered her room and closed the door, her gaze immediately landing on a small wooden box placed on the table. She frowned. She didn't remember owning such an item. Upon closer inspection, she found a note tucked beside the box. It read, "For you," followed by a heart. Li Weining scoffed, a smirk curling her lips. Clearly, this was from one of her admirers. As for how it ended up on her table, Bai Qingge had returned earlier. Perhaps the admirer had asked her to deliver it. Since the nightmares 2 days ago, the 3 of them had been sharing a large room with partitioned sections, not quite separate bedrooms, but divided spaces, each with their own key. The box was made of mahogany, exquisitely crafted with intricate patterns, far from cheap. When she lifted the lid, she was surprised to find Japanese sashimi inside. Given its freshness, it must have been brought back today by an ability user who ventured outside. Otherwise, such ingredients were unheard of in the base. In this apocalyptic world, food was scarce. A box of fresh sashimi was an unimaginable luxury. No wonder her admirer had presented it as a treasure. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Li Weining found herself increasingly perplexed by the box. With a slight frown, she lifted the lettuce leaf that covered its contents, and the sight that met her eyes caused her to retch violently. A wave of nausea surged through her, and she cursed inwardly. Who on earth sent this? What a pervert! The immense visual shock left her utterly disoriented. The sound of her gagging was so loud that Xiaoya and Bai Qingge, who were inside the room, rushed over to investigate. What is wrong, Weiniang? Xiaoya inquired with concern. Are you all right? Bai Qingge added, assisting her to a seated position. Li Weiniang's complexion turned ashen, a result of being both frightened and disgusted. Noticing her dazed expression, Xiaoya and Bai Qingge exchanged glances, wondering if she might be experiencing morning sickness. After all, her reaction was quite extreme. Just then, Bai Qingge caught sight of something on the table. Upon glimpsing the sashimi inside the box, she shook Xiaoya's arm and exclaimed, "Look at that!" Xiaoya followed her gaze and gasped, instinctively feeling nauseous. Bai Qingge's expression mirrored her own, contorted with revulsion. What kind of twisted individual could do such a thing? Who gave this to you? Xiaoya asked, kneeling beside Li Weiniang. It's utterly disgusting. This must be a prank. Bai Qingge remarked, her brows furrowed in distaste. Prank or not, this is beyond acceptable. I suspect the person is a complete deviant. Xiaoya retorted vehemently. At that moment, Li Weiniang managed to quell her nausea and glared at Bai Qingge, demanding, "Who told you to give me this?" Bai Qingge looked bewildered. "What are you talking about? Who asked me to give this to you? Isn't it obvious? Xiaoya and I returned together, but you arrived before us. If you didn't place it in my room, who else could have come in?" Li Weiniang shouted. "Are you accusing me of placing it there?" Bai Qingge responded in disbelief. "I swear it wasn't me. Although I returned slightly earlier, I was in my own room the whole time. Besides, how could I enter your room without your permission? Are you sure you're not misunderstanding something, Weiniang?" Xiaoya suggested gently. "If it wasn't you, then who could it be?" Li Weiniang picked up a piece of paper from the ground to show them. This was included with the item. Xiaoya took the paper, examining the calligraphy with her fingers. It was written in brush strokes, and the slender characters were not immediately recognizable as calligraphy. It was certainly not inscribed with a pen or marker. Moreover, there was a heart drawn at the end. Is this written by a man or a woman? Bai Qingge pondered aloud, noting the elegance of the script. It seems to be masculine, yet possesses a certain grace, though the strokes are quite forceful. Are you out of your mind? A woman would not draw a heart for me, Li Weiniang retorted, incredulous at Bai Qingge's suggestion. Feeling reprimanded, Bai Qingge bit her lip in silence, stifling her frustration and disappointment. Is this a gift from a deranged admirer? Xiaoya furrowed her brows. Ah, how utterly maddening. Which lunatic would send me such a thing? Li Weiniang exclaimed in indignation. They must have taken advantage of our absence to force open the lock and intrude, Xiaoya remarked. The very thought sent shivers down her spine. How could a man so easily breach the sanctity of a female dormitory and tamper with their doors without causing damage? Xiaoya approached the box, suppressing her nausea as she examined it closely. The box is rather exquisite, and this item appears freshly crafted. But who on earth made this? Is this truly the manner in which one pursues a romantic interest? How utterly revolting. Damn it, I suspect it might be one of the extraordinary individuals we encountered today. Li Weiniang seethed. What a vile pervert. This is simply disgusting. What should we do? Perhaps we should consult the captain, Xiaoya suggested. We must find out. I want to expose this individual. Li Weiniang clenched her fists, her anger palpable. Meanwhile, in Su Yin's room, she listened to Li Weiniang and the others venting their frustrations, a smile creeping onto her lips, her spirits lifted. TSK, Li Weiniang. Do you fancy the gift I bestowed upon you? There's more to come tonight. The declaration charm she had activated possessed a transmission feature, allowing her to control events from a distance. As Li Weiniang and her companions stormed towards Li Zhao with their belongings, Su Yin executed a gesture. Upon seeing them approach, Li Zhao was met with Li Weiniang snatching the box from Xiaoya's hands, her face a mask of indignation and fury. Captain, you must stand up for me. There's a deranged man in the base. Other extraordinary individuals turned to look, puzzled. Li Zhao furrowed his brow deeply and replied, Speak. And if there is truth to your words, I shall ensure justice is served. It's this, Li Weiniang declared, flinging open the lid of the box, only to be met with emptiness. Where's the item? She gasped, bewildered, shaking the box in disbelief. Xiaoya, did you empty its contents? Li Weiniang accused loudly, as she had been the one carrying the box all along. I did not. I didn't touch it. Bai Qingge can vouch for me. Xiaoya quickly protested. How could the contents simply vanish? Do they have wings and fly away? Li Weiniang retorted angrily. Xiaoya was equally perplexed, staring at the vacant box in astonishment. Where could the items be? I was the one holding it the entire way. Faced with Li Wanying's accusations, Xiaoya felt a wave of grievance welling up, tears brimming in her eyes as she murmured, "It truly wasn't me." Li Xiao regarded them both, perplexed. "Are you two performing a scene here?" At the same time, other ability users chimed in, exclaiming, "Indeed." Approaching with an empty box and calling someone a pervert. "Are you attempting to frame us?" Li Wanqing, have we offended you in any way? Even if you are a rare female ability user in the base, this is simply unacceptable. Not so rare, as Su Yin is still around. Li Wanqing gazed at them defiantly, addressing Li Xiao, "But it's true. Captain, just ask Xiaoya and Bai Qingge. They both witnessed it. It was inside this box." Yet, the current situation was that the box contained nothing. Li Xiao remarked impassively, "If you wish to accuse someone, you must present physical evidence. Otherwise, it will be difficult to gain anyone's trust." Li Wanqing found herself at a loss for words, glaring fiercely at Xiaoya. Xiaoya wiped her tears away, with Bai Qingge comforting her silently. "Then do tell us what was inside at the beginning," one ability user suggested. "It was," Li Wanqing began, but faltered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Frustrated, she felt her face flush, unable to speak, inciting others to taunt. "Go on, say it." "Huh. I knew there was nothing to begin with. Just empty words." "You've truly gone too far this time, Li Wanqing. We've treated you well, protecting you during missions and in every way." Li Wanqing looked at Li Xiao, tears of grievance streaming down her face as she insisted, "I did not deceive you. There was indeed something." Suddenly, a thought struck her right. What about that piece of paper? She turned to Xiaoya and the others, asking, "Where is that paper?" Xiaoya rummaged through her pockets and finally handed her a sheet. A glimmer of joy lit up Li Wanqing's face. With this paper, they would know she was not fabricating her story. However, upon receiving it and unfolding it, she gasped, "Where are the words?" There were definitely words on it. The others looked at her as if she were a mere jester, putting on a self-directed performance, her tears seeming all too genuine. Li Xiao observed her, having just rummaged through the box, now flipping through the blank paper, and furrowed his brow, saying, "Enough. You all may return for now. I shall remain silent this time. If such an incident occurs again, I will hold you accountable." "Captain, there were indeed words on it," Li Wanqing exclaimed, almost frenzied, thrusting the paper at Li Xiao. Yet, no matter how he looked at it, it appeared to be nothing but a blank sheet. He even pinched it between his fingers to show the other ability users. They exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if Li Wanqing had truly lost her sanity or perhaps succumbed to a mental illness. Li Xiao returned the paper to her without a word and turned to leave. The other ability users wore expressions of disappointment. Once, Li Wanqing had been their beloved mascot, the only female ability user in the base, and fairly attractive to boot. However, now, Su Yin possessed stronger abilities and was more beautiful, and most importantly, her mind was sound, unlike Li Wanqing, who spoke without thought. Hence, it seemed their new mascot would soon be replaced. Li Wanqing looked at them, feeling humiliated as she gritted her teeth and departed. Throughout her journey, she refrained from conversing with Xiaoya and Bai Qingge, instead fixating on the ground as if searching for something. Even if the characters on that piece of paper were inscribed with special ink, she could not believe that the contents of the box could vanish into thin air. Upon returning to their room, Li Wanqing continued her search and, at last, spotted something in the toilet that had yet to be flushed away. "Xiaoya, come here." Li Wanqing yanked her into the bathroom, pointing at the toilet and demanding, "You still claim you didn't pour it out? What is this inside? Is it your brain?" Xiaoya gazed at the brownish, thin slice in the toilet, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief, while Li Wanqing interpreted her expression as an admission of guilt and slapped her across the face. Xiaoya's head was knocked to one side, tears brimming in her eyes as she pleaded, "It wasn't me. I've said it countless times. I didn't pour it out." How could she have known that this cursed thing would appear in the toilet? It wasn't her doing. Still arguing, refusing to admit it, Li Wanqing lunged to grab her hair, exclaiming, "What grudge do I hold against you that you would go so far as to frame me?" Xiaoya, feeling unjustly accused and having just been slapped, finally erupted. "Damn, it's just a supernatural ability. I'm done serving you, just because you possess powers. You think you're superior? Treating us like dogs, scolding and hitting us." Thus, the two engaged in a fierce struggle at the bathroom door. Observing the commotion, Bai Qingge rushed to assist Xiaoya, as she too had endured substantial verbal abuse from Li Wanqing. The three of them clashed, their tussle spilling from the room into the small living area, pulling hair and tearing clothes while exchanging insults. Ultimately, Li Weiniang found herself outnumbered and, channeling her abilities, struck each of them in the chest with a single palm, sending Xiao Ye and Bai Qingge crashing to the ground with a thud. Standing before them, Li Weiniang surveyed her opponents from above, her hair disheveled, clothes tattered, and her face contorted with rage. As she prepared to strike again, Bai Qingge swiftly rose and pulled Xiao Ye towards their room, locking the door behind them in one fluid motion. Li Weiniang pounded on the door, shouting, "Damn it! If you have guts, come out. How dare you plot against me? I'll ensure you both suffer the consequences." Xiao Ye and Bai Qingge braced their backs against the door, despite the lingering pain. Both wore expressions of grievance and anger, finally recognizing Li Weiniang's true nature. Initially, they sought to befriend her, believing her powers granted her a higher status, enduring her orders and insults. But now, they were done with being wronged and belittled. To hell with this. Whoever wants to endure this can do so. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yin lay on her bed, listening to the escalating conflict. A satisfied smirk curled at the corners of her mouth as she swung her feet back and forth, reveling in her delightful mood. TSK, 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 Plastic Sisterhood. A dramatic spectacle of conflict. In another room, Shen Yi lay on the bed, rare in his indulgence of an afternoon nap. Having bathed, donned clean attire, and nestled into a soft bed, ignoring the fact that the bedding had been previously used, this semblance of life felt reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era. After the outbreak, as one of the first individuals to awaken to extraordinary abilities, he was taken by a group and confined within a laboratory, subjected to relentless experimentation. Once lulled into comfort, the tormenting memories of that dark period resurfaced in his mind, plunging Shen Yi into a nightmare, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Abruptly, he jolted awake, his eyes fluttering open to the ceiling above. Yes, he had escaped. Sitting up, he gazed out at the dilapidated buildings beyond the window, momentarily lost in thought. Reflecting on his current predicament, he had been forcibly bound by a woman named Su Yin, who had brought him to a human stronghold. While she commanded him to perform various tasks and insisted he address her as master, she had restored his zombie-like appearance, healed his vocal cords, and provided him with a crystal core and a sword. As he grew stronger, the time would come for him to seek vengeance against those who had wronged him. Shen Yi clenched his fists, a tempest of hatred swirling in his gaze. It seemed the woman had no intention of ending his life. She merely regarded him as a subordinate. Thus, this presented an excellent opportunity for him to lie in wait, masquerading as a human until the moment for retribution arrived. Before he could ponder further, a knock at his door interrupted him, followed by Su Yin's voice from the other side. "Su Yi, it's time to cook." Shen Yi glanced out the window, perplexed by the notion of preparing dinner while the sun still hung in the sky. Rising from his bed, he opened the door only to find Su Yin had already stepped away. Moments later, she reappeared with a garment in hand and announced, "I'm off to shower. Make sure the meal is ready. I want to eat as soon as I'm done." "Understood," Shen Yi replied. The zombie caretaker headed to the kitchen while the young lady entered the bathroom, turning on the hot water for her shower. Listening to the sound of water cascading from the bathroom, he busied himself washing and chopping vegetables, igniting the gas stove to begin cooking. Half an hour later, when Su Yin emerged, she dried her hair with a towel and noticed the table was already set with bowls and chopsticks. After ensuring her hair was completely dry, she tossed the towel to Shen Yi, instructing him to clean the bathroom. The air was infused with a faint scent of lemon, prompting Shen Yi to recall the woman's lack of common sense regarding domestic matters. He ventured to check the bottles on the counter, discovering that the shampoo remained unopened, while only a bottle of lemon sea salt shower gel had been used. Shen Yi pondered, could it be that she used shower gel to wash her hair? His suspicion grew stronger, and after tidying the bathroom, he returned to the living room, addressing Su Yin, who was enjoying her meal. "Did you wash your hair with shower gel?" Su Yin looked up unfazed. Is there a problem?" Shen Yi replied, "Not particularly. But shower gel is specifically designed for bathing. Using it on your hair could be somewhat irritating to the scalp." Su Yin tilted her head, her face adorned with an expression of bewilderment and innocence. Shen Yi observed her demeanor and concluded that she was genuinely unaware, rather than feigning ignorance. He replied flatly, "Next time, do not use the wrong one." "How could that be? I've always used it before," Su Yin responded with an air of certainty. In the Demon Palace, she had always utilized bathing paper made from soap pods, enriched with rose essence, for both washing her hair and bathing. Shen Yi's expression turned pensive as he contemplated how she had managed her life prior. If she had attendants, did they not assist her in categorizing her items? Perhaps it was possible that someone else had washed her hair or bathed her, and she simply could not distinguish between the two. Chapter 41. Has he transcended time? Suyin absent-mindedly brushed her fingers through her hair, the ends dripping with water again. Regrettably, she needed to conserve her mystical fire, as the elemental energy in this world was exceedingly scarce. Is the bathroom tidied up? She inquired. Yes, Shen Yi confirmed. Fetch me a dry towel to help with my hair. I want to eat, Suyin requested. Shen Yi then rummaged through the bathroom cabinet for a clean towel. Suyin sat on the floor while Shen Yi took a seat on the sofa, and in this position, he began to dry her hair. As she ate, Suyin pondered aloud. It seems you have a device specifically for drying hair. You? Shen Yi noted, sensing something peculiar in her phrasing, as if she were not from this world. Nevertheless, she was referring to a hairdryer, he realized. Yes, remember to bring one back next time, Suyin urged. Turning to him, Shen Yi nodded. From his vantage point, he observed that Suyin was quite slender and petite, yet possessed a formidable strength within. Her personality starkly contrasted her appearance, as she could wield the sweetest smile while delivering the harshest blows. Shen Yi applied a gentle yet firm touch. Even if her crown was directly before him, he understood that if he were to strike her with his abilities, due to their bond, she had once mentioned that he would perish alongside her. With a stoic expression, Shen Yi continued to dry her hair. Once he deemed it sufficiently dry, he hung the towel up. Su-yi, remember to wash my clothes. They are in the dirty laundry basket in the bathroom, Suyin instructed. There are no unfinished tasks, only the tireless labor of the undead, Shen Yi replied. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom as he washed the clothes, contemplating that next time. In addition to the hairdryer, he could also bring back a washing machine. As Suyin finished her meal, there was a knock at the door. She approached and opened it to find Li Zhao standing there, holding 2 dinner portions. I didn't see you at the cafeteria, and I heard Su-yi wasn't there either. So I brought dinner for both of you, Li Zhao informed her. Thank you, Captain. Suyin accepted the food, although she had already eaten. Li Zhao observed her half-dried hair, casually tousled, and her loose-fitting dress, which seemed to drape over her, suggesting she had just bathed, radiant and pure. And where is Su-yi? Li Zhao inquired, diverting his gaze. She is washing my clothes, Suyin replied. Li Zhao gazed at her, pondering whether it was truly appropriate for Su-yi, despite being her younger brother, to be present. After all, there exists a distinction between the sexes. Suyin tilted her head, uncertain of the meaning behind his furrowed brow. Ultimately, Li Zhao refrained from voicing his concerns, merely stating, You have eaten. Now, rest well. You have worked hard today. Suyin replied, Captain. You need not bring me meals next time. Su-yi and I can prepare our own. Did you not just acquire the ingredients today? I assume you lack cooking utensils. Li Zhao remarked. They were left in the room. Su-yi interjected. Li Zhao nodded. Is our next outing the day after tomorrow? Suyin inquired. The day after tomorrow, Li Zhao clarified. One of our team members, Zhou Yi, perished during this last outing, and considering Su-yi has only just arrived, it would be prudent to take a day to recuperate. After Li Zhao departed, she closed the door. At this moment, Shen Yi had already washed her dress and was preparing to hang it out to dry. However, lacking a clothes hanger, he could only drape it over the drying rack. For you, Suyin said, handing him 2 bags of dinner. Shen Yi was about to express that he no longer required human food, but before he could speak, Suyin added, I have already eaten, and we cannot waste food. In this apocalyptic world, sustenance is invaluable. As for her, once she established her own cooking arrangements, she had little desire to dine in the base's cafeteria. Shen Yi accepted the food and quietly began to consume the 4 buns and 2 large corns. His sense of smell had somewhat returned, and he could faintly perceive flavors, though not distinctly. He gazed at Suyin, contemplating whether she might indeed possess the ability to reverse his zombification. After all, her powers were extraordinary beyond reason. As night fell, Suyin occupied herself in the living room, crafting paper figurines and casting a nightmare spell, while Shen Yi observed her intently. Suddenly, a paper figure soared into the air. Suyin gestured with her fingers, and a mysterious red rune appeared, which she infused into the paper figure, causing it to take flight. Shen Yi was certain he was not hallucinating, nor had he stumbled into a fantastical television drama. This woman before him resembled a sorceress, wielding arcane powers and commanding paper figures. After completing her task, Su Yin retrieved a swordsmanship manual from her storage bracelet and tossed it to the astonished zombie. Shun Yi instinctively raised his hand to catch it, and Su Yin instructed, "It is too early to sleep. Master the techniques within this manual, and when combined with that sword, you shall unleash greater power." With that, Su Yin returned to her room, leaving Shun Yi to silently scrutinize the book in his hands. The 100 Styles of the Xianjing Sword Manual, the title reeked of youthful pretension, and the aged texture of the book left him questioning whether he had indeed traversed into another realm or if this woman was simply unhinged. This was an apocalypse, not a fantastical narrative from film or literature. Even amidst the end of days, such absurdity seemed implausible. Chapter 42. Come to hell and accompany me. Shun Yi wore a despondent expression, instinctively yearning to discard the book into the trash. However, he feared that doing so would provoke the woman. Thus, he placed the book on the sofa and proceeded to gather the dishes from the coffee table, washing them in the kitchen. Once he had tidied up, Shun Yi returned to his room, but half an hour later, he emerged once more to retrieve the book from the sofa. He pondered meticulously over the events of the day that had transpired around Su Yin, finding them inexplicable and shrouded in mystery. Just as in the present apocalypse, where humanity's awakening to extraordinary abilities eludes scientific explanation, Su Yin's existence defied comprehension as well, particularly her sword and that bracelet. Thus, he resolved to entertain the notion. Albeit tentatively, Shun Yi leaned against the headboard, perusing the sword manual, which was steeped in fantasy and filled with esoteric terminology like guiding Qi back to the field, rendering it utterly incomprehensible. Fortunately, the illustrations provided some clarity, allowing him to piece together the movements in his mind. As he continued to leaf through the pages, he found himself able to connect the preceding actions cohesively, revealing a seamless sequence of techniques. Meanwhile, on the other side, after a falling out with Xiao Ye and Bai Qingge, Li Weiniang seized the opportunity to hastily pack her belongings and vacate the premises while that deranged woman was out for dinner. Upon returning to the now empty rooms, Li Weiniang crossed her arms and huffed with irritation. She had regarded their friendship as a sign of respect. Let them leave, for there were countless others eager to curry her favor. After washing up and retreating to bed, Li Weiniang succumbed to slumber, at which point the nightmare curse commenced its sinister workings. In her dream, she found herself amidst an unfamiliar wasteland, where she spotted a figure standing with its back turned to her. Identifying him by his attire, she exclaimed, "Zhou Yi? I thought you were dead." Zhou Yi did not respond. "Since you are alive, why haven't you dealt with Su Yin? You promised me," Li Weiniang demanded. At that moment, Zhou Yi slowly turned around, and upon seeing his face, she let out a piercing scream. That was not the Zhou Yi she knew. It was a grotesque version, transformed into a zombie. Zhou Yi advanced toward Li Weiniang, his eyes bloodshot and nearly bulging from their sockets, his mouth agape, dripping with blackish red slime. "Ah, don't come near me." Li Weiniang shrieked in terror and turned to flee. "Li Weiniang," Zhou Yi called out her name, as if he were there to collect a debt. "Come and join me in hell." Li Weiniang ran desperately, but as fate would have it, she stumbled and fell. Zhou Yi caught up to her, tearing at her clothes, and sinking his teeth into her arm. In that instant, she felt a transformation overtaking her. Her skin darkened to a gray hue. Her eyes ached as though they would burst from their sockets. She was becoming a zombie. The next morning, Li Weiniang awoke, her face streaked with tears. Upon returning to reality, she realized that she had not transformed into a zombie, nor had Zhou Yi come looking for her. With tears streaming down her face, Li Weiniang curled up, overwhelmed by despair. For the past few days, she had been plagued by nightmares, not knowing why she dreamt of being devoured by zombies or pursued by Zhou Yi. Now that Xiao Ye and the others had left, she felt the need to find 2 new roommates. At that moment, Su Yin and Su Yi had already finished breakfast and were heading to the training grounds at the base. Li Zhao had gathered everyone for special training and welcomed the new members. When he called out Li Weiniang's name, he was met with silence. "Where's Li Weiniang?" "Absent," Li Zhao remarked with a slight frown. "Yes, Captain," a team member replied. "Did she inform any of you about taking leave?" Li Zhao inquired. Everyone shook their heads in response. After yesterday's incident, Li Weiniang had squandered any goodwill they had towards her, making her presence less significant than that of Su Yin. The team organized themselves into pairs for their ability training. Su Yin, still recovering from her injuries, stood aside to watch, while the ability-less Shun Yi stood next to her. Li Zhao was somewhat perplexed, uncertain about how to train Su Yi. observing the chaotic training, which resembled a brawl among elementary school students relying solely on their abilities to prevail. Suyin couldn't help but shake her head. No longer a demon lord. Those individuals were not her subordinates. She simply wished to retire peacefully, uninterested in meddling. As for training, her focus was solely on Su-yi. After all, he was one of their own. Captain, Su-yi and I will train over there, Su-yin informed Li Zhao. What are you training for? Isn't Su-yi devoid of abilities? Li Zhao asked. Combat techniques, and such, Su-yin replied. Li Zhao nodded. And then Su-yin beckoned Shun-yi to a nearby open space. Sun Yueqi observed the two with a glimmer of vindictiveness in his eyes. Wu Heng glanced over and asked, Is Su-yi really that formidable? Is he stronger than us, even without abilities? Humph. He only relies on that weapon. Otherwise, how could he compete with those who possess abilities? Sun Yueqi scoffed. Moreover, zombies lack abilities. They can be dealt with easily. Chapter 43. Resilient and tough with her arms crossed, Su-yin addressed the zombie before her. What have you done with the sword manual I gave you yesterday? I've read half of it, Shun-yi replied. Su-yin looked at him in surprise, thinking that perhaps this zombie possessed some talent that could be nurtured. Demonstrate the moves to me, Su-yin instructed. Shun-yi responded, I don't have a sword. So what if you don't have a sword? A true master wields the sword in their heart, ultimately triumphing through sword energy, Su-yin countered. Use your hands in place of the sword. Envisioning that you are holding it, transforming the formless into the tangible, she advised. Shun-yi stood there blankly, silently recalling the sword techniques he had seen in the manual the night before. Just as he prepared to begin, Su-yin halted him. What are you doing? Is your energy settled in the Dantian? You're starting with the first move? Shun-yi replied. I only looked at the moves, not the text. So how am I to understand how to settle the energy? Su-yin gazed at him, her expression one of realization, understanding why he had managed to absorb half of the sword manual so swiftly. She could not help but exclaim, Did you perceive it as a mere children's book? Shun-yi remained silent, his lips pressed together, bowing his head slightly. At that moment, Su-yin retrieved a training rod from her storage bracelet, slender as a pinky finger, intricately adorned with elaborate carvings, with a crimson tassel dangling at its end. She wielded the rod, directing its tip towards Shun-yi's body, instructing him on the location of his Dantian, and personally demonstrating how to initiate stances and cultivate energy. Shun-yi listened intently, mimicking her movements. After enduring several strikes to his arms and legs, he finally achieved the correct posture. Very well, just like that. Your fundamentals are quite lacking. Let us begin with the basics, Su-yin remarked. While they were engaged in training, Li Zhao, having observed the abilities of the practitioners, turned to watch Su-yin and Shun-yi. He beheld Su-yin striking an imposing figure, wielding an unknown stick she had found, delivering sharp blows to Su-yi without any hesitation. Some practitioners also noticed the scene. Su-yin barely reached Su-yi's shoulder. Given the disparity in their physiques and Su-yi's already commendable combat prowess, he appeared like a quail, submissively enduring the blows. Is this the suppression of bloodlines? The younger brother is always in a position of inferiority before the elder sister, one mused. Su-yin, it is a matter of martial dominance. Thank you. However, did their training truly yield results? The practitioners were perplexed, and Li Zhao stared in astonishment. Focus on your own training, he admonished the distracted practitioners. With that, everyone redirected their attention. Sun Yueqi observed from a distance, deridingly commenting, look at them playing house. Zheng Fan echoed his sentiments, admitting, I cannot comprehend what they are doing. It seems utterly absurd. Indeed, possessing abilities is superior to lacking them. Su-yin observed Shun-yi in a horse stance, his legs trembling as she struck him with her rod. She applied a moderate force, unafraid of causing harm, for the undead had tough skin and were resilient. Shun-yi felt as though time stretched infinitely, and this woman could only be described as a devil. At the right moment, Su-yin instructed him to stand upright and engage in some movements, guiding the energy back to his Dantian. Once, many sought my personal training, yet you, young man, do not appreciate it, she remarked coolly, surveying the nearly exhausted figure before her. Are you not a lady of great fortune? Shun-yi retorted. After an hour of exploration, he felt a growing understanding, as if his energy had truly descended into his Dantian. Su-yin tilted her head, saying, Remember this sensation. It will accompany you throughout your cultivation journey. Shun-yi nodded, despite feeling she resembled someone promoting superstitious practices. Su-yin instructed him to commence with the first stance. occasionally adjusting his posture and indicating the points of force, seamlessly transitioning to the second and third stances. In this manner, Shen Yi successfully linked the first 3 moves together. Before long, Li Zhao approached, and upon hearing his footsteps, Su Yin turned to him. "It is time to conclude the training," Li Zhao announced. Su Yin nodded, gesturing with her rod for Shen Yi to pause and take a moment's respite. In the team of extraordinary abilities, someone expressed a desire to spar with Su Yi. Li Zhao glanced at Shen Yi and remarked that they possessed abilities, making it clear that Su Yi would not stand a chance. "It's not about the abilities. I merely wish to witness his skills," Su Yin interjected. Li Zhao responded, "That's acceptable." The 3 of them moved to the other side, where the onlookers gazed at Shen Yi with a sense of excitement, particularly since most had not participated in a task the previous day, leaving them curious about the legendary Su Yi. "What were you just teaching Su Yi? It didn't seem like typical combat techniques," Li Zhao inquired. "Well, he has a low comprehension, so I was just having him practice casually," Su Yin replied vaguely. Shen Yi remained silent, then stepped into the center of the arena. Li Zhao organized the extraordinary beings, stating, "Since Su Yi lacks abilities, you all should refrain from using yours during the match, as it would be unfair." A chorus of agreement followed. "Also, remember to hold back. Let it be a friendly exchange," Li Zhao cautioned, aware of Su Yi's formidable strikes, which he suspected were enhanced by the sword. Chapter 44. A mild lesson. The first extraordinary being stepped forward, assuming a stance before launching a punch at Shen Yi. Shen Yi stood still, leaving the onlookers puzzled. However, just as the punch was about to connect with his face, Shen Yi deftly sidestepped, delivering a palm strike that sent the attacker several steps back. "Wow!" the spectators exclaimed in awe, marveling at his speed. As for the individual who had been pushed back, he turned to Shen Yi in disbelief and, unwilling to concede, charged again. Yet, despite several attempts, he could not even graze Shen Yi's clothing. The crowd began to chant, "Yuan Ji, are you capable or not? Step aside and let me take a turn." Embarrassed, the extraordinary being named Yuan Ji retreated, conceding defeat to Shen Yi with a nod. Subsequent challengers, the second and third extraordinary beings, fared no better. In a contest of speed, they found themselves outmatched, and in a test of strength, they were equally inferior. Without the use of their abilities, they gained no advantage whatsoever. Observing with arms crossed, Su Yin smiled subtly. Her contracted zombie, even without wielding a sword and merely swinging wildly, displayed strength and speed that surpassed the other extraordinary beings. However, if his might and agility were refined through training, he could become even more formidable. Wu Hong watched in astonishment as Su Yi demonstrated such prowess without a sword. Finally understanding the admiration others had for him, he truly possessed remarkable skills. "Are you going to step up?" Wu Hong quietly asked the nearby Sun Yueqi. "Yes," Sun Yueqi replied, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Yi. "Just be cautious," Wu Hong advised. The captain only said not to use abilities. "But secretly gathering strength is still permissible," Sun Yueqi retorted. When his turn came, Shen Yi remained expressionless as he regarded him. Su Yin recognized the man and recalled, "Isn't this the scoundrel Zhou Ye's accomplice?" Su Yin curled the corner of her lips slightly, then transmitted her voice to Shen Yi. "This person, teach him a proper lesson." Suddenly hearing Su Yin's voice in his mind, Shen Yi stiffened momentarily before instinctively turning to look at her, yet her lips hadn't moved at all. "What are you looking at me for? Look at the enemy." Another sentence surfaced in his mind. Shen Yi fully realized then that it hadn't been an auditory hallucination. This woman could actually use voice transmission on him? Was she some kind of cheat character? Or was her very existence beyond this world? Shock rippled through him once more, but for now, he had to deal with the man before him. This opponent was different from the others. The rest had approached their matches with a sparring mindset, but this one, Sun Yueqi, clearly sought a life-or-death struggle. A pity he couldn't actually kill him. A light lesson would have to suffice. Seeing Su Yi standing motionless, Sun Yueqi lunged forward without hesitation. This time, Shen Yi didn't evade. Instead, he met him head-on. The moment their forearms collided, Sun Yueqi grunted in pain, inwardly cursing, "Damn it. Are this guy's arms made of iron?" But with the arrow already knocked, he had no choice but to press on with a second and third strike, each one ruthlessly overpowered by sheer force. Struck multiple times, Sun Yueqi staggered back, clutching his chest. Panting heavily, his glare at Shen Yi was venomous as he secretly channeled his latent ability, transferring its energy into his arms without any visible manifestation. Sensing the sudden surge in strength, Shen Yi's brow twitched briefly before relaxing. With a deft redirection of force, he flipped Sun Yueqi over his shoulder, slamming him onto the ground. Hell yeah. Su Yi, you're insane. Holy shit. He's this strong without an ability? If he ever awakens one, he'll be unstoppable. Haha. Go, Su Yi. Hope you awaken soon. Sun Yueqi lay sprawled, aching all over. When he lifted his head to glare at Su Yi, fury and loathing flashed in his eyes. But with everyone watching, he couldn't unleash his ability openly. Swallowing his rage, he seethed in silence. Just you wait, Su Yi. The moment we're outside the base, you're dead. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself up, only to accidentally lock eyes with Su Yin. Her gaze, dripping with mockery and disdain, stoked his fury even further. The other ability users swarmed around Shen Yi, admiration gleaming in their eyes. Drawn to strength, they clamored for his training secrets, how he honed his speed and power. Unwilling to engage, Shen Yi opted for silence. Li Zhao stepped in to defuse the situation. All right, there'll be plenty of time to interact later. Su Yi has social difficulties. Give him space to open up gradually. Nods of understanding followed as they suddenly recalled. This formidable brother had psychological barriers. Their expressions softened with sympathy. Shen Yi, ignoring them outright. He turned and walked back to Su Yin's side. The morning's training concluded just like that. Li Zhao briefed Su Yin and Su Yi on the ability team's regular meetings and training schedule, instructing them to take note and arrive punctually. Take note. Su Yin remarked to Shen Yi that she was still not particularly familiar with the temporal nomenclature of this world, noting the distinctions between hours and time periods. Thus, she entrusted everything to Su Yi. Shen Yi nodded in agreement. Chapter 45. Do not lean so close next time on their way back. Su Yin encountered several individuals who greeted both her and Shen Yi. Without exception, every young woman cast an extra glance at Shen Yi. Su Yin chuckled softly and introduced. This is Su Yi, my younger brother. The others interpreted younger brother to mean a sibling rather than an attendant, and Su Yin, feeling indifferent, chose not to correct them. You certainly seem quite popular, Su Yin teased, glancing at the silent figure of the undead beside her, who, despite having the ability to speak, maintained a stoic demeanor. Shen Yi did not respond to her jest. As a zombie, he had little desire to engage with others. After they moved on, two figures emerged from a nearby corner, Xiao Ye and Bai Qingge. Is that really Su Yi? Am I seeing things? Bai Qingge furrowed her brow. It is him, Xiao Ye affirmed. Yesterday, when Su Yi first arrived at the base, he was disheveled and filthy, yet even in such a state, she knew he must possess an appealing appearance. Today, upon closer inspection, having been cleaned up, he had transformed from a beggar into a heartthrob. Every woman passing by seemed to be captivated by him. Handsome and competent, it is a pity he happens to be Su Yin's brother, Xiao Ye thought bitterly. Feeling she had initially chosen the wrong side. If she had not allied herself with Li Waning against Su Yin, things would have been much simpler. That detestable woman, Li Waning, wielded her abilities to demean them, resorting to both violence and insults, truly infuriating. He has changed remarkably, Bai Qingge mused, acknowledging Xiao Ye's observation. If I were to approach him, perhaps I might have a chance. She calculated in her mind. Realizing that they had now distanced themselves from Li Waning and could readily seek Su Yin's favor, potentially even exposing Li Wanying's misdeeds. Meanwhile, Li Waning sought out Li Zhao around midday to explain her absence from training that morning. She claimed to have been unwell, and, as she spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes. Li Zhao held back the reprimands that rose in his throat and simply said, next time, remember to ask someone to excuse you. Take care of your health and rest well. Li Waning nodded, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. However, Li Zhao was not swayed by her act and turned to leave. Frustrated, Li Waning clenched her fists and made her way to the cafeteria alone. After her departure, several ability users exchanged glances and commented, how did I not notice her manipulative nature before? Perhaps this is the advanced stage of a White Lotus. That's because you were all enchanted by her appearance, another replied. And have you noticed? She only approaches the captain and never seeks out anyone else. Just based on her baseless accusations yesterday, I've completely lost any fondness for her. In the base cafeteria, Li Waning observed Xiao Ye and Bai Qingge seated at a table, and to her dismay, they regarded her with disdainful glares. Infuriated, Li Waning dug her nails into her tray. The cafeteria was bustling with people, and she shot daggers at the two of them before opting to sit at a nearby table, engaging in conversation with other women devoid of special abilities. Xiao Ye and Bai Qingge were privy to too many of her secrets. Now that her relationship with them had soured, she was determined to find a way to silence them. Upon returning home, Su Yin collapsed onto the sofa, instructing Shun Yi to prepare dinner. When Shun Yi brought out the meal, he found the woman on the sofa lying on her side, fast asleep. Reflecting on the training from the morning, he wondered how she could be exhausted merely from standing. Indeed, she was quite the pampered heiress. As Shun Yi approached the sofa, he took in the sight of Su Yin, defenseless in her slumber, with long lashes, a delicate pink pout, and fair skin. He couldn't help but acknowledge her striking beauty. If only she weren't so peculiar, with her unfathomable abilities and an array of bizarre techniques. Just as Shun Yi reached out to gently nudge her shoulder to awaken her, Su Yin, previously asleep, suddenly extended her hand and grasped his throat. Startled, Shun Yi realized he had been completely unaware of her movements. The sensation of suffocation gradually robbed him of breath until Su Yin opened her eyes. Struggling to speak, he managed to croak, "It's me." Her gaze sharpened, and only then did she recognize him. Releasing her grip, she straightened her posture and coldly remarked, "Next time, don't come so close. Otherwise, if I accidentally kill you, don't blame me." Shun Yi thought to himself that her vigilance surpassed even his own. "Dinner is ready," he stated. Su Yin then washed her hands and sat down to eat, while Shun Yi tidied the kitchen, lost in thought. At the moment Su Yin had opened her eyes, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of her pupils, which appeared red, even though they seemed unfocused, reminiscent of a merciless killing machine. Frowning slightly, he pondered whether she was, in fact, a zombie. After all, he possessed an ability that could alter appearances, so if she were a zombie, her true identity would remain concealed. After spending 3 days in the base, it was time to venture out for supplies again. This time, only Shun Yi signed up, as Su Yin, now with subordinates, saw no reason to make the trip herself. She preferred to reap the benefits without the effort. During those 3 days, she had intensified Shun Yi's training, instructing him that his primary task upon venturing out was to seek out crystal cores, followed by procuring essential items, and ideally, she requested some snacks as well. Shun Yi questioned, "Have you consumed all the snacks from several shelves in these 3 days?" Su Yin replied, "The more, the better, thank you. Do not engage in any underhanded activities while I am away. Keep your identity concealed," Su Yin cautioned him. Shun Yi nodded, aware that he had no knowledge of where Su Yin had imposed this contract upon him. Bound by this constraint, he had no choice but to obey. "Make sure to secure the door and refrain from opening it to outsiders." Shun Yi remarked that every time Li Xiao sought her out, she would open the door without even a glance. If there were an ambush outside, she would be stabbed the moment she opened the door. He recalled that Su Yin had enemies in the base, someone named Li, perhaps. Su Yin acknowledged. Observing her demeanor, Shun Yi approached the door and gestured towards the peephole, saying, "You can see who is outside by using this." Su Yin leaned in, slightly on tiptoe, peering through the small opening to glimpse the scene beyond. "Wow, I didn't know there was a little door," she exclaimed. Shun Yi replied, "See?" She truly was unaware of the peephole's existence. After her exploration of the peephole, Su Yin began crafting paper figures in the living room. With a flick of her wrist, she cast a spell, and the paper figure trembled and flew towards Shun Yi. "Take this with you when you go out tomorrow. You can use it to communicate with me if needed," Su Yin instructed. Shun Yi silently regarded the paper figure, extending 2 fingers to grasp it. The figure struggled momentarily, but upon his release, it remained still in his palm. Shun Yi gazed at this miraculous object, as if it had been imbued with life, and a glimmer of longing appeared in his eyes as he looked at Su Yin. Raising an eyebrow, Su Yin remarked, "I'll teach you this once you master the 100 styles." Shun Yi nodded in agreement. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, as they assembled to depart, the paper figure nestled within Shun Yi's collar, cleverly concealed so that none could detect it. Li Xiao organized the team, and during the free allocation, only Shun Yi and Sun Yueqi were left unassigned. Thus, Li Xiao proposed, "Would it be acceptable for you two to form a team?" "I have no objections, Captain," Sun Yueqi replied. Shun Yi cast him a sidelong glance, nodding. This man was one of Su Yin's adversaries. It was indeed peculiar for him to willingly team up with him. As Shun Yi scrutinized Sun Yueqi, he discerned a hint of calculation lurking beneath his feigned smile. A derisive scoff echoed in Shun Yi's mind. He had given a light lesson before, and this time, he would see if Sun Yueqi would survive. After their departure, Li Weining emerged from behind, having chosen not to participate in this mission. Noticing Su Yin's absence from the team, a malicious smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Su Yin, you are all alone this time. Let us see who will protect you now. Meanwhile, Su Yin, preparing to return to slumber in her room, suddenly sneezed. The meal Shun Yi had prepared still lay on the dining table, urging her to eat promptly. She rose to have her meal, for if he did not return by noon, she would not eat until evening. After finishing her meal and feeling satiated, she heard a knock on the living room door at 9 o'clock. Frowning slightly, she approached the peephole to investigate, discovering two unfamiliar women outside. Who are you looking for? Su Yin inquired as she opened the door. We're looking for you, Su Yin, one of the girls replied with a smile. The logistics team has sent us to notify you to join us. Su Yin crossed her arms, assessing the two women before her. All the women, including those with abilities, were going, and Li Weining was among them. One of the girls explained. All right, I'll change my shoes, Su Yin said, feeling that dealing with these smelly fish and shrimp was futile, so she might as well go. Staying in the room was equally dull. If they truly wanted to confront her, it was better to stretch her limbs a bit. The two girls waited outside the door, peering into the two-bedroom apartment, their hearts swirling with envy and bitterness. Indeed, the treatment of those with abilities was quite privileged. Once Su Yin had changed her shoes, she stepped out and joined the two girls. It turned out there was indeed work to be done. She had initially thought they were luring her to a secluded spot to spring a trap. Su Yin, you've arrived? Zhao Pei poked his head out from behind a box, greeting her. Su Yin nodded in acknowledgement. The logistics department was tasked with organizing supplies, and this time they had accumulated quite a bit, requiring everyone to help sort through them. Upon seeing Su Yin's arrival, Li Weining gestured to another girl, who understood the cue and approached Su Yin. As Su Yin pushed a box forward, she encountered resistance and turned to see someone approaching. The person said, Su Yin, you surely can't push these 3 large boxes stacked together on your own. Let me assist you. Su Yin replied, there are wheels beneath them, you know? Nevertheless, it seemed she was not one to refuse help, so she allowed the assistance. As she eased her grip on the box, it barely moved, but suddenly, the top box toppled over. A scream pierced the air as the girl was struck. Chapter 47. Do you think you're worthy of my attention? Instantly, everyone turned their gaze, rushing to help the girl who had fallen. Are you all right, Li Na? Oh no, your forehead is bleeding. What should we do? Take her to the doctor for a bandage. Zhao Pei also rushed over, noticing Li Na crying on the ground. Fortunately, this box wasn't too heavy, or else you would have sustained serious injuries. I don't know what happened. I was pulling the box just fine, and then that top box came crashing down at me. Li Na sobbed. The boxes were stacked securely. How could it have fallen suddenly? One girl questioned. I thought I saw Su Yin reach for the third box just now, another girl added. Su Yin turned to her, perplexed. Are your eyes situated on your forehead? When did I place my hands on it? The others present also turned to her, with someone asking, did you accidentally cause it to move, Su Yin? If no one touched it, how could the box have fallen for no reason? Li Na's friend glared at Su Yin. Su Yin, you should apologize to Li Na for injuring her forehead. We all reside in the same base, and as women, I believe she won hold it against you. At that moment, Li Weining spoke up. Su Yin glanced at her, suspecting she was aware of the truth behind the incident. Heh, is this a new trick? Zhao Pei gazed at her as Su Yin crossed her arms and coldly remarked, it wasn't me. Why should I apologize? If you are not you, then who are you? People have seen you place your hand on the third box. Li Na's friend questioned vehemently. Please, my hand did not touch it, Su Yin retorted, exasperated. Moreover, even if I had touched it, are you implying that a mere brush against you would cause you to fall, making it my fault? Li Na's friend disregarded her words and turned to Zhao Pei, accusingly stating, Zhao Pei, look at her. She admits to placing her hand there. She must be the one who pushed. Li Na had approached with good intentions to assist in moving the box, only to be injured. While the culprit maintained such an arrogant demeanor, does she think her powers make her superior? Another chimed in. Su Yin responded with a perplexed expression. Your watermelon hat truly fits. Su Yin, just apologize. Wu Hui is concerned for her friend. Li Weining interjected with a slight frown. Oof, look at her. She won apologize. She only bullies those of us without powers. Wu Hui glared. Zhao Pei felt overwhelmed, especially surrounded by women. The noise was dizzying. I already said I didn't do it. Why should I apologize? Su Yin rolled her eyes. What? Because you're loud? Because you're slandering me? At that moment, Others began to cast accusatory glances her way, though none spoke up. Su Yin, as a person with abilities, how can you say such things? Li Wanning proclaimed from her moral high ground. What right do you have to judge me? Su Yin shot back. Are you unaware of your own character? Just 3 days ago, you were publicly calling someone a pervert. Li Wanying's expression shifted dramatically as she bit her lip and glared at her, inwardly cursing. Damn it. Who spread that rumor? What if I have abilities? If you're capable, awaken yours too. Su Yin scoffed at the fallen Wu Hui. Why would I conspire against your friend? You must have learned that from Li Waning. You. Wu Hui glared at her, struggling to find words. Su Yin kicked the wheel beneath the box and said, Do I need help with something that has wheels? Was I begging her to assist me? Why don't I say you're deliberately trying to cause trouble? At that moment, others could no longer contain themselves and began to voice their criticism. Li Na was only trying to help you. Haha, this is my first encounter with such conspiracy theories. Mistaking kindness for malice. You're turning the tables. What wrong has Li Na done? Su Yin, irritated by the cacophony of voices, coldly replied. If you're all so keen to chatter, why not go outside and face some zombies? What I say is the truth, believe it or not. I suggest some of you behave. Do you think I need such underhanded tactics to deal with someone? Don't assume I'm easy to bully. You are not worthy of my effort. After saying this, Su Yin turned to leave. Seeing that they were still arguing, Zhao Pei intervened, saying, Enough. If there are issues, wait until the captain returns to address them. Wu Hui, please take Li Na to see a doctor. The rest of you, continue your work. Amidst the simmering discontent within the hearts of the crowd, few dared to voice their grievances. To evade the throng of women, Su Yin opted to assist Zhao Pei, contemplating that it would be wiser to venture out in search of supplies rather than engage in futile discourse. Zhao Pei observed her. Uncertain of the events that had just transpired, both sides presented plausible arguments, and the consensus seemed to be that the affairs among women were exceedingly complex. Wu Hui, accompanied by Li Na, ventured to a secluded spot and inquired, Your forehead does not ache, does it? It's merely a scrape. I'm fine, Li Na replied, then smirked and added, However, the desired effect has been achieved. All the women in the base have begun to ostracize Wanning. In Chapter 48, he is about to become a zombie. Wu Hui scoffed. Look at that Su Yin, the epitome of a white lotus. Zhao Pei's remarks clearly aimed to defend her in that situation. Su Yin had awakened her abilities later than Wanning. Yet she carried herself with an air of superiority, bullying Wanning at every turn. Such a person was simply fortunate to have gained abilities. She was undeserving. In the warehouse, Li Wanning cast a venomous glare at Su Yin's retreating figure. Noticing Su Yin carrying a box to store her belongings, she signaled a nearby girl, who then approached with her own box. As Su Yin noticed the girl approaching, she sidestepped, causing the girl to collide with empty space and tumble to the ground. Su Yin turned back in surprise, exclaiming, You can slip on flat ground? Surely, you aren't going to claim I caused that? Zhao Pei, just a few paces away, observed the scene and stated, It wasn't her. She fell on her own. As Su Yin set the box down, Zhao Pei glanced at the woman rising from the floor, his brow furrowing. He had clearly seen that the girl intended to collide with Su Yin, which raised his suspicions about Li Na as well. Yet, he struggled to comprehend why they were so intent on targeting Su Yin. Was it merely jealousy over her abilities? Meanwhile, in the desolate ruins of a city, Shen Yi partnered with Sun Yueqi, and the duo encountered zombies. Sun Yueqi planned to launch a surprise attack from behind as he engaged the zombies. However, to his dismay, all the zombies turned their attention toward him. Shen Yi, clutching a small bag filled with crystal cores, observed as 3 zombies surrounded Sun Yueqi. He began to rummage through his bag. While the low-level zombies seemed to be offering themselves up, their attack patterns starkly different from those directed at Sun Yueqi. With a cold snort, Shen Yi exerted his will to hasten the attacks of the 3 zombies, and soon, Sun Yueqi's cries for help echoed through the air. When Li Zhao and the others arrived, they witnessed Su Yi effortlessly handling 10 zombies, while Sun Yueqi was engulfed by 3, lamenting his plight. Their faces were etched with disdain. In contrast, Sun Yueqi appeared woefully inadequate. Li Zhao rushed to assist Sun Yueqi, while the other ability users aided Shen Yi in dispatching the remaining zombies. Ultimately, this wave of zombies was eradicated. As they entered the abandoned shopping mall, Shen Yi paused before the electronics section. Li Zhao turned to him and asked, Su Yi, is that what you want? Shen Yi nodded in affirmation. In the base, there existed a communal refrigerator and other such conveniences, eliminating the need to exert effort in transporting those cumbersome items, remarked an ability user. You all go ahead. I shall carry them and join you shortly, Shinny stated. After saying this, he entered the store, leaving a few individuals staring at one another in bewilderment. Oh, so this Su-Yi can indeed speak. Sun Yueqi did not linger, as he was aware he could not overpower Su-Yi alone. Shun-Yi proceeded to move the refrigerator, washing machine, microwave, and other essentials, ensuring to take everything that was lacking. As he exited, he noticed several zombies surrounding the cargo truck. To his surprise, upon catching sight of him, the zombies gradually retreated, seemingly intimidated. With a confident stride, Shun-Yi re-entered the mall, followed slowly by the same zombies, who mirrored his movements. He soon lost them, ventured into the supermarket, acquired clothes drying racks and hair dryers, and filled a large bag with an assortment of snacks. Observing the items he could not carry, he mused that had Su-Yi been present, not a single one would have been left behind. After Li Zhao and the others emerged with supplies, they encountered zombies obstructing their path, with more entering from outside, effectively cornering them. Everyone hastily set their supplies down and prepared for combat. While battling the zombies, Shin-Yi controlled the horde to encircle Sun Yueqi, who then exclaimed in frustration, "Why are all these zombies attacking me? Damn it!" To the other ability users, the zombies targeting Sun Yueqi were merely a few more than those attacking them. And since zombies attacked indiscriminately, how could there be a specific target? There are too many zombies. Is it just me, or does it seem like there are more outside? One ability user remarked, gazing at the mall entrance. What could be attracting them? Another inquired. We're all living humans, gathered together. Isn't that bound to attract attention? Responded another group member. Just as Sun Yueqi was momentarily relieved from the zombies' assault by two other ability users, he noticed Shun-Yi was unguarded behind him and approached him. As he concentrated his ability, preparing to strike the zombies, he couldn't help but keep an eye on Shun-Yi. Upon hearing footsteps, Shun-Yi instinctively sidestepped at the moment Sun Yueqi was about to strike, causing his attack to miss. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at Sun Yueqi, sinking its teeth into his arm. Ah! Sun Yueqi cried out in agony, catching the attention of the others, their eyes widening in terror. Sun Yueqi had been bitten by a zombie. He was destined to become one of them. Li Zhao, acting decisively, shouted to Shun-Yi Su-Yi, "Use your sword to sever Sun Yueqi's arm. Otherwise, he will turn into a zombie." Shun-Yi raised his hand, wielding his sword, and in a swift motion, Sun Yueqi's right arm was severed. Ah! He screamed again, while the other team members rushed to his side, tightening fabric around his shoulder to prevent excessive blood loss and shock. Sun Yueqi watched helplessly as the zombie gnawed away at his severed arm. Chapter 49. Is it too much to ask for just one arm? Shun-Yi swiftly dispatched the zombie, claiming its crystal core, and then picked up the severed arm, directing it towards Sun Yueqi's face. Do you still want this? Sun Yueqi gazed at his mutilated, bloodied stump, with bone protruding, and could no longer bear the blow. He fainted, collapsing backwards. Sun Yueqi! Sun Yueqi! The two ability users supporting him exclaimed in alarm. Shun-Yi cast aside the item in his hand, a cold scoff escaping his lips. Throughout their journey, this man had secretly plotted against him multiple times. Surely, asking for an arm in return was not unreasonable? At that moment, Li Zhao remarked, "You should take him back first. We will continue searching for supplies and await your return." The two ability team members nodded, then carried Sun Yueqi away, while the remaining individuals proceeded to move the supplies to a designated hiding place. In the logistics department of the base, Zhao Pei was occupied elsewhere, while Su-Yin finished arranging the last box. Stopping to catch her breath, she thought to herself, this body is still too weak. Moving a single item is exhausting. As she turned to leave, she suddenly discovered three women standing menacingly behind her, their demeanor suggesting they were not to be trifled with. Crossing her arms, Su-Yin regarded them with a disdainful gaze as they advanced step by step. Complying with their approach, she took a step back. At that moment, the warehouse doors inexplicably slammed shut. Glancing over, she saw Li Weinian glaring at her with malice, advancing with determination. Su-Yin tilted her head, thinking, oh, so your true nature is revealed? With no retreat left, her back pressed against a row of boxes, the three girls suddenly charged at her with clenched fists. Su-Yin responded by striking with both hands, then raised her leg to kick the one in the middle. None of these girls possessed any abilities. Their fighting was merely reckless. Consequently, Su-Yin effortlessly sent one flying with a kick, while simultaneously seizing the wrists of the other two girls and twisting them behind their backs. Ah! The two girls cried out in pain. Suyin smiled. Keep it down. Will you? Otherwise, when others come in, they'll see four of you ganging up on me. The two girls bit their lips, striving to stifle their cries. Li Weiniang, observing her companion's ineptitude while Suyin held both of them, saw an opening. With her right hand gathering energy, she summoned a vine, striking one of her own companions with a sharp crack, causing the girl to cry out in agony. Realizing that Suyin had a shield, Li Weiniang's expression twisted in rage as she swung her vine again, yet each attempt was thwarted by Suyin using her two captives as shields, infuriating Li Weiniang to the point where she bound them with the vine, trying to pull them apart. However, no matter how hard she pulled, she found it impossible to separate them, as Suyin held them firmly in place. Gritting her teeth, Li Weiniang intensified her grip, but just then, the opposing force suddenly eased, causing her to stumble back a few steps. As she steadied herself, Suyin unexpectedly appeared before her, startling her into a furious glare. In an instant, Suyin landed a punch to her abdomen. If one could not inflict visible bruises, then it was best to leave marks in inconspicuous places. Following the punch, she executed a knee strike aimed at Li Weiniang's lower abdomen, causing her to double over in pain. Suyin sneered. What a worthless piece of trash. Gritting her teeth, Li Weiniang endured the agony in her belly and attempted to strike Suyin's calf with a whip-like motion of her right hand. However, Suyin effortlessly caught the whip with her bare hands and yanked, sending Li Weiniang sprawling to the ground. Without hesitation, Suyin placed a foot on her back, leaving Li Weiniang struggling to rise. She shouted at the three girls nearby, "Why aren't you helping me?" The girl who had initially been struck was just now recovering and charged at Suyin. Still gripping Li Weiniang's whip, Suyin swung it with precision, causing the girl to dodge frantically, but her arms bore the marks of red welts. The other two girls, still nursing their pain, were deterred by Suyin's formidable strength, even without the use of abilities, and hesitated to approach. This is not my doing, mind you. After all, I possess no wood-based powers, Suyin remarked with a smile, continuing to lash out. The girl could no longer endure. Unable to attack effectively and suffering from the pain, she retreated. Li Weiniang clutched Suyin's pant leg with her left hand, hoping to pull her down. But a swift lash from Suyin left a red mark on her hand, causing her to cry out and release her grip. Suyin pressed down forcefully with her foot, eliciting a muffled groan from Li Weiniang, who felt as though she could scarcely breathe. Suyin addressed the three girls. The only fate that awaits those who oppose me is a dead end. Even if you brought 10 more without abilities, you could not withstand me. Li Weiniang was merely using you. Knowing full well your lack of offensive capability, she set you against me. TSK, such cunning, yet you foolish ones remain oblivious. Chapter 50. Not killing you is enough to leave you as sustenance. The three girls exchanged glances, their expressions mortified. They had not anticipated Suyin's prowess. They had assumed Li Weiniang's abilities would suffice to contend with her. Initially, Li Weiniang had insisted that they merely needed to restrain Suyin while she handled the offense. Mark my words, there will be no good outcome for Li Weiniang. If you doubt it, inquire about the two girls who followed her before, one named Xiaoya, the other by Qin Ge. Suyin continued, maintaining her unyielding pressure on Li Weiniang. The three girls shared a knowing look. They recognized Suyin was referring to Xiaoya and Bai Qinggu, aware of the previous camaraderie among the four. Oh, let me share some amusing tales about Li Weiniang. For instance, her interactions with Zhou Yi. Suyin's face twisted into a wicked grin. But before she could finish, Li Weiniang shouted loudly, "Suyin, stop spewing nonsense." Suyin looked down at her and said, "I was just teasing you." Li Weiniang bit her lip as voices echoed outside the warehouse. Suyin continued, "Li Weiniang, be careful. You might get pregnant." Poor child, already fatherless with that. She released her foot and turned to leave. The three girls stared at Li Weiniang in shock. None had imagined her relationship with Zhou Yi was of that nature, especially since she had always prided herself on purity and harbored secret affections for Captain Li Zhao. The irony of her now carrying a child was not lost on them. Gasping for breath, Li Weiniang scrambled to her feet, ready to lunge at Suyin. Just then, the warehouse door swung open, and Zhao Pei asked in confusion, "Why was the door closed?" "You'd have to ask Li Weiniang," Suyin replied innocently. Instantly, Li Weiniang's expression shifted into a stiff smile. "I didn't realize it was closed. Someone must have shut it without knowing we were still inside." Zhao Pei eyed her skeptically. Her hair was disheveled, her dress smudged with dirt, and the other three girls stood awkwardly, hands hidden behind their backs. As Suyin approached him, Zhao Pei asked, "What happened?" With a faint smile, she answered, "No idea." Then, adding, "I'll head back first," she walked past him and left. The three girls, unsettled by Su Yin's silence about their bullying, quickly masked the truth when Zhao Pei questioned them. Li Weiniang and the others soon exited as well. Their hurried steps and the faint imprint of a shoe on Li Weiniang's back making Zhao Pei frown. His instincts told him something was amiss. Clearly, the four had been ganging up on Su Yin, but why had she stayed silent? Why shield them? Once outside, Li Weiniang cornered the three girls in a secluded spot and hissed, "Whatever Su Yin said in there was a lie. Don't believe a word of it. And don't you dare spread rumors. If I find out you did, you'll regret it." Trembling, the girls nodded frantically. They were no match for Li Weiniang's wrath. Meanwhile, Su Yin wandered the base, lost in thought. Sooner or later, she'd have to eliminate Li Weiniang. But how to lure her outside? As she walked, the base gates creaked open in the distance. A truck rolled in, returning earlier than expected. When it halted, two ability users rushed past, carrying a wounded man toward the medical bay. No one else disembarked. Su Yin glimpsed the injured figure, missing an arm, the right one, but couldn't see his face. Gasps erupted around her. "That's Sun Yueqi. God, his arm the outside's too dangerous. Every mission's a gamble with death." Su Yin smirked. "Ah, that scum. Serves him right." Shun Yi returned. Continuing her stroll, she murmured through telepathy, "Su Yi, was it you who severed Sun Yueqi's arm?" As Shun Yi was busy transferring rice, he suddenly heard a voice beside him. He glanced around, shifted a little distance away, and murmured softly. Su Yin smirked and whispered, "Why spare his life? It would be better to feed him to the zombies." Shen Yi pursed his lips, observing Li Zhao and the others carrying rice outside. He replied quietly, "He was bitten by a zombie. I initially planned to kill him after he turned, but Li Zhao insisted I sever his arm." Su Yin pondered for a moment and said, "Not killing him is fine. You can keep him as a source of sustenance." Shun Yi retorted, "I do not partake in dog meat, thank you." Just as he was about to counter her, an ability user returned and called out to him, "Su Yi, do you have any rice bags over there? Get to work and remember to bring back what I asked for." Su Yin instructed. "Understood," Shun Yi responded quietly. He picked up a bag of rice with one hand and hoisted another over each shoulder, striding towards the ability user. "I truly envy your strength," the ability user exclaimed. "This bag of rice weighs 90 pounds. But seeing Su Yi carry it as if it were mere cotton makes me wonder if there really are strong abilities in this apocalypse." Chapter 51. His fate determines whether he lives or dies. Meanwhile, at the base's medical facility, due to a lack of equipment and poor conditions, the doctor had already spent over an hour performing hemostasis and healing on the unconscious Sun Yueqi. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he remarked, "He has lost too much blood, and given the bumps during transport, he is currently stable, but whether he can survive is left to fate." The base lacked blood bags. He could only rely on the patient's resilience. The doctor added. Two ability users looked at Sun Yueqi on the makeshift bed with sympathetic expressions, relieved that they had saved him from fully turning into a zombie. "What happened to him?" the doctor inquired, having been too rushed at the time to ask for details. "He was bitten by a zombie, and Su Yi severed his arm to prevent the virus from spreading throughout his body," one ability user explained. The doctor gasped, widening his eyes. "You mean he was bitten by a zombie?" The ability user nodded. "The transmission rate of the zombie virus is hundreds of times stronger than any other virus. If you brought him back and he turns." The doctor furrowed his brow, hesitating to continue. If Sun Yueqi turned into a zombie, the entire base would be doomed. Given that his arm was severed the moment he was bitten, it shouldn't spread so quickly, right? Another ability user interjected, but upon seeing the doctor's concern, he too began to worry. "It is uncertain. Our equipment is inadequate, and we cannot check if there are viral factors in his blood," the doctor stated gravely. "Let's keep watch here. If he shows signs of turning, we will immediately put him down," the ability user said seriously. The doctor nodded in agreement. He recalled the moment he had just applied pressure to the wound, noticing how smooth and tidy the incision was. He then inquired, "So you claim that Su Yin severed his arm in one clean stroke?" "It was Su Yi, Su Yin's brother," an ability user corrected him. "Ah, I see," the doctor responded, having heard of Su Yi. Whispers within the base suggested that despite lacking powers, he was nonetheless more formidable than many ability users, capable of dispatching zombies with bare hands and wielding a weapon that could slice through steel with ease. The arm of an adult male is not slender. And considering the softness of flesh that offers resistance, the fluidity of the cut suggested a blade speed of mere fractions of a second. At this moment, he became quite intrigued by Su Yi's weapon. Aside from the tales of its extraordinary prowess, he had now witnessed its sharpness firsthand. He resolved to seek an opportunity to observe it more closely. One ability user remained behind to guard, while another went to summon assistance. At the base's entrance, Zhao Pei led the logistics team to inventory the supplies. Observing the assortment of appliances, refrigerators, washing machines, microwaves, hair dryers, he couldn't help but ask a returning ability user. All these items can be shared, but surely a single hair dryer is insufficient, especially with so many women in the base. Upon seeing the hair dryer and small refrigerator, Xiaoya and Baichinga instantly fell in love and eagerly awaited their allocation. To their surprise, the ability user remarked, "Please refrain from touching these appliances. They do not belong to the communal supplies." "Ah, that explains it. I wondered why there was only one of each appliance," Zhao Pei remarked. "So, someone specifically brought these back?" Xiaoya inquired. "Indeed," the ability user replied. "Are resources not supposed to be shared now? Is there still a notion of personal belongings?" Baichinga asked. "The supplies collectively brought back by ability users are shared. However, these appliances were carried solely by Su Yi, without any assistance, making them his personal property," the ability user explained. Xiaoya and Baichinga were taken aback. Did Su Yi truly transport all these appliances alone? Surely, one refrigerator could not be moved without the help of at least 3 people. If you desire them as well, you may request the ability users to assist you in bringing them next time, Zhao Pei suggested to the two. However, for just this one refrigerator, you would likely need to enlist several individuals. Not everyone possesses the strength of Su Yi to carry a refrigerator effortlessly. It was evident to whom these appliances were intended, especially with the hairdryer being a clear indication. Xiaoya felt a pang of jealousy towards Su Yin, lamenting how she seemed to possess everything. After Zhao Pei completed the inventory of communal supplies, he instructed that they be moved to the warehouse and the cafeteria. The remaining appliances awaited Su Yi's return to transport them back, while smaller items would be communicated to Su Yin for her to collect. The truck departed to fetch Li Zhao and the others, while Li Waning, remaining in her room, was examining her reflection in the mirror to check for injuries on her back. Through the wall-mounted mirror in the bathroom, she observed her back, marked with a fiery red hue. Su Yin had indeed struck her with great force, and the burning sensation was so intense that it contorted her expression in pain. She gazed at the back of her hand, marked by several whip scars. Li Waning, observing her body adorned with wounds, felt a surge of indignation and anger. Sun Yueqi had assured her that Su Yin's abilities were unstable and injured. Yet, here she was, having refrained from using her powers, and her martial prowess bore no visible signs of injury. The memory of the day she confronted Su Yin resurfaced. She had gripped her wrist with considerable force. How could it be that Sun Yueqi was untrustworthy, and Lin Ling and the others were utterly useless? The 3 of them could not even restrain Su Yin, who was devoid of abilities. Chapter 52. To give is affection, not to give is duty. Li Waning now placed her hopes upon Sun Yueqi, for he had promised to eliminate Su Yi outside the base. This would certainly make dealing with Su Yin far easier. However, given her dismal defeat today, it seemed she would need to enlist the help of Wu Heng and Zheng Fan. Once Li Waning felt sufficiently rested and believed the ability users would soon return, she donned a jacket and stepped outside. Li Zhao and the others had indeed returned and were busy unloading supplies. Li Waning scanned the scene, but Sun Yueqi was nowhere to be found, prompting her to frown slightly. Upon locking eyes with Su Yin, she was met with a scornful gaze, causing Li Waning to clench her fists and glare back fiercely. Once the unloading was complete, Li Waning approached Li Zhao and inquired, "Captain, where is Sun Yueqi?" "I haven't seen him. He was sent back early," Li Zhao replied. "Sent back?" she echoed, glancing at the agile Su Yi, who bore not a single wound. Could it be that Sun Yueqi was the one injured? He was bitten by a zombie, but Su Yi swiftly severed his arm, saving his life, Li Zhao continued. Li Waning stood in shock. What? He was bitten by a zombie. Last time Zhou Yi went out, he simply vanished. And now Sun Yueqi has been bitten and lost an arm. Damn, why are they all so inept? You seem quite concerned for Sun Yueqi. Perhaps you should visit him at the medical station in the base, Su Yin remarked, regarding her with a hint of disdain. But Su Yi acted just in time. Shouldn't you thank him? Su Yin added. Why should I thank him? Li Waning shot back, glaring. Because you and Sun Yueqi are good friends. And you just asked about his condition, Su Yin said with a wink. We are merely ordinary friends, Li Weining asserted firmly. The other ability users observed her agitation. Even as mere acquaintances, one would typically express some gratitude, which left them utterly baffled by Li Weining's behavior. At that moment, Li Zhao interjected, Su Yi. Allow me to thank you on behalf of Sun Yueqi. Without your intervention, he would have succumbed to zombification. If he had turned, we would have had to eliminate him. You saved his life. Though he may have lost an arm, it is far better than death. The others nodded in agreement. As Li Weining listened to their words, she silently ground her teeth. She would never utter a word of thanks to Su Yi. Acknowledging him would be equivalent to expressing gratitude to Su Yin. Xiao Ye and Bai Qingge gazed at Su Yi, their minds clouded with confusion. After all, Sun Yuqi was affiliated with Zhou Yi, who had previously sought to trouble Su Yin. As Su Yi was Su Yin's younger brother, his actions appeared to be tantamount to aiding the enemy. Yet, perhaps he was magnanimous enough to overlook past grievances, even rescuing those who had previously troubled his sister. At that moment, Xiaoye stepped forward, her demeanor somewhat bashful as she playfully pouted, I heard that you brought back all those appliances. With so many items, could you possibly spare one for me? She was confident that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this generous man, Su Yi, would surely acquiesce. Anticipation sparkled in her eyes, her cheeks tinged with a hint of shyness, embodying the grace of a young lady. Su Yin turned to her, puzzled by the audacity of this woman. If her memory served her right, Xiaoye was part of Li Wanning's entourage. Thus, on what grounds did she demand her belongings? Such brazen entitlement was astonishing. Absolutely not, Shen Yi interjected, his expression frosty, delivering a firm refusal. Xiaoye bit her lip, taken aback by his outright rejection, feeling her pride wounded. You can't possibly need all these appliances, she protested. Apologies, but I do, Su Yin retorted with a dismissive glance. Although several items were unfamiliar to her, they belonged to Su Yi, and thus were hers by right. Xiaoye looked at Su Yin, recalling how they had previously been at odds. Even though she no longer associated with Li Wanning, the thought of publicly showing deference to her was a blow to her self-esteem. You could ask someone else to bring you what you want. It's unreasonable to expect Su Yi to give you what he brought back. Su Yin smiled coolly, asserting her position. Xiaoye turned her gaze to Shen Yi, her voice hopeful, then Su Yi. Could you bring me a hairdryer and a mini fridge next time you go out? No, ask someone else, Shen Yi replied curtly, then proceeded to lift the fridge and prepare to leave. Su Yin followed with the hairdryer, leaving the remaining items for Shen Yi's second trip. At that moment, Xiaoye felt a deep sense of embarrassment, especially with so many eyes upon her. Bai Qingge approached her, indignantly huffing, Don't worry, Xiaoye, we can do without. It's just a few worthless appliances, they're not worth our time. The other supernatural beings, hearing her tone, could not contain their disdain, but those were brought back by Su Yi. Why should they be given to you? To just reach out and demand in front of Su Yin is quite brazen. Indeed, granting you anything would be a kindness. Withholding is merely the expected course. Su Yi carried the fridge and washing machine for his sister, Su Yin. Faced with their accusations, Xiaoye's face burned with shame and anger, prompting her to flee. Bai Qingge gritted her teeth and followed suit. Li Wanning observed the two with a cold snort, thinking them foolish and deserving of their fate. However, noting Xiaoye's attitude, it seemed they might soon seek to ally with Su Yin. Li Wanning's eyes narrowed as she discreetly followed behind. Chapter 53. I eat normally, not human flesh. Bai Qingge hurried after Xiaoye to the girls' dormitory area. And it was only then that Li Weining became aware of the floor they had moved to. Just as Bai Qingge was about to close the door, she turned around and saw Li Weining standing not far from their door. Instinctively, Bai Qingge felt a flicker of fear and stared wide-eyed at her. I have come to give you a warning, Li Weining said, crossing her arms and curling her lips into a malicious smile. If you dare to go out and speak carelessly or seek out Su Yin, just wait and see if I don't tear your mouths apart. At that moment, Xiaoye also reached the door, her face a mask of restraint and fury, yet she dared not unleash her wrath. Li Weining, do not push us too far. If you bring about our demise, I will make your actions public throughout the entire base. Xiaoye declared from behind Bai Qingge. Go ahead, try, Li Weining shot back, her eyes dark with menace. Engaging in a mutual downfall would yield no benefit to either party. After all, both Xiaoye and Bai Qingge had been complicit in the framing of Su Yin. Now, as the two sides faced off, though they were outmatched, They possessed incriminating evidence against Li Weiniang, ensuring that neither would act rashly. Li Weiniang cast a final threatening glance at them as a warning before striding away with an air of authority. Bai Qingge and Xiaoye could only see that her retreating figure. Having previously endured humiliation without rights, they now found themselves directly oppressed, filled with regret and resentment. Simultaneously realizing that Su Yin and Su Yi were not virtuous either. After Li Weiniang left, Bai Qingge intended to check on Sun Yueqi, wishing to inquire about the condition of his arm. However, on her way to the medical room, she overheard several ability users discussing ahead. Is Sun Yueqi alive or dead? I heard the doctor managed to stop the bleeding for now, but there are no blood packs available. His fate rests in the hands of fate. If you go to see him, just take a distant glance at the entrance. I fear the sight may be too much for you to bear. He has lost his entire right arm, poor thing. After all, he was bitten by a zombie. If he survives, losing an arm may well be worth it. My concern is whether there are any remnants of the zombie virus within him. Although it's said that his arm was severed swiftly, the spread of the virus is terrifying. A mere bite can lead to zombification in seconds. Li Weiniang concealed herself around a corner, remaining hidden until they departed. The horror of the zombie virus was common knowledge, and the last words she heard filled her with dread. What if Sun Yueqi mutated into a zombie? At that moment, nightmares from the past few days flooded her mind, each one involving zombies. She did not want to become a zombie. She absolutely refused to transform into one. Clenching her fists, her eyes wide with fear, she turned on her heel and left. Sun Yueqi's fate was of no concern to her. She could not afford to take that risk. Meanwhile, Su Yin returned home, as Shun Yi made yet another trip, finally bringing back all the household appliances. Upon witnessing Su Yin engrossed in her examination of a washing machine, he discerned her ignorance and proceeded to arrange the household appliances, offering her a brief explanation of their operation. Do you remember? Shun Yi inquired. I don't require this knowledge. I merely wish to understand. You may use it as you please, Su Yin replied with an air of nonchalance. Shun Yi reflected that his efforts were indeed superfluous. After meticulously cleansing the crystal cores he had brought back, he placed them in a basket on the living room table, preparing to commence dinner after a taxing encounter with a particular zombie. During this time, he emerged with a dish, only to find Su Yin seated on the sofa, absorbing fire-type crystal cores. Her peculiar methods were strikingly different from others, while most ability users, being normal humans, could not directly bite through the hard shell of the crystal cores. She employed flames to melt them instead. Would this not result in the loss of the fire elements contained within? Shun Yi pondered, though he refrained from asking, convinced that her need for the cores would preclude any wastefulness. Once Su Yin had successfully absorbed all the fire-type cores, she rummaged through the remaining ones and had a sudden inspiration, tossing several into her personal realm. At this juncture, she concentrated her healing powers in her right hand, applying it to her chest until Shun Yi returned with bowls and rice. After completing her healing session, she slowly withdrew her hand. Is your injury still unhealed? Shun Yi inquired, sitting on the floor opposite her. His curiosity was purely observational. He found it remarkable that she could exhibit such strength despite her injuries. Had she not mentioned her condition, he might have regarded her as an unstable ability user. Today, I had to engage in a scuffle, Su Yin disclosed. As she prepared to eat, she noticed her non-eating zombie servant had also taken a bowl, and an additional dish had appeared on the table. Aren't you only supposed to consume crystal cores? Su Yin questioned him. That is for the enhancement of abilities, Shun Yi replied. I haven't seen you eat before, she remarked. Frowning, could it be that, as time goes on, even monsters develop human-like habits? Shun Yi raised his gaze to her and replied softly. I merely wish to clarify that I am unlike other zombies. I consume regular food rather than human flesh. Chapter 54. The Increasing Addiction? Oh, Su Yin responded. So who granted you permission to dine at the same table as I? She raised an eyebrow, adding a note of challenge. Shun Yi, the zombie servant, suddenly remembered his place and contemplated rising to leave. Yet, at that moment, the capricious master spoke again. Very well, I grant you this indulgence. This must be what they call an increasing addiction? Shun Yi mused. As Su Yin ate, she pondered the absence of a rigid hierarchy in this world, prompting her to temper her own habits. The fortunate zombie ate quietly, and after finishing half a bowl, he recalled the earlier topic had strayed, prompting him to ask, with whom did you engage today? Just a few rotten fish and shrimps, Su Yin replied with indifference. Shun Yi gazed at her indifferent expression. this being the first time in days that he truly observed her while she dined. In this apocalyptic world, others devoured their meals ravenously, heedless of their manners. Yet, she was different. Her movements were deliberate, leisurely, imbued with an air of nobility. What was he thinking? This woman noble? Reflecting on her mental control over him and her terrifying abilities, he scoffed at the notion. She was, without a doubt, a demon cloaked in the guise of an angel. What happened to your injuries? Shun-Yi continued the conversation. It's nothing, just a steel pipe pierced through my chest, Su-Yin replied nonchalantly. Just? How thick was the pipe? How deep did it go? Shun-Yi couldn't help but inquire. Su-Yin formed a circle with her thumb and forefinger, recalling, about this thick? Almost penetrated my body completely. Shun-Yi stared at her, pressing further. When did this happen? About a week ago. Su-Yin rested her chin on her hand. By the way, the one who chased us that time was you, right? Yes, he affirmed. The reason he had ceased to pursue was that this woman had unleashed her fire abilities, incinerating a horde of zombies. At that moment, she had indeed been carried by someone, so the notion of such a thick steel pipe being thrust so deeply into her chest seemed surreal, especially since she had acted as if nothing had happened in the week that followed. Xinyi's confusion deepened. She could not possibly be normal. He regarded her with an inscrutable expression, pondering her true nature, when Su-Yin looked up and said, "Continue your meal." He lowered his gaze and resumed eating, still unable to comprehend. Once the meal concluded, he took the dishes to the kitchen. Su-Yin, having finished her food, contemplated how to enhance her physical prowess. With limited space in the house, she ventured outside and scouted the area for a suitable spot. Upon finding a somewhat open space, she called Shun-Yi to help clear the ground of stones, bricks, and weeds. While Shun-Yi was still moving debris, he suddenly heard a sound slicing through the air, smooth and remarkably swift. Turning around, he beheld Su-Yin practicing with a blade in place. Shun-Yi was astonished, observing the knife in her hand and her fluid movements, which resembled a graceful dance. If not for her incongruous attire and hairstyle, he might have envisioned her as a heroic warrior. After practicing 8 out of the 30 prescribed forms, Su-Yin could no longer continue. She halted, panting heavily, and plunged the blade into the earth. This body was woefully inadequate. Its shoulders could not bear weight, and its hands could not wield power. The techniques she had learned from Li Wan-Ying and the others relied solely on skill and precision, focusing on pressure points. Although her abilities could easily overpower others in this world, she could not discard her past martial arts knowledge. Otherwise, if she were to encounter advanced zombies, escape would become exceedingly difficult. From tomorrow on, you'll serve as my sparring partner, Su-Yin declared to Shun-Yi, who had been watching her from a distance. Shun-Yi nodded in agreement. The next day, Su-Yin approached Li Zhao to inform him that they would not be attending group training, as her brother lacked any abilities, and she would be accompanying him instead. Su-Yi's reluctance to train was understandable, yet Li Zhao frowned slightly as he remarked, "Joining us in training will enhance your combat capabilities." Su-Yi was emotionally dependent on me. He was introverted and lacked a sense of security, Su-Yin explained. Shun-Yi observed, while Li Zhao, with a look of confusion, glanced at Su-Yi, who had been at the base for several days and should have been somewhat accustomed to it. After all, he had participated in a mission without Su-Yin's company just yesterday. "Rest assured, I will partake in every mission from now on," Su-Yin asserted. "That is not what I meant," Li Zhao replied, pressing his lips together. "Then we shall train separately," Su-Yin declared decisively. "Very well," Li Zhao conceded. "If you find that solo training is insufficient, feel free to seek me out," he added. Su-Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Over the next 3 days, she and Shun-Yi engaged in mutual training. Thanks to her militarized training, Shun-Yi gradually improved, no longer losing control of his sword, while Su-Yin's stamina during practice extended significantly. Shun-Yi could sense Su-Yin's earnestness in teaching him, which motivated him to exert considerable effort. Upon successfully cleaving through half a wall with a single strike, he was momentarily taken aback. Su-Yin crossed her arms, finally allowing a satisfied smile to grace her lips as she encouraged, "Keep up the good work." She wore a short-sleeved top with a loose collar, revealing a red scar on her left chest, alarmingly close to her heart. Chapter 55. Where should I look? It was evident that she bore an injury. The discoloration of the scar still not fully healed. Where should I direct my gaze? Su-Yin noticed his wandering eyes, her tone turning menacing. "Do not avert your gaze," she said coolly. "In the past, I would have crushed your eyeballs for such behavior." Shun-Yi believed her words to be true, for she possessed that capability. Su Yin tugged at her collar. The original owner's wardrobe was woefully inadequate for combat. It was impractical to wield weapons while donned in a dress, especially since the skirts in this world were merely single pieces, lacking any form of undergarments. The short-sleeved shirt was something she had only recently managed to wear after considerable mental preparation. Previously, her clothing had been excessively modest. Here, it seemed that as long as one did not run about naked, scant attire raised no eyebrows, a rather absurd standard of aesthetics. Nevertheless, having arrived, she deemed it essential to adapt to local customs, concluding that she needed to procure additional outfits for the forthcoming mission. As it was necessary to finalize the number of participants a day in advance, she and Shun Yi sought out Li Zhao in the evening. This time, Su Yi and I will also join, Captain, Su Yin declared. Su Yi has already participated last time. He should remain at the base to rest, Li Zhao replied. He needs the exercise. Going on missions is an excellent opportunity to enhance his abilities, Su Yin argued, her reasoning sound. Shun Yi remained expressionless, feeling as though he was merely a means for her to obtain resources. Are you not concerned about your unstable abilities? Li Zhao inquired. The crystal core that Su Yi brought back last time has been partially absorbed by me, and my abilities have stabilized somewhat, Su Yin remarked. Moreover, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Su Yi can protect me, she added with a smile. Li Zhao hesitated slightly before nodding in agreement. At that moment, Su Yin caught a glimpse of Li Wanning approaching. Upon noticing Su Yin's presence, Li Wanning nonchalantly walked up to Li Zhao and said, Captain, I hear you were looking for me? Yes, I wanted to inquire if you would be participating in tomorrow's mission, Li Zhao replied. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Yin, Li Wanning asked, who else will be on the team this time? Li Zhao, holding the list, recited several names. When he reached the last two, which were Su Yin and Su Yi, a pallor swept over Li Wanying's face. I think I'll pass this time, perhaps next time, she said. A few days prior, the way they had treated Su Yin in the warehouse left her apprehensive about how they might treat her on this outing. The more she pondered, the more she felt that remaining within the base was the safest choice, especially considering the incidents that had befallen Zhou Yi and Sun Yueqi during their outings. Su Yin could overpower her even without her abilities, and with the formidable Su Yi alongside, it was hardly a risk worth taking. You didn't participate in the last two missions, Li Zhao noted, looking at the statistics. I was injured while helping out in the logistics department warehouse 2 days ago. Li Wanning explained, extending her hand to reveal the fading whip marks, now merely red impressions that could easily be mistaken for something more severe. Su Yin internally scoffed, yet maintained an innocuous demeanor as she said, Wanning, my injury on my chest hasn't healed either, but I'm still going this time. If you decide to join, we could keep each other company, she said with a smile. Li Wanning regarded her, a chill running down her spine as her hairs stood on end. Goodness, indeed. This Su Yin is plotting against me, she thought. No way was she going out. Did she think she was a fool? At that moment, other abilities chimed in. Li Wanning, your injury isn't as severe as Su Yin's. It's merely a few marks on your hand. Su Yin looks so frail, yet you're acting so delicate. Exactly. She even went on a mission last time. One man added, men, once they discern a woman's true nature, tend to see her as a collection of flaws, pretentious, insincere, unwilling to endure hardship, overly dramatic, a classic case of princess syndrome. Su Yin was a stark contrast, exhibiting diligence and resilience, even pushing through injuries to fulfill her duties. Seeing the men rallying around Su Yin, Li Wanning clenched her teeth in frustration. She felt rage boiling within her. Su Yin, I will make it my mission to utterly destroy you. Enough, everyone. This mission is based on voluntary participation. After all, there are risks involved. Especially given the mishaps in the last outings, Li Zhao interjected, halting the chatter among the abilities. Li Wanning has an injury and is a woman. If she chooses not to go, then so be it. We can discuss it again next time, he added. Humph. As if Su Yin isn't a woman. Look at her indomitable spirit. One ability remarked. Li Wanning, looking pitiful with a pouting lip, gazed at Li Zhao. You may return for now, he instructed her. Li Wanning turned and walked away, while the other ability users scoffed. TSK, just a green tea BTCH. Once outside, Li Wanning wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and made her way to the medical room. After 3 days of observation, Sun Yueqi had not succumbed to zombification, making her visit to him safe. After confirming the travel roster for tomorrow, Su Yin and Shun Yi returned. An ability user approached Su Yin, trying to get close. suggesting they go out for a meal together. Suyin replied, "No, you all go ahead. Su-yi and I will cook for ourselves." "Oh, so you can whip up a private meal," the ability user sighed. The gas and appliances were all brought back by Su-yi. "He has every right to share the supplies he finds," Li Zhao stated fairly. Chapter 56. It's you I'm cursing. Can we come over to mooch some food? Another ability user eagerly asked. "I'm afraid that's not feasible, as the supplies are always limited." Suyin declined. The others nodded in understanding, recognizing that resources were inherently scarce, and what could be shared with the two of them would certainly be minimal. On the way back, Shun-yi inquired, "Was it that woman who attacked you the other day?" "Yes," Suyin replied. "Not only that, but the injuries on my chest were also a result of her actions," she coldly added. Shun-yi turned to look at her, taken aback that Li Weiniang had the audacity to stab Su-yin in the chest. It was no wonder she harbored such hatred for her. Unfortunately, that day she frightened the rat so much that now it won't even come out of its hole. Su-yin crossed her arms defiantly. "How did she manage to injure you?" Shun-yi asked, frowning in confusion, as it seemed that with Su-yin's current abilities, she could easily handle 10 Li Weiniangs. "You talk too much. Remember, you are mute in front of outsiders," Su-yin said flatly. Shun-yi replied, "But there aren't any outsiders here." He understood that Su-yin's reluctance to speak was for her own reasons, yet it felt inappropriate to pry into someone's wounds. After all, even the mightiest could stumble. Meanwhile, Li Weiniang stood outside the medical room, observing the scene within. Sun Yueqi sat on the bed, his right arm missing, his shoulder wrapped in bandages, while Wu Hong was feeding him. Even though she was aware that Sun Yueqi had lost a limb, witnessing it firsthand was still jarring, causing her to hesitate at the threshold. "Hello, what do you need to see?" A doctor approached from the side. His voice drew the attention of the two inside, and upon noticing Li Weiniang, Sun Yueqi's expression remained neutral, while Wu Hong's demeanor shifted, knowing that they were plotting against Su-yin and Su-yi. Sun Yueqi's vendetta against Su-yi was rooted in his desire for revenge for Zhou Yi, who had been embroiled in the conflict due to Li Weiniang. Ultimately, all of this turmoil stemmed from her. It was her animosity towards Su-yin that led to Zhou Yi's death and Sun Yueqi's lost arm. Seeing Wu Heng's unfriendly expression, Li Weiniang bit her lips slightly and stood at the door, addressing Sun Yueqi. "Are you all right? What do you think?" "I've lost my right arm." Wu Heng rolled his eyes in response. The doctor, sensing the tension, hastily made his exit. Once he found himself alone, Wu Heng unleashed his fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Weiniang, exclaiming, "It is all because of you, you wretched harlot. You have led my two brothers into one calamity after another. Keep your voice down. You wouldn't want anyone overhearing." Sun Yueqi interjected with a furrowed brow. "What does it have to do with me?" Li Weiniang retorted quietly, her eyes blazing with indignation. "Oh, really? Were you not the one who instigated Zhou Yi to target Su-yin?" Wu Heng scoffed. "You sit here relishing the fruits of their labor while distancing yourself from the chaos, terrified that others might uncover the true architect of this disaster as you." Li Weiniang bit her lip defiantly. "Do not slander me. I am speaking nothing but the truth. You despicable harlot. You entice men with your body, yet pretend to be a paragon of virtue. Women like you deserve to be used and discarded like refuse." Wu Heng spat venomously, his insults as harsh as they were relentless. Sun Yueqi remained silent, his expression devoid of emotion. The torment of the past 3 days had solidified his understanding that he was now a man rendered incomplete, forever marked by the loss of his right arm. Coupled with Wu Heng and Zheng Fan's incessant blame directed at Li Weiniang, he regarded her with a chilling indifference. In her schemes for revenge, Li Weiniang had orchestrated his downfall, leaving him without an arm while she remained untouched. Overwhelmed by the barrage of insults, she could no longer withstand it. She turned on her heel and fled, realizing that engaging in a war of words with Wu Heng, who was clearly venting his frustrations upon her, would be futile. As she departed, Wu Heng, still simmering with anger, continued to vent his ire towards Sun Yueqi, insisting, "That vile woman is the reason for your plight today. She has been exploiting you all along." Meanwhile, the doctor, who had retreated to the back wall of the medical room, overheard the dramatic confrontation. It revealed a surprising number of individuals wishing for Su-yin and Su-yi to meet their demise. What had Su-yin done to deserve such enmity? Or rather, what had she done to provoke Li Weiniang's relentless pursuit against her? Yet, in light of the events, the deaths of Zhou Yi and the loss of Sun Yueqi's arm seemed less tragic, as they were merely reaping the consequences of their own actions. As Li Weining walked away, she never anticipated the torrent of abuse she would face. Anger and injustice welled within her as she wiped away tears with the back of her hand. It appeared she would need to seek new allies. Her dejected figure caught the attention of Xiao Ye and Bai Qingge, who exchanged glances, their nostrils flaring in disdain. She finally got what was coming to her. Xiao Ye remarked with satisfaction. Serves her right. Bai Qingge rolled her eyes. It seems she just came from the medical room, Xiao Ye observed, and not long ago. Sun Yueqi was there, having lost his entire right arm to a zombie bite. Indeed, it seems so, Bai Qingge replied. With a mere glance, Xiao Ye signaled to her. And Bai Qingge understood immediately. The two exchanged knowing smiles before making their way towards the medical room. Just as the doctor, who was prepared to take a break, noticed the two women approaching, he heard them greet Sun Yueqi. Sun Yueqi, I heard you woke up, so I came with Qingge to see you. Xiao Ye said with a smile. Bai Qingge's gaze fell upon his empty right arm, and perhaps her stare was too direct, prompting Sun Yueqi to shift uncomfortably. Aren't you two good friends of Li Weining? She just left, and now you've come? Wu Hong remarked with a frown. Not at all. You've misunderstood, Xiao Ye replied. Indeed, we've had a falling out with her. We came purely to check on you, Bai Qingge added in agreement. Wu Hong, skeptical, inquired, how did you fall out? She used to boss us around, and in the end, she wronged us, Xiao Ye explained. We are not ones to suffer in silence. We treated her as a sister, but she merely viewed us as tools, using us until she no longer needed us. Wu Hong regarded her thoughtfully and asked, so Li Weining exploited you as well? Yes, she previously enlisted Zhou Yi's help to deal with Su Yin, Xiao Ye began, but then hesitated. She sought Sun Yueqi's assistance. And he nearly died outside. Wu Hong exclaimed angrily. Goodness, she knew how formidable Su Yin was, yet still involved Sun Yueqi. Was she not intent on harming you? Bai Qingge frowned. He was seeking revenge for Zhou Ge, which is why he listened to her, Wu Hong said bitterly. We have all been used by Li Weining. Her vendetta against Su Yin stemmed from her affection for the captain, who, in turn, harbors feelings for Su Yin. Xiao Ye remarked, you, I, and Sun Yueqi, along with Zhou Yi, are all her pawns. Upon hearing the sentiments of Li Weining former friends, Sun Yueqi clenched his left fist. This Li Weining is utterly detestable. In the end, she emerges as the greatest victor while we are all ensnared. The doctor, who had been eavesdropping, thought to himself, if discovered, will they silence me? Did you come here today merely to tell us this? Wu Hong inquired, eyeing the two. Not entirely. We came to visit Sun Yueqi and to warn you not to be deceived by Li Weining. Qingge and I are prime examples. Had we not uncovered her secret, we would have been targeted long ago, Xiao Ye asserted. This time she failed. I believe she will seek assistance again. Bai Qingge predicted. The four exchanged glances before discreetly discussing their plan. The next day, the abilities team gathered at the base entrance. After assigning the team members, Li Zhao set off in a cargo truck. The locations they had previously visited had been nearly stripped bare, and this time they aimed for the east. After a 2-hour journey, they arrived at a once thriving commercial street. Fortunately, they had not encountered any zombies along the way. Upon disembarking, everyone paired off. And Li Zhao specifically reminded Su Yin to exercise caution. Shen Yi glanced at him but remained silent. Observing her surroundings, Su Yin noticed a clothing store and suggested, let us go over there. Shen Yi followed her into the clothing store, which was nearly emptied out, most garments strewn across the floor in disarray. Yet it was evident the zombies hadn't ransacked this place yet. Su Yin rummaged through the remnants, finding this world's dresses either scandalously short or reduced to mere hot pants. She stared at a pair of shorts that barely covered one's derriere. Indeed, these would never suit her. Watching her discard miniskirts, booty shorts, and crop tops, Shen Yi had no clue what she was searching for, trailing behind her in silent bewilderment. Next store, Su Yin declared. Fortunately, the entire row consisted of apparel shops. In the subsequent boutiques, she barely managed to scavenge wearable items, loose short-sleeved tops, and wide-legged trousers. She bundled several sets in her size. Spotting a men's section, she beckoned Shen Yi over, letting him pick his own sizes to stash away. Though the two worlds she had lived in held starkly different fashion sensibilities, there existed peculiar overlaps. High heels, for instance. What woman could resist their allure? She slipped into a pair of nude 5-centimeter stilettos, standing before a shattered mirror. Instantly, her aura elevated several notches. Shen Yi observed her meticulous selections, his expression wooden. The scene evoking an uncanny resemblance to accompanying a girlfriend, scratch that. on a shopping spree. Except he wasn't burdened with bags, as Suyin tossed everything she fancied into her bracelet's spatial storage, witnessing the madwoman escalate from 5-centimeter heels to 8, then 10. Shun-Yi finally broke his silence. The streets outside are littered with rubble and ditches. You're seriously wearing those? Suyin turned her head, casting him a haughty sidelong glance. There's nothing I can't master. Shun-Yi, fine. Hope you'll say the same when you faceplant. By the time Suyin finalized her choices and prepared to leave, her original shoes had vanished, replaced by 8-centimeter heels. Testing a few steps, she quickly adapted to the height, soon striding forth with the commanding presence of someone towering at 1.8 meters. Chapter 58. That thing is useless to you. Shun-Yi studied her. At times, she seemed antiquated, as if belonging to a bygone era, her possessions resembling relics. Yet occasionally, she appeared strikingly modern, embracing trends, like now. For practicality's sake, he scooped up a few pairs of flats from the floor, having already gauged her size by sight. Only after combing through every clothing store on the floor did Suyin depart, thoroughly satisfied. With her needs met, the duo descended to the underground supermarket, coincidentally encountering Li Xiao and his group. Hearing footsteps, Li Xiao turned and spotted Suyin, though she now carried an air of icy detachment. The heels amplified it, transforming her from the girl next door into an unapproachable diva. Suyin, which section were you in earlier? Li Xiao inquired. First floor. Picked some shoes, she replied. Shun-Yi, some being several dozen, surely. Noticing the bags by Suyin's side, Li Xiao nodded in understanding before joining their expedition. Suyin did not anticipate that he would follow her. This made it difficult for her to explain the use of the bracelet. After navigating a few aisles, she said, Captain, I need to check on some sanitary products. Li Xiao felt a sudden awkwardness and reluctantly replied, all right. As Suyin turned left, Shun-Yi remained in place, caught in indecision. Although he was her bodyguard, the circumstances were rather peculiar. After a few steps, Suyin noticed that Shun-Yi had not followed her. So she turned around and gestured with her eyes, asking, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Shun-Yi, Li Xiao was about to call out to Suyin, but the words caught in his throat. They were siblings, and he had no choice but to move elsewhere. Shun-Yi observed as Suyin wandered about. Realizing that she was not heading directly for the sanitary products, she was attempting to shake off Li Xiao. Suyin led the way while Shun-Yi collected items, ultimately packing everything into her storage bracelet. Most of the items were everyday necessities, such as mops and slippers. Eventually, Suyin arrived at another aisle, where she gathered an abundance of snacks. In the sanitary products section, Suyin spotted a long box adorned with strawberries. When Shun-Yi caught up after picking up some fallen snacks, he found her examining a rather unmentionable item. Taking a deep breath, he approached her solemnly, took the item from her, and placed it back on the shelf. Suyin turned to him, puzzled why. She had not realized she was lacking in common knowledge. Shun-Yi, his expression impassive, replied, you won't have any use for that, Suyin. But it has strawberries on it. She was bewildered, though the words on the box did appear somewhat strange. Cold, stimulating. That's merely strawberry flavored, Shun-Yi said, exasperated. He then grasped the fabric of her shoulder and explained. It's for contraception. Suyin, contraception? Oh dear. Doesn't that mean Li Weiniang really needs it? However, she mused, why was it designed so flamboyantly? Why the strawberry design? It's a disgrace to strawberries. Once this little episode passed, Shun-Yi decided to remain vigilant, fearing Suyin might pick up more bizarre items. Given that they were in the sanitary section, the shelves were filled with feminine hygiene products. Suyin rummaged through her memories, only to find that they were increasingly hazy, as if bound by a time constraint. Suyin, fine, I'll manage on my own. She made her selections, and, upon raising her gaze to Shun-Yi, found him turned away, stating, don't ask me, I don't know. Suyin, I forgot he was a man. She instinctively perceived him as a soulless, emotionless creature. Deciding to gather everything in bulk for preparedness, they intended to proceed to the grocery section. However, as they turned, a zombie appeared not far from them, having detected the scent of the living and followed them into the underground supermarket. With his right hand gripping his sword, Shun-Yi advanced and swiftly decapitated the zombie, then pierced its chest to extract the crystal core. They had taken several steps when the sounds of combat gradually reached them. Li Xiao and his companions encountered an assault from 4 zombies, and soon more zombies began to approach from the surrounding area. Shun-Yi handed the bag in his possession to Suyin, positioning himself beside her as her protector. As Suyin lifted the bag, she noticed its weight and discovered it contained several pairs of flat shoes. Suyin thought to herself, why would a zombie carry shoes for her? And they were women's shoes, no less. However, she had little interest in pondering this mystery, so she leaned against a shelf to relieve her feet. Beautiful things are often adorned with thorns. For instance, the shoes she wore were indeed attractive, yet her soles and calves were utterly fatigued. The number of zombies continued to increase, accompanied by distant gunfire. With a slight furrow of her brow, Suyin bent down to put her shoes back on. At that moment, Shen-Yi caught sight of several uniformly dressed men ahead, all armed with guns, the source of the gunfire they had just heard. As Suyin lifted her head while putting on her shoes, her gaze collided with that of one of the men. Surprise and admiration flickered in his eyes. In such chaotic circumstances, the presence of a woman, especially a beautiful one calmly donning her shoes, was unexpected. Chapter 59. Is he your boyfriend? Li Zhao and his group also heard the gunfire and gathered together with Su-Yin and Shen-Yi, exchanging glances and inquiries. Who are you? I am Yan Ku, the captain of the Special Abilities Task Force from the East District Base. These are my team members, said the man in black uniform who appeared to be in charge. I am Li Zhao, the captain of the temporary base, Li Zhao replied. How many people are in your base? Yan Ku inquired. About 150, Li Zhao answered. Yan Ku glanced at the abilities users among Li Zhao's group, his curiosity piqued by the man wielding a sword, who had just demonstrated the ability to decapitate a zombie with a single strike. Nevertheless, it was not the time for camaraderie. Our East District base has 500 members and is organized with clear discipline. If you wish to relocate your base, you are welcome to join us, Yan Ku offered, clarifying that he meant the entire base should move. It was evident that Li Zhao's group was not a formal organization. They likely had few abilities users and resembled a disorganized mob. Li Zhao remained silent, seemingly contemplating the proposition. The others hesitated as well, however, whether they moved or not. As long as their current location was not surrounded by zombies, they would be safe. Yet, the fear of that day arriving lingered in their minds. Ultimately, a larger base seemed more secure. Why is there a woman in your team? Yan Ku asked, looking at Suyin. She is a team member, Li Zhao responded. Does she possess abilities? Yan Ku inquired, somewhat astonished. Fire-related, Li Zhao replied. Yan Ku and his team scrutinized Suyin, who appeared delicate and fragile, especially given her attire of a dress and high heels, hardly the garb of an abilities user. Suyin felt displeased by their intrusive gazes, crossing her arms and turning her head away while handing the bag of shoes to Shen-Yi. As more individuals arrived, a portion of the supplies from the supermarket was destined to be distributed. As the crowd ascended to the first floor and began loading their belongings onto vehicles, Yan Ku seized the opportunity to approach Suyin, who was momentarily unaccompanied, and inquired, "What is your name?" Classified information, Suyin replied coolly. "Is that person wielding the sword your boyfriend?" Yan Ku pressed on, having observed their unwavering proximity, which surpassed that of any other relationship present. Suyin pondered the essence of a boyfriend just as Shen-Yi approached, casting a wary glance at Yan Ku. Noticing Shen-Yi's protective demeanor, Yan Ku's conviction solidified. In a post-apocalyptic world, female ability users were scarce, and it appeared this one was already claimed. "Let us go," Shen-Yi stated, and the two departed, with Yan Ku trailing behind. Upon exiting the sprawling mall, Suyin inadvertently stepped on a small pebble, losing her balance and teetering to one side. Yan Ku instinctively prepared to catch her, but Shen-Yi, quick on the uptake, had already wrapped an arm around her. "I told you not to wear those shoes," Shen-Yi remarked, unable to suppress his critique. Suyin regarded him, prompting Shen-Yi to fall silent, before producing a pair of shoes from his bag. "Were these?" "Absolutely not. They're hideous," Suyin retorted with disdain. She continued walking, but after stumbling over stones a few more times, she conceded defeat and commanded Shen-Yi, "Crouch down, carry me." "Why not just change into a different pair of shoes if that would resolve the issue?" he replied as he lifted her onto his back, moving at a steady pace. At last, Suyin was liberated from the burden of walking. Observing the couple's display of affection from behind, Yan Ku chose to remain indifferent. Meanwhile, more zombies gradually approached from the surroundings. Shen-Yi, with one hand cradling Suyin and the other wielding his sword, drew the attention of Yan Ku's teammates, who felt as though he was disdainful of their own struggles. Despite the man possessing a formidable weapon, he was still vulnerable to the onslaught of zombies from all directions. However, as they opted to merely observe without intervening, that man executed a swift maneuver, twirling with his sword in hand and severing 3 zombies at the waist. "You're making me nauseous." Su-Yin clung tightly to Shun Yi's neck. "Could you exhibit a modicum of professionalism as a subordinate?" Su-Yin quipped. As 5 or 6 more zombies began to encircle them, Shun Yi contemplated whether to redirect their attention. At that moment, Su-Yin commanded, "Hand me the sword." Shun Yi raised his hand and complied. "Support me securely," Su-Yin instructed again. Shun Yi positioned his right hand behind her, ensuring a firm grip. "Watch closely. I shall demonstrate practical application," Su-Yin said with a smirk. With her right hand grasping the sword and her left hand summoning ethereal flames, she ignited the blade and swung it forth. In an instant, the shimmering sword, ablaze with fire, soared toward the group of zombies. With a swift motion, she cleaved through 6 zombies, the blade embedding itself in the ground with a crisp, resonant sound. This cold weapon, when enhanced by supernatural abilities, can yield remarkable results with minimal effort, rather than relying solely on brute force, Su-Yin demonstrated on site. Shun Yi was initially taken aback, followed by profound astonishment. It must be said that every time he witnessed Su-Yin in action, he was pleasantly surprised, despite her inherent laziness. The onlookers, including Yen Ku and others, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Su-Yin, who appeared frail and was being carried. What manner of weapon is this? It can unleash such power with just a hint of fire-based supernatural ability. Although Su-Yin's firepower was not particularly strong, her precision in launching the sword in a boomerang fashion was indeed impressive, with not a single zombie escaping her aim. The severed limbs of the zombies began to ignite, and Shun Yi paused for a moment. "Go collect the crystal cores," Su-Yin instructed. Shun Yi gently set her down and retrieved 6 crystal cores, then, with a touch of tenderness, extracted the sword, inspecting the tip for damage. Seeing his demeanor, Su-Yin found it amusing, pondering why he was so protective over a mere medium-grade weapon. After collecting the crystal cores, Shun Yi hoisted Su-Yin onto his back once more. Yen Ku and the others exchanged glances, remaining silent. Upon reaching the truck, Shun Yi set Su-Yin down. They had successfully eliminated all surrounding zombies and were momentarily safe. As Li Zhao prepared to bid farewell to the personnel from the opposing base, a few mutated dogs suddenly charged at them from nowhere, their eyes glowing red, exuding a ferocious aura, and their teeth sharpened several times over, with black viscous fluid dripping from their mouths. Mutated animals. Everyone stay alert. Do not let them bite you, Yen Ku warned, immediately alerting the team. Their firearms had little ammunition left, and with the agility of the mutated dogs, after 3 missed shots, they were compelled to resort to their supernatural abilities. Shun Yi shielded Su-Yin behind him, remaining stationary. The growls emitted by the mutated canines were no longer mere barks. They were low growls from deep within their throats. They exhibited strategic aggression, skillfully dodging bullets, and even crouching in place before launching fierce attacks. Yen Ku employed metal-based abilities to manipulate metallic objects on the ground to counterattack, while other team members utilized wood and earth abilities for binding and earth and spike assaults, respectively. Suddenly, Yen Ku recalled that the sword in Shun Yi's possession was also made of metal. He attempted to subtly manipulate his abilities, only to find he could not exert control. Damn, what material is this made from? At that moment, Shun Yi glanced down at the sword in his hand. He had felt a vibration, though it had diminished as he gripped it. It is known that when supernatural beings manipulate objects corresponding to their abilities, they first lock onto their target. The only individual possessing metal-based abilities was Yen Ku, which meant he had inadvertently included Shun Yi's sword within his target range. Shen Yiqin felt a sudden displeasure in his heart, for the sword he wielded was a formidable weapon bestowed upon him by Su-Yin, capable of slicing through iron like mud. However, it had already caught the eye of others. Li Zhao and his companions had gone to assist, and Shen Yiqin raised his sword, directing it towards an approaching mutated dog. After evading 3 of its attacks, he decisively cleaved the creature in 2 with a single stroke. At times, encountering mutated beasts proved more challenging than facing zombies, for their speed of movement was astonishing. Moreover, a mere bite could lead to transformations far beyond the simple conversion into a zombie, potentially manifesting animalistic traits as well. Eventually, after the mutated dogs lay slain, Yen Ku's group appeared somewhat beleaguered. "Thank you for your assistance," Yen Ku remarked. "Not at all," replied Li Zhao. After bidding them farewell, Li Zhao and his group boarded the truck for their return journey. As their vehicle roared to life and departed, Yen Ku narrowed his eyes, fixating on the direction they had come from. Initially, he thought that the temporary base held no peculiarities, but it now seemed evident that, aside from a few other ability users, the couple was indeed suspicious. The fire ability, seemingly weak, exhibited tremendous power when leveraged, while his own metal manipulation ability faltered when attempting to control that sword. He had not witnessed the man utilizing his powers. Was it a matter of choice or simply an absence of them? Nevertheless, as a member of an ability user team, it was clear that he possessed some form of power, albeit deliberately concealed. Did you notice a man in their group holding a sword? He exuded an almost absurd strength. One of the team members remarked. I noticed him at first glance. Though he appeared like an antiquity, he wielded it with remarkable speed and sharpness against zombies. I wonder where he acquired it, as such weaponry was deemed obsolete before the apocalypse. That is indeed a fine piece, Yin mused. Upon returning, I shall relay this matter to the Lord and devise a means to recruit him. Meanwhile, on their return journey, they encountered a few zombies, which were easily evaded. By the time they reached the base, it was already 1 in the afternoon, and hunger gnawed at their insides. The logistics department took charge of the supplies, while Shun Yichin gathered his provisions and carried Su-Yin back with him. Upon entering the living room, Shun Yichin placed Su-Yin on the sofa and organized the supplies. When he emerged again, Su-Yin beckoned, "Come and massage my feet." Shun Yichin took a couple of steps, only for Su-Yin to add, "Make sure your hands are clean first." He washed his hands and also cleaned the crystal cores, drying them with a towel before attending to her as a devoted servant. Kneading her legs and feet. Be gentle. Su-Yin winced as she felt a twinge of pain in her heel, noticing the skin had been scraped. Shun Yichin regarded this as a valuable lesson, then offered her the flats he had brought back. He rummaged through the supplies for cotton swabs and adhesive bandages, tending to her injury with care and applying the bandage to the scraped area. After enduring days of servitude and subjugation, Shun Yi found himself increasingly adept at his role, albeit unwilling to admit it. Yet, aside from the relentless toil, the woman had not made his existence unbearable. In fact, she treated him quite well, providing sustenance, shelter, and even instruction in swordsmanship, along with crystal nuclei, revealing little of her own strength. Enough of the embellishments. Shun Yi gazed at Su-Yin, who lay with her head down, while he kneaded her calves. Ultimately, he was still a slave. How could a slave perceive their master favorably? Chapter 61. Do not let me see you again, otherwise I shall gouge out your eyes. Su-Yin was rather pleased with this zombie's technique and closed her eyes to relish the moment. Today, I sensed that the captain of that base attempted to control my sword, Shun Yi remarked. Which one? Su-Yin asked lazily. The one who approached you, Shun Yi replied. He possesses metal abilities. And then? Su-Yin inquired. The sword remained unmoved in my hand, unaffected by his control, Shun Yi explained, then furrowed his brow. So, what is its origin? What origin could it have? It is merely an inconspicuous item among my many collections, Su-Yin murmured with her eyes shut. Its resistance to metal abilities might be due to it not belonging to this world. Shun Yi, an inconspicuous item among many? His expression turned incredulous. Feeling that Su-Yin was particularly boastful at that moment, reaching an apex of arrogance. Indeed, her bracelet was peculiar, akin to Doraemon's pocket, seemingly harboring endless treasures while accommodating an abundance of items. Realizing something, Shun Yi furrowed his brow and asked, is that bracelet a spatial ability? Although spatial abilities fall outside the 5 primary types, it was the best designation he could offer. Upon hearing this new term from him, Su-Yin inquired with confusion. There exists such an ability? Isn't it manifesting in you? Shun Yi replied. Su-Yin scoffed. Never attempt to speculate about your father's abilities. They're beyond your imagination. A phrase she had learned from other team members today. Shun Yi, has he ascended from slave to son? Recalling the peculiar words of the man from earlier that morning, Su-Yin asked, what does boyfriend mean? Shun Yi, you do not even know this? A romantic partner. Before marriage, when 2 people confirm their romantic relationship, the female is the girlfriend, and the male is the boyfriend. Despite his confusion, Shun Yi provided an explanation. Su-Yin, so, that man actually claimed his servant is her boyfriend? Huh. Do not let me see you again, otherwise, I shall gouge out your eyes. Why the sudden inquiry? Shun Yi questioned her. Nothing, Su-Yin replied coolly. After you finish massaging my legs, remember to prepare dinner. Shun Yi. Meanwhile, at the East District base, Yin Ku and the others had returned to report. Upon seeing the meager supplies they had brought back and realizing that the ammunition for their firearms had run out, the team leader, Qian He inquired. Did you encounter a large horde of zombies? No, came the response. Yin Ku responded, stating that they had encountered a person from a temporary base, followed by several mutated dogs. These mutated canines are far more formidable than zombies. It is fortunate that you suffered no casualties, Ren Qianhe remarked. Indeed, the individuals from another base lent us some assistance, Yin Ku replied, although that base is merely temporary and lacks a formal organization. Among them are 2 psychics of considerable strength, estimated to be at level 3, he continued. A small base cannot withstand much in the face of a large-scale zombie assault. It would likely be obliterated, Ren Qianhe noted. He elaborated that prior to the apocalypse, he was part of a military organization, which subsequently formed this base. As the base gradually expanded, they fortified their defenses and established a psychic action team, equipping them with specialized weaponry and organizing training. Now, this base has begun to take shape, instilling a degree of confidence against zombie incursions. However, they still require talent to solidify their forces. The personnel at that base are limited. Besides the 2 level 3 psychics we encountered, there are 2 others who raised my suspicions, Yin Ku remarked. Ren Qianhe regarded him attentively as Yin Ku continued. They are a couple. The woman possesses fire abilities, while I have yet to witness the man employ his powers. However, he wields a remarkable weapon, reminiscent of an ancient sword. Typically, such a cold weapon, no matter how sharp, relies on the wielder's strength. Yet, I witnessed him sever the heads of several zombies in quick succession with that blade. The woman was even more impressive, utilizing her fire abilities to effortlessly cleave through 6 zombies in a single, fluid motion, tossing the sword with precision, Yin Ku described. Ren Qianhe's brow furrowed at this account. It was indeed peculiar. From your description, the woman's powers seem formidable, yet what of that sword? He paused. Is there truly such an extraordinary cold weapon capable of decapitating multiple zombies without the enhancement of abilities? When augmented, it must be like adding wings to a tiger. The most astonishing part is that I was unable to manipulate that sword with my gold-based powers, despite controlling the surrounding gold elements, Yin Ku remarked, frowning. Unable to manipulate it? Ren Qianhe was equally astonished. After all, swords are typically made of metal. How could you not exert control over it? That sword appears exceptionally sharp, gleaming with a silvery light. I suspect it is crafted from some unique material, Yin Ku analyzed. Even if it were made of rare metal, it should still be manipulable, Ren Qianhe asserted. Thus, that sword is indeed a rare artifact. We should explore the possibility of recruiting them. Our base is currently in need of talent. Chapter 62. The wild dog retracts its fangs. It seems their base is somewhat distant. Perhaps we can encounter them next time, Yin Ku suggested. We could venture westward to investigate, Ren Qianhe hinted. Yin Ku nodded in agreement. At this moment, Shun Yi had prepared the meal, and Su Yin was enjoying it, offering the crystal cores of other elemental types to her as bones to gnaw on. The crisp sound of crunching drew her attention towards a certain zombie seated cross-legged on the ground. It must be said that initially, when he was contracted, he constantly harbored thoughts of devouring his master, the murderous intent almost visibly etched upon his face. However, after a brief period of 10 days of adaptation, this wild dog seemed to have retracted its fangs and even appeared more loquacious. Su Yin gazed at her training results, a slight smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. Her next objective was to cultivate him into a hunting dog uniquely hers, a sharp and reliable blade. Remember to train after you've eaten, Su Yin instructed. Let us continue with the 32nd form from yesterday. I want to see you reach the 40th. Understood, Shun Yi replied. Her airy tone suggested that each form would be effortlessly executed, yet in reality, these techniques were exceedingly difficult to master, requiring a deep understanding and integration. Each training session felt as though he were not in an apocalyptic world, but rather in ancient times. After their meal, Shun Yi washed the dishes and then proceeded to train, while Su Yin remained in the room, sorting through her spoils. She placed Shun Yi's clothes in his room and arranged her collection of high heels, regrettably having to admire them from afar for the time being. After a shower, Su Yin donned loose short sleeves and wide-legged trousers, complemented by the flat shoes Shun Yi had brought back for her. Although the shoes were somewhat unsightly, at least they were comfortable for walking. Upon seeing her emerge in the flats, Shun Yi noted that even a stubborn woman like her could not defy practicality. He demonstrated the technique from the beginning, while Su Yin wielded the training stick and pointed out corrections. This arm shouldn't just swing over. You need to maintain some reserve for your next move. Your legs shouldn't be so stiff, or it'll look uncoordinated. And keep your head straight. During a fight, any tilt could cost you your life. Shun-Yi listened silently, then attempted the technique again based on her guidance. Watching him train, Su-Yin shook her head and commanded, "Come here, attack me." Shun-Yi paused, uncertain whether she was serious or jesting. "What are you waiting for? Come on," Su-Yin urged, lightly tapping her right hand with the training stick in her left. Receiving a clear signal, Shun-Yi advanced with his sword. Su-Yin sidestepped, instructing, "Use what I just taught you." Thus, Shun-Yi applied the technique, but as his opponent held no weapon, he made every effort to avoid harming her. Nonetheless, it soon proved that his caution was unwarranted, for Su-Yin adeptly evaded each of his strikes with her softwood stick, landing blows upon his head, shoulder, and arms in the process. Finally, with the training stick pressed against his chest, she remarked, "Had this been anyone else, you would have died 5 or 6 times already." Withdrawing her hand, she stepped aside, her expression one of frustration. "Even the most inept subordinate I've trained before possessed 10 times your talent. A dullard like you can only chop wood and fetch water." Su-Yin shook her head slightly, and Shun-Yi felt as though he had been grievously wounded, leaving him to wonder, was he truly that lacking in ability? Perhaps it was due to Su-Yin's overwhelming presence that he appeared to her as nothing more than a mere failure. As she observed a particular zombie continuing its training, Su-Yin crossed her arms and sighed within, contemplating the futility of the situation. Well, it is what it is. Can I still return it? Currently, the only advanced zombie she had encountered was this one. As for living humans, they were of no concern. Should any superior zombies arise in the future, she might consider entering into a contract with them. After training late into the evening until 10 o'clock, Shun-Yi was taking a shower in the bathroom. As he washed, he reflected on the training session from that night, only to find his thoughts wandering. He recalled that Su-Yin had mentioned something about her past, perhaps referring to subordinates. Were they bodyguards? Was her reference to chopping wood and drawing water merely a metaphor? After all, how could a young lady of her stature possibly engage in such labor? Especially when she seemed oblivious to the meaning of having a boyfriend. All things considered, he speculated that she was likely a martial arts prodigy living in a secluded temple, untouched by the world. The sword and bracelet she possessed were likely ancient heirlooms. During the subsequent 3 days of rest, Su-Yin enjoyed a good night's sleep, and Li Wanning did not approach her, prompting Su-Yin to ponder how to lure her out. At mealtime, she bit down on her chopsticks and said, "Tomorrow, during the meeting, you should ask Li Zhao whether Li Wanning will participate in the mission." Shun-Yi nodded in agreement. "Last time, she led a few people to trouble me, and I haven't had the chance to retaliate since someone intervened." Su-Yin lamented, "However, it is indeed difficult to take action within the base. Should I call her out?" Shun-Yi offered. "We need to find an opportunity to draw her outside the base." Su-Yin narrowed her eyes. Meanwhile, on Li Wanying's side, she sneezed heavily twice and felt that even drinking water was a chore. She had attempted to seek assistance from other women, but they were unwilling to help. As for the ability users, she had yet to identify suitable candidates, particularly since the current group seemed to rally around that contemptible Su-Yin. As for Zheng Fan and his associates, they were not to be considered. Wu Hong, that mad dog, dared not provoke Su-Yin or Su-Yi, so he directed his frustrations toward her instead. As long as she remained within the base, Su-Yin would not have the opportunity to strike against her. The following day, Shun-Yi inquired and learned that Li Wanning would not be participating in the mission. Thus, he conveyed to Su-Yin, "We will rest this time, but be ready for the next outing." Li Zhao agreed, and began compiling a list of those willing to take on the mission. The recent outings had yielded satisfactory results, and since Su-Yin currently had no pressing need for a vast number of crystal cores, she granted Shun-Yi a break to rest. Meanwhile, upon discovering that both Su-Yin and Su-Yi were present at the base, Li Wanning felt compelled to keep company with others, fearing Su-Yin's potential wrath. Fortunately, her anxiety was largely self-imposed, for until the afternoon when the ability team returned with supplies, Su-Yin had yet to make an appearance. This time, Li Zhao and the others not only brought back provisions, but also rescued 3 survivors from the supermarket warehouse. They had managed to survive by living off the food within the warehouse and barricading the doors, ensuring that zombies could not find them. Shun-Yi was summoned to unload cargo. Possessing considerable strength, he effortlessly lifted 2 large sacks of rice at once. As he passed by a survivor, he glanced slightly at him. The man was still caught in a state of startled fear, instinctively clutching his arms tightly. Observing his trepidation, Zhao Pei inquired, "Have you encountered any zombie attacks before?" Everyone shook their heads, but the man replied, "We encountered zombies while following the captain, but fortunately, we were not bitten." Zhao Pei felt reassured and proceeded to lead them for registration. Every survivor entering the base was required to undergo a medical examination to ensure they bore no wounds, especially those who had come into contact with zombies. After Shun Yi moved the rice to the designated area, he returned only to find that the 3 individuals had vanished. He turned to Li Zhao and asked, "What happened to those 3? Li Zhao looked at him, and Shun Yi, pursing his lips, chose silence. He simply sensed the presence of a zombie emanating from one of them. Perhaps his instincts regarding his kind were just too acute. Li Zhao observed him speaking partially before departing, standing there in confusion. Although Su Yi had become more sociable, she still exhibited peculiar behavior. As it turned out, Shen Yi's intuition was not overly acute. By 6 in the evening, chaos erupted within the base as one of the 3 individuals had transformed into a zombie. This individual subsequently bit 2 others, resulting in a rapid proliferation of zombies within mere minutes. The ability users mobilized to handle the situation. When someone came to summon Su Yi and the others, Shun Yi knocked on her door, only to inadvertently push it open and catch a glimpse of her changing clothes. Their eyes locked for several seconds, and Shun Yi's gaze subtly dropped, revealing a glimpse of her exposed waist. Before Su Yi could fully express her anger, he hastily closed the door and called out from outside, "Someone in the base has been infected. We need to assist." Su Yi donned a short-sleeved shirt and stepped outside to regard him, while Shun Yi turned his head away in silence. "Next time you dare to enter my room without permission, I won't hesitate to facilitate your swift reincarnation," Su Yi retorted coldly. Shun Yi protested. "I truly didn't mean to. My hand accidentally brushed against the doorknob, and the door happened to be unlocked, coinciding with you changing clothes." This was a grievance he felt he could never clear, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. As they exited, Shun Yi locked the door, and Su Yi, arms crossed, asked, "What did you see just now?" The tone and demeanor indicated that he didn't need to turn around to know she was glaring daggers at him. "Nothing at all," Shun Yi firmly stated, though the image of her slender waist lingered in his mind, her skin pale and delicate. He felt that if he revealed even this, he might lose his eyesight as well. "Really nothing?" Su Yi pressed with an authoritative tone. Shun Yi bit his lip, ultimately succumbing to her mental persuasion, and softly admitted, "Her waist." Su Yi, both amused and irritated, brandished her admonishing rod and swiftly struck him twice, coldly declaring, "A minor punishment for a major lesson. Let this be a warning." Although she was genuinely infuriated, for in her previous world, no one but the maid was permitted into her chamber. Yet, this Su Yi not only entered her room but also beheld her figure, albeit only her waist, and audaciously claimed that 2 lashes would be lenient. For if she were to truly strike him down, she would lose her sole subordinate, which was none other than Shen Yi. He quietly trailed behind Su Yi, resembling a chastened dog, aware that he was at fault and should have called out from the threshold. Upon their arrival at the accommodation area, chaos ensued. Ordinary humans without abilities fled in panic, their cries for help echoing through the air. Ability users from all directions launched their assaults, attempting to corral the mutated zombies into a confined space. Shun Yi had never revealed his powers, and advancing recklessly would only lead to being mistakenly harmed by other ability users. Su Yi observed the now zombified individuals, recognizing a few familiar faces, including the one with a severed arm. Was it not Sun Yueqi? One could certainly deem him unfortunate. Having been spared by Su Yi once, he now rushed toward his demise. "Everyone, retreat towards the base entrance. If control cannot be maintained, open the doors and flee," Li Zhao shouted. At that moment, a zombie broke free from the circle, ready to attack others, only to be obstructed by Su Yin's fiery barrier, burning the creature in place as it emitted anguished crackling sounds. "Su Yin, quickly seal off the breach on the eastern side," an ability user cried out. "Su Yi, assist at the base entrance. If anyone is on the verge of zombification, eliminate them immediately," Li Zhao instructed Shen Yi. Chapter 64. Lowering his head, he inhaled the scent at her shoulder. Shen Yi advanced with his sword. This infection spread not through wounds, but via skin contact. Thus the rate of zombification was gradual, returning at 2 in the afternoon. It was not until 6 in the evening that a full outbreak occurred. The doctors had not conducted comprehensive examinations, and the individual who carried the zombie virus on their skin had either inadvertently come into contact with zombie bodily fluids or was deliberately concealing the truth. Casting a glance towards Su Yin, Shen Yi contemplated that her abilities would suffice for self-protection, and thus he continued to guide the crowd towards the base entrance. Xiao Ye and Bai Qingge were among the fleeing group, while Li Wanning also prepared to escape. Upon seeing Su Yi diligently occupied not far ahead and observing the empty space behind Su Yin, Li Wanning maneuvered through the throng, a malicious glint flashing in her eyes. Su Yin, perish. She forcefully shoved Su Yin from behind before swiftly blending into the crowd. Su Yin stumbled forward, instinctively turning to discern the assailant, yet found no one, and in her moment of distraction, her fiery aura faltered, allowing a zombie to seize the opportunity to strike. Su Yin, be cautious, Li Zhao warned loudly as he recognized the impending danger. Hearing Li Zhao's voice, Shen Yi instinctively turned, only to find a zombie closing in on Su Yin. As Su Yin turned around, she found a zombie nearly upon her, its fingers reaching out to grasp her shoulder. Just as Shen Yi prepared to unleash his powers, he witnessed Su Yin's fire ability surge dramatically, incinerating the zombie to ashes in mere seconds. Shen Yi withdrew his hand, thinking to himself that he had always known the woman could protect herself without him. At this moment, Su Yin's face revealed unmistakable disgust as she inwardly cursed. Ugh, how revolting. Indeed, she still couldn't stomach the repulsive sight of zombies, except for the one she had contracted. The others were truly an eyesore. The other ability users had just witnessed the explosive display of Su Yin's powers. While continuing their attacks, they exchanged stunned glances, silently marveling. Is this the true strength of a second-level fire ability? Its intensity seemed to rival that of a third-level ability. Noticing their gazes, Su Yin realized she had revealed too much. She subtly restrained the mystical flames in her palm, then unleashed them with twice the previous force to incinerate the zombies. This surge in power significantly boosted the collective combat effectiveness of the group, and before long, all the zombies lay defeated. Li Zhao approached Su Yin and inquired, "Were you injured earlier?" Su Yin shook her head. "Su Yin, has your ability stabilized?" Another ability user asked in astonishment. "I've been replenishing it lately. It's manageable," Su Yin replied. "The danger just now triggered it." "Truly, human potential is born from peril," remarked another, assured of her well-being. Li Zhao turned to comfort the crowd while the other ability users dispersed to assist. Shen Yi, having finished his shift, approached and leaned in to sniff near her shoulder. Su Yin tilted her head away. "What are you, a dog? What are you sniffing for?" "Checking if you've been contaminated by zombie fluids," Shen Yi stated impassively. Su Yin paused. "All right, my mistake." And she pressed. "Nothing. You're clean," Shen Yi confirmed. "Earlier this afternoon, when the others returned, I detected traces of zombie scent on one person. He must be a carrier. Why didn't you stop him immediately?" Su Yin questioned. "I thought I might be overreacting. Besides, it's not something easily explained to others," Shen Yi admitted. If he alone had noticed the scent, revealing it would likely expose his undead nature. Su Yin rested her chin on her hand, surveying the dense crowd gathering before them. "Someone deliberately pushed me earlier. Could it have been accidental? Someone fleeing too hastily?" Shen Yi suggested. "Unlikely. The force came directly from behind. A collision would have come from the side," Su Yin countered calmly. Shen Yi pressed his lips together, scanning the crowd until his gaze settled on Li Wanning and Xiao Ye. If anyone harbored ill intent towards Su Yin, it would be one of them. Yet without concrete evidence, the matter had to be set aside, for now. Amid the throng, Li Wanning stole a venomous glance at Su Yin. Having witnessed the true extent of her abilities, Li Wanning clenched her fists, seething with resentment and frustration. Why? Why is her ability so formidable? And how has she recovered so quickly? If even this couldn't finish her off, when will the next opportunity arise? To Li Wanning, it seemed as though the heavens themselves favored Su Yin. That failed assassination attempt had not only spared her life, but awakened her powers. Every subsequent scheme had been effortlessly crushed. Damn it, Su Yin must be riding a tidal wave of sheer luck. Wu Heng and Zheng Fan bowed their heads in solemn tribute to the lifeless body of Sun Yueqi lying on the ground. It had only been half a month since two of their brothers had perished. Fearing the emergence of chronic zombification, the ability users transported bedding from their dormitories to create separate spaces for themselves. Meanwhile, doctors conducted thorough physical examinations, their expressions tense. Shen Yi conducted a round of inspections, detecting no traces of their kind, which suggested that they were currently safe. After accounting for everyone, fewer than 100 individuals remained in the base. Li Xiao contemplated the suggestion made by the captain from the Eastern District base they encountered earlier that day, who had extended an invitation for them to relocate there, offering a more fortified defense and a stronger team of ability users. In this apocalyptic world, it was prudent to band together for mutual support. In a separate room, while the physical examinations continued, Li Xiao convened the ability users for a meeting, tallying the names present. The original cohort of 20 ability users had dwindled to just 11. Someone cast a glance at Su Yin and recalled the absence of Li Waning, prompting the remark, "Captain, Li Waning did not show up." Li Xiao glanced at the group awaiting examination. At the time of the incident, Li Waning, a member of the ability team, had failed to assist and had focused solely on her own escape. Thus, he concluded, there is no need to call her, effective immediately. She is no longer one of us. Su Yin raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this implied that Li Waning had lost her protective shield. Silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to contest Li Xiao's decision. Indeed, she had recently abstained from participating in missions and had been notably absent during confrontations with zombies. This morning, we encountered individuals from the Eastern District base, Li Xiao continued. The captain, Yin Ku, had informed them that the Eastern District base spanned 1,000 square meters and was established atop a military facility, surrounded by steel fences. Their organization was well-defined, with the leader referred to as the base lord, overseeing various departments and capable of accommodating tens of thousands of individuals. The ability action team was fully equipped with modern military weaponry and received specialized training. In contrast, their own base was modest, relying on high walls for protection. If a large-scale zombie attack were to occur, it would likely not endure for long. The greatest fear was that any survivors they brought back might carry the zombie virus undetected, which would spell disaster for the base. Yin Ku had invited all of them to join the Eastern District base, assuring that their survival would be secured. "I would like to hear your thoughts on this," he said. The group regarded him in silence, none daring to speak first. Given their current predicament, this indeed appeared to be the best option. A more secure base would ensure personal safety and a reliable food supply. However, one ability user raised a concern. Will we face unfair treatment upon relocating? As newcomers, ordinary citizens might be fine, but what if ability users encounter discrimination? Will the regulations be excessively stringent? "I am unaccustomed to such a lifestyle. I have grown fond of freedom," remarked another Esper. "The thought of having to rise at 6 in the morning for training and continuing until 11 at night before retiring to bed is utterly overwhelming. Simply surviving in this apocalyptic world is a luxury in itself. All I desire is to lie down and rest. As for what you mentioned, I cannot guarantee anything. But I believe there will be no unfair treatment, for we are all survivors who have fought hard to stay alive," said Li Xiao. "The discipline there will undoubtedly be stricter than what we currently endure, as they employ a military-style training regimen, establishing 1,000 square meter base at a military installation, along with an array of weaponry, suggests that the leader of that base holds a significant position," Li Xiao added. The atmosphere grew solemn among the group. Ultimately, the impending change was unavoidable, as their feeble base was insufficient. "Will you still be our leader after we transition there?" an Esper inquired. "That remains uncertain. They have their own established system there," replied Li Xiao. "Whether I serve as your captain or not is inconsequential. All I ask is that you fulfill your respective duties. I worry that if the leader there possesses a conflicting aura, a confrontation may ensue," the individual remarked. "Haha, fear not. We shall support you when the time comes." The other Espers chuckled. This lightened the mood considerably. Li Xiao then stated, "Please raise your hands if you agree to go, so I may prepare for the transition." Everyone eagerly raised their hands, including Su Yin, followed by Shen Yi. "Excellent. It is unanimously approved," Li Xiao declared. "Please wait a moment while I inform the others." Li Xiao proceeded to announce the decision, and hands continued to rise in agreement. Who would refuse the opportunity to join a more formidable and secure base? As night deepened, the Espers remained vigilant. Su Yin leaned against the wall and dozed off. Shortly after, a cough interrupted her slumber, prompting her to open her eyes. Since the last time he had approached her and nearly faced dire consequences, he had learned his lesson and now stood 3 steps away to make his presence known. "I have brought some bedding. You should lie down and rest for a while," Shen Yi suggested. "Each person takes a turn for an hour, allowing the remainder of the time for light sleep to ensure readiness for any unforeseen circumstances, although such occurrences are unlikely." Shen Yi and Su Yin were scheduled to stand watch until 4 in the morning, allowing them a chance to rest briefly. The bedding was small, a single person size, serving merely as a cushion on the floor. Shun-Yi offered her a military coat, which Su-Yin wrapped around herself as she sat cross-legged, closing her eyes to gather her energy. Shun-Yi positioned himself in a protective stance nearby. The atmosphere within the base was fraught with anxiety. Everyone was maintaining a facade of composure, fearful that someone nearby might succumb to zombification and attack. Over 2 hours passed, and Shun-Yi glanced back to find Su-Yin still maintaining her upright posture, appearing as though she were in a deep meditative state. Shun-Yi mused. She must surely hail from some temple. Chapter 66. Is she pregnant? Su-Yin remained in that position throughout the night. And just as the other espers were about to rouse her, Shun-Yi shot them a glance to silence their intentions. Curiosity filled the air. Would sitting cross-legged for so long not cause her legs to ache? Moreover, is it truly possible to fall asleep while seated? It appears that Su-Yin is not fatigued. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Shun-Yi rouses her from slumber. Su-Yin opens her eyes, momentarily dazed, before her gaze clears. At this hour, everyone else struggles to stay awake, collapsing into deep slumber, while Shun-Yi and Su-Yin take turns keeping watch. The doctor, propping his head up, looks as if he has endured an entire night without rest. You may take a break, Shun-Yi tells him. The doctor, startled awake, looks up at him and takes a moment to respond. Are you that Su-Yin's brother? Indeed, I am her servant, Shun-Yi replies. Upon witnessing the doctor's expressionless nod, he rises to stretch his limbs. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he eagerly inquires, May I have a glance at your sword, Su-Yi? Shun-Yi raises the sword, allowing the doctor to examine it. The doctor finds it imbued with an ancient aura, yet the blade gleams with a cold light, revealing its sharpness without needing to be tested. Where did you acquire this weapon? The doctor asks, curiosity piqued. It was given to me by another, Shun-Yi responds. The doctor's eyes widen as he contemplates. Is there such fortune to be had? Who bestowed it upon you? Does he have more? He asks, subtly probing. A peculiar individual. Shun-Yi states, but she no longer possesses it. Upon hearing the latter part, the doctor feels a pang of regret and wonders about this enigmatic figure. What manner of person is this? The doctor queries. It seems he wishes to encounter her, for this sword is nothing short of a boon for those without abilities. Su-Yin stands nearby, arms crossed, regarding a certain zombie with an air of skepticism, as if daring the doctor to continue his storytelling. I cannot disclose more, my apologies. Shun-Yi interjects. The doctor does not press further, but as he prepares to rest, he notices Su-Yin and hesitates for a brief moment before quietly saying, Su-Yin, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? She replies. It pertains to your life. The doctor whispers, his tone cautious. Su-Yin raises an eyebrow and follows him. In a secluded corner, the doctor gets straight to the point. Do you have enemies within the base? Although there are indeed foes, Su-Yin shakes her head. The doctor sighs. Haven't you sensed that someone is targeting you? Su-Yin pauses for a couple of seconds, seemingly contemplating, then nods. I have not offended anyone. However, it seems Li Weiniang has always regarded me with disdain, she explains. A woman's intuition is rarely wrong. The doctor asserts gravely. He then leans in closer, whispering something in her ear, while not far away. Shun-Yi turns to witness this scene. Shun-Yi muses. What words necessitate such intimacy? Do you understand now? The doctor asks, stepping back to observe her. Su-Yin furrows her brow slightly before nodding. Seeing her unguarded and puzzled demeanor, the doctor kindly advises, you should typically accompany your brother to prevent anyone from taking advantage of you. Thank you for the warning. Su-Yin expresses her genuine gratitude. By the way, why does that woman target you? The doctor inquires. She harbors feelings for the captain and views me as a rival. Su-Yin replies. The doctor responds, so it is a matter of love entangled with jealousy? Doctor, what is the relationship between you and the captain? She asked. Nothing at all, Su-Yin replied. The doctor regarded her with a hint of sympathy and suggested, would you like me to have a word with the captain? Not yet. Su-Yin countered. Currently, you are the only witness. What if she turns against you? Furthermore, if it comes to the point where Li Weiniang denies it, others might provide her cover. Indeed, a swift resolution would be the most satisfying. Soon, Li Weiniang, just keep your head on your shoulders for a few more days. When the base relocates, that will be the moment for her retribution. Upon Su-Yin's return, Shun-Yi inquired, what did he say to you? He mentioned that a strange person intends to target me. Su-Yin responded, gazing at him. So, did you see that strange person? Shun-Yi remarked, women are indeed meticulous. They are the ones you can least afford to offend. The doctor shared only what she already knew, such as Li Wenying's repeated attempts to undermine her, enlisting Zhou Yi and Sun Yueqi to confront her. No need to panic. We will deal with them one by one. At 6 in the morning, with no unusual occurrences, Li Zhao announced the disbandment, leading to joyous cheers as everyone returned home. Su Yin cast a glance at Li Wenying amidst the crowd, a faint smile gracing her lips. Upon arriving home, Shen Yi busied himself in the kitchen preparing breakfast, while Su Yin sat in the living room, drawing symbols and casting spells. When Shen Yi emerged with porridge and side dishes, he found her absorbed in her mystical endeavors, though it was not the first time witnessing her practice. Each occasion felt as if she were engaged in some esoteric ritual. It was peculiar how those paper figures could seemingly take flight. Once Su Yin completed her incantation, she settled on the sofa, waiting for Shen Yi to serve her food and tea. She dined while he tidied up, embodying the ideal caretaker. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Li Wenying enjoyed her bun, she suddenly felt a strange sensation in her lower abdomen, prompting her to expel its contents violently. She retched, expelling the bun and porridge from her stomach, continuing to dry heave. Realizing something was amiss, she hastily gathered her plate and left the cafeteria. All eyes turned towards her. And Xiaoya mused, could it be that she is truly pregnant? What splendid news! She had already heard from Sun Yueqi and Wu Hong about Li Wenying's physical entanglements with Zhou Yi. Thus she was convinced Li Wenying must indeed be expecting. What just happened to Li Wenying? Why is she vomiting so severely? Xiaoya feigned surprise, her voice elevated with curiosity. Bai Qingge glanced at her. An understanding flashed between them. Surely, the cafeteria food must be fine, right? She inquired. No issues here. We are all eating it, replied the other women. If the food is fine, then what could it be? Xiaoya frowned, hesitating to speak. At that moment, 3 girls seated behind them turned and chimed in. I bet it's morning sickness. Indeed. She must be pregnant, echoed another. Chapter 67. Can we see a gynecologist? Last time in the warehouse. Didn't Su Yin say Li Wenying was pregnant? And with a child who has neither father nor mother, for the father Zhou Yi is already deceased. Xiaoyu observed them and feigned indifference, inquiring, how did you come to know? We have our own information channels, replied the girl. Seeing her assertiveness, Xiaoya, who originally intended to spread a mere rumor to vex Li Wenying, found her words increasingly credible. Meanwhile, the other women were engaged in hushed discussions. The base was small, and after the events of the previous night, everyone still felt unsettled, desperately seeking a distraction to lighten the mood. As the first female ability user in the base, Li Wenying carried herself with an air of superiority wherever she went. It was rumored that she had a fondness for the captain, yet they seemed not to be together. So, who was the father of the child she was carrying? Outside, after leaving the cafeteria, Li Wenying could not suppress her dry heaving. It felt as though her stomach was in turmoil, causing her great discomfort. This state persisted until noon without much relief. During this time, she was filled with anxiety and restlessness, particularly due to the unsettling words spoken by Su Yin not long ago. You must be pregnant, Li Wenying. What a pity. The child will be fatherless before it is even born. Li Wenying seethed with rage, grinding her teeth in frustration. She had made a pact with Zhou Yi that this transaction was to remain confidential. Yet, he had revealed it to Su Yin. Damn it, foolish Zhou Yi. Even in death, he would not allow her peace. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, unable to contain herself any longer, Li Wenying sought out the doctor in the medical room. She walked cautiously, her demeanor highly guarded. Upon reaching the medical room, the doctor had just awakened from a brief nap, and fortunately, there were no other patients present. Once inside, Li Wenying promptly locked the door behind her. The doctor tensed at her demeanor, aware that she was a woman capable of murder, particularly towards Su Yin. Who was to say she wouldn't do the same to others? Moreover, she possessed abilities, while he did not. What do you intend to do? The doctor asked, rising and retreating a couple of steps, casting a wary glance at the surgical instruments on the nearby table. I am here for a consultation, Li Wenying replied, her expression suggesting that the question was unnecessary. What else would one do in a medical room? Upon hearing her response, the doctor gradually relaxed. Taking his seat at the desk, Li Wenying glanced around the medical room and asked, do you handle gynecological issues? Not here, the doctor replied. We lack the necessary equipment. However, if there are visible gynecological conditions manifesting on the skin, I could assist. Li Wenying bit her lip, striving to maintain her composure. Her menstrual cycle had yet to arrive this month, and considering that pregnancy tests typically required either an ultrasound or a blood draw. The rudimentary conditions here rendered such tests impossible. Noticing her dilemma and hesitation, the doctor continued, "Do not shy away from discussing your ailment. Although I am male. To a doctor, patients have no gender. Are you unwell?" The doctor inquired, perhaps experiencing discomfort in a private area or noticing any unusual symptoms. "I previously specialized in surgery, but I also have knowledge in this area. If it's something like genital warts, absolutely not." Li Weiniang suddenly stood up, her hands slamming onto the table as she vehemently protested. How could she possibly have such an illness? It's utter nonsense from a quack. Her vehement reaction startled the doctor, who mused that such urgency to deny often indicated underlying issues. After all, why would she seek gynecological advice otherwise? Perhaps she simply wished to keep her own secrets. As Li Weiniang turned to leave, the doctor did not attempt to stop her. She was, after all, a formidable individual. Just as she was about to unlock the door and exit, she paused, glancing back at the doctor. "Can you take a pulse?" she inquired. The doctor replied, "No. I am trained in modern medicine, not traditional Chinese medicine." Li Weiniang departed, leaving the doctor bewildered, pondering what her true intentions were. Once outside, she clenched her fists, realizing that if she were to confirm a pregnancy, she would either have to wait 10 days for her menstrual cycle or procure a pregnancy test. Suddenly, she recalled that she had not inquired whether the doctor had any pregnancy tests available. It was perhaps best that no one knew about this. Her pride was at stake. Meanwhile, Su Yin lay sprawled on the sofa, contemplating the implications of being at a major base with strict regulations. Would Su Yi's identity be discovered? Shun Yi continued his cleaning duties, and Su Yin, observing his diligent demeanor, called out, "Hey, come here for a moment." He set aside his broom and approached, standing across the table, awaiting her command. "Come closer," she instructed. Shun Yi circled around, and as Su Yin straightened her posture, she commanded, "Kneel." Reluctantly, Shun Yi complied, but the narrow gap between the table and sofa prevented him from kneeling fully. Su Yin, with a swift kick, pushed the table aside, allowing him to properly kneel. As he positioned himself, Su Yin scrutinized his face, reaching out to cup it and examine every detail for signs of infection. Chapter 68. He suspected this woman lacked any sense of shame. The proximity of their bodies was palpable. A mere glance downward revealed the expanse of unguarded skin at Su Yin's neckline, accentuating her delicate collarbone. Shun Yi was perplexed by her sudden boldness. Yet his body remained immobilized under her control. He could feel her breath upon his forehead, the air imbued with a hint of sweetness, a sensation he had only begun to experience again after living with Su Yin. As she meticulously inspected his facial features, including his eyes, nose, and even the area behind his ears, she eventually lifted his chin. If not for her serious expression, Shun Yi would have suspected she was teasing him. After examining his neck, she released him and commanded, "Take off your shirt." "What are you planning to do?" Shun Yi questioned, bewildered. "Soon, we are to head to the eastern base, and I must ensure that your identity remains concealed from others," Su Yin remarked. Shun Yi replied, "Ah, I see. Aside from the traces of zombification on my legs, I am otherwise quite normal." Su Yin inquired, "Which specific area?" Shun Yi responded, "The thigh. A rather embarrassing location." "Take it off. I will cover it for you," Su Yin insisted. Shun Yi sighed, "If I remove it, I will be left with only my underwear. May I first change into a pair of loose shorts?" Though he was a zombie, he was still a man. Did this woman possess no sense of gender boundaries? Su Yin glanced at him, noting his expression, which seemed to reflect a struggle for his last shred of modesty, and finally relented. "All right." As she retracted the contract directive, Shun Yi felt a release in his body and stood to walk towards his room. Su Yin shook her head while muttering to herself, "Aren't humans in this world quite open-minded? I've seen pants that barely cover the backside," referring to extremely short shorts. Upon hearing this, Shun Yi paused mid-step, his body stiffening momentarily before he continued on. What did she mean by this world? Was she not human? Or had her prolonged stay in the Taoist temple left her isolated from society? When Shun Yi emerged wearing loose shorts and a tank top, Su Yin's gaze fell upon his thigh, prompting him to avert his eyes. Feeling both awkward and embarrassed, he was still quite innocent. To ease the uncomfortable situation before Su Yin, Shun Yi sat on the sofa, slightly spreading his legs and adjusting his shorts. Su Yin observed the purplish-red lines on the inner side of his thigh and approached, extending her right hand, which emanated a faint green glow. This time, Shun Yi clearly witnessed her actions. Her palm hovered merely 5 centimeters from his leg, and miraculously, the purplish veins receded completely. What is this ability of yours? Shun Yi could not help but inquire. Although wood-based abilities were also green, he knew that Su Yin's power was of a different nature. Healing technique, Su Yin replied. Shun Yi was perplexed. Would that be considered a personal attack? Do I appear so foolish? After erasing the marks on his inner thigh, Su Yin instructed, stand up. Let me see. Shun Yi stood while Su Yin sat down, commanding him to turn around. Noticing no other traces of zombification, she remarked, now, your lower back. Shun Yi turned, lifting the hem of his tank top. Su Yin saw nothing unusual and added, now, the pants, pull them down a bit. Shun Yi hesitated. Knowing her words held no hidden meaning, yet they sounded strange nonetheless. He reluctantly tugged them down slightly, revealing the edge of his underwear, only to hear the woman behind him say, continue. Shun Yi remained silent. This torment surpasses even the drudgery of washing clothes, cooking, and sweeping the floors. He suspects that this woman possesses no sense of shame. Otherwise, how could she maintain such a serious demeanor while speaking and observing? Noting his slowness, Su Yin reached out to assist him, albeit gently, lowering his pants by merely 3 centimeters. Once she confirmed everything was in order, she released her grip. When asked why she did not treat him through the fabric of his clothing, she refrained from wasting her elemental power unnecessarily, opting to use it only when essential. Shun Yi finally managed to pull up his trousers and then turned to cast a resentful glance at the heartless woman. His expression reminiscent of one who has been thoroughly disgraced, his face and ears tinged with an undeniable blush. Su Yin sat cross-legged on the sofa, propping her face with one hand, curiously observing the scene before her. How amusing. Is it possible for a zombie to blush? Faced with her unabashed astonishment, Shun Yi could no longer endure the humiliation and promptly turned to leave. Su Yin tilted her head, contemplating that her zombie was increasingly resembling a normal person. However, as this was a blood pact, she felt secure that he would not rebel. Chapter 69. Who cares about gender when raising a dog? After returning to his room, Shun Yi wore an expression of dismay, changing back into his clothes. After taking 2 deep breaths, he finally felt composed enough to venture out. He still had his pride. Being inappropriately exposed while a woman tugged at his trousers was a near embarrassment, and he needed a robust psychological defense. Su Yin felt no concern, for in her mind, Su Yi was first and foremost a zombie, and only secondly a male. Since he was a zombie, he was merely a servant. Would one care whether a dog is male or female? After a couple of days of rest, Li Zhao planned to take a few individuals to the East District base, both to assess the situation on-site and to discuss issues related to containment, as well as the integration of ability users into their organization, which was a matter of great concern to his team. After gathering 4 individuals, Li Waning approached him, saying, Captain, I would like to accompany you on this mission. Li Zhao replied, that won't be necessary. If you go, the ability team will be disbanded. This is not a compulsory mission. I am here as a representative of women, Li Waning countered cleverly. You are all men. Yet there is a small group of women at the base who wish to learn more about the female accommodation area. Li Zhao paused for 2 seconds before finally conceding. Very well then. Li Waning smiled. Thank you, Captain. Just inform me the night before you depart. Li Zhao nodded in agreement. As she returned, she thought that as long as she could go out, she would be able to find a pregnancy test at the pharmacy. And then she would know for certain whether she was with child. After their departure, the people at the base awaited news. Su Yin surveyed the items within the house, all of which she had brought back with Su Yi, and instructed him to sort and pack them neatly, once again storing everything into her storage bracelet. In such a dire world, resources were inherently scarce, and she needed to save some for the future. Following the map provided by Yin Ku, Li Zhao drove for 5 hours along the designated route. It must be said that the base in that region indeed possessed considerable strength, as the route map provided by Yin Ku consisted entirely of well-maintained roads, indicating that they were exploring a varied topography. They arrived at the Eastern District base at 1 p.m. At first glance, this base appeared far more formal and organized than theirs. The towering iron gates were adorned with dense electric fencing and sharp implements, complemented by 2 watchtowers, each manned by 2 individuals clad in black uniforms and armed. As the station soldiers spotted a truck approaching, they promptly raised their binoculars for observation and reported the situation back to headquarters. Li Zhao halted the truck 200 meters from the iron gate, and the group disembarked to await further instructions. Ren Xianhe received the news and instructed Yan Ku to investigate, having also heard that a woman was accompanying them, so he decided to join as well. Driven by curiosity about the formidable female fire element level 2 ability user, Yan Ku ascended the watchtower and confirmed through his binoculars that it was indeed Li Zhao and his companions, subsequently ordering the gate to be opened. However, the woman accompanying them was not one he recognized. As Li Zhao and his group entered the base, Yan Ku approached to greet them, saying, "Hello, and welcome to your arrival." "Hello," Li Zhao replied. "This is our base leader, Ren Xianhe," Yan Ku introduced. Li Zhao observed the man, who appeared to be around 40 years old, with an air of authority and solemnity about him, exuding the demeanor of a soldier. Undoubtedly a former officer from the time before the apocalypse. "Greetings, I am Li Zhao, the captain of the temporary base, here to discuss matters regarding our potential joining with you." Li Zhao extended his hand. "Hello," Ren Xianhe responded, shaking his hand firmly. "Our base warmly welcomes your integration." Li Zhao sensed his sincerity. The leader personally coming to greet them certainly conveyed respect. "Could you introduce your team members?" Ren Xianhe inquired, glancing at the 5 individuals behind Li Zhao. Lin Yu, level 2 metal ability user. Yang Gingyun, level 3 earth ability user. Li Weining, level 1 wood ability user. Li Zhao introduced each member in turn. Ren Xianhe looked at the girl, pondering, wood ability? Isn't she supposed to be fire? He turned to glance at Yan Ku, who remained silent, refraining from responding publicly. "Shall we proceed?" "This way, please," Ren Xianhe said. Li Zhao and his group followed him to the administrative building. Along the way, they observed various individuals bustling about. As they walked, Ren Xianhe elaborated, "Our base functions akin to a small city, encompassing all necessary facilities and operating under a merit-based system. For instance, if you wish to purchase something, you must exchange merit points, which are earned through contributions to the base." "What about ordinary individuals? How do they acquire merit points?" Li Zhao inquired. "Ability users can undertake missions to earn merit points, but ordinary citizens cannot. Each ordinary person within the base is assigned a specific role, and they can earn merit points through their labor," Ren Xianhe explained. Li Zhao understood that, with this arrangement, the base would not accommodate idlers, ensuring that everyone would contribute through labor, which was indeed more systematically organized than their temporary base. Upon reaching the first floor of the office building, Ren Xianhe took his seat at the head of the table and stated, "If you have any inquiries regarding our base, feel free to ask." Chapter 70. There are plenty of fish in the sea, no need to hang on one tree. Lin Yu and the others felt that they need not pose any questions, as they had already gleaned much on their way here. This was not merely a simple base, but rather a living community. As the lord of the base, Ren Xianhe exhibited considerable managerial prowess. "Are we, the ability users, to join your ability team upon arrival?" Li Zhao inquired. The headquarters comprises several departments. In addition to the ability action team, there are also inspection and disciplinary teams, each with its respective functions. The ability action team requires its members to possess at least a level 2 ability. If one is at level 1, they will first undergo training in other departments to enhance their skills, thereby minimizing casualties during missions, Ren Xianhe elucidated. "This measure is quite humane," Li Zhao remarked, casting a glance at his team, all of whom nodded in agreement. After addressing a few more questions, Ren Xianhe instructed Yan Ku to show them around the base, allowing them to acclimatize to the atmosphere. Due to Li Zhao's request for Li Weining to have a separate tour of the women's accommodation area, Ren Xianhe assigned a female ability user to accompany her. "Newcomers?" Zhang Yu entered and noticed several unfamiliar faces. "Yes, take Miss Li to the women's section for a look," Ren Xianhe instructed. "Understood," Zhang Yu replied. She assessed the woman before her, while Li Weining reciprocated the scrutiny. With her chestnut waves cascading down, a meticulously crafted visage, and an ensemble of black leather that accentuated her alluring figure, complemented by knee-high boots, Zhang Yu exuded confidence. Women often harbor jealousy towards one another. As was the case at present, Li Weining felt that Zhang Yu was more beautiful than herself, and she consoled herself with the notion that such beauty was unattainable in her previous base. Once she dolled herself up, she would undoubtedly rival her. Zhang Yu perceptively sensed the inexplicable animosity emanating from Li Weining. Though somewhat displeased, she still led her on the tour. The thought of collaborating with someone as calculating as Zhang Yu was somewhat vexing. Even the often troublesome Dong Lingyun was enough to contend with. Couldn't they have a more straightforward and unproblematic female ability user? Under Zhang Yu's guidance, Li Weining explored the women's section. She gazed in astonishment at the various shops, realizing why the women here could so easily adorn themselves. It was a veritable paradise of hair salons, beauty parlors, and nail studios, all fully equipped. This was truly the life base she had always envisioned. "May I visit the beauty salon for a facial?" Li Weining asked with excitement. "Accessing it requires merit points. A cold compress costs 80 points, Zhang Yu informed her. Li Weining suddenly remembered that the expenses here were to be earned, not simply shared resources. And she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as she moved on to explore another shop. After spending nearly an hour exploring the entire female section, this chatterbox named Li was quite the talker and runner. Zhang Yu's feet ached, yet she had to maintain a pleasant demeanor, as she was, after all, a newcomer. Having reviewed the basic situation, Li Wanning reunited with Li Zhao and the others. Yin Ke stated, "Tomorrow, we will send 8 vehicles to pick you up." "All right," replied Li Zhao. On their way back, Lin Yu and the others engaged in animated discussions about the advantages of the East District base. Li Wanning, seated in the front, turned to the driver, Li Zhao, and said, "Captain, if we pass a pharmacy, I would like to pick up a few items." "What do you need? Is it urgent?" Li Zhao inquired. "I'm feeling unwell. I consulted the doctor. But he didn't have any medication and suggested I find something myself," Li Wanning explained. Li Zhao frowned slightly, as he had not noticed anything amiss with her today. Was it possible to stroll for an hour while feeling unwell? "Let me check. If there's a pharmacy on the way, we'll stop. If not, you'll have to endure it tonight, and we can get something tomorrow," Li Zhao said. Li Wanning responded, her lips curling into a smile. As long as she wasn't pregnant, her good days were still ahead. The East District base was well equipped, and she intended to present herself beautifully. There were also more men there, many capable and handsome, so she need not remain fixated on just one. Captain Yin was quite appealing. As for that wretched Su Yin, if she fancied Li Zhao, so be it. In the past, he was the only quality man around. Hence the competition, but now she had a new target and could effortlessly concede. While driving, Li Zhao fortuitously encountered a pharmacy along the route. So he parked the car and said to Li Wanning, "You may go." As Li Wanning stepped out, she hesitated and turned back, pleading, "Captain, could you accompany me? I'm afraid to go alone. I worry there might be zombies inside." Li Zhao then accompanied her, instructing the other team members to wait. Upon confirming the pharmacy was safe, Li Wanning had Li Zhao wait outside while she entered, leaving him bewildered by her contradictory requests. Women could indeed be quite troublesome. Li Wanning perused the shelves and finally spotted the pregnancy test sticks on the 3rd shelf. She swiftly grabbed a few, along with some medications, discreetly placing the pregnancy tests at the bottom of the plastic bag. Once they exited, Li Zhao started the vehicle. Just as a zombie emerged from the corner of the pharmacy, its head tilted as it sought the scent of fresh prey. Engrossed in their lively conversation about the anticipated life at the East District base, the team failed to notice the slow-moving zombie trailing behind them. Upon arriving back at their base, it was already evening. Li Wanning took the pregnancy test to her room and secretly conducted the test. As the seconds ticked away, her anxiety mounted. Finally, after 5 minutes passed, she was overjoyed to see no second line appear. "Damn, I knew I wasn't pregnant." A triumphant smile graced Li Wanying's lips. Nothing could hinder her stride. Once they arrived at the Eastern District base, it would be her time to flourish. Later, Su Yin and Shun Yi were summoned for a meeting. Li Zhao stated, "We have conducted thorough reconnaissance there, and the feedback has been unanimously positive. The lord of that region is Ren Qianhe, who appears to be a former military man. He is quite affable and personally came out to greet us. The Eastern District base is a compact community, featuring a plethora of shops, where individuals are compensated according to their labor, earning what is referred to as merit points, which can be exchanged for various goods. The empowered individuals will be assigned to different teams, while ordinary citizens will be given simpler tasks, ensuring there will be no discrimination or bias. This is something everyone can rest assured about." "That sounds too good to be true," Zhao Pei exclaimed. "It feels almost magical. They are still living in this apocalyptic world." Wu Kuan added, "Indeed, I have witnessed it myself," Lin Yu remarked. "Not only are there supermarkets and barbershops, but also billiard halls and swimming pools, every facility imaginable." He glanced at Su Yin and continued, "However, I am not very familiar with the female section." Li Wanqing went there. "So Su Yin, you might inquire with her." Su Yin smiled and nodded, offering no reply. While the group was still enthusiastically discussing the Eastern District base, A figure suddenly rushed over, panic-stricken, proclaiming, "This is bad. There are zombies." The previously cheerful gathering turned as one to look. Li Zhao immediately stood up and inquired, "What did you say?" "Zombies are here." They climbed in through a low wall beside the main gate of the base. The person replied. That low wall had collapsed a few days prior during an internal zombification due to some attacks. "All hands on deck," Li Zhao commanded in a grave tone. When the empowered individuals reached the main gate of the base, chaos had already erupted. The attack of a single zombie had resulted in others getting bitten, leading to a chain reaction of zombification. The crowd, alerted by the commotion, screamed and scattered, and upon seeing the empowered individuals, they rushed towards them as if they were a lifeline. Li Zhao, observing their panic, shouted, "Do not come this way." However, the frightened crowd, already in disarray, had seen several succumb to zombie bites. The empowered fighters quickly engaged, but their speed in dispatching the zombies failed to keep pace with the rapid spread of infection. Shen Yi, lacking a sword, remained on the sidelines, aware that if he were to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the zombies, any bite he sustained would be difficult to explain before he transformed. Suyin conjured ethereal flames, ready to incinerate any foe. The number of empowered team members was grossly insufficient, prompting Shen Yi to procure a metal rod and stand beside Suyin, joining the fray. "Damn it! One rat spoils the whole pot." Zheng Fan cursed. "Who was on guard duty tonight? How could they let zombies in?" Lin Yu shouted. "It must have been Wu Hong," an empowered individual suggested. "Damn, where is he?" Lin Yu retorted. "I don't know. Wu Hong said he was on watch, and I went to the meeting." Zheng Fan replied. By this point, Wu Hong had vanished, for with the impending move to the Eastern District base, he realized that if he did not avenge his comrades soon, it would be far too late. On the other side, Li Weining found herself encircled by three individuals, Xiaoya, Bai Qingge, and Wu Hong. "What do you want?" She glared at them fiercely. "What did you bring back today?" "Li Weining?" Xiaoya inquired with a smirk. "None of your business." Li Weining retorted angrily. "How could it not concern me? I am merely expressing my genuine concern for you." Xiaoya replied with a teasing grin. "The child you carry is Zhou Ye's. We all know each other. So I came to offer my condolences," she added. "How dare you? You're the one who is pregnant." Li Weining exclaimed furiously. "If it weren't for your instigation, Zhou Yi wouldn't have gotten into trouble, nor would Sun Yueqi have lost his arm." Wu Hong glared at her. "So what if he did it willingly? It's his own fault for being incompetent." Li Weining shouted back. Upon hearing her words, Wu Hong became infuriated and was ready to strike her. Li Weining utilized her wood-based abilities to counterattack, but just then, chaos erupted nearby. "Zombies are coming. Quickly hide." The expressions of the four shifted dramatically. Wu Hong and Li Weining could no longer afford to fight, as their immediate priority was to eliminate the zombies. Xiaoya and Bai Qingge prepared to flee back to their room, but upon seeing Li Weining also attempting to escape, Xiaoya seized her wrist and pulled her along. "Don't forget, you are an ability user. Don't be such a coward." Wu Hong scoffed. A few days prior, during an internal zombie infection, Li Weining had hidden away. And this time, he was determined not to let her off the hook. "Damn it! Let go of me. Let go." Li Weining struggled to free her hand, but Wu Hong's grip was painfully tight. "Are you insane? If you want to walk into death, don't drag me with you." She fumed. Chapter 72. Then let us end this directly. As the two of them were dragged to the entrance of the base, a fellow ability user confronted Wu Hong, demanding, "Wu Hong, where have you been? Your dereliction of duty has allowed the zombies to infiltrate. The entire base is in ruins now. What were you doing with Li Weining at this hour, indulging in romance?" Hearing his teammates' accusations and witnessing the chaotic scene before him, Wu Hong was taken aback. He could hardly believe that he had only been gone for a brief moment, and everything had spiraled out of control when there hadn't been any zombies in sight before he left. However, it was too late for regrets. He had been anticipating a new beginning, but now it all lay in ruins. Li Weining, reluctantly dragged along, saw the zombies closing in around her. While attacking with her wood abilities, she cursed internally, "Damn you, Wu Hong. Even in death, you want to drag someone down with you." Those who could escape had already retreated to their dorms, locking their doors tightly, leaving only a handful of individuals who had succumbed to zombification. Faced with the familiar faces they once knew, the ability users were left with no choice but to strike, for once someone transformed into a zombie, they lost their humanity and became nothing but monsters. During the course of the assault, the others observed that Su Yi, wielding merely an iron rod without his sword, was capable of dispatching a zombie, prompting admiration for his true prowess. Thus, Su Yin decided to conserve her Xian fire and instructed Shun Yi to employ the techniques she had taught him. Shun Yi, demonstrating a remarkable grasp of the skills, engaged two opponents simultaneously. Upon hearing Su Yin's words, Li Zhao inquired, "What have you taught Su Yi?" "Just some basic techniques," Su Yin replied. Li Zhao furrowed his brow, for it was his understanding that Su Yin possessed no martial skills. How then had she instructed Su Yi? By this time, the zombies were nearly vanquished, with only 2 or 3 remaining. However, Li Waning, lacking in strength, let out a shriek as a zombie ambushed her. Although she was not bitten directly, the proximity posed a risk of infection, as the creature had grasped her shoulder. Upon realizing she was under attack, Li Waning unleashed her fury, thinking, "If I am to perish, then Wu Heng shall not survive either. Let us see who falls first." The onlookers witnessed Li Waning, in a frenzied state, assaulting Wu Heng, who, caught off guard, received a bite on his arm. In response to her reckless intent, Wu Heng forcefully pushed her away. This calamity stemmed from Wu Heng's oversight, and as he and Li Waning clashed, none intervened. Unaware of the grudge that had developed between them, after biting Wu Heng, Li Waning glared at Su Yin, consumed by resentment. Why did Su Yin possess everything? Such formidable abilities. The men at the base flocked around her, including the very Li Zhao she once favored. Resolute in her despair, she thought, "If I am to die, then let us perish together." As the others beheld Li Waning charging at Su Yin like a rabid dog, Shun Yi swiftly positioned himself before Su Yin, wielding his iron rod to counter her wooden abilities. "Have you lost your mind, Li Waning? Why attack Su Yin?" Lin Yu exclaimed. "She is likely on the brink of zombification," Wu Kuan speculated. Li Zhao, now intervening, heard Li Waning venomously declare, "Why don't you just die, you wretched creature?" The others were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom that Li Waning could harbor such malevolence. Li Zhao and Shun Yi each restrained Li Waning firmly. Su Yin regarded her with indifference. "Am I not the one you should be cursing? How is it that you failed to kill me once and now wish to try again?" The others exchanged bewildered glances. Li Zhao looked up at her, puzzled by her words, and asked, "Has Li Waning attacked you before?" "More than once," Su Yin replied with a smile. She approached Shun Yi, took the iron rod from his grasp, and remarked, "It was much thicker than this back then. To this day, the wound on my chest remains a circular scar." The crowd gasped in shock. It turned out that Su Yin's previous injury had been inflicted by Li Waning. How could this woman be so wicked? Li Zhao was filled with astonishment and complexity. He vividly recalled the moment when Li Waning, tearfully, approached him, claiming they had encountered zombies. While Su Yin had urged her to leave first, the wound on Su Yin was clearly inflicted by an external force. At that time, who else was present besides Li Waning? After all, zombies cannot wield weapons. Once transformed, they become mere shells of their former selves. Thus, it was evident that she had deliberately harmed Su Yin and left her there. He lamented his inability to discern the true nature of people, realizing too late that it was a premeditated murder. "You are a monster. Perhaps you have already mutated into a zombie." Li Waning had completely lost her sanity, shouting, "It is you who is destined to become a zombie. Since I was meant to eliminate you anyway, why not settle old scores?" Su Yin replied with a smile. Upon finishing her words, she swiftly plunged the iron rod directly into Li Waning's chest, her speed leaving everyone momentarily stunned, the strike aligning perfectly with her own heart. Chapter 73. No one felt sympathy for her demise. Li Waning felt a sharp pain in her chest. Lowering her gaze, she saw the iron rod piercing through her. When she looked up at Su Yin, her eyes widened in terror and confusion. She struggled to breathe, the words caught in her throat. "Do you now feel the pain I once endured?" Su Yin inquired with a smile. As Li Waning's strength gradually waned, her eyes revealed not defiance but bitterness. She was filled with hatred, unable to comprehend her impending death. Shun Yi released her, and at the same moment, Li Zhao let go, causing Li Waning to collapse to the ground with a thud. Silence enveloped the group, for Li Waning had brought this upon herself, and had she not been killed, she would have inevitably turned into a zombie. Li Zhao gazed at Su Yin, expressing his remorse. "I am sorry for not recognizing that you were harmed by Li Waning. How could you have known? She deceived you all with her act," Su Yin replied nonchalantly. Several ability users who had once undertaken missions with them lowered their heads, now reflecting on their past actions with regret. "Su Yin, how did you survive after being stabbed in the chest?" one ability user inquired. Li Xiao looked at her, equally perplexed, for there had been many zombies nearby at that time, and her survival under such grievous circumstances seemed miraculous. I was indeed on the brink of death. But then I suddenly awakened my powers, and the pain subsided, Su Yin fabricated. The ability user found this astonishing, never having anticipated that her awakening would also come with the benefit of bodily transformation. While their awakenings merely enhanced their physical prowess, hers seemed to defy death itself. Li Wenying had committed numerous heinous acts, persistently targeting Su Yin and secretly plotting against her multiple times. At that moment, Wu Heng from a distance spoke up. Zhou Yi was sent out on a mission to kill Su Yin, and subsequently incited Sun Yueqi to seek revenge. Since I have already been bitten by Li Wenying, I want to live much longer. I apologize for any offenses I committed against Su Yin in the past. As everyone turned to Wu Heng upon hearing his words, they were taken aback to discover that Li Wenying had enlisted the help of Zhou Yi and Sun Yueqi to confront Su Yin. At this moment, Li Wenying had permanently closed her eyes. Su Yin remained silent, standing there with her arms crossed. Since Li Xiao and Shun Yi had both interacted with Li Wenying, an ability user was summoned to bring a doctor for their examination. While observing Wu Heng, Li Xiao suggested that he join them for the checkup, and the three were isolated within an iron circle. Fortunately, after enduring 5 long hours, none of them exhibited any mutations, nor did the deceased Li Wenying. She had not succumbed to zombification, perhaps due to the fact that the zombie that had grasped her was a recent mutation, thus possessing a weaker viral load. Yet, what did it matter? Not a single person displayed any sympathy for her death. Upon learning of these events, the doctor informed Li Xiao. Indeed, Li Wenying did take action against Su Yin. After Sun Yueqi lost his arm, 2 women approached him, and I overheard their conversation. Then why didn't you inform me at the time? Li Xiao inquired, furrowing his brow. I later relayed this to Su Yin, but she said without concrete evidence. You would not believe it, the doctor replied. Li Xiao pursed his lips, glancing at Su Yin, who was curled up against the wall, sleeping with her knees drawn to her chest. His heart swelled with guilt and sorrow. Just as he was about to approach her, Shun Yi stepped forward and addressed the doctor. If the isolation is concluded, we shall take our leave. Yes, there should be no significant issues, the doctor affirmed. Li Xiao watched as Shun Yi approached Su Yin, standing there as if to call her. Su Yin groggily opened her eyes, and upon realizing it was Shun Yi, she attempted to rise, but found her legs numb. Carry me, Su Yin requested. Shun Yi bent down, one arm supporting her back and the other beneath her knees, effortlessly lifting her in a horizontal position, resting her head on his shoulder. Su Yin closed her eyes again, drowsily murmuring, Are you all right? Yes, Shun Yi responded. At this hour, around 1 in the morning. Su Yin was already too fatigued to keep her eyes open, and leaning against Shun Yi, she drifted back to sleep. Li Xiao observed their departure and addressed the remaining individuals. Thank you all for your hard work tonight. We will repair the low wall and then retire for the night. The group began to busily attend to their tasks, returning to their dormitory after more than an hour. Meanwhile, Shun Yi carried Su Yin back to their room, gently placing her on the bed, removing her shoes, and tucking her in before stepping out. Su Yin had already succumbed to slumber, utterly defenseless, presenting the perfect opportunity. If this had been more than half a month ago, he would have certainly entertained such thoughts. However, now, with a splendid opportunity before him, he chose only to attend to her needs and depart, no longer harboring any murderous intent. If one were to ask why, he resembled a tamed wolf, understanding the difference between a single meal and a feast. Apart from being enslaved, overall, this employer is relatively commendable. Following her path could lead to personal growth, and perhaps an opportunity for vengeance lies ahead. He is feeble, both in skill and ability, while that individual is undoubtedly still nurturing a horde of mutated zombies. In this perilous apocalypse, some individuals remain oblivious to their dwindling power, aspiring to become sovereigns of the end times. Chapter 74. Do not be alarmed. It doesn't hurt. The next day, when the frightened crowd emerged once more, they discovered that the corpses had vanished. They gathered their belongings, awaiting the arrival of individuals from the Eastern District base. Su Yin symbolically picked up a few bags filled with clothes, which were subsequently carried by Shun Yi. Li Xiao conducted a final roll call to confirm the list. Upon noticing Su Yin's meager possessions, he inquired, Aren't you bringing anything else? Unfortunately, there is nothing else I can take, Su Yin replied. What a pity, Zhao Pei lamented. Su Yi went to great lengths to bring back the refrigerator and washing machine. Su Yin, are you leaving those behind? Perhaps we could go over and retrieve them, Lin Yu suggested. Su Yin gazed at him and replied, the base has everything we need, and their vehicle may arrive shortly. If anyone were to visit her residence now, they would find it utterly vacant. And that would be difficult to explain. How could she dispose of those appliances? They have all been securely stored in her storage space. Indeed, those bulky items are cumbersome to transport. Even if the Eastern District base intends to purchase them, they can always be accumulated later, Zhao Pei remarked to Lin Yu. Lin Yu then conceded, and, after waiting another half hour, they heard the sound of a truck. Li Zhao confirmed the situation and opened the base gates, allowing Yen Ku and his team to enter and subsequently join them. Are all your people here? Yen Ku asked. Yes, Li Zhao replied. Last night, there was an incursion of zombies. Only 59 remain now. Yen Ku's team orderly guided everyone onto the vehicles. Xiao Ye and Bai Qingge stood together, occasionally glancing around. Once they boarded the vehicle, Xiao Ye discreetly asked Bai Qingge, why haven't I seen Li Wanning? I don't know, Bai Qingge responded. Many perished last night. She may be among them. Xiao Ye thought to herself, retribution for evil deeds. At this point, the ordinary individuals had all boarded the vehicles, while Yen Ku's subordinates busied themselves with the luggage. Li Zhao and the other ability users took a separate vehicle. The journey to the Eastern District base would take 5 hours. During this bumpy ride, Su Yin rested her head on Shun Yi's shoulder to catch some sleep. Shun Yi slightly adjusted his position to accommodate her more comfortably. Sitting at the back of the vehicle, Yen Ku observed this scene and remarked, their relationship appears quite close. Li Zhao glanced over, and others were also resting with their eyes closed, while Shun Yi sat upright with Su Yin leaning against him. How long have they been together? Yen Ku inquired of Li Zhao. Li Zhao turned his head, looking at him with a puzzled expression. They are siblings. Yen Ku was taken aback, looking back at them in disbelief. Siblings? Related by blood? He asked incredulously. Indeed, Li Zhao remarked. Do you not feel they resemble siblings more? Yen Ku replied, no. They appear more like a couple. Furthermore, the last time he inquired about that girl, she did not outright deny it. He added, they do not resemble one another at all. Indeed, they bore no resemblance. The younger brother had been separated from his sister and had wandered alone for quite some time, which rendered him taciturn, initially exhibiting signs of autism, as Li Zhao noted. Can he truly survive on his own for such an extended period? Yen Ku furrowed his brow. Perhaps he had companions before, and given his considerable strength, ordinary zombies pose no challenge for him, Li Zhao suggested. Yen Ku set aside some of his doubts. He had witnessed the man's prowess, particularly with that sword. It was unlikely that even a stone could withstand its edge. However, he realized he had not seen the sword today. Had it been stowed away in his bag? While en route to the East District base, they encountered sporadic zombies. Yet each vehicle was manned by an ability user, who dispatched the zombies without the need to exit the car. This ensured a profound sense of safety among the passengers, who eagerly anticipated life at the East District base. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the vehicles returned to the East District base, where the new arrivals were lined up in 3 rows for testing, aimed at preventing the entry of anyone carrying the zombie virus. The testing here did not involve a physical examination, but rather a blood draw, followed by a test with specific strips. If the individual was a virus carrier, the strip would turn red, otherwise, it would remain green. Shun Yi observed the doctors in white coats seated nearby, his hands instinctively tightening. If blood testing were to occur, he could not conceal his condition. He discreetly tugged on Su Yin's clothing, prompting her to turn her head. Shun Yi gestured with his eyes for her to look ahead. Su Yin had already observed the procedure, where they pricked a finger with a small needle and placed a piece of paper over the wound. Watching her calm demeanor, Shun Yi was uncertain of her intentions, though he felt a growing concern within. If his condition were exposed in such a gathering of ability users, escape would likely be impossible. Meanwhile, Su Yin crossed her arms and subtly retrieved a small piece of paper from her storage space, transforming it into a test strip. When she conducted her test, she inadvertently brushed her hand against the strip in the box, inquiring, "What are these?" "They are cards specifically for testing the virus," replied the doctor administering her test. Su Yin acknowledged with an O, then moved aside to wait for Shun Yi. Observing her, Shun Yi noticed Su Yin motioning for him to sit. Those behind them teased, "Su Yi, are you still afraid of the needle pricking your finger?" Amidst their banter, Shun Yi extended his left hand, allowing the doctor to take his temperature, which was slightly low. "Do not be anxious. It won't hurt," the doctor reassured him. Shen Yi thought to himself, Chapter 75, No Abilities Level 3. He felt no pain, yet it was the fear of his identity being revealed that tormented him. He focused on the small needle, which pricked the tip of his middle finger. The doctor then placed a test strip over the blood. As seconds passed, Shen Yi stared intently. The strip did not change color. The immense weight that had burdened Shen Yiqin's heart finally lifted. At that moment, the doctor remarked, Your health is concerning. Your blood lacks purity. Remember to hydrate frequently and consume more fruits and vegetables for balanced nutrition. Indeed, Shen Yiqin replied. He rose and approached Su Yin, regarding her with a hint of curiosity. Su Yin displayed no emotion, maintaining her calm demeanor. Shen Yiqin could not help but acknowledge the formidable nature of this woman. She had somehow enabled him to evade the blood test. How had she accomplished such a feat? Reflecting on the earlier occurrence, the most suspicious aspect was her hand touching the test paper. How had she managed this sleight of hand? Was it an illusion? Shen Yiqin found himself perplexed. The events surrounding Su Yin were more absurd than the end of the world, leaving him in awe and confusion. Once everyone completed their tests and the doctor confirmed there were no carriers of the virus, Yan Ke finally directed them to their dormitories. Are there any two-bedroom apartments here? Su Yin inquired. Yes, but the rent is relatively higher, Yan Ke replied. A standard single room costs 400 merit points per month, while a two-bedroom apartment is 1,200 merit points. Li Zhao had explained the concept of merit points to them, so Su Yin understood it essentially represented currency. She then asked, What can one do to earn merit points here? For ordinary individuals, they can exchange their labor for points. As for those with abilities, they can undertake missions to achieve specific objectives and earn points that way, Yan Ke explained. Additionally, any crystal cores or other valuable items you bring back can also be exchanged. Su Yin turned to Shen Yiqin and asked, Do you still have any crystal cores? Shen Yiqin nodded. Since Su Yin only required fire-type cores, he had gradually accumulated some cores of other types, cautious not to consume too many, and still had a few left. After inquiring about the exchange rate, Su Yin pretended to rummage through her bag, secretly searching her storage space for the box containing the crystal cores that Shen Yiqin had mentioned. When she retrieved a metal box and presented it to Yan Ke, the expressions on everyone's faces turned to shock as they beheld the box brimming with colorful crystal cores. This must contain at least a couple of hundred, they exclaimed. Su Yin truly was affluent. Yan Ke summoned someone to assess the cores for their value, and ultimately, Su Yin exchanged 50 cores for a month's rent. In fact, the base provided dedicated accommodations for those with abilities. If one resided in a single room, the first month's rent could be deferred. However, two-bedroom and three-bedroom apartments were typically reserved for those who were relatively wealthy within the base. After all, ordinary individuals could only earn around 800 merit points a month, while also needing to cover food and living expenses. Su Yin received the keys to her new apartment. She had no desire to stay in a single room, as encountering someone like Li Wanning again would be unfortunate. Furthermore, Su Yin's identity posed a risk. Maintaining prolonged contact with them could lead to unwanted discoveries. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye and Bai Qinggu watched as Su Yin secured the spacious apartment, their hearts filled with envy and jealousy, yet resigned to their fate. For they lacked awakened abilities. In this apocalyptic world, possessing abilities was the most coveted status. The room was equipped with some electrical appliances, allowing Su Yin to retrieve items from the storage space, which she then entrusted to Shen Yi for organization. Meanwhile, she seated herself on the sofa, crossing her legs and indulging in snacks. Later, they were summoned for team division and ranking, and Yan Ke specifically reminded Shen Yi to bring his weapon, as the classification criteria were based on combat prowess. In a vast outdoor training ground, the base leader, Ren Qianhe, sat at the center of a table, observing the ability tests of the newly joined supernatural beings. The test was straightforward. A row of bronze figures was placed before them, and the supernatural beings stood 5 meters away, utilizing their powers to attack. The number of bronze figures they could strike down in one attempt would determine their ability level. The majority were ranked at level 2, with only 2 individuals achieving level 3. When it was Su Yin's turn, Ren Qianhe propped his chin on one hand, scrutinizing her intently. Su Yin concentrated her energy into her right hand, summoning dark flames, and launched an attack that toppled 2 bronze figures. The recorder noted her level, while Ren Qianhe remained silent. Upon seeing Su Yin wielding a sword, the recorder inquired of Ren Qianhe, Leader, she possesses no supernatural ability. Yan Ke interjected. Adjust her distance to 2 meters. The recorder, puzzled, wondered why someone without supernatural powers would need to participate in the test. However, the next moment revealed the reason. As the individual standing 2 meters away effortlessly struck down 3 bronze figures with the sword, which had proven impervious to gunfire due to the metal's considerable hardness and weight, each weighing around 200 pounds. Astonishingly, she decapitated the figures with a single stroke. While other supernatural beings merely knocked the figures down without causing any destruction, the entire audience was left in shock, gazing at Shun Yi with disbelief. Ren Xianhe narrowed his eyes, assessing the sword in his hand, acknowledging its remarkable quality as Yin Ke had indicated. Level 3, he declared to the recorder. The recorder, momentarily taken aback, hastily noted the information, having never witnessed such a scene before. Is there a need for compensation? The recorder asked Ren Xianhe. No, Ren Xianhe replied. Turning to Shun Yi, may I inquire about the origin of your sword? It was given to me by someone, Shun Yi responded. Who? Ren Xianhe pressed. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that, Shun Yi replied. Ren Xianhe smiled. Is it a weapon expert you encountered previously? In a sense, her identity is quite special, Shun Yi remarked. Ren Xianhe maintained his smile, refraining from further questions. If indeed a skilled craftsman, it was likely that the sword was forged from celestial metal, which would explain its resistance to the control of gold-based powers. Su Yin, arms crossed, refrained from mentioning that it was given to her by a peculiar individual. Impressive. Sui, you've brought us honor, Lin Yu whispered excitedly. Joining a new base can lead to being looked down upon if one lacks exceptional abilities. Currently, Su Yi's offensive power has reached level 3 without the use of any supernatural abilities, which is quite impressive. Ultimately, adhering to the combination of personal will and capability, Yen Ku assigned Su Yin and Shun Yi to a small team along with Li Zhao and Lin Yu. During the newcomers' welcome meeting, all members of the supernatural action team were present. Zhang Yu immediately spotted the tall and handsome Shun Yi among the newcomers, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she thought, what a strikingly aloof gentleman. Initially, she felt displeased at the thought of the woman from yesterday joining them, but the sight of the handsome man alleviated her discontent. However, what about that bothersome woman from yesterday? As Zhang Yu surveyed the newcomers, she noticed only one other woman, who was clearly not the same individual as the one from the previous day. While she scrutinized Su Yin glanced back at her. It was evident that some women in this world could be quite bold, such as the one she was observing. Clad in a black leather jacket over a snug tank top, the woman's curves were accentuated, and her heavy makeup suggested a rather flamboyant personality. Upon realizing that Su Yin was staring at her chest, Zhang Yu unabashedly puffed her chest out, as if to say, "Are you envious? I see you are not." Su Yin remained silent. Shun Yi subtly observed the two women competing for attention, his expression one of bewilderment. He couldn't fathom why women engage in such peculiar comparisons. When the introductions of the newcomers commenced, Zhang Yu discovered that the handsome man shared the same surname as the woman beside him, causing her to furrow her brow in suspicion. Was it mere coincidence? Dong Lingyun, observing Zhang Yu's infatuated demeanor, wore an expression of disdain and mockery, thinking, she acts as if she has never seen a man before. The newcomer was indeed attractive, but in her eyes, only Yen Ku held the title of the most handsome. The meeting merely introduced the fundamental living rules of the base and the disciplines to be adhered to during missions, facilitating the newcomers' integration into the community. As the meeting adjourned, Su Yin and Shun Yi stepped outside, only to be confronted by the voluptuous beauty. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Yu, a member of Team 1, she said, crossing her arms. After a brief glance at the two, she continued, what is your relationship with him? Why should I tell you? Su Yin retorted. Taken aback by her unexpectedly fierce demeanor, Zhang Yu boldly stated, we will all be colleagues, so I am merely showing concern. We do not require your verbal concern. Thank you, Su Yin replied. Then what do you want? Zhang Yu inquired. It's simple, 1,200 performance points for one answer, Su Yin smiled. You little schemer. Are you broke, or what? Zhang Yu exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. After all, I just arrived, and am indeed quite poor, Su Yin admitted candidly. Zhang Yu. Today, she encountered a formidable opponent. However, I wonder whose sharp tongue is more formidable, hers or Dong Lingyun's. Just as she pondered this, Dong Lingyun appeared behind them, her expression dripping with disdain. Oh, a newcomer so audacious? She remarked, unimpressed. Mediocre at best, Su Yin retorted. This isn't your previous disorganized base. I suggest you temper your arrogance, lest someone put you in your place, Dong Lingyun warned. Oh really? Are you that someone? Su Yin replied, crossing her arms defiantly. You aren't worth my effort, Dong Lingyun scoffed. A dog isn't worthy to converse with me, Su Yin smiled. You. Dong Lingyun glared at her, momentarily rendered speechless by rage. Chapter 77. Greetings, sister-in-law. This newcomer is utterly audacious. How dare she speak to a senior in such a manner? Zhang Yu stifled a laugh, then turned to Dong Lingyun, saying, My apologies, I truly didn't mean to laugh at you. You little. Dong Lingyun began to curse, only to be cut off by Zhang Yu. According to Rule 35 of the Base's Code of Conduct, extraordinary individuals must exemplify decorum and refrain from profanity. Otherwise, a deduction of 300 merit points will be enforced. Dong Lingyun had no choice but to swallow her words, shooting a venomous glare at both Zhang Yu and Su Yin before leaving with a parting threat. Just you wait. I eagerly await your return, Su Yin replied with a smile. Though she had no intention of making enemies upon her arrival, that woman's words were intolerable. And she was certainly not one to endure humiliation. Ridiculous. Did they think she was a mere stepping stone for anyone? Su Yin, is it? I find you quite admirable. Zhang Yu remarked, her opinion of the new ability user shifting entirely. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Su Yin intended to ignore her. But just as she turned to leave, Zhang Yu called out, It's merely 1,200 merit points. I can cover that for you. Su Yin turned back as she produced her electronic card, completing the transaction on the spot. Done, Zhang Yu announced. Su Yin watched her electronic card balance shift from 0 to 1,200, satisfied that her first month's rent was secured, and said, P.S. my little brother. More like a follower than an actual sibling. Zhang Yu paused. Then her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, So you're the sister-in-law. How rude of me to not recognize you. Su Yin. Shun Yi wore a sullen expression, silently pulling Su Yin along to leave. Hey, don't go. Handsome, let us get to know each other. Zhang Yu chased after them. Shun Yi shot her a cold glance, prompting Su Yin to follow him in confusion. Once they finally managed to shake off Zhang Yu, Shun Yi released Su Yin's wrist, which she rubbed to soothe the soreness. Could you be gentler next time? She asked. Oh, Shun Yi replied, noticing the red mark on her wrist, feeling inexplicably guilty. Su Yin, easing her discomfort, inquired, What does sister-in-law mean? It sounds almost like an insult. Shun Yi gazed at her, yet Su Yin wore an expression of confusion and ignorance, seemingly oblivious to the matter at hand. It's nothing. Just remember that she is a madwoman, Shun Yi remarked with a deadpan face. Su Yin responded, Isn't she quite normal? However, this was of little concern to her, and she promptly set off to explore the supermarket. Even though she had just arrived that day, she now found herself among the affluent. Thanks to the generous woman from earlier. As Su Yin walked ahead, Shun Yi followed, pushing the shopping cart, each taking on their respective roles. Observing that a significant portion of the cart was filled with snacks, Shun Yi opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately chose silence. He had no right to comment since he was not the one footing the bill. What shall we have for lunch? Shun Yi inquired. We can't just dine on junk food. A proper meal must be prepared. Let me think, Su Yin mused, stroking her chin as they examined the available ingredients. In the vegetables section, she selected broccoli and green beans, along with pork and chicken wings, leaving the cooking entirely in Shun Yi's capable hands. Eventually, Shun Yi retraced his steps to grab a can of cola before heading to the checkout. The total came to 153 points, and Su Yin found the prices rather reasonable. Instinctively, she reached to place the items into her storage space, only to be swiftly halted by Shun Yi's quick reflexes. It dawned on her that they were now in the bustling East District base, where she needed to exercise some restraint. After exiting with 2 hefty bags, the cashiers whispered among themselves, That man is incredibly handsome. How come I've never seen him before? Don't even think about it. His girlfriend is with him, another replied. I heard there are newcomers in the base today, and to be that wealthy? He must be an ability user. Oh, to be so handsome and an ability user. And a warm-hearted one at that. What a shame he already has a girlfriend. The reason they perceived Shun Yi as warm-hearted was that he carried 2 large bags. Unwilling to let his girlfriend share the burden, while the payment was made by her, indicating he entrusted her with his earned points. A true paragon of a gentleman. Unbeknownst to Shun Yi, he had been mythologized into a radiant figure. He was merely an ordinary slave, toiling under the yoke of servitude. Upon returning home, Shun Yi busied himself preparing the meal, while Su Yin unwrapped her snacks and began to indulge. When he presented a plate of chicken wings, she inhaled the tantalizing aroma and asked, "Why do they look so dark?" "Cola chicken wings," Shun Yi replied, tilting her head. Su Yin praised him when he returned with the second dish. "Your culinary skills have improved. Keep up the excellent work." Shun Yi maintained a stoic expression. His progression in cooking was largely due to the woman before him, who only needed to eat and was, after all, his mistress. He had to cater to her needs. Nevertheless, witnessing Su Yin relish her meal brought him some contentment. Being a caretaker was nothing new to him. Chapter 78. Should you dare to trouble me again? Do not blame me for taking action while Su Yin was dining. He continued to tidy up the house, categorizing items and preparing a plate of fruit for her. Sated and comfortable, Su Yin languished on the spacious sofa, reveling in the abundance of life that the large base offered. After 3 days of acclimatization to the base's lifestyle, Su Yin had nearly familiarized herself with the main routes. On their way to training, they encountered Zhang Yu once more. "Hello." Zhang Yu's exuberant voice was abruptly silenced by a cold glare from Shin Yi, who then redirected her greeting. "Hi, Su Yin." Observing Zhang Yu's eagerness to draw close as if they were old friends, Su Yin subtly shifted aside, for she did not share such familiarity with her. Retracting her outstretched hand, Zhang Yu coughed lightly to mask her embarrassment and said, "I must apologize for my abruptness a few days ago." Su Yin regarded her with confusion, pondering, what was so abrupt? "Shall we be friends? I feel a special connection between us, like distant relatives." Su Yin raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, "I do not require friends. Don't be like that. Having friends is wonderful. I could show you around the base for some fun and leisure." Zhang Yu cheerfully insisted. "What is your ulterior motive?" Su Yin inquired directly, for no one offers goodwill without a hidden agenda. "Ahem, I have no ulterior motives." Zhang Yu stole a glance at Shun Yi, who remained indifferent, gazing ahead. Su Yin remained skeptical of her expression, but Zhang Yu's personality was refreshingly straightforward. As for friendship, that could be considered at a later time. Upon reaching the training facility, Yan Ku divided the newcomers into groups, with the newly arrived ability users commencing physical training. After a warm-up of a 3-kilometer run, Su Yin breathed lightly, then proceeded to specialized training. It must be said that the Eastern District base operated as a well-structured organization, possessing its own systematic approach to training. During individual sparring matches, genders were separated. After the instructor had taught the foundational movements, he announced, "You may now engage in free combat." Dong Lingyun cast a vengeful glance at Su Yin and declared, "Instructor, I wish to challenge Su Yin." While Su Yin was hydrating, she turned her head upon hearing this challenge and recognized her provocateur. Ah, so it was that tactless woman. Su Yin is new and has only just learned combat techniques today, the instructor remarked. "It is precisely because she is new that I wish to guide her," Dong Lingyun reasoned convincingly. "Rest assured, I will go easy on her," Dong Lingyun added. The instructor glanced at Su Yin and asked, "Will you accept Dong Lingyun's friendly challenge?" "I advise you against it. Dong Lingyun clearly harbors ill intentions." Zhang Yu interjected from the side, especially considering that she had clashed with Su Yin on her first day. Setting her water cup down, Su Yin replied, "I accept." Zhang Yu exclaimed, "Are you deliberately walking into danger?" "Very well, it shall be a friendly sparring match," the instructor confirmed. The two stood at the center of the training platform, while the instructor and other female ability users gathered to observe the contest. Dong Lingyun looked at Su Yin with an air of arrogance, her eyes gleaming with determination. "Humph. Soon you will witness the consequences of opposing me." In the face of her provocation and hostile demeanor, Su Yin remained indifferent. Did this woman truly believe she could defeat her? Such a naive daydream. As the match commenced, Dong Lingyun launched a fierce attack, aiming to catch Su Yin off guard. With her advanced combat skills, she was confident she could easily overpower a novice who had just begun training. Observing the speed and angle of her punches, Su Yin sidestepped just as the opponent's fist was about to strike her face, then swiftly twisted her arm in a counter move. Onlookers were astonished. They had not anticipated that this newcomer could evade such an assault. Dong Lingyun was momentarily stunned, then felt the sharp pain of her arm being twisted, struggling in vain to break free. "Is that all you've got?" Su Yin mocked, as though performing before a master swordsman. Humiliated, Dong Lingyun retaliated with a kick. But after exchanging several blows, she found herself pinned to the ground. Impressive. Zhang Yu was the first to applaud. The others quickly joined in, and the instructor announced, "Su Yin, you may release her now. You have won." Su Yin let go and brushed the dust from her hands. As Dong Lingyun rose from the ground, her face displayed a mixture of resentment and fury. The instructor addressed her, Dong Lingyun, your initial assault can hardly be considered guidance. I increased the intensity because I recognized her formidable strength. Dong Lingyun defended herself. I simply attacked with vigor. One who charges in with brute force has no right to speak, Zhang Yu scoffed, crossing her arms. Unable to defeat a newcomer despite her aggressive approach. How embarrassing. Dong Lingyun shot her a fierce glare, while the other female practitioners regarded her with a mix of schadenfreude and pity. Had you trained before? The instructor inquired of Su Yin. No, Su Yin replied. I find that hard to believe. Dong Lingyun exclaimed loudly. I haven't had formal training. I simply learned through frequent brawls. Su Yin smiled, turning to face her. So if you seek trouble with me again, don't blame me for retaliating. Chapter 79. Don't love him. Its futile practical experience reveals true insight. Your perception is quite sharp, the instructor praised. Dong Lingyun, witnessing Su Yin's inexplicable smile, felt an intensifying anger, yet she recognized that Su Yin was not to be underestimated. She resolved to investigate Su Yin's ability level later. Are you truly untrained? Su Yin stepped aside to rest, and Zhang Yu approached her, whispering, You've never practiced anything like this? Not this style, Su Yin replied. The techniques in this world differed significantly from the martial arts she had learned previously, yet she found them quite intriguing. She decided to eventually merge both styles into a new form of combat. What kind of training did you undergo before? Zhang Yu inquired curiously. Would you like to see? Su Yin raised an eyebrow at her. Zhang Yu nodded eagerly. After a brief demonstration, Zhang Yu collapsed to the ground, thinking to herself, wow, her speed is like that of a ghost. As others gazed at Zhang Yu, utterly powerless, Su Yin, the newcomer, had firmly established her standing. Dong Lingyun watched from the sidelines, glaring at her, well aware that she could not hope to prevail in a physical confrontation. Zhang Yu, seated on the ground, looked up at Su Yin and proposed, How about we strike a deal? You teach me your techniques, and I'll teach you how to use a gun. You surely don't know how, right? A gun? Su Yin questioned. That one. Zhang Yu pointed toward a nearby wall of weapons. There's nothing I can't handle in there. Su Yin glanced at the assortment, recognizing the smaller black Type 7 weapon previously used by Yan Ku and others, but there were also other longer firearms. Noticing the confusion on Su Yin's face, Zhang Yu stood up, taking her arm as she said, Come, let me explain it to you. After they departed, Dong Lingyun scoffed, Country bumpkin, doesn't even recognize a gun. Regaining a semblance of confidence, Zhang Yu began to identify each weapon for Su Yin. This is a rifle. This is a machine gun, and that is a submachine gun. After detailing the types and functionalities of the firearms, Zhang Yu called out to the instructor, Instructor, we're ready for target practice. The instructor nodded at them, glancing at Su Yin with a reminder, Be careful. Understood, Zhang Yu replied. She instructed Su Yin on the various uses of the guns, ensuring she maintained proper posture while aiming for the target. All firearms have some degree of recoil, so you must pay attention to your angle, Zhang Yu advised. With one eye closed, Su Yin aimed and squeezed the trigger. Bang! Impressive, Zhang Yu exclaimed, surprised that Su Yin hit the 5-ring on her first attempt, as she had anticipated a miss. As Su Yin acclimated to the feel and sound of shooting, she continued to practice. By the end of the training session, she found herself quite taken with these weapons. After all, they could eliminate a person without expending any special abilities, which was remarkably efficient. However, taking down zombies might pose a challenge, necessitating a substantial supply of ammunition. When will you teach me your techniques? Zhang Yu inquired as they exited together. I don't recall agreeing to your deal, Su Yin replied, casting a sidelong glance at her. But I've already taught you, Zhang Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. That was you forcing a sale. Su Yin raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yu hesitated, contemplating whether to voice her thoughts. Next training, I'll teach you, but if you can't keep up, don't blame me, Su Yin stated. Zhang Yu, taken aback, quickly responded, How could there be anything I can't learn? Su Yin remained non-committal, adding, Also, when I'm instructing, I'll be quite strict. If you can't endure the rigor, feel free to withdraw at any time. Absolutely not, Zhang Yu declared, thumping her chest. Later, oh no, I was wrong. Su Yin fell silent, and Zhang Yu regarded her, sensing that this woman was actually quite capable, albeit somewhat cunning. Yet, people are inherently drawn to strength, and given that she was her sister-in-law, Zhang Yu felt that personality quirks were of no consequence. At that moment, upon seeing Shun Yi approaching Su Yin, Zhang Yu slyly asked, "Does your brother have a girlfriend yet?" Su Yin turned to her, noticing the eager anticipation in her expression for a response. Su Yin didn't respond, turning directly to Shun Yi and saying, "She asked if you have a girlfriend." Zhang Yu, seriously, how could you just blurt that out? Don't I have any dignity left? Ahem, Su Yi, are you seeing anyone? Zhang Yu looked at Shun Yi expectantly. Shun Yi remained expressionless, clearly intending to ignore the question. Having learned the meaning of boyfriend and girlfriend from the previous explanation, Su Yi now understood. This overly familiar Zhang Yu had a crush on Su Yi. TSK. She seemed like a perfectly normal girl. Why would she set her sights on someone so unattainable? Don't you realize you two aren't even the same species? Don't love him. It's hopeless, Su Yin advised kindly. Shen Yi glanced at her, but said nothing. Why not? Zhang Yu demanded. Some truths are better left unspoken. Figure it out yourself, Su Yin replied. One was a zombie, the other a human. How could there possibly be a happy ending? Shun Yi and Su Yin walked away together, leaving Zhang Yu standing there in stunned silence. Only later did it dawn on her. Her would-be sister-in-law had abandoned her and warned her not to covet her brother. So what if he is some aloof guy? Even the coldest man has a warm body. She refused to believe that with her looks and figure, she couldn't catch his attention. If she failed, it just meant he had no taste. Chapter 80. How could there be such an adorable boy? Why are you hanging around her again? Shen Yi asked after they had walked some distance. She teaches me how to shoot. I teach her how to fight. A temporary alliance, Su Yin explained. I could teach you, Shen Yi said. Su Yin turned to look at him. Shen Yi added, I know how to handle firearms. But you can't train with us. Su Yin pointed out. The guns at the base training grounds aren't allowed to be taken out. Shen Yi, how about you? Did you get exposed today? Su Yin asked him. No, Shen Yi replied. Good. You look convincingly human now. As long as no one draws your blood or anything, you'll be fine, Su Yin remarked. Shen Yi, is that really how the idiom is used? Watching the zombie's face twist into an indescribable expression, Su Yin allowed herself a faint smirk. A mission has been assigned. Our squad leaves in 4 days. Shun Yi changed the subject. Understood, Su Yin said. Their team wasn't just focused on gathering supplies. They were also tasked with expanding the map territory, searching for other survivors, and bringing back mutated specimens for research. Quite the diversified portfolio, Su Yin commented. The leader of this base has grand ambitions. He has built it as a utopia in the apocalypse while conducting all sorts of experiments, Shun Yi said, pressing his lips together. The research facility stood in the western sector, heavily guarded by layers of superhumans. He could sense the presence of mutated flora and fauna inside, along with faint traces of his own kind. Yen could claim they were researching a viral antidote. But Shun Yi wasn't convinced. What if Ren Qianhe was just like that madman? If so, the Eastern District base would essentially be a breeding ground. Stay away from their researchers. The last thing you need is to become one of their test subjects, Su Yin warned. Shun Yi MHM, meanwhile, in the high-level office of the base, Ren Qianhe sat at the head of the table, listening to his instructor's report. The newly arrived abilities possess commendable strength, and their training is keeping pace, the instructor remarked. What about that, Su Yi? Ren Qianhe inquired. His combat skills are quite proficient, and it's evident he has prior experience with firearms, the instructor responded. However, there is something peculiar. His speed and strength seem to surpass that of typical ability users. The instructor continued. Is it an ability enhancement? Ren Qianhe speculated. It doesn't appear so. Manual testing yields no results. We must await the researcher's experimental instruments, the instructor explained. Ren Qianhe stroked his chin, noting the rarity of an ability user with such exceptional speed and strength. Thus, he must either be a latent ability user or concealing his true capabilities. He was particularly curious about the material of that sword. However, he could not simply ask to borrow it for testing. Su Yi would surely decline. Keep a close watch on his training progress, Ren Qianhe instructed. Understood, the instructor replied. Despite being turned down just yesterday, Zhang Yu was undeterred and bravely faced challenges. She had learned Su Yi's residence and, with a gift in hand, set out to pay a visit. Upon hearing the doorbell, Su Yi approached to open the door. Hi, Zhang Yu greeted exuberantly. I'm here to celebrate your acquisition of this magnificent mansion. You must be quite wealthy. I'm still residing in a modest apartment costing 800 credits a month, she exclaimed, gazing at the 2-bedroom apartment with awe. The single apartment was indeed small, comprising 1 room, a living area, a bathroom, and a kitchen, suitable for just 1 occupant. It's merely 400 credits more than yours, Su-yi replied, adding, moreover, we Haven Tea paid the first month's rent. 400 credits is a person's monthly food expense, Zhang Yu remarked, realizing the extravagance. So she truly is extravagantly wealthy, far beyond what I would dare to spend. However, what did it mean that the first month's rent was unpaid? Was it possible to be exempt? Such a place should not allow for that. Wait a minute, 1,200 credits for a month's rent. This figure reminded Zhang Yu of the exact amount she had lost to Su-yi during their first encounter. Quite the coincidence. Indeed. Damn it. She truly is a cunning woman, Zhang Yu thought, astonished by her skill in extracting money. And yet, she had willingly fallen into the trap. What is this? The folly of being enchanted by male beauty. When Shun-yi emerged with a platter of fruits, he was taken aback to find an additional person in the living room, particularly one he least wished to see, for no reason other than her incessant chatter. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Shun-yi in an apron. Her perception of him shattered. Outside, he was the cool guy. At home, he was the devoted husband. Oh dear, this contrast is simply too delightful. How could such a charming young man exist? Shun-yi regarded her incredulously, contemplating the woman's apparent lack of sanity. However, as she was a guest of Su-yi, he could not ask her to leave. So he returned to cleaning with a mop. Are you not sitting down? Why are you just standing there? Su-yi questioned Zhang Yu, who seemed lost in thought. Ahem. Then I shall not stand on ceremony, she replied, finally taking a seat. Zhang Yu cast a glance at the busy Shun-yi, feeling a mix of shyness and awkwardness. Su-yi interjected, now that you've entered his domain, why are you still being so formal? Can I indulge in this? Zhang Yu pointed to the fruit platter on the table. The fruit is inconsequential. What matters is that it is prepared by Su-yi himself. So delightful. Su-yi replied casually. In Chapter 81, Zhang Yu skewered a piece of the pre-cut fruit with a toothpick, savoring its sweetness, which somehow seemed more exquisite than usual. Su-yi, not one to hold back, tossed a few bags of snacks her way. Where did these come from? Zhang Yu asked, puzzled as she found herself holding 3 bags of chips, having seen no such snacks on the table. Behind the sofa, Su-yi mumbled. Oh, I see. Zhang Yu paid it no mind, enjoying both the fruit and the snacks while engaging in light-hearted conversation with Su-yi. Observing Su-yi diligently attending to tasks in the living room, she mused, have you truly considered allowing me to become your sister-in-law? Su-yi raised an eyebrow and replied, you two are simply not suited for each other. What do you mean not suited? While a forced match may not yield sweetness, it certainly quenches thirst, Zhang Yu argued, attempting to persuade her potential sister-in-law. Su-yi remained silent, while Zhang Yu found herself increasingly enamored with Su-yi, gazing at him with unabashed admiration. Unable to endure her lingering gaze any longer, Shun-yi retreated to his room, feeling as though he were being pricked by needles on his back. How did you cultivate such a brother? Zhang Yu inquired of Su-yi. He's cool, handsome, adorable, considerate, meticulous, and capable of household chores. Such a paragon of manhood is nearly impossible to find. Su-yi responded, I hardly cultivated him. I merely commanded him to work. I do not raise idlers. Originally, she had contracted with Su-yi to find a subordinate, but as it turned out, he was her sole assistant, responsible for serving tea, cooking, and other tasks. Zhang Yu stared at her in astonishment, pondering, is this what a biological sister is like? The weight of blood ties? While others produce outstanding disciples through rigorous teaching, she had directly birthed a multifaceted brother. No matter your acknowledgement, I am determined to pursue your brother, Zhang Yu declared with fervor, her instincts screaming that if she missed this opportunity, it might never come again. Very well, I wish you luck, Su-yi replied. As noon approached, Shun-yi emerged to prepare lunch. Zhang Yu had intended to leave, but upon hearing the sound of vegetables being washed in the kitchen, she ventured to the doorway and discovered Shun-yi preparing to chop vegetables. Does your brother really handle all 3 meals in a day? Zhang Yu turned to Su-yi, incredulous. What else would he do? Su-yi replied nonchalantly from her perch on the sofa. Zhang Yu exclaimed in disbelief, help. He is truly a modern exemplar of male virtue. Not only does he do housework, but he also washes his hands and prepares meals. Su-yi had trained her brother exceptionally well, and Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with determination. Such a man must be hers. Ah, it is nearly 11 o'clock. Zhang Yu noted as she glanced at her wristwatch. Su-yi showed little reaction. It is indeed time for lunch, Zhang Yu hinted fervently. Su-yi gazed at her, uncertain of what she intended to convey. I have no appetite today, Zhang Yu blinked and remarked. Then you need not eat at noon, Su-yi replied. considering that she had devoured an astonishing number of snacks and a large platter of fruit within the hour. It was indeed remarkable to have any appetite left. Ahem. I believe indulging a little wouldn't hurt, Zhang Yu suggested subtly. May I stay for a meal? I promise I shall partake only a tiny portion, she added, gesturing with her fingers in a hopeful manner. Su Ying quipped, so this was your intention all along. Observing the items Zhang Yu had brought, she decided it wouldn't be a problem to let her dine, and she approached the kitchen to tell Shen Yi, please set an extra pair of chopsticks for lunch. Shen Yi turned to her, then caught sight of Zhang Yu, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, and with a resigned expression, he replied, all right. Do you need me to lend a hand? Zhang Yu offered, eager to assist Shen Yi. No need, he declined outright. Very well. Zhang Yu acknowledged with a glance at him before returning to the living room to await the meal. It soon became evident that her decision to stay for this meal was indeed a fortuitous one, for Shen Yi's culinary skills were nothing short of exceptional. With a little audacity, one could have anything. Su Ying watched in astonishment as Zhang Yu polished off 2 bowls of rice, incredulous as she asked, can you still eat? Zhang Yu turned to her with a puzzled expression. It's fine, go ahead and eat, Su Ying encouraged, then inquired of Shen Yi, did you make extra rice? Shen Yi, pushing aside his half-empty bowl, glanced at Zhang Yu and replied, by her rate of consumption, it will not be sufficient. Typically, he prepared meals for one since he himself did not eat. However, with an additional guest today, he felt compelled to partake, lest he raise suspicions. Observing the remnants of 4 dishes and a soup that were nearly reduced to scraps, Shen Yi silently mused that, thankfully, Su Ying did not possess Zhang Yu's voracious appetite. Otherwise, he would have to double his efforts to earn enough crystals to support her. Satiated and content, Zhang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Nearly too full to walk. Just before departing, she looked at Su Ying with a hopeful glimmer and asked, next time, could I? Upon hearing this, Shen Yi turned to Su Ying, his gaze imbued with a strong refusal. Understanding the unspoken message, Su Ying replied, perhaps it would be best if you dined at your own home next time. Our 2-person household is rather constrained. I can bring the ingredients. I will buy rice, flour, and vegetables, Zhang Yu insisted. Shen Yi merely responded with silence. Su Ying smiled gently and remarked, it can be quite challenging for Su Yi to cook. Zhang Yu glanced at Shen Yi and said, I shall assist him in the kitchen. Shen Yi promptly rejected her proposal, stating, the base has a dining hall and cafeteria. You can purchase your meals there. Chapter 82. An exquisite husband. This declaration was a clear and unequivocal refusal. Zhang Yu's eyes brimmed with a blend of pity and longing. However, no matter how she lamented to Su Ying, she could only escort her to the door. After Zhang Yu had left, Su Ying leaned against the kitchen door with her arms crossed, watching Shen Yi as he washed the dishes. You seem quite popular, she remarked. She assessed Shen Yi's physique. Indeed, he was tall and handsome, embodying the aesthetic favored by women in this world. Yet, what was the value of such attractiveness when one had already succumbed to becoming a zombie? I believe that Zhang Yu will not easily relent. Prepare yourself for an impending entanglement, Su Ying sympathized. Shen Yi remarked that Zhang Yu would be coming to seek Su Yin's company over the next few days. Yet she exhibited remarkable discretion by refraining from imposing on their meals. As the saying goes, pursuing a man requires patience. She must not appear overly eager, lest she frighten off the younger brother. What if he perceives her as a frivolous individual? Zhang Yu was determined to forge a close sisterly bond with Su Ying, and thus she took her on a delightful tour of the base, indulging in every available service. Of course, Shen Yi did not accompany them. As Zhang Yu was quite the handful, he merely reminded Su Ying to exercise caution. After 3 days, Su Ying had her nails done and dyed her hair. Her nails were a cherry blossom hue, as she favored red for its boldness. She opted for a subtle blue ombre on 2 strands of her hair and casually picked up a hairstyle magazine, planning to have Shen Yi style her hair upon her return home. Observing someone who seemed to be indulging in a shopping spree, having acquired no less than 10 outfits and shoes. Her makeup had also taken on a striking flair. Shen Yi couldn't help but question whether Su Ying was making dubious acquaintances. I notice you possess an innocent visage yet gravitate towards a dominative style, Zhang Yu remarked, gazing at Su Ying. Su Ying raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. How could she be perceived as the innocent neighbor girl when in her previous life, she was a fearsome figure that instilled dread in the righteous? Moreover, I've observed that your hairstyling skills have significantly improved, Zhang Yu noted, admiring her hairstyle. The highlighted sections were intricately braided and tied into a high ponytail, elevating her entire presence as if her aura expanded to a staggering 2 meters. It was styled by Su-yi, Su-yin replied. Zhang Yu lamented, who is feeling envious? Oh, it's me. Why do I not have such a divine younger brother? No, why do I not have such a divine husband? Su-yin failed to comprehend her envy, as it was only natural for Su-yi to attend to her, making everything seem perfectly reasonable. When Su-yin reappeared in the sight of Li Zhao and the others, they nearly failed to recognize the cool, formidable figure before them. It was only upon seeing Su-yi walking beside her that they confirmed her identity. Su-yin, Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Su-yin cast a glance at him, while another person remarked, wow, how have you changed so drastically? Is that strange? Su-yin countered, no, it's just that I suddenly couldn't adapt to your style transformation. The person replied, indeed, you used to embody a sweet, innocent girl, and now you present yourself as a queen, Lin Yu summarized. Li Zhao observed her clad in a sleek black leather skirt, complemented by a chic matching jacket, and over-the-knee boots that accentuated her long legs, revealing merely a narrow strip of skin. One had to admit that this version of Su-yin felt almost unfamiliar. He could scarcely recognize her. It was not only her physical transformation, but also her demeanor and expression. The Su-yin who once trailed behind him had vanished without a trace. Yen Ku regarded her and noted that her style bore some resemblance to Zhang Yu's, although Zhang Yu's makeup was more pronounced, while Su-yin's was understated, relying entirely on her commanding presence to uphold her persona. No matter what kind of presence Su-yin exuded, she remained a striking figure, captivating enough that he could not tear his gaze away from her, prompting Shun-yi to furrow his brow slightly. Prior to their departure, he had cautioned her against wearing high heels or skirts, fearing they might hinder her mobility, yet Su-yin did not heed his advice, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Are we ready to go? Shun-yi inquired. Yes, we shall depart as soon as everyone has arrived, Yen Ku replied. After waiting an additional 10 minutes, the armored transport vehicle exited the base, destined for a place known as the City of Mist. Their mission was not to scavenge for supplies, but rather to retrieve a specimen. The City of Mist, in essence, was a gray area shrouded in the zombie virus, where the flora and fauna had undergone terrifying mutations. Without research, merely attacking with their abilities would only address the symptoms, not the root cause. And if the infection were to spread, it would threaten the very survival of the base. Drawing from previous expeditions into the City of Mist, Yen Ku briefed the team on potential dangers and strategies for shelter. Before entering, we must all wear gas masks. Once we acquire the sample, we will exit immediately. Do not linger. If you become lost, activate the locator and remain in place until we find you. Previously, they had encountered a particularly formidable mutated plant known as the YT-ing, whose root system was exceptionally developed and capable of movement. A moment's carelessness could result in entrapment. They planned to collect its rhizomes, pairing up for mutual support. Everyone nodded in agreement and proceeded toward the City of Mist. As Su-yin listened to Yen Ku's analysis, she found the mutated plant indeed peculiar, and she pondered the nature of the zombie virus, which seemed to possess a more sinister quality than any toxin she had previously encountered. Chapter 83. Level 2 Zombies upon reaching their destination. Yen Ku distributed gas masks to each team member. Su-yin gazed at the desolate city enveloped in viral miasma. The atmosphere was murky, with visibility severely limited. She teamed up with Shun-yi as they ventured into the City of Mist alongside the others. They maintained close proximity, wary of being attacked individually. Observing the uneven ground and the crumbling walls, which were now overrun with purple vines, she noted how exuberantly they thrived in this alien environment. Shun-yi walked alongside her, vigilant, concerned she might stumble. Yen Ku and the others kept a watchful eye on their surroundings, and as they ventured deeper, a group of zombies suddenly emerged from a fractured wall to launch an attack. All units, remain vigilant, Yen Ku commanded immediately. Within this mist-laden zone, these zombies were markedly different from those encountered outside. Perhaps the potency of the virus had intensified their mutations, significantly increasing their attack speed. The team utilized their abilities to combat the zombies, and as Su-yin coalesced her, Su-in-hu, in her right hand, she witnessed Shun-yi dispatching the creatures with a swift strike before they even approached her, prompting her to retract her flames. These zombies appear to be quite formidable, Lin Yu remarked, straining to eliminate one with his abilities, only to find that a single strike was insufficient. They are level 2 zombies, Yanku informed them. Zombies are categorized by levels? Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. Outside, the zombies were commonplace and sluggish, all classified as level 1, as Yanku remarked. What is the highest level? Lin Yu inquired. Currently, based on the mutation capabilities observed, the strange vine is classified as level 3, while these zombies are level 2. Higher levels undoubtedly exist, but we have yet to encounter them, Yanku replied. Shun Yi listened in silence, aware that more formidable zombies indeed existed and would pose the greatest threat to human bases. The closer they approached the heart of the Mist City, the more zombies appeared, attacking in waves. Su Yin unleashed her dark fire, incinerating these monstrosities to ash. Yanku observed her abilities, realizing that Su Yin's level 2 firepower was, in fact, stronger than that of others with similar rankings. While others needed to strike twice to eliminate a single zombie, Su Yin effortlessly dispatched two with a simultaneous surge of flames from both hands. This was not merely a reflection of her fire abilities, for he had witnessed other fire users in combat. Thus, it was plausible that Su Yin concealed her true strength. Yanku furrowed his brow, pondering her motives for such concealment, as well as those of Su Yi. As the group collectively repelled the zombies, Su Yin suddenly heard a sound of something scraping against the ground and promptly warned, "Be cautious of the ground." No sooner had she spoken than a cry of alarm erupted from an ability user who was discovered to be ensnared by a vine, thick as a wrist, tightening around his neck. The strange vine. Another ability user exclaimed in dread. Yanku utilized his metal abilities to attack, and others joined in to assist. But the mutated vine proved resilient, impervious to their initial assaults. Su Yin's dark fire only caused it to constrict tighter. Just as the ability user was on the brink of suffocation, Shun Yi swung his sword, inflicting a wound upon the vine. "It's effective, Su Yi, continue," Li Zhao urged him. Shun Yi persisted with his strikes, while Su Yin simultaneously directed her dark fire at the wound, and at last, their combined efforts severed the vine. The ability user collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, caught in a fit of violent coughing. "Do not remove your mask, or you too shall mutate from inhaling the toxic mist," Yanku cautioned him, as he prepared to crouch down and secure a specimen of the vine. Ominous sounds emanated from the ground, resembling the slithering of countless serpents, sending shivers down their spines. "They are coming." Yanku quickly secured the specimen and braced himself. Countless vine-like tendrils surged toward them, seeking vengeance for the severed limb. Everyone unleashed their most potent abilities, standing back to back, yet the sheer number of tendrils overwhelmed them. One ensnared an ability user's calf, pulling him down while simultaneously dragging him backward. Yanku and Li Zhao grasped his arms, calling out to Shun Yi. "Su Yi, quickly come to assist." Shun Yi swung his sword against the vine, while Su Yin found her right leg ensnared. Her eyes narrowed, filled with frustration. This repulsive plant was tenacious. Not only did it cling tightly, but it also attempted to drag her away. Gathering her mystical fire in her right hand, the flames surged, doubling in intensity, and instantly ignited the vine coiling around her calf with a sharp crackle. The vine, realizing it had underestimated her strength, struggled in vain. If it did not flee, it would be scorched. Hastily, it released its grip and retreated. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yin stepped on the vine, and with the emergence of her mystical fire, it spread along the tendril, engulfing it in flames. After several strikes, Shun Yi finally freed the ability user from his grasp. However, with no one guarding his rear, a vine seized the chance to ensnare his waist and began to pull him backward. "Sui!" Li Zhao exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 84. The eruption of fire abilities. Upon hearing the cry, Su Yin turned to see her servant being dragged away, prompting her to dash forward to rescue him. Shun Yi disregarded the damage to his sword, plunging its tip into the ground, producing sparks and a sharp, piercing sound. As he noticed Su Yin approaching, he shouted, "Return." The vine, having been injured, sought to vent its fury by capturing a person to consume. After seizing Shun Yi, the other tendrils retracted. Su Yin once again gathered her mystical fire and directed an attack toward the vine that had ensnared Shun Yi. Among the retracting vines, one split away, and soon Su Yin found herself ensnared as well, lifted into the air. Seeing the situation escalate, those on the ground hurried to assist, employing their abilities to rescue both Su Yin and Shun Yi. However, the two vines suspended in midair swayed erratically, causing hesitation among the onlookers, who feared inadvertently harming their comrades with their interventions. Shun-Yi gazed at Su-In above him, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had warned her not to come. Yet here she was, ensnared. Due to their positions, he could not strike at the vine behind him with his sword. After floating for a while, Su-In spotted a colossal umbrella-like entity, surmising it to be the vine's true form. As she concentrated her abilities, she thought, "You forced my hand." Yen Ku and Li Zhao also beheld the entity, particularly Yen Ku, who, though familiar with the Misty City, was witnessing the appearance of this anomalous vine for the first time. The sight before him widened his eyes in astonishment, for the creature towered at least 6 stories high. Shun-Yi turned his gaze, contemplating an attack on the vine's core once they drew near, for merely assaulting the tendril would inflict no significant damage. Yet, before they could approach the entity, all present watched as Su-In, suspended in midair, suddenly gathered energy in both palms, causing the flames to swell dramatically as she launched her attack. Her fire was ferocious, spreading like wildfire, leaving the ability users on the ground in awe. Goodness, is this a second-tier fire ability? Surely, this cannot be true. Yen Ku felt a surge of trepidation. Although he had already sensed that Su-In was concealing her true abilities, witnessing the scene unfold before him left him utterly astounded. The force she unleashed was nearly comparable to that of a level 4 adept. Shun-Yi stared at her in disbelief, astonished that Su-In had chosen to unleash her full powers, exhibiting a continuous output of energy. Given their proximity in midair, he discerned that she seemed to have retrieved some concealed weapon from her bracelet, which she then ignited with the flames, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The explosion was so intense that the other ability users on the ground had to crouch down to evade the flying embers. While the two vines entwining Su-In and Shun-Yi could no longer withstand the force and broke apart. Shun-Yi adeptly adjusted his landing posture, catching Su-In just as she descended. The minor explosions persisted, interspersed with the crackling sounds of fire. Suddenly, Su-In recalled something and exclaimed, "Such a massive creature must possess a core within." Earlier, when they had purely focused on attacking the zombies, Shen-Ti considered collecting the cores. "I'll go retrieve it," Shun-Yi offered. "Wait until the flames subside," Su-In advised. The group, huddled on the ground, heard their conversation and lifted their heads, realizing that Su-In and Shun-Yi had safely landed. "Are you all right, Su-In?" Li Zhao inquired as he rose to approach her. "I'm fine," Su-In replied. Other ability users gathered around her, expressing their astonishment. "Su-In, we had no idea your powers were this formidable. What level are you currently? You can even cause explosions. Why do you claim you are only level 2? Are you afraid of jealousy?" "My powers are of the explosive type. They are unstable," Su-In replied ambiguously. "The magnitude of your explosion indicates your potential limit. Most of us cannot achieve such a feat," one ability user remarked in admiration. "Su-In, you are rather inconsiderate. We were all part of the same base, and you kept this from us." Lin Yu sighed, shaking his head, ignoring their comments. Su-In waited until the colossal creature was nearly consumed by flames, at which point its top suddenly collapsed. The group retreated a few steps, and then Shun-Yi stepped forward, plunging his sword directly into the round bud. With a crack and a boom, the bud split open, emitting a variety of toxic mists, and the concentration of noxious gas surged dramatically. Fortunately, everyone wore masks, though their visibility was diminished. As Shun-Yi excavated within the bud, he finally unearthed a core from the flower's center. "It's a fire-type core," he announced, handing it to Su-In. Given that she had overexerted her abilities moments ago, she needed to replenish her energy, and since she had defeated the mutated plant, the core rightfully belonged to her. Su-In melted and absorbed the core with her mystical flames. Upon witnessing this, Yen Ku stared in disbelief and asked, "Su-In, what are you doing?" "I am absorbing the elemental energy," Su-In explained. Yen Ku was somewhat taken aback and inquired, "Don't you use an oral method?" "The effects are the same," Su-In answered, primarily because she struggled with her teeth and could not consume it as effortlessly as Su-Yi could, akin to a dog gnawing on a bone. Chapter 85. Such intimacy between siblings? Everyone was astounded by her unique method of absorbing abilities, as they were accustomed to oral ingestion. After the mutated plant was thoroughly eradicated, Yen Ku and the others collected the specimens, while the mist of Mist City gradually dissipated. It turned out that the fog had enveloped the vast ruins due to spore-like substances released from the plant's buds. While making their exit, they encountered a wave of zombies. Su-In stood beside Shun-Yi, and the zombies, devoid of the miasma's enhancement, moved with noticeable sluggishness. Shun Yi swiftly dispatched one with a single strike. The purity of the crystal cores within these zombies was remarkably high, and the onlookers were left in astonishment as they witnessed Shun Yi's brutal extraction of the core. One might say that only Su Yi could perform such a feat barehanded. How did he manage to penetrate the zombie's body with a single punch? Yin Ku, having witnessed Su Yin and Su Yi's prowess firsthand, realized that the registered tests were indeed fabricated. As the group drove back to the base, several individuals emerged from the ruins of Mist City. Are we just going to let them leave like that? One man voiced his discontent. That female ability user is far too powerful. A middle-aged man remarked with a sinister glint in his eyes. One of them bore an uncanny resemblance to someone familiar, yet his weapon, a sword, did not align with his memory. Investigate the origins of that sword, the elder commanded. Understood, the man replied. The toxic mist had augmented the zombies' mental systems, making them stronger. Yet one was still beheaded by a single sword strike. Moreover, the formidable vine he had painstakingly cultivated was reduced to ashes by that female ability user. On their return journey, Su Yin, having depleted her energy reserves, leaned against Shun Yi's shoulder and closed her eyes, succumbing to drowsiness. The others, who had intended to inquire further, fell silent upon noticing her evident fatigue. The zombies on the way back were dispatched by other ability users. Su Yin awakened when Shun Yi gently roused her. We have arrived at the base, he announced. Upon waking, Su Yin saw that everyone had already disembarked. Shun Yi stepped down first, and then carefully lifted her from the back of the armored truck. His movements were remarkably practiced, yet Yin Ku observed with a slight frown. Is it typical for siblings to bear each other so casually? Their youth might excuse it, yet they were both adults. We will head to the accounting office shortly. The performance points for the mission will be issued on-site, Yin Ku stated. The laboratory had already been informed of their successful return with specimens. And upon their arrival at the accounting office, 3 individuals clad in white lab coats awaited them. Professor Zhou, Yin Ku greeted one of the middle-aged men. Ah, Xiao Yin, I heard you brought back what I requested. Thank you for your hard work, Professor Zhou replied with a smile. All parts of the mutated plant are in the collection box, along with 2 vials of central air samples. I will compile the report and send it to you later. Yin Ku informed him. Excellent, Zhou responded. Professor Zhou observed the extraordinary individuals engaged in the task, diligently accumulating their merit points at the assessment window. His gaze fell upon a male adept, who cradled an enigmatic sword in his arms. This must be the individual the Lord had mentioned, known for possessing an unusual weapon. Due to Su Yin's exemplary performance, she was awarded a commendable 9,000 merit points, while the others received lesser amounts of 5,000 each. As Su Yin glanced at the figures displayed on her card, she mused to herself how surprisingly effortless it was to earn such rewards. Just as she and Shun Yi were preparing to depart, an individual approached them. Noticing his attire, Su Yin subtly signaled Shun Yi to remain vigilant. Greetings. I am Zhou Qianyue, currently employed at the laboratory within the base, he introduced himself. Hello, Su Yin replied. Zhou Qianyue regarded her with admiration, stating, I have heard from Xiao Yin about your formidable abilities and your first-class merit. Su Yin remained silent, uncertain of his intentions in mentioning this. Perhaps you would be interested in conducting a detailed assessment of your powers? Our laboratory has recently acquired a batch of ability testing instruments, Zhou Qianyue suggested. No, thank you. Su Yin firmly declined. It's quite all right. Once the instruments are stable, they will be deployed for widespread use, he continued, observing her evident reluctance to cooperate. Zhou Qianyue's smile faltered slightly, and he then inquired, You are Su Yi, correct? May I ask about the materials used to craft your sword? I do not know. Shun Yi interjected. Could I possibly study it? Rest assured, there will be no damage, Zhou Qianyue assured them. I'm afraid that is not possible. This sword holds great significance for me, Shun Yi replied, his expression impassive. Zhou Qianyue found himself in an awkward predicament. He had not anticipated encountering such resolute individuals. And since they were not affiliated with the base, he felt it inappropriate to press further. I apologize for my intrusion, he said, turning to leave. At that moment, Yin Ku approached Su Yin and Shun Yi, clarifying, Please do not misunderstand. Professor Zhou is an expert in genetic research and was merely curious about your abilities. Chapter 86. To her surprise, she could follow orders. Su Yin nodded silently. The mention of the ability testing instrument struck her as rather peculiar. Primarily, she was reluctant to expose her true capabilities to others. As for the inquiry regarding Su Yi's sword, Yin Ku had mentioned that Zhou Qianyue specialized in genetics. So what could he possibly study about a sword? After their departure, Yen Ku proceeded to report the day's events to Rin Qianhe in his office. You say this Su Yin possesses a level 4 ability? Rin Qianhe inquired, furrowing his brow. Indeed, my ability is merely level 3, yet I struggled against the extraordinary vine. However, Su Yin was able to incinerate it entirely with her fire abilities, Yen Ku explained, adding, she concealed her true strength during the registration process. Is it to avoid drawing attention? Rin Qianhe speculated. It is quite possible, considering that a level 4 ability commands great respect, Yen Ku affirmed. Elevate her status. Grant her an additional monthly reward of 1,000 merit points, Rin Qianhe decided. Understood, Yen Ku responded. After Yen Ku departed, Rin Qianhe narrowed her eyes. There was likely no one else in the entire base with a 4th level ability. Even Yen Ku had only reached a 3rd level capability, falling short of the 4th. Moreover, from Yen Ku's earlier description, it seemed that if not for the urgency of the situation, Su Yin would have continued to conceal her abilities. On the other side, upon returning home, Su Yin's first act was to take a shower, while Shun Yi busied himself organizing the energy cores he had brought back. He then proceeded to the kitchen to clean them, separating the fire element cores and placing the rest into his savings jar. Su Yin emerged from the bathroom clad in an oversized short-sleeved shirt and wide-legged culottes, her bare feet resting on the floor. After the recent battle, her calves ached from the high heels she had worn, which, despite being chunky, were still uncomfortable due to her lack of proficiency. As Shun Yi took his turn in the shower, the bathroom was filled with the fresh scent of lemons. This time, Su Yin refrained from using body wash as shampoo. Having noticed that the shampoo bottle was open, she lay on the couch, snacking while absorbing fire element energy. When Shun Yi emerged, he was greeted by the sight of her legs propped up, gently swaying, slender and pale. Come over and give me a massage, Su Yin commanded upon hearing his footsteps. Shun Yi first used a hairdryer to dry her hair before sitting down to knead her calves. His hand could easily encircle her delicate ankles, and he noticed a faint redness on her heels. Next time, wear flats, he advised. Su Yin replied. It was rare for her to acquiesce without argument, prompting Shun Yi to glance at the back of her head. The skirt doesn't fit either. We should head to the clothing store later to buy you some pants. You can wear skirts on other occasions. Shun Yi added. She responded again. Shun Yi pondered her unusual compliance and leaned closer, only to find that Su Yin had already fallen asleep with her eyes closed. Looks like next time, you'll return to your stubborn ways, he mused. After finishing the massage, he rose to fetch a small blanket to cover her before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. It was already past 1 in the afternoon, yet Su Yin had yet to eat. While washing vegetables, he reflected on how Su Yin had rushed to save him earlier, even though she could have chosen not to intervene, as he was merely her contracted servant. Lowering his gaze, he began to chop vegetables discreetly as he cooked. Once the meal was ready, he called her to wake up. Su Yin leaned against the couch, her head bobbing slightly. When Shun Yi returned with bowls and chopsticks, he noticed her groggy demeanor and furrowed his brow. Are you all right? He inquired. She replied, forcing herself to wake up and prepare for dinner. This body is too weak, Su Yin lamented. She realized that overextending her abilities left her physically drained, even though she had not yet exerted herself fully. However, she believed that a little rest would suffice for recovery, dismissing the idea of using medicinal pills for adjustment. After all, she was still immortal. Shun Yi found her speech peculiar but thought little of it, knowing this was not the first time she had acted this way. Perhaps Su Yin merely expressed herself in that manner. After all, whose body could it be if not hers? At the laboratory, Zhou Qianyue's team has already conducted an analysis of the specimen of the mutated plant. He then informed Rin Qianhe that its mutation is 30 times that of an ordinary plant, with a 40% higher concentration of the zombie virus within. There exists a volatile particulate substance within its flower bud, which is a type of neurotoxin. I initially hypothesized that this is the reason for the enhanced control over the zombies in that domain. Zhou Qianyue continued. What is its classification? Rin Qianhe inquired. Based on comprehensive evaluations, it is classified as a level 4 mutated plant, Zhou Qianyue replied. This means that Su Yin's fire ability is indeed at level 4. Rin Qianhe remarked. That should be the case. However, to confirm accurately, we must have her undergo the measurement herself, Zhou Qianyue stated. I will find a suitable time for a unified test, Rin Qianhe responded. Otherwise, Su Yin, being highly vigilant, will not agree to test alone. In the evening, Su Yin and Shun Yi ventured out, visiting a women's clothing store and a shoe shop. Subsequently, Shun-Yi emerged with her flat shoes, a mid-length skirt, and wide-leg pants. It seemed not everyone was asleep, Shun-Yi pondered. On their way to the supermarket, they encountered Zhang Yu and several other girls. Zhang Yu initially intended to greet them warmly, but midway, she halted. Are you really a level 4 ability user? Zhang Yu asked, a hint of caution in her voice as she looked at Su Yin. If Su Yin were indeed a level 4 powerhouse, then her previous annoyance would hardly warrant a mere reprimand. Who told you I am level 4? Su Yin interrogated. It's been circulating among the ability users. Zhang Yu replied with a wink. Su Yin raised an eyebrow. During the test, I was classified as level 2. Do not heed hearsay. Then you did not kill that mutated plant? Zhang Yu queried. I did, but the ability erupted instantaneously. It is not a sustained effect, Su Yin explained. To go from level 2 directly to level 4 is quite impressive, Zhang Yu remarked. Everyone is saying you are level 4 because currently, the strongest in the base is only level 3, and no test results have reached level 4, Zhang Yu added. When they face danger, they can unleash their abilities. Su Yin smiled. Zhang Yu, when faced with danger, they might not even have the chance to unleash their powers before they perish. By the way, I am eager to witness your true capabilities. I will apply to team up with you on the next mission, Zhang Yu exclaimed excitedly, then casually draped her arm around Su Yin's shoulder, saying, I must cling to this powerhouse. Shun-Yi, Su Yin intended to buy groceries at the supermarket. Noticing that Zhang Yu was not a bother, she allowed her friend to head back while she accompanied Zhang Yu. Along the way, she eagerly interrogated Su Yin, asking, how did you manage to kill that mutated plant? Did you burn it all with fire? I visited the Mist City once and nearly perished there. The zombies within are particularly monstrous. Their levels surpass those outside. The vine is ambushing, and my earth-based abilities are utterly ineffective against it. As the clamor filled her ears, Shun-Yi quietly stepped back a few paces. Su Yin, with an air of indifference, remarked, if you wish to hear a story, inquire with those who ventured out today. I am too lazy to recount it. It would be a waste of breath. Zhang Yu responded, oh, it seems your true abilities have been revealed this time. There must be a throng of envious men in the base. Zhang Yu continued, after all, in this apocalyptic world, the status of an ability user is quite elevated. You should be cautious, especially of Donglin Yun. Su Yin replied, to target me, they must possess the capability, otherwise, they would be courting death. After Shun-Yi completed her grocery shopping, Su Yin selected an array of snacks. Once they settled the bill, the three exited, only to encounter 4 men entering. Upon seeing Su Yin, they all fixated on her. Shun-Yi heightened her vigilance, and as they brushed past, one of them turned and asked, are you Su Yin? And what if I am? Su Yin paused, tilting her head slightly. I advise you not to be too arrogant, the man said, his eyes narrowing. Su Yin turned with a smile. I have my reasons to be proud. The 4 regarded her haughty demeanor with disdain. Thinking to themselves that Donglin Yun's words were indeed accurate, she was utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Humph, just a level 4 ability user, the man scoffed. Qiuzhe, has she offended you in any way? Zhang Yu interjected, unable to contain her frustration. Your abilities are only at level 3. You come here admonishing others about arrogance. Yet you are the more arrogant one. Qiuzhe glared at her fiercely, but Zhang Yu stood her ground. This Qiuzhe often belittled others, was sarcastic, and could not tolerate anyone surpassing him. Had it not been for the base keeping him in check, he would have become a rebel long ago. Su Yin maintained a cold expression and walked away, followed closely by Zhang Yu and Shun-Yi. Once they had distanced themselves, Zhang Yu said, that person was Qiuzhe. He and his gang are known for fostering factionalism, belittling newcomers, and engaging in numerous covert schemes. He is quite close with Donglin Yun as well. Neither of them is trustworthy, Zhang Yu added. If they give you trouble, promptly report to the captain or me. The Lord can manage him. This base is rather large. How is it that such people are allowed here? Su Yin inquired. In her previous life in the demon realm, her subordinates did not possess such despicable characters. While abilities were indeed crucial, internal strife could not be tolerated. Otherwise, they would be fighting amongst themselves before even confronting the enemy. He is among the earlier ability users in the base, which grants him a sense of superiority, Zhang Yu explained. Su Yin remained silent. And when they reached a fork in the road, the 3 parted ways. Shun-Yi remarked, I believe the people from that laboratory will not relent. Thus, it seemed that 2 factions were now targeting Su Yin. Surely they cannot force me. Otherwise, I will obliterate the entire base, Su Yin replied lightly. Previously, she feigned weakness in that small base to maintain her facade, as the original Su Yin was somewhat familiar with them. However, in this new base, she would not allow herself to be bullied in such a manner. Shun Yi turned to glance at her, noting her expression was remarkably serene. He understood that Su Yin's strength was unfathomable and likely concealed even more capabilities. Thus, her earlier declaration about demolishing the base was certainly not a mere jest or boast. During the training session the following day, when Yen Ku appeared with the newly developed ability assessment device, Su Yin crossed her arms, observing intently. This instrument was created by the Research Institute, and we would like your assistance in testing its accuracy, Yen Ku explained. Chapter 88. Ability testing. There's no need for elaborate actions. Simply place your hand on it and concentrate your abilities. Yen Ku introduced the device's functionality. He was the first to undergo the test, and the machine announced, Metal Ability Level 3. One by one, the other ability users stepped forward, their reported values relatively accurate. When it was Su Yin's turn, everyone turned their gaze towards her. Curiosity piqued regarding her true level, as yesterday's estimate of level 4 was merely conjectural. Su Yin took a couple of steps forward, contemplating how to manipulate the device. As she slightly concentrated her abilities, the moment her hand made contact, the instrument seemed to freeze, failing to respond for an extended period. Is she so powerful that even the machine has malfunctioned? Someone whispered from the crowd. It might just be stuck, another suggested. But it worked perfectly during our tests. Qiuzhe regarded Su Yin, a glint of hostility flashing in his eyes. Fire Ability Level 3, the machine finally announced. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. 3? Impossible. Wasn't she said to be Level 4? Didn't she single-handedly incinerate that mutated vine? Surely, other ability users must have participated, but she had been the most active. A Level 3 was still formidable within the base. Dong Lingyun glared at Su Yin, her teeth clenched in frustration. She had not anticipated that Su Yin was not only skilled in combat, but also possessed such formidable abilities, leaving her without recourse for retaliation. Just self-aggrandizement. Claiming to be level 4 while only being a 3, Qiuzhe scoffed. Su Yin disregarded him and walked away. Yen Ku turned to Shun Yi and inquired, Shun Yi, would you like to test as well? Shun Yi shook his head. No, I lack abilities. What if latent ones could be detected? Yen Ku suggested. Shun Yi looked at him, comprehending his intentions, and approached the device. He placed his hand on it, and the mechanical voice announced, no abilities. Laughter erupted from the crowd, as they all knew Shun Yi only qualified for the ability team due to his sword. Without it, he was nothing. As for that sword, many eyes glimmered with avarice. Obtaining it would undoubtedly enhance their own capabilities. As the morning training concluded, Yen Ku took the test results to find Ren Qianhe. Ren Qianhe scrutinized the records. His brow furrowed. Only a 3? He asked. The device tested that way, Yen Ku replied. Though I wonder if it's because she is a fire ability user and fire happens to be the nemesis of the mutated vines, allowing her to incinerate that plant effortlessly. According to Ren Qianhe's analysis, he believes that Su Yin's abilities undoubtedly exceed 3. However, the data from the tests cannot be fabricated, leading to the possibility that the instruments failed to detect her true strength. By the way, when it was her turn for testing, the device malfunctioned for a few seconds. Yen Ku remarked, malfunctioned? Ren Qianhe furrowed his brows and instructed, you should inquire with the professors at the Research Institute about this situation. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Zhou Qianyue was conducting an extraction experiment. He injected volatile particulate matter from a plant bud into a sealed glass chamber, where a zombie lay on the ground in a state of half-life. Upon Ren Qianhe's arrival, he witnessed the unfolding of the experiment, stimulated by the substance. The zombie rose from the ground as if suddenly imbued with life, struggling incessantly to break free from the glass enclosure. The researcher increased the voltage and through the glass. The agonizing wails of the zombie echoed. Indeed, the creature's cries were remarkable. A fully mutated zombie would not emit such sounds, indicating that it was in a semi-mutated state. This substance could serve as an excellent catalyst, Zhou Qianyue remarked, though it appears someone has already begun research ahead of me. What if this controlled virus were injected into those with abilities? Ren Qianhe pondered, stroking his chin as he gazed at the experimental chamber. The specific outcomes cannot be conclusively determined, as the subject inside is an ordinary person devoid of abilities, Zhou Qianyue clarified. Currently, besides our eastern base, there is another northern base where they are likely engaging in similar research. Rin Xinha added. The emergence of this mutated plant occurred 2 months ago, so I refuse to believe it has not been artificially catalyzed. I heard from the information department that they received an unidentified distress signal located in Sadr City. Zhou Qianwei reported. Sadr City hosts a renowned biological research facility, one of the most esteemed in the nation. They may be involved in serum research. Huh. What good is serum? The virus ultimately cannot be eradicated. We can only seek a path of symbiosis, Rin Qianha scoffed. Presently, the serum research has failed in human trials. The zombie virus is overwhelmingly potent, with infectiousness and transmissibility thousands of times greater than ordinary viruses. Human genes may evolve to develop abilities, thus allowing for potential fusion with the virus. After all, zombies, in a certain sense, are ageless and immortal. They do not require sustenance and can survive without a heart, even continuing to move without a head. The crystalline cores that grow within them are invaluable sources of energy. This world can no longer be fully explained by science. Chapter 89. Lying on my lap 3 days later, the ability users at the base were dispatched on a mission, with 3 squads totaling 32 members, targeting Sadr City. The journey was lengthy due to the distance between cities, necessitating 3 armored trucks laden with ample provisions. Su-Yin felt nauseous during the ride. While short trips on such transportation were tolerable, long journeys were utterly excruciating. She contemplated whether she should simply fly ahead to her destination. In this world, soaring through the skies with a sword would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Are you all right? Shen Yi inquired, glancing at the pained expression on Su-Yin's face as she kept her eyes closed. Su-Yin replied softly. Are you feeling nauseous from the motion? Li Zhao asked, turning his gaze towards her. A little, Su-Yin admitted. I have some motion sickness patches. You can use one. Li Zhao offered, handing her the item. Shen Yi took it, and Su-Yin opened her eyes to ask, how do I use this? Before Li Zhao could respond, Shen Yi instructed, turn your head. Su-Yin complied, and Shen Yi peeled off the protective film from a patch and affixed it behind her ear. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through her, alleviating much of her queasiness. You can rest your head on my shoulder for a bit, Shen Yi suggested. It's uncomfortable to sleep like that, Su-Yin replied. Napping briefly is fine, but during a long journey, it can lead to a stiff neck, especially when the vehicle jolts and your head hits the cabin. As a dutiful caretaker, Shen Yi removed his jacket and placed it over his lap. Su-Yin looked at him and then, understanding his gesture, rested her head upon it. Once she adjusted her position, she remarked, quite considerate, I must say. Li Zhao observed the two, and soon the other passengers in the vehicle began to doze off. Weary from a day of travel, by the time they arrived at their destination, it was already evening, and the prospect of a good night's sleep was uncertain, especially given the reports of numerous zombies in the city of Sod. Su-Yin, having finally found some relief from her motion sickness, slept for 3 hours. Upon arrival, she felt too lethargic to walk, so Shen Yi became her personal transport. Let's set up camp here for the night and venture in tomorrow, Yanku suggested. After a long day of travel, the group gathered in small clusters to eat, opting for convenience with instant meals, while others scavenged for firewood to prepare something warm. Zhang Yu approached Su-Yin, who was surrounded by an array of snacks and beverages, and enviously remarked, Are you on holiday? One mustn't neglect oneself, Su-Yin replied, munching on potato chips. However, snacks alone could not substitute a proper meal. What initially felt delightful soon turned to nausea. Shen Yi returned from the vehicle, offering her a bottle of mineral water, saying, Rinse your mouth. Zhang Yu watched his attentive care for Su-Yin with a twinge of jealousy, realizing that she was merely an outsider in their sibling bond. After rinsing, Shen Yi presented her with a pre-prepared vegetable salad sandwich. Zhang Yu blinked in surprise and asked, Is there one for me, Su-Yi? Shen Yi shot her a blank look, and Su-Yin, generous as ever, divided her sandwich, giving half to Zhang Yu. I adore you, Su-Yin, Zhang Yu exclaimed joyously. How could her instant meal compare to a lovingly made sandwich? It was simply no contest. Observing them, Dong Lingyun also revealed her carefully prepared bento for Yanku, but he declined, saying, I'll stick to bread. You should keep it for yourself. Dong Lingyun found herself unable to deliver the items, so she decided to keep them with her. She sat alongside Xiao Zhe, who discreetly fixed his gaze on Shen Yi. The night shift operated on a rotation basis, with 3 teams taking turns every 4 hours. Su-Yin and her companions were on duty first, seated outside the vehicle, gazing at the moon above. One must admit that this world is indeed desolate. Traversing through ruins was one thing, But having a plethora of monsters awaiting her intervention compounded her woes. The living conditions were far from satisfactory, making it evident that there was nothing to be desired in any direction. One would hope to find a picturesque place for retirement, rather than this forsaken otherworld. As Shun-Yi observed her gazing at the moon, an absurd thought struck him, and he inquired, "Are you absorbing the moonlight?" Su-Yin turned to look at him, her expression akin to that of someone confronting an imbecile, replying, "Can you absorb moonlight?" "No," Shun-Yi answered. "Then why ask me?" Su-Yin retorted, "I thought you could." He said, for Su-Yin exhibited numerous peculiarities, leading him to believe she might indeed possess such an ability. "Cease your unrealistic fantasies. The moonlight contains no elemental power," Su-Yin asserted. Just as Shun-Yi was about to respond, his acute hearing detected an approaching presence. "Zombies," he declared gravely, rising to his feet. The others hastily set aside their games, scanning the vicinity with palpable tension. To the left, an ability user exclaimed, having spotted a zombie. Everyone assumed a defensive stance, with Shun-Yi wielding his sword to shield Su-Yin behind him. Those who had not yet succumbed to sleep also disembarked from the vehicle, and upon witnessing a dozen zombies encircling them, they unleashed their powers in retaliation. Chapter 90. You are deliberately committing murder. They are all level 2 zombies, Li Zhao warned, observing the swift movements of the undead. A chaotic battle was imminent. Su-Yin concentrated her fire abilities and incinerated 2 zombies in one swift motion, while Shun-Yi severed the head of another with his sword and extracted its crystal core. Previously, he had not fully appreciated the efficacy of the sword techniques Su-Yin had taught him, as they had only encountered low-level zombies. However, upon facing level 2 zombies, his aimless slashing proved inadequate. Yet, the application of the sword techniques significantly enhanced his efficiency in dispatching foes. "Why are they all level 2? Lin Yu lamented while attacking, noting that previously, one strike was sufficient to defeat a low-level zombie, but against a level 2, striking one equated to the effort of 2. "The mutations here are significantly more potent," Li Zhao remarked. After a series of skirmishes, the zombies were vanquished, and the group's enthusiasm for recreation waned. As the city of Sod was undeniably fraught with peril, strangely, however, they had encountered few zombies on their journey, and even during mealtime, tranquility had prevailed. The latter part of the night remained anything but serene. Shun-Yi had scarcely slept, remaining vigilant and alert to any disturbances. At 5 o'clock in the morning, everyone had a simple meal before setting off towards the biological research base. The closer they drew to the interior, the more zombies they encountered. Qiu Zhe and his companions had come to a profound realization about the might of the sword wielded by Shun-Yi. It could slay zombies without relying on supernatural abilities. Such a weapon was akin to a divine artifact in the apocalypse. Yan Ku examined the map, and after 2 hours, they finally arrived at the research base. However, the exterior had been nearly obliterated, with the sturdy iron gate torn asunder. "We're too late," Li Zhao remarked with a frown. "It appears the zombies have already ransacked this place. It's unlikely any researchers survived. Let's go inside and take a look," Yan Ku replied, urging everyone to prioritize their safety. He utilized his powers to manipulate the laboratory's iron door, which, upon being moved, suddenly unleashed 3 zombies that sprang forth. The onlookers were startled, quickly retaliating with their abilities. Once these 3 zombies were dispatched, they ventured inside the research facility, only to discover, as expected, that not a single living soul remained. Bodies lay strewn across the floor, some of which were zombies, while others wore white lab coats. "Everyone, search for any remaining serums," Yan Ku instructed. All biological pods had been opened, and the group rummaged through the wreckage, finding not a single sample. Yan Ku ordered the retrieval of several non-functional computers for a final search before they exited. As they approached the main hall of the research base, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of zombies, blocking their exit. "Damn," an ability user cursed, unable to contain his frustration. "Have these zombies awakened their intelligence? They actually know how to trap us." Another questioned skeptically. Su-Yin observed the horde, noting that at least 20 to 30 zombies were gathered. Under normal circumstances, such a congregation would be improbable due to their lack of cognitive function. The front rows of zombies launched an initial assault, prompting the ability users to counterattack, followed by subsequent waves. It seemed as though the zombies were acting under direction. Advancing methodically, Shun-Yi faced 3 zombies simultaneously, sensing that these creatures were being controlled and that an even stronger leader lurked outside. He attempted to exert reverse control over the nearest zombie, intensifying his mental focus until the creature's attacks grew sluggish. Dong Lingyun glanced over at Su Yin, reallocating her efforts to attack the zombies while guiding more of them toward her direction. Isn't that an ability 3? I shall see if you truly possess such prowess. Su Yin noticed an increase in enemies behind her and, out of the corner of her eye, spotted Dong Lingyun, her expression darkening. Since it has come to this, do not blame me. Su Yin gathered dark flames in her left hand, seizing Shun Yi's right hand and channeling the flames onto the sword before making a sweeping motion. The fire blazed forth, and upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Dong Lingyun's face paled instantly as she cried out, "Captain, come save me." Hearing her cries for help, Yin Ku rushed over, dealing with several zombies that Su Yin had not yet eliminated. "Su Yin, are you trying to get me killed on purpose?" Dong Lingyun shouted. "You stand behind me, enticing the zombies to come over. Who is truly scheming?" Su Yin coldly remarked as she regarded her. "The zombies moved on their own. It has nothing to do with me." Dong Lingyun retorted, "I merely happened to be positioned behind you." "Oh, so when I was attacking the zombies and failed to see you, you were conveniently behind me," Su Yin responded. You are clearly plotting murder." Dong Lingyun glared at her, furious. "Isn't it you who is conspiring? I witnessed you directing the zombies towards Su Yin," Zhang Yu interjected. "How could that possibly be me? You are slandering me." Dong Lingyun shot back at Zhang Yu, her temper flaring. "Do you dare swear that if it was you, the zombies would devour you?" Zhang Yu challenged her. Just as Dong Lingyun prepared to retaliate, Yen Ku's deep voice interrupted. "Enough of this bickering. Let us first deal with the remaining zombies." Chapter 91. Does she intend to contract more zombies? As the saying goes, 3 women make a play, and at this moment, Yen Ku truly grasped the meaning of those words. He sighed, maneuvering while contending with the zombies. Once the zombies at the entrance were nearly dispatched, the group began to move towards the doorway. The number of zombies outside was increasing, so they formed a circle to avoid being attacked from behind. Shun Yi was searching for the leader among the zombies, but after scanning the area, he could not find it. It was lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Su Yin, losing her patience as she surveyed the throng of zombies, felt her temper flare. The lackluster attacks seemed endless. And with the power of her Xian fire already revealed, she decided to gather flames in both hands, her eyes narrowing as she unleashed a mighty strike. Boom! The flames surged unexpectedly, startling everyone. They turned to see that the fire had originated from Su Yin. Incredible! Goodness! This is level 3 power. Su Yin is truly formidable, Zhang Yu exclaimed. No wonder she is level 3. Witnessing it firsthand is indeed impressive, another ability user remarked. What an impressive display, Su Yin. Amazing. They all chimed in, praising her. Su Yin's fire ability was undeniably powerful. In comparison, my flames are merely a flicker, the ability users commented. Dong Lingyun stared at her, disbelief and shock filling her eyes. This was Su Yin's true strength. She had just attempted a sneak attack on her, and if Su Yin sought revenge, she would be utterly defenseless. Shen Yi turned to her and asked, "Won't your ability deplete? I'll deal with that when the time comes." "This swarm is revolting, giving me goosebumps," Su Yin replied with a disdainful expression. Shen Yi inquired, "Do you have a fear of clusters?" Just as Su Yin single-handedly incinerated a vast number of zombies, she noticed something rushing toward them from her peripheral vision. Simultaneously, other ability users caught sight of it and exclaimed, "Look at that zombie." Upon hearing this, the group turned to see a zombie, its body a ghastly shade of blue and purple, sprinting towards them at an alarming speed. Its face was nearly black, with bulging, white eyes, an unmistakable sign of complete zombification. "Damn, how can it run so fast?" One ability user gasped. They had encountered second-tier zombies before, but none possessed such extraordinary speed. Yen Ke fixed his gaze on the creature and declared loudly, "Everyone, tighten the perimeter. This is no mere second-tier zombie." The crowd gasped in astonishment. A third-tier zombie. They unleashed their abilities against the creature, yet it nimbly evaded their attacks, revealing that its primary target was not them, but Su Yin. "Su Yin, be careful," Li Zhao promptly warned. Su Yin observed the monster, noting that its speed was remarkable, comparable to Su Yi's. However, she was uncertain of its true strength. If it proved to be formidable, she would gain a second servant. Yet, its hideous appearance was disconcerting. If Su Yi was merely stained by a dye, this one seemed thoroughly marinated, rotten and foul. She pondered whether it could be restored, all the while assessing the threat it posed to her with complete composure. As the zombie approached within 10 meters, Shun Yi lunged forward with his sword. The others quickly restrained their powers, wary of collateral damage. When Shun Yi's sword struck, the creature caught it with its hand, even as the blade sank into its flesh, dark, viscous blood oozing forth. It exhibited no sign of pain. A true zombie devoid of sensation. Shun Yi confirmed its lack of consciousness and engaged in combat, their strengths evenly matched for the moment. Sui, look at how fiercely Shun Yi fights, an ability user remarked. Initially, they believed Su Yi's prowess stemmed solely from his sword. But witnessing his confrontation with the zombie diminished that notion. The sword was indeed powerful, yet Su Yi's own skills were impressive. Together, they complemented each other seamlessly. As Su Yin observed the duel, she assessed that the monster was manageable. She used her telepathy to communicate with Shun Yi. Don't kill it. I have plans for it. Shun Yi stole a glance at her from the corner of his eye, questioning the utility of keeping a zombie alive. Subdue it in a secluded place and wait for me. Make sure the wounds aren't too deep. I'm concerned about the possibility of it being irreparable. Su Yin's voice echoed in his mind. Shun Yi realized she intended to contract this zombie as she had with the first. What would that make him? The inaugural contract? Sui. Shun Yi's face darkened. No wonder Su Yin chose such a name for herself. Was this zombie destined to become Su-heir? Would there be a Su-san, Su-si, and Su-wu to follow? The thought of having a multitude of zombies as colleagues, all taught the same techniques by Su Yin, made him grimace. With a swift motion, Shun Yi plunged his sword into the zombie's abdomen. Su Yin exclaimed, "Have my words fallen on deaf ears?" Chapter 92, The Eldest Sister as a Mother. Despite having its abdomen pierced, the third-tier zombie continued to attack Shun Yi. He withdrew his sword and swiftly struck again. The sound of a head thudding to the ground reverberated through the crowd, eliciting gasps from onlookers. All eyes fixated on Sui. A third-tier zombie was vanquished by Su Yi, who possessed no supernatural abilities. Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with fervent admiration. She exclaimed, "Ah? Su Yi is so handsome. Absolutely incredible. It's exhilarating." Shun Yi, witnessing the headless zombie still standing, ruthlessly extracted the crystal core, which belonged to the wood element. With the demise of the third-tier zombie, the remaining scattered zombies were swiftly dealt with by the group. Lin Yu and the others approached Su Yi, throwing an arm around his shoulders, exclaiming, "From this moment forward, you are my new idol. Your strength is nothing short of miraculous. Su Yi, how did you achieve this? Those moves earlier felt like something out of an apocalyptic martial arts film. Is there truly no other sword like yours? I wish to possess one too." Shun Yi glanced at Su Yin, who regarded him with an expression of righteous indignation, prompting him to feign ignorance. Why did he hesitate to allow Su Yin to contract with other zombies? Firstly, high-tier zombies possess a strong territorial instinct, intolerant of intrusions. Secondly, should other zombies join the ranks, Su Yin's attention would be divided, and he still needed to fully master her abilities. Thirdly, these mindless monsters would likely be more obedient once contracted. With a newfound sense of stability, Shun Yi was no longer inclined to wander. He had adapted to human life once more. Returning to the zombie community would render him an incongruous anomaly, as his self-awareness remained intact. Thus, one contract was sufficient. After all, he was capable of handling chores like laundry, cooking, and cleaning. Given the number of people present, Su Yin refrained from pursuing the matter further, deciding to address everything later upon their return. As they made their way toward the armored truck, Shun Yi quietly walked beside Su Yin, and neither spoke a word. Meanwhile, atop a derelict building, an individual observed the recent events through binoculars, a silver box containing a signal control device resting by his side. The device had become inoperative following the demise of the third-tier zombie, accomplished without any supernatural means. The two individuals walking together were no ordinary people. On the road, Zhang Yu grasped Su Yin's arm, casting a furtive glance at Shun Yi, saying, "Su Yin, your brother is truly remarkable." "He's just average," Su Yin replied. "Average? He defeated that zombie without any powers." Zhang Yu insisted, leaning closer to whisper, "Really, you must introduce me to your brother. I would surely be devoted to him." Su Yin's lips twitched slightly as she replied, "I cannot decide that. You must ask him yourself. Parental mandates and matchmaking. An elder sister is like a mother." Zhang Yu whispered. Su Yin retorted, "I am his master, thank you." Shun Yi glanced at the two, unsure of the whispers exchanged. Yet it appeared that Su Yin's expression had softened somewhat. Before long, everyone passed by a shopping center, where Yin Ku organized a group to enter and gather some supplies. Su Yin followed into a small supermarket, only to find the shelves had been thoroughly looted. The group then shifted their focus to a warehouse, retrieving rice, flour, and oil. Just as some were preparing to continue their efforts, an unusual noise emerged from a corner. Yin Ku glanced over, and everyone grew vigilant. Su Yin stood aside, content with the ample manpower available. As Yin Ku approached cautiously, tension filled the air, as they all feared it might be a zombie. Just before Yin Ku reached the bag in the corner, it suddenly burst open, and a man sprang up, shouting incoherently. Startled, some could not contain their powers and unleashed an attack, but Su Yin sensed the danger and swiftly intercepted the ability. The man was not a zombie. Upon witnessing the attack being deflected, Yin Ku turned to glance at Su Yin, while the elderly man before him continued to scream and thrash about. Yin Ku addressed him, saying, "We are from the Eastern District base. Will you come with us?" The old man shook his head vigorously, waving his hands. An ability user remarked, "Captain, he seems to be mad." Yin Ku furrowed his brow slightly, uncertain how long the man had been hiding there, clearly traumatized. However, leaving him behind would likely mean he would fall prey to the zombies, and there was hardly any edible food left in the warehouse. In the end, 3 ability users worked together to escort the disheveled old man outside. Su Yin cast a glance at him, noting that despite his apparent madness, he was somewhat compliant in being taken away. Nonetheless, as long as he was not a zombie, it mattered little. The base was responsible for his care upon their return to the Eastern District. The remaining members continued to gather supplies. As Su Yin prepared to exit, her gaze met that of Dong Lingyun, who shot her a cold look, causing the latter to instinctively take 2 steps back. How dare she provoke me, lacking any ability? Chapter 93, The Arrival of Others, Quickly Act Mad. She particularly despised those who jumped about like fleas, and when she grew impatient, she would crush them underfoot. Upon exiting, the mad old man was brought to a vehicle. Just as the group prepared to drive back, a horde of zombies suddenly surged from all directions. "It's a zombie tide," Lin Yu exclaimed. The team entered combat mode. Su Yin had consumed a significant amount of her power, so she entrusted Shun Yi with protection for the time being. "Su Yin, go safeguard that old man," Yin Ku instructed. "We will do our utmost to intercept the zombies. Your task is to prevent any stragglers from launching a surprise attack." As Su Yin approached, she noticed the old man in the vehicle eagerly devouring food. It was evident he had been starving for many days, as the warehouse had only contained rice, flour, and oil, which were not suitable for immediate consumption. Suddenly choking on a piece of bread, the old man struggled to catch his breath, prompting Su Yin to toss him a bottle of water. Upon seeing the mineral water appear in his hands, the old man looked up at Su Yin and quickly unscrewed the cap, gulping down a generous mouthful. It was at that moment that Su Yin felt he resembled a madman less than before, for no lunatic would possess such clarity in their gaze. Although she was oblivious to the reasons behind his feigned insanity, she found no inclination to inquire, instead standing outside the carriage with her arms crossed, observing the chaotic scene unfold. Despite the overwhelming zombie horde, their group boasted around 30 individuals. Even one person could contend with 2. Yet, the sudden appearance of these zombies, congregating in such numbers, raised suspicions. Recalling the 3rd-tier zombie she had dispatched, Su Yin glanced around, pondering the implications should another of that caliber emerge. As she scrutinized her surroundings, a shadowy figure captured her attention. Although only half of their garment was visible, the angle shifted, revealing more. Su Yin pivoted, discreetly retrieving a thunder pearl from her spatial pocket, her right hand conjuring ethereal flames that enveloped the pearl as it ascended and spun within her palm. With her index and middle fingers pinching the pearl, she aimed at a position to the side and hurled it forth. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed from that spot, and a figure clad in black leapt down from the upper floor. The blast drew the attention of all present, their gazes converging on that direction, where they beheld the man. "Who is that?" an ability user exclaimed, bewildered. His attire indicated he was not one of the undead, and the presence of a normal human amidst the chaos was highly peculiar. Yin Ku furrowed his brow deeply and led 3 other ability users towards the figure. Inside the carriage, the mad old man stared at the exploded building before shifting his gaze back to Su Yin's silhouette. Upon witnessing the shock in his eyes, Su Yin remarked nonchalantly, "Consider this a moment you did not witness. I shall not expose your charade of madness." The mad old man, taken aback, thought, "He hasn't asked anything yet. Wait, How does she already know I am pretending? His expression grew complex, and though his mouth opened as if to speak, he ultimately chose silence. Ultimately, preserving his life took precedence. As for how that girl conjured the pearl and executed a throw that caused an explosion, he decided it was best to remain uninvolved, having traversed the gates of death too many times. He preferred to play the role of a derelict madman. With Yen Ku having departed, a zombie approached Su Yin. Grabbing a steel pipe from the carriage, she engaged in combat with the two undead. A swift kick incapacitated one, while the pipe penetrated another's chest, followed by a cleansing blaze that consumed it entirely. The mad old man observed her deftness with admiration and awe. It was a rarity to encounter an ability user with such formidable skills. Meanwhile, Shen Yi, witnessing the two zombies assaulting Su Yin, had not yet prepared to intervene when he saw her effortlessly dispatch both. He shifted his position to fill the gap left by Yen Ku. As Su Yin retreated to the carriage, the mad old man's astonishment was renewed upon seeing Shen Yi. What kind of weapon is that? It can sever the heads of two zombies in a single stroke. He was utterly astonished. Despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered such a scene before. Yet, no matter how many times he looked, he was convinced that the object in the man's hand was a sword, an ancient weapon devoid of any laser triggers, yet possessing formidable lethality. The sharpness of such a cold weapon was beyond his expectations, and typically, such armaments would have long been rendered obsolete. Ultimately, he could not restrain his curiosity and slowly moved to the carriage entrance, crouching down to quietly inquire of Su Yin, "What is that in his hand?" Su Yin glanced at him and replied, "A sword." "What is it made of?" The old man pressed. "Iron," Su Yin answered. "I don't believe it," the old man retorted. "It must be composed of more than just iron." "What year is it from?" he asked again. "Several thousand years," Su Yin stated. The old man exclaimed, "Are you attempting to deceive me with its age? An object thousands of years old would have rusted into a mere lump of iron by now." Just as he prepared to challenge her further, Su Yin interjected, "Someone's coming, quickly act mad." The old man complied. Chapter 94. Causing the loss of her second servant indeed. Someone was approaching. Yen Ku and his two companions returned empty-handed. By the time they arrived, their quarry had already fled, and they searched the vicinity extensively but found no trace of him. Yen Ku approached Su Yin and asked, "Was that explosion caused by you?" "No," Su Yin replied. "How could I possibly create an explosion from such a distance?" Yen Ku frowned slightly. It was true he had not seen Su Yin use any gestures indicative of her abilities, and the explosion had occurred on the third floor. No matter how powerful her fire abilities, she could not have aimed from afar. The mad old man had retreated into the carriage, silently observing Su Yin as she wove her tale. The explosion was exceedingly strange, and even the orb was of unknown origin. Once the horde of zombies was eradicated, Yen Ku began to tally their numbers and discovered they had lost 5 ability users. They all boarded the vehicle for their return journey, encountering far fewer zombies along the way, and they reached the Eastern District base with relative ease. Medical personnel at the base conducted tests on all returning ability users. Su Yin employed her usual tactics, and this time, Shen Yi witnessed the entire sequence of events. Realizing it was a case of substitution, the mad old man also underwent testing and was subsequently escorted by Yen Ku for accommodation before leaving. He cast a glance at Su Yin and her companions, then resumed his erratic behavior. Su Yin and her companions went to collect their merit points, with both her and Shen Yi achieving the highest scores. Afterward, the two returned while Yen Ku went to report to Ren Qianhe. Su Yin's explosive abilities could eliminate 520 zombies, but after that outburst, she refrained from using her powers again, likely due to significant exhaustion. Yen Ku stated, "This time, we encountered a level 3 zombie, which Su Yin faced alone and defeated. The zombies' attacks were coordinated in groups. We faced 3 major waves. Outside the laboratory, we also spotted a man in black, but I was unable to apprehend him. He escaped." Ren Qianhe frowned and, after listening to Yen Ku's report, inquired, "Was the man in black a zombie or a normal person?" "A normal person," came the reply. Yen Ku said, "and his exposure was also quite peculiar. An explosion suddenly occurred on the 3rd floor of the abandoned building, and only then did we see him leaping out to survive." "An explosion without any reason?" Ren Qianhe asked. "Yes," Yen Ku replied. Ren Qianhe's expression turned grave as he clasped his hands behind his back. A normal person appearing there suggests he was the one controlling the zombie horde. Research has shown that zombie behavior can be manipulated through specific electromagnetic waves, Rin Qianhe continued. And the coordinated attacks of the zombie tide confirm this. Yanke pressed his lips together. He expected that the conclusion their base had only recently reached was already being utilized by others. This indicated that their adversaries possessed both superior strength and scientific capabilities. But that explosion, Rin Qianhe added, the enemy Wu Ti willingly exposed themselves. Yet none of us could have caused an explosion hundreds of meters away, especially one precisely targeting the third floor, Yanke pointed out. What about Su Yin? Rin Qianhe asked. Given the intensity of her awakened abilities, it's possible she might have been responsible. It wasn't her. I already inquired, Yanke said. After her initial outburst, Su Yin couldn't use her abilities anymore. The distance and intensity of that explosion can only be explained by self-destruction. Rin Qianhe fell silent. Firstly, he didn't believe it was mere self-destruction. Secondly, creating such a precise explosion from hundreds of meters away was nearly impossible to achieve. Su Yin's abilities in their awakened state are formidable. As for Su Yi, Rin Qianhe murmured, his lips tightening. That sword of his, far from ordinary, Yanke finished. To slay a third-tier zombie with nothing but a sword, without any awakened abilities. See if there is an opportunity to have Su Yi submit his sword for research at the Institute, Rin Qianhe instructed. Understood, Yanke acknowledged. I heard you also brought someone back this time? Rin Qianhe inquired. We found him in a supermarket warehouse near Sad City. He is in his 60s or 70s. Mentally disturbed from trauma, bordering on madness, Yanke explained. Everything in the research facility was gone, and the researchers were all killed. Rin Qianhe paused for a moment before stating, they struck first. They arrived too late. That group must have already taken the research findings. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Su Yin returned to the house to change her shoes, while Shun Yi went to the kitchen to wash the crystal cores. After cleaning them, he carried a large bag of multicolored cores to the living room. Returning to the kitchen to prepare dinner, fully embracing his role as caretaker, Shun Yi worked diligently. Su Yin leaned against the kitchen doorway, arms crossed, and asked, why did you kill that zombie today? It had cost her a second potential servant. Shun Yi paused in rinsing the vegetables and turned his head. He was under control and had fully turned. I could have regained control over him, Su Yin countered. With treatment, his zombification could have been reversed. But anyone could tell at a glance he wasn't normal, Shun Yi argued. You were like that too at first. Su Yin retorted. You couldn't even speak. Shun Yi. Is it the same? He lacked independent consciousness. Even if controlled, he remained nothing more than a mindless husk. Chapter 95. Can this poison the zombies? His mind is already devoid of thought, Shun Yi remarked. Lack of thought makes him easier to control. Otherwise, I might as well contract a living person, Su Yin replied. Shun Yi. I'll be more careful next time, Shun Yi conceded. Su Yin acknowledged before turning to leave. Shun Yi stared in the direction of the kitchen door, his mind racing with the thought that if Su Yin contracted that zombie, he would eventually be replaced. In the living room, Su Yin sifted through the basket of crystal cores, absorbing the fire elements. Then she remembered, hadn't she tossed some cores into her pocket dimension earlier? When she checked, she found that the elements within those cores had already been absorbed, and the seeds she had scattered had grown into lush vegetables. By the time Shun Yi heard footsteps and turned around, Su Yin was standing in the kitchen with an armful of fresh rapeseed greens. Who gave these to you? Shun Yi asked. I grew them, Su Yin said. Shun Yi, we won't need to buy vegetables anymore. Saves money, Su Yin declared, placing the greens on the counter and dusting off her hands. Where did you grow them? Shun Yi pressed. He had never seen her plant anything. No, more accurately. Since when did she know how to farm? That's none of your concern. Just focus on cooking, Su Yin dismissed. Shun Yi. Su Yin stroked her chin. Lost in thought. If vegetables could grow in her pocket dimension, why not raise chickens, ducks, or even fish? Do you know where we can find unmutated poultry? She asked. Most of the meat in the base is brought in from outside. Fertilized eggs are selected and artificially incubated, Shun Yi explained. I'll buy some chickens later. Su Yin decided. What for? Shun Yi questioned. Raising them, she said. Shun Yi. We're not so short on money that we need to raise our own livestock. We can afford to buy meat, Shun Yi pointed out. That makes sense, Su Yin mused. As long as the base remained secure, food wouldn't be an issue. Still, growing vegetables was worthwhile. Su Yin returned to the living room and began rummaging through cabinets, trying to remember where she had stashed the rest of the seeds in her spatial storage. Her search turned up not only seeds, but also vials of muscle-strengthening elixirs. Considering she currently had only one servant, Su-yi, she figured his abilities needed further enhancement. Otherwise, he might struggle against multiple third-tier zombies in the future. When Shun-yi emerged from the kitchen with their meal, he was met with an array of bottles and jars scattered across the table. Take one of these daily, Su-yi instructed. Shun-yi, puzzled. Shun-yi sat down and opened one of the bottles. Inside were black pills that carried the scent of medicinal herbs. I'm not sick, he said. They're supplements. Su-yi clarified. They'll improve your physical condition. Though, strictly speaking, you're not exactly human anymore. She frowned slightly. Use them anyway. If they don't work, consider them wasted. No harm in trying. Shun-yi gazed at the black pill, hesitatingly inquiring. Does this possess a health distribution license? Su-yi looked at him, puzzled, prompting Shun-yi to elaborate. I mean, where did you acquire this? I refined it myself, Su-yi replied matter-of-factly. Shun-yi, taken aback by her expression, pondered silently. So this woman can concoct elixirs? Who exactly is she? Moreover, is it even safe to consume? Could it be lethal? Oh no. Could it potentially kill a zombie? Why the grimace? Su-yi remarked. This is a priceless treasure. Do not let ignorance cloud your judgment. Shun-yi responded. Oh, are there any side effects? At worst, you might just drop dead, Su-yi stated nonchalantly. Shun-yi mused. Su-yi, raising an eyebrow, added, rest assured, you won't perish. Should you do so, I possess the means to revive you. Shun-yi acknowledged with a nod. He returned to his room with the assorted vials, examining them closely. The craftsmanship varied between white jade ceramics and black jade ceramics, both exquisitely made, with an inscription at the base of the bottle. Seeking a well-lit spot for clarity, he discerned 4 ancient characters inscribed, Divine Sound Sovereign. Shun-yi wondered, what is this overwhelming aura of fantasy I am encountering? Su-yi, huh? You lack discernment. He dismissed thoughts of the name, poured a pill into his hand, and hesitated over whether to consume it. Su-yi's offerings had always been reliable, yet this one seemed oddly peculiar. Nevertheless, she had assured him that even in death, she could restore him. After careful deliberation, Shun-yi finally ingested the pill, subsequently biting into the crystal core to absorb its elemental essence. Su-yi, a well-behaved pup, consumes whatever its master provides. Meanwhile, at the northern base, Lei Peng, having narrowly escaped, returned to his vehicle after the group departed. The defensive mission had ended in utter failure. The horde of zombies he commanded had been completely annihilated. It was astonishing that nearly 100 of them could not even match 30 of the opposing forces. Utterly disgraceful. In his office, Chaswice's eyes gleamed with malice. Forgive me, my lord, Lei Peng knelt, bowing his head in contrition. Chapter 96. Let us not turn raw rice into cooked rice. Among them were 2 particularly formidable individuals. As Professor Wu had mentioned previously, Lei Peng defended himself, stating, one of them is a woman with a fire ability of at least level 4 or 5. She incinerated around 20 zombies in an instant. The other, a man, fought against a level 3 zombie using only his sword and successfully dispatched it. Chaswice furrowed his brow deeply, having heard of these 2 before. They were responsible for the destruction of the anomalous vine. Did the male not utilize any abilities? Chaswice inquired. None, Lei Peng replied. It is truly unfathomable. To battle a level 3 zombie solely with a melee weapon is remarkable. Lei Peng continued. I discerned that the sword was extraordinarily sharp, capable of severing the heads of ordinary zombies with ease. What other characteristics did you observe? Chaswice pressed him. Resembling the ancient weapons displayed in a museum, there was no trace of modern technology to be seen, remarked Lei Peng. After a lengthy silence, Chaswice finally said, keep a close watch on his movements. Yes, Lei Peng replied. And do not forget about that female Esper, Chaswice added. After Lei Peng exited, Chaswice sat at his desk, his eyes slightly narrowed. It was quite astonishing that 2 formidable figures had suddenly appeared at the Eastern District base. He pondered where that old fool Ren Xinhe had managed to unearth such individuals. However, the personnel and samples from the biological research laboratory in Sod City had been taken away, leaving only one escaped specimen at large. This was why he had instructed Lei Peng to continue the search with the zombie army stationed there. Yet, several days had passed without finding the individual, only to be driven away by the scent of blood to the experimental center of the northern base. Within the various containers lay numerous zombie specimens, categorized by their levels. While their internal zombie viruses were simultaneously extracted, Lei Peng handed over the first-hand information he had gathered to Professor Wu Diqing, who, Upon learning that the research he had labored over for so long had been obliterated by a man devoid of abilities, clasped his hands behind his back, his expression grave. "It seems I underestimated that man's strength," Wu Duqing remarked in a low voice. Previously, they had only witnessed the fire abilities of that female esper. They did not anticipate that the swordsman possessed innate strength already reaching the 3rd level. The intent of the Lord was to seek an opportunity to take action against the couple and bring them in, Lei Peng stated. "Leave them alive. I wish to study them," Wu Duqing instructed. He gazed at a row of incubators containing zombies. These were soon to be 3rd-level zombies. One might fall, but countless others would rise. He did not believe that man could defeat them all. Yet, his ambitions extended beyond merely the 3rd-level zombies. Wu Duqing's gaze fell upon the largest incubator, which was continuously infused with the zombie virus, while instruments monitored the data in real time, awaiting his arrival. At the Eastern District base, Su Yin and her companions had just completed a mission and were granted a week's vacation. Due to her and Shen Yi's abilities, the two had become the strongest sibling duo within the base. Zhang Yu eagerly dragged Su Yin out to celebrate, exclaiming, "You've been in the Eastern District for a while now, yet you have yet to experience the splendor of the joyful city." Su Yin was unaware of what the joyful city entailed, but Zhang Yu wore a mysterious smile as she led her there. Located on the underground level, it was the last bastion of revelry in the ivory tower of the apocalypse. From a state of constant anxiety to one of seizing the moment, the joyful city had flourished. Upon entering, the cacophony of music nearly shattered Su Yin's eardrums. She instinctively covered her ears, only for Zhang Yu to pull her hands away, shouting in her ear, "You'll adapt soon enough." A regular patron of the venue, Zhang Yu was the star of the dance floor, yet today she was not eager to dance. Instead, she had summoned a lively group, opening bottles of beer and assorted spirits, handing them to Su Yin and declaring, "Today, I'm treating. Let us revel in the celebration of victory." Su Yin inhaled the aroma of the liquid within her cup, realizing it was alcohol, and downed it in one swift motion. Zhang Yu observed her downing a small glass of white liquor and couldn't help but express her astonishment, saying, "Well, I didn't think you could drink." "Huh, child's play," Su Yin provocatively retorted. Thus began their spirited drinking competition, accompanied by the pulsating music, as a group of revelers gradually became intoxicated. Su Yin felt a subtle dizziness creeping in. Although she had an impressive tolerance in her previous life, she had forgotten that this vessel was not her original body. "Let us go dance," Zhang Yu exclaimed, swaying and pulling Su Yin toward the dance floor. Nearby, a gentleman remarked, "Hey, look over there. Aren't those two Zhang Yu and Su Yin?" Qiuzhe turned his head and indeed spotted the one clad in a white short-sleeve shirt. This time, the pair had garnered quite a reputation, as the Abilities Association was full of praises for them. Another man, with a sarcastic tone, added, "Of course. They act like they own the world. How annoying." Qiuzhe narrowed his eyes and whispered a few words to them, prompting a conspiratorial smile among the group, after which one man slipped away. Meanwhile, Shen Yi had prepared dinner but was still waiting for Su Yin's return, prompting him to venture out in search of her. He scoured various shops, clothing, shoes, hair salons, and nail salons, yet found no trace of Su Yin. Just as he was about to check a beauty salon, an ability user approached him, asking, "Su Yi, what brings you here? Have you seen Su Yin?" "Yes, we have," another ability user replied. "Where?" Shen Yi inquired. "I think she went to Joy City with Zhang Yu," the ability user informed him. "TSK, Zhang Yu is leading her astray. Anyone could be in Joy City, and one slip could lead to trouble," another warned. "You should go fetch your sister before things get out of hand," the first ability user suggested. With a dark expression, Shen Yi asked for the specific location of Joy City and hurried off. Chapter 97. Are you here for fun too? Upon arrival, Shen Yi was met with a cacophony of voices, the atmosphere brimming with exuberance. Joy City, the final revelry of the apocalypse. He scanned the crowd for Su Yin, witnessing numerous couples embracing and even indulging in public displays of affection. Shen Yi's face fell. He could hardly fathom how Su Yin dared to venture into such a place. Though her abilities were formidable, what if she fell victim to a drugging? A person as naive as she was would be akin to a lamb among wolves. Navigating through the throngs, Shen Yi found the underground Joy City particularly vast, with the patrons lost in a frenzy that made locating Su Yin exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, on a stage somewhere, Zhang Yu was energetically dancing with Su Yin, who, lacking any dance aptitude, felt increasingly disoriented as she was swept along. However, her dizziness was merely physical. Her consciousness remained remarkably lucid. This cacophonous environment was ill-suited for her, prompting her to withdraw her hand from Zhang Yu's grasp, preparing to descend. At that moment, several men nearby exchanged furtive glances before theatrically leaping forward, encircling Su Yin. Surprised by the sudden presence of three men, one of whom obstructed her path and attempted to grasp her hand to join him in dance. Su Yin observed with a slight smile as the man leered, "Hey, beautiful, join us." With a swift movement, she seized his wrist, twisting it firmly. "Why not?" she replied with a smile. The man yelped in pain, his cries drowned out by the booming music and the intoxicated revelers around them, who paid no heed to his distress. Sensing the two accomplices preparing to charge at her, emboldened by the notion that three could easily subdue one woman, Su Yin anticipated the attack. With agile grace, she evaded their advance, grasping one by his clothing and propelling both into the man who had initially approached her. The trio stumbled, glaring at Su Yin with expressions of fierce determination. "Damn it, you little wench. We won't let you off so easily." One man spat. "She looks innocent, but there's a fiery spirit within her," another remarked. The three charged her simultaneously, and Su Yin cracked her neck, declaring, "Let me show you what drunken boxing truly is." These men were no extraordinary combatants, merely local thugs with some rudimentary fighting skills. She faced one, swaying to evade his strike, delivering a punch to his face. As she sidestepped gracefully, her hair flowing, she smiled subtly. The man, momentarily dazed, was then struck painfully in the groin by her knee. The third man, wary yet determined, exchanged glances with his bruised companion, and they advanced in tandem. Su Yin bent low, executing a backward kick, while simultaneously landing a punch to the abdomen of the man in front of her. Their raucous scuffle finally caught the attention of the surrounding crowd, who, though intrigued, refrained from intervening, wary of the trio's reputation in the revelry district. At that moment, one of the men seized her leg, attempting to pull her down. Yet, leveraging the force, Su Yin spun midair, delivering a kick to his face with her other foot. "Wow," gasped the onlookers, captivated by her prowess. "That woman is incredible." Meanwhile, amidst the fervor, Zhang Yu finally noticed the absence of her companions. Scanning the vicinity, her gaze fell upon the brawl involving four individuals, one of whom was Su Yin. Alarmed, she rushed towards the fray. "Goodness, Su Yin is being attacked by three men. If anything happens to her, Su Yin will never forgive me." She urgently pushed through the crowd of onlookers, just as Shun Yi noticed the commotion. Upon seeing Su Yin in a fight, he swiftly made his way over. When Zhang Yu prepared to assist Su Yin, she arrived a moment too late. Su Yin had already dispatched the three men, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Realizing that someone was approaching from behind her, Su Yin instinctively swung a punch, only for her fist to be caught effortlessly. Turning her head, she found herself face to face with a grim-faced Shun Yi. "Oh, are you here for some fun too?" Su Yin raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "I came to find you," Shun Yi replied darkly. Observing the unnatural flush on Su Yin's face, he deduced that she must have been drinking and perhaps partaking in other substances as well. However, her ability to fight indicated that she had not been drugged. Grasping her wrist, Shun Yi intended to lead her away, but at that moment, the three men who had been knocked down were rising from the ground. Seething with humiliation and ready to retaliate against Su Yin. Casting a sidelong glance at them, Shun Yi's eyes glinted with ferocity. He struck each one with precision and power, delivering blows that resonated even above the loud music. Su Yin stood beside them, arms crossed, watching as Shun Yi's strikes left the men battered and bloodied, their faces marked with bruises and injuries that spoke of the force behind his actions. Chapter 98. He hoisted her onto his shoulder. The crowd gasped, gradually retreating. The women, captivated by Shun Yi's appearance and his fierce actions, transformed into infatuated admirers. Such a man was undeniably handsome. His strength was off the charts. He exuded an extraordinary sense of security. Zhang Yu, equally enamored, had forgotten her feelings of guilt, so excited that she nearly shouted, "Brother, count me in." Nearby, in a booth, Qiu Zhe and his companions exchanged glances upon witnessing Su Yin's fierce handling of the three men. Their expressions shifted, and they discreetly departed. Finally, when the three ruffians lay motionless on the ground, Shun Yi ceased his assault. He approached Su Yin to escort her out, but Zhang Yu called out, "Hey, Su Yin." Shun Yi shot her a glance, prompting Zhang Yu to close her mouth in disappointment. As he moved quickly through the crowded venue, Su Yin struggled to keep up. her balance faltering. Shun-Yi halted, then effortlessly threw her over his shoulder. In a dizzying whirl, Su-Yin found herself draped across his back. Realizing her predicament, she exclaimed, "Hey, do you have no sense of being a subordinate? Is this a rebellion? How dare you treat your master like this?" Ignoring her protests, Shun-Yi focused on exiting the dismal establishment. Su-Yin, jostled and feeling nauseous, particularly from the discomfort in her stomach, struggled against the urge to vomit. At last, after winding their way outside, she fought to free herself. Shun-Yi crouched down, setting her on her feet, and once her feet touched the ground, she dashed to a nearby tree and began to retch. Shun-Yi stood by, patiently awaiting her return. After Su-Yin had expunged the contents of her stomach, she propped herself up, swaying precariously, and turned to glare at her attendant. "Could you not find a more dignified way to escort me?" Su-Yin retorted, her voice tinged with irritation. Shun-Yi remained silent, his lips pressed together, and approached her. As she raised her hand to push him away, he swiftly swept her into his arms. "We're going back," he stated sternly. The Princess Carrie was far more comfortable than a mere over-the-shoulder hold. Exhausted from her ordeal, Su-Yin felt no inclination to scold him. The effects of the alcohol had fully enveloped her, leaving her languidly nestled against Shun-Yi's chest. Shun-Yi cast a glance down at her. The woman who had moments ago been fierce and combative now lay peaceful, eyes closed, an unexpected tranquility enveloping her. Once they returned, Shun-Yi cradled her with one arm while he opened the door with the other. "Wake up, wash up, and then you may sleep again," he instructed, knowing she needed to brush her teeth after such an episode. In her dazed state, Su-Yin was reluctant to respond. Shun-Yi guided her to the bathroom, filled a cup with water, and squeezed toothpaste onto a brush. "Brush your teeth," he urged, handing her the toothbrush. As she swayed unsteadily, on the verge of toppling over, he swiftly caught her. "Well, what a drunken mess you are." After several persistent prompts from him, Su-Yin finally blinked awake and began to brush her teeth with his assistance. "Do not bite the toothbrush. Spit out the toothpaste. Do not swallow the mouthwash." After successfully getting Su-Yin to brush her teeth, Shun-Yi carried her to her bed and gently laid her down. He then returned to wet a towel, readying to cleanse her face and hands. The scent of alcohol lingered around her, and as he glanced at her attire, he thought it best to leave any changes for the next day when she would be more coherent. He removed her shoes, adjusted her position, and covered her with a light blanket before finally taking his leave. A month prior, if anyone had suggested he would cater to a woman in such a manner, he would have dismissed it outright. Yet here he was, not only cooking and cleaning, but also attending to the aftermath of a drunken escapade. Alas, he was bound by duty. The following morning, Su-Yin awakened, her head throbbing painfully, only to be met with the pungent odor of alcohol that clung to her. How utterly distasteful, she mused, her cleanliness obsession kicking in. She retrieved clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Piecing together the events of the previous night, drinking with Zhang Yu and encountering 3 insufferable men. How had she made it home? Shun-Yi had carried her back. After Shun-Yi arose and heard the sounds of running water from the bathroom, he retreated to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. As Su-Yin emerged, her hair damp from washing, she caught the delightful aroma of food wafting through the air and made her way to the kitchen door. She remembered vividly how that certain attendant had carried her out last night, but considering his diligent preparation of her meal, she decided to let it slide. Shun-Yi was busy boiling noodles when he turned to find Su-Yin standing at the kitchen entrance, watching him. "Change your clothes. Breakfast will be ready soon," he advised. And she complied as he proceeded to fry an egg for her. In that fleeting moment when their gazes met, Su-Yin's eyes sparkled with clarity and brightness. Her hair slightly damp, clad in a loose-fitting nightgown. Why was she staring at him? Shun-Yi pondered, as he placed the fried egg atop the cooked noodles. Having no time to prepare porridge, he settled for a light meal of noodles, having cooked them a tad longer than usual. He set the bowl and chopsticks on the table and addressed Su-Yin, who had just emerged dressed. She replied softly, taking her seat at the dining table to begin her meal. Shun-Yi instinctively moved closer to dry her hair, his fingers weaving through her strands before neatly tucking them behind her ear. Chapter 99. I never said I would engage in such activities. Do not attend such places again. They are chaotic, Shun-Yi remarked, putting away the hairdryer. I had no idea what kind of establishment it was, Su-Yin responded. Zhang Yu simply suggested I go for some fun. Who would have guessed it resembled a debauched brothel? It was even more unrestrained than that, at least in a brothel. One retreats to a room, whereas there, it was all on display. You were fortunate this time. No one drugged you. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire, Shini cautioned. Suyin turned her head to look at him as he continued. I speak the truth. Girls should steer clear of such places and safeguard themselves. I never claimed I intended to engage in such activities, Suyin countered, maintaining that her private life was quite pristine, having never even entertained a male companion. You ought to be more concerned about being targeted rather than taking the initiative, he replied, sensing the peculiarity in Su Yin's logic, as she was, after all, the more vulnerable party. Earlier in the morning, Zhang Yu had come to visit, bringing fruits and snacks as an apology. You weren't harmed last night, were you, Suyin? She inquired, her gaze fixed on her. No, they were no match for me, Suyin assured her. I was dancing and suddenly realized you had vanished. When I searched for you, I found you entangled with someone. Zhang Yu expressed her remorse, adding, fortunately, Suyin is an ability user, otherwise. Those three would have taken you away. What kind of people were they? Suyin asked, munching on a banana. Just a bunch of thugs. Generally, they don't dare to target ability users, but being new, they probably didn't recognize you, Zhang Yu explained. Bullying the weak? Suyin scoffed. Essentially, most individuals in the base are ordinary people, and ability users are afforded protection, Zhang Yu elaborated. Rest assured, I've already spoken to the owner of Huanqing regarding this. Next time you go, she began, but was interrupted as Shun Yi emerged from the room, casting a dark glance in her direction. Zhang Yu exclaimed, woo-woo. Su Yin is truly a villain. I want to go again. Why not? Zhang Yu asked, intrigued. No one bothered you, and your experience at Huanqing was quite pleasant. It was chaotic and loud, Su Yin replied. At that moment, Shun Yi left the living room, and Zhang Yu discreetly leaned closer to Su Yin, whispering, Is your brother particularly strict with you? Su Yin responded with confusion. Strict? I see your brother is very protective of you. While having a caring brother is wonderful, you should also enjoy life normally, Zhang Yu added. I do not wish to go, Su Yin remarked. Furthermore, how could Su Yi possibly control her? It is clearly she who manages him. Last night, Su Yi's entrance was simply breathtaking. Several of my friends have inquired about him today, Zhang Yu sighed. Su Yi is not only handsome but also skilled in combat, capturing the hearts of numerous women. Her rivals are indeed plentiful. Moreover, when he carried you away, his boyfriend prowess was off the charts. I wonder how I could become you. I too long to be swept away by Su Yi, Zhang Yu expressed with envy. Su Yin responded, I must admit I find this quite perplexing. Where would he carry me off to? That would be quite uncomfortable. Honestly, I believe I am rather commendable. Would you not consider allowing me to be your sister-in-law? Zhang Yu attempted once more to win over her sister-in-law. Su Yin turned with a smile and said, This is not something I can consider. You must rely on your own fortune. Zhang Yu wailed. Today marks yet another failed attempt at self-recommendation. Finding a partner is exceedingly difficult. In this post-apocalyptic world, quality men are scarce, and the one I fancy does not return my affections. What type of girl does Su Yi like, I wonder? Zhang Yu inquired, unwilling to yield. I do not know. You shall have to ask him yourself, Su Yin replied. Su Yi has become a zombie, my dear. Why do you persist in this folly? There are countless other options available. Why cling to a twisted tree? After Zhang Yu departed, Shun Yi emerged and said to Su Yin, Remember to be cautious in your friendships. Zhang Yu is rather unreliable. She leads people astray without ensuring their safety. I typically have no friends, Su Yin remarked to Shun Yi. She was not approaching me. My nature is inherently aloof. And since Zhang Yu is fond of Su Yi, she tends to be the one initiating contact. Shun Yi remained silent at her words, and then Su Yin continued. If he has feelings for you, you should clarify things sooner rather than later to avoid causing any delays. You two are fundamentally different species. Love between you will yield no fruitful outcome. As Su Yin munched on snacks, she continued. Shun Yi replied, He has never declared an interest in Zhang Yu, has he? Yet Su Yin's words served as a reminder. He is now a zombie. Living alongside humans for a while, he nearly forgot he was not one of them. Shun Yi gazed at Su Yin, enveloped in silence. So he is utterly distinct from humans now? He exists in a liminal space between zombies and humans, a conscious zombie, an abominable creature. This realization prompted him to reassess his relationship with Su Yin. She is human, and he is not, which invoked an inexplicable sorrow within him. How absurd. After becoming a zombie, he had never contemplated such thoughts, knowing the transformation was irreversible. Yet now, having spent considerable time with Su Yin, he surprisingly yearned to revert to humanity. Chapter 100. You actually use fire abilities to grill meat. After a period of recuperation at the base, Rin Xianhe convened a meeting of the ability users to discuss the biological base in Sod City. Our target this time is the northern base and several smaller bases in its vicinity, as they may be conducting horrific zombie experiments. I need you to investigate on-site, Rin Xianhe stated. The Extraordinary Abilities team was reorganized, with new groups formed based on their respective powers, each destined for various bases. During the on-site restructuring, Shen Yi noticed that he and Su Yin were no longer in the same team. I wish to request a swap. Shen Yi stood up and declared, I want to be in the same team as Su Yin. Rin Xianhe regarded him thoughtfully before finally nodding in agreement. Su Yin's group was assigned to a smaller base, and, unfortunately, their luck was quite poor. Not only did they lack familiar faces in their squad, but they were also grouped with Qiu Zhe and Dong Lingyun. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes brim with animosity. Dong Lingyun glared at Su Yin with disdain. Su Yin chose to disregard her. If Dong Lingyun decided to stir up trouble again, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Each team was provided with a vehicle, and the group set off together the following morning. The journey to the northern base was far from short, and they soon discovered that the road had become impassable due to severe destruction. Reluctantly, they abandoned their vehicle and commenced their trek on foot. As soon as they disembarked, a disagreement arose among the group, as each side insisted on taking different paths. The map is quite clear. We should be on National Highway 09. Have you seen how severely 09 has been damaged? We should take a shortcut. And what will you do if we encounter a horde of zombies on that shortcut? The 09 route is spacious and allows for easier combat. If you prefer the main road, then you take it. We are taking the shortcut. Su Yin and Shen Yi stood nearby, listening to their argument, and Su Yin rolled her eyes in exasperation. At this rate, they would likely take 10 days to arrive. We will go our own way, Su Yin stated resolutely. All right, Shen Yi replied, following her lead. The others continued to bicker until someone noticed that Su Yin and Shen Yi had already set off. Are you going or not? They called out. Seeing that Su Yin and Shen Yi were taking the main road, those who had initially insisted on the main road ceased their argument and followed suit, while those who had been indecisive hesitated for a few moments before joining them. Recognizing Su Yin and Shen Yi's formidable strength, they figured they would not perish too quickly in the event of a zombie encounter, and thus sought their protection. Meanwhile, Dong Lingyun and Qiu Zhe remained stationary, adhering to their shortcut strategy. Originally a group of 20, now only 5 remained committed to the shortcut. Should they face a large-scale zombie attack, they would surely be doomed. With gritted teeth, Dong Lingyun weighed her options and ultimately decided to follow. Upon seeing them trailing behind, those who had chosen the main road exchanged glances filled with disdain and mockery. Oh, why aren't you taking the shortcut? After an hour of walking, Su Yin's feet began to ache, prompting Shen Yi to kneel and offer her a ride on his back. Su Yin, reclining against him while munching on snacks, relished the moment. Having a servant truly proved advantageous, saving both time and effort. Observing her comfort from behind, Dong Lingyun, unwilling to be outdone, demanded that Qiu Zhe carry her as well. However, an ordinary person's stamina was limited. After half an hour, Qiu Zhe could no longer sustain her weight, while the others hastily moved ahead, uninterested in serving her. Dong Lingyun watched the main group move away, seated on a stone slab, pointing at Qiu Zhe and scolding him. Utterly useless. They have been carrying burdens all this way without a hint of fatigue. Qiu Zhe remained silent, taking a brief respite before dutifully shouldering her load once more, embodying the essence of servitude with humility and selflessness. Meanwhile, over at Su Yin's side, upon observing that Su Yi had been steadfastly carrying his sister without any discernible decrease in pace, the others inquired, "Aren't you tired, Su Yi?" "No, not at all," replied Shen Yi. Fortunately, Su Yin is quite slender. Otherwise, carrying her for over an hour would surely be untenable. One of the ability users sighed. Shen Yi said nothing further, merely continuing to walk. Falling behind, Dong Lingyun and her companions encountered 2 zombies, prompting them to hasten their pace to rejoin the main group. At that moment, Su Yin noticed the 7 or 8 zombies encroaching upon them. Just as the others prepared to unleash their abilities, Su Yin had already acted, unleashing a torrent of mystical fire that incinerated a swath of the undead. "Impressive, Su Yin," exclaimed one of the ability users in admiration. "Let us find a safe spot to rest shortly," Su Yin suggested. The group concurred, and after dispatching the nearby zombies, They chose to take a breather in an open square, ensuring they could detect any disturbances promptly and remain vigilant against potential ambushes from higher-tier zombies. After nearly 3 hours of travel, it was well past 11 o'clock, and everyone began to rummage through their backpacks for rations. Having snacked excessively along the way, Suyin felt a slight discomfort in her stomach and had little appetite for sandwiches or the like. "Did you bring the meat?" Suyin inquired of Shen Yi. "Indeed," Shen Yi replied, opening his backpack to reveal pre-marinated meat cuts neatly packed in a container. "Skewer it for me. I want grilled meat," Suyin said eagerly. Shen Yi donned disposable gloves and retrieved clean skewers, soon preparing beef and pork skewers. The others, munching on their bread, observed the two with curiosity. Uncertain of Shen Yi's intentions, were they truly going to start a fire for grilling? The answer became apparent a moment later, as Suyin summoned her fire ability, deftly managing the cooking. The onlookers gasped, "What a rare fire ability! And you choose to use it for grilling meat? Such a grand waste of resources."